Li Qianqian's eyelids felt too heavy to lift, and her whole body burned as if she were lying over a fire. She forced her eyes open. Under the dim light of a kerosene lamp, the roof of the old clay house was covered with cobwebs, and the newspaper pasted on the mud walls had turned yellow with age. This place. It was so familiar. Her heart tightened suddenly. Wasn't this the very night, more than 20 years ago, that had changed her life forever? What was happening? Could a person still dream after death? And why was she dreaming of the moment she regretted most? Before she could make sense of it, a wave of heat surged through her again, leaving her dizzy and weak. Her body felt strange and restless, and she shifted uncomfortably on the rough sheet, the coarse fabric scraping lightly against her skin. The wooden door creaked open. A tall figure stood in the doorway, his outline broad and solid against the faint light outside. The man stepped in, closed the door behind him, and walked to the bedside. In the glow of the lamp, Li Qianqian saw his face clearly. His skin was tanned from years of farm work, his features strong and deep-set, his lips pressed tightly together. There was a simple honesty about him, mixed with a trace of nervousness. It was him, Wang Lei, the man she had once blamed and resented, yet the only one who had remembered her and tried to save her after she fell into a coma. Wang Lei looked at her flushed face and dazed eyes, his brows furrowing deeply. The usually stern look in his eyes was now filled with shock and confusion. He smelled faintly of alcohol as he stopped in his tracks, his dark face showing surprise.
Li Qian.
"Comrade, why are you here?" he asked hoarsely. He wore a faded work jacket stained with mud, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing strong forearms. Li Qianqian stared at him blankly, swallowing hard. The young Wang Lei, with his short hair and firm expression, looked completely different from the quiet, limping man she remembered from later years. Could someone who had already died really dream something that felt this real? Since it was just a dream, what was there to be afraid of? She felt terrible, and in a moment of desperation, she grabbed his wrist. Wang Lei wasn't prepared and stumbled, falling onto the edge of the bed. Before he could react, Li Qianqian had already moved and sat across his lap. The sudden movement made her dizzy, and the strange heat in her body grew stronger.
Wang Lei froze.
Even through the thin fabric, he could feel her burning warmth. His blood rushed to his head, and his heart pounded wildly. The girl from the city he had secretly admired for so long was now right in his arms. Wang Lei suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself hard. A red mark quickly appeared on his cheek. "It hurts. It's real," he murmured, his eyes filled with both fear and disbelief, mixed with a strange joy. "It's not a dream." Li Qianqian's mind was clouded by the effects of the medicine. Her eyes were unfocused, her expression dazed, and she seemed to be acting only on instinct. She leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against Wang Lei's neck and ear. Then, without thinking, she began to press soft, clumsy kisses on his face and chin, as if trying to find comfort. There was no skill in her movements, just confusion and emotion. She had never experienced anything like this before, and her mind was too hazy to understand what she was doing. Wang Lei felt as if every place she touched sent a jolt through him. His whole body went stiff, his hands hovering in the air, not daring to move. His blood seemed to roar in his veins, his skin flushed red, and his breathing grew heavy and uneven. Li Qianqian let out a faint sound and collapsed weakly against his chest, her hot cheek pressed to his neck as she murmured softly, lost in confusion. Her weight and warmth pressed against him through the thin fabric. Wang Lei looked down at the girl in his arms, his heart filled with struggle, tenderness, and disbelief, as if he had been struck by something too good to be true. His throat moved as he swallowed hard, breathing heavily. His rough, work-worn hands trembled slightly before he slowly lifted them and gently placed them around her slender waist. Li Qianqian suddenly felt weak and leaned softly against his chest, her warm breath brushing against his neck, carrying a faint, sweet scent. "It's so hot," she murmured unconsciously, clutching the fabric of his shirt. Wang Lei sat still, feeling the warmth of her body and realizing something was wrong. He quickly understood. Li Qianqian must have been drunk. But his mind was in chaos. This was the girl he had always respected from afar, someone he didn't even dare to look at too long. Staring into her hazy eyes, his heart tightened painfully. She likes that other young man from the commune, doesn't she? Why would she come to me now? Wang Lei muttered to himself. Could she have mistaken me for someone else? Afraid of doing something he would regret, he gently pushed her away. Li Qianqian, look carefully. Do you know who I am? Li Qianqian frowned slightly, her eyes trying to focus. Then she pouted and mumbled, your brother Wang Lei. You're my man. Those words struck him like a spark in dry grass, setting his thoughts ablaze. Forget the consequences. Forget tomorrow. The girl he had secretly loved for so long was now in his arms, calling his name. If he kept holding back, he felt he would no longer be true to himself. Wang Lei's eyes burned red as he took a deep breath. His strong hands tightened around her waist, pulling her close in a desperate embrace. He lowered his head, his lips trembling as he pressed them clumsily but tenderly against hers, a long-suppressed feeling finally finding its voice. Li Qianqian let out a soft sound of surprise, her fingers gripping his shirt tightly, leaving small wrinkles on the worn fabric. The old wooden bed finally stopped creaking, and the small clay house fell silent in the middle of the night, with only the occasional chirping of insects outside the window. As dawn approached, a few roosters crowed in the distance. Li Qianqian opened her tired eyes. Her whole body ached, as if she had been crushed. She muttered softly, even as a ghost, I still feel pain? That's just unfair. Before she could finish, the man beside her moved. Wang Lei had been awake for a while but didn't dare move, afraid of waking her. He couldn't quite hear what she said, but his ears turned red. He reached out, gently pulled her into his arms, and said in a husky morning voice, Go back to sleep. When it's light, I'll ask my mother to come and propose marriage. Propose marriage? Li Qianqian turned her head sharply and finally saw the man beside her clearly. In the soft morning light, Wang Lei's face looked strong and defined. His thick eyebrows and straight nose made him look far better than Lin Kuan, the man who only knew how to sweet-talk. She couldn't help but pinch his cheek, feeling the warmth of his skin. How did I never notice how handsome you are? She murmured. Thinking of how she had missed such a man in her past life, her eyes grew red. Seeing her eyes glisten, Wang Lei's expression darkened. His tone turned serious. What's wrong? Are you regretting this already? What nonsense are you talking about? Li Qianqian blurted out, then froze. Everything felt too real. The warmth, the pain, the man's body heat. Could this not be a dream? She sat up suddenly, pulling the blanket around her shoulders. Wang Lei looked at her, his throat tightening. What are you doing? He asked hoarsely. What day is it today? Li Qianqian asked urgently. May 23rd, 1976. A buzzing filled her mind. She had been reborn. It was today. At dawn, Huang Xiaomei and Lin Kuan would come with others to accuse her of wrongdoing and ruin her reputation. There was no time to think. She grabbed her clothes from the corner of the bed and dressed quickly, her hands trembling so much that she buttoned them wrong. Once dressed, she leaned down and gave Wang Lei a quick, firm kiss on the lips. Brother Wang Lei, you're my man now. You must come to propose soon. After speaking, she moved lightly like a swallow, jumped out of bed, and quickly disappeared through the door. Wang Lei sat there in a daze. The blanket still held her warmth and a faint fragrance. He looked down, frowned, and got up. Walking to the yard, he filled 2 buckets with well water and poured them over himself from head to toe. The May water was still cold, but it couldn't cool the heat in his body. He wiped his face and looked toward the misty mountains in the distance. His eyes grew firm. Just as he dressed, picked up his hatchet, and prepared to head into the mountains to calm down. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
The courtyard gate shook under heavy knocks. No one inside answered. Huang Xiaomei and Lin Kuan exchanged a quick look, then pushed the wooden door open with force. Huang Xiaomei shouted sharply, Qianqian. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. As she called out, her eyes darted around the room, waiting to see Li Qianqian in tears, looking helpless. Wang Lei gripped the hatchet tightly, his face expressionless as he faced the uninvited guests. Morning light fell on his wet hair, and drops of water slid down his firm jawline. Huang Xiaomei, rushing in, suddenly found herself face to face with Wang Lei's tall, dripping figure. She screamed, "Ah! Why are you here?" Wang Lei stood in the middle of the yard, his hair still wet, his work clothes clinging to his strong chest. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were as cold as winter ice. "This is my home. Why wouldn't I be here? But you, why did you break in?" Huang Xiaomei was at a loss for words. She stammered, We came to rescue someone. Hand over Li Qianqian."
Ha!
Wang Lei gave a short, cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over the villagers behind them. "If you're looking for the young woman, shouldn't you go to the commune quarters? Why come here? Did you all lose your way?" The villagers exchanged uneasy glances. They knew Wang Lei well. He was quiet, kept to himself, and never showed interest in women. Some even joked that he avoided them altogether. The idea that he was hiding a young woman seemed absurd. Lin Kuan felt a chill under Wang Lei's stare, but remembering that he had seen Li Qianqian enter this yard the night before, he gathered his courage and said, "You're hiding her. We all saw it. Let us in to find her." Wang Lei stepped aside and said calmly, "Go ahead."
Look.
Huang Xiaomei rushed in first, with Lin Kuan close behind. The two of them turned the whole house upside down, even digging through the firewood pile, but didn't find a single person. "Impossible." Huang Xiaomei stomped her foot in frustration. "Where did you hide her?" Wang Lei finally understood everything. His face darkened like soot, the veins on his hand bulging as he gripped the hatchet tightly, his knuckles turning white. "Stop acting crazy," he shouted. Suddenly, he raised the hatchet and hurled it toward Lin Kuan and Huang Xiaomei. The blade flashed coldly in the air before striking the earthen wall behind them with a sharp sound. The handle still trembled slightly.
Ah!
Huang Xiaomei screamed and fell to the ground, her skirt covered in dirt. Lin Kuan's legs gave out, and he collapsed too, his face pale with fear. He had never imagined Wang Lei would actually throw the weapon. The onlookers gasped and stepped back several paces. "I told you Wang Lei wouldn't do something like that," someone whispered in the crowd. "Yeah, we've wasted everyone's time for nothing." A few villagers shook their heads and walked away. Huang Xiaomei forced herself to stand, reaching out to help Lin Kuan up. Inwardly, she cursed him for being useless, but on her face, she put on a look of concern. "Brother Kuan, are you all right?" Lin Kuan shook his head, still trembling. Wang Lei didn't bother saying another word. He pointed at the door, his face dark. "Get out." The remaining people fled as if granted mercy, stumbling over each other in their rush to escape, afraid the hatchet might come flying again. Wang Lei stared at the shaky wooden door, his chest heaving. Thinking back to the strange behavior of those two, and how Li Qianqian had acted unusually forward the night before, he finally realized she hadn't been drunk at all. She had been drugged. The thought cut through him like a knife. He slammed his fist against the doorframe, sending dust falling from the roof. "I'm such a fool," he muttered bitterly, blaming himself for not noticing sooner. Huang Xiaomei led a few stubborn villagers around the Wang family's yard for a long time. They even searched through the haystacks, but still found no one. As the sun climbed higher, one villager grew impatient and shouted, "How did you even find out she was missing? Did you check the commune quarters?" The educated youths who had followed looked at each other in confusion and shook their heads. "Unbelievable. She's missing, and you didn't even check the dormitory? Go back and look right now." A middle-aged man scolded impatiently. One of the youths frowned and explained, "We only came out because Xiaomei said she saw her leave." Everyone turned to look at Huang Xiaomei, staring so hard it made her nervous. I didn't see clearly," she stammered. The group rolled their eyes and hurried back to the dormitory. They rushed to Li Qianqian's bed first. The blanket was neatly folded. Seeing that she wasn't there, Huang Xiaomei's lips curved into a faint smile. Even if they didn't catch her in the act, proving she hadn't come back all night would be enough. They searched everywhere, the toilet, the backyard garden, the woodshed, but found nothing. The noise grew louder and louder. With a creak, the wooden door of a small house beside the dormitory opened. Li Qianqian stepped out, neatly dressed, stretching and yawning. "What's all the noise about so early in the morning?" she asked sleepily. Huang Xiaomei looked as if she had seen a ghost, pointing at her with a trembling hand. "You. Why are you here?" Li Qianqian rubbed her eyes and replied calmly, "I rented this house. Why wouldn't I be here?" She remembered clearly. After 3 months in the countryside, she couldn't stand the crowded dormitory anymore, so she paid to rent this unused small house next to it. It had been built by a former educated youth when he got married, but after he moved to the city, it had been left empty. In her previous life, she had just rented it before something went wrong, and she never got the chance to live there. Refusing to believe it, Huang Xiaomei pushed past her and searched the house from top to bottom. The bedding was messy, the stove was cold, and there wasn't a trace of anyone else. "Where's your secret guest?" Huang Xiaomei shouted angrily, pointing at Li Qianqian. Li Qianqian's eyes turned cold. She raised her hand and gave her a sharp slap. Huang Xiaomei's face turned red almost instantly. "It's against the law to spread lies about a soldier's family member. Do you understand that?" Just then, the women's director and several village officials arrived, having heard the commotion. They saw the scene clearly. The women's director stepped forward through the crowd. "What's going on here?" Li Qianqian straightened her back and said firmly, "Comrade Huang accused me of something that isn't true. I didn't." Huang Xiaomei covered her face as tears streamed down. "But she has a dorm room and doesn't stay there. She disappears all night. I was just worried she might be tricked by someone."
Ha!
Li Qianqian let out a cold laugh. "You're the real liar here. It's only been 3 months since we came to the countryside, and you've already borrowed 30 yuan and 50 jin of food coupons from me. You haven't paid back a single cent." Lin Kuan, who had been silent, finally couldn't hold back. "Qianqian, those are 2 different things." "Shut up."
Li Qianqian frowned in disgust.
"You have debts too?" She turned and went inside, pulling a notebook from the bottom of a wooden box. Inside were 4 yellowed IOUs. She handed the IOUs to the village official, her voice clear and firm. "These are the records of the money and food they borrowed. Everything is written down with their handprints. Now I can barely afford to eat. Please, leader, make them pay me back. If they don't, I'll report it to the police." Huang Xiaomei's face turned pale. She reached out to grab the IOUs, but the women's director quickly stopped her. Under the sunlight, the bright red handprints on the paper seemed to sting everyone's eyes. Villagers crowded around. Most couldn't read, but they craned their necks to look at the papers, whispering among themselves. The village secretary examined the IOUs carefully, his frown deepening. "They really should pay. The dates on these are long past." Li Qianqian looked coldly at the ashen-faced Lin Kuan and Huang Xiaomei and gave her final warning. "Don't say I'm being unreasonable. I'll give you 1 day. If I don't see the money and food by this time tomorrow, I'll go to the police." She paused, then raised her voice. "And another thing. You 2 spread false rumors about a soldier's family early this morning. I'm so upset that I feel dizzy and weak. You'll have to finish my work for today and pay me 20 yuan for emotional distress. Otherwise, I'll go to the post office right now and call the city." "No, please don't." Lin Kuan broke into a sweat. His father was Mr. Li's driver, a comfortable and respectable job that sometimes brought home rare goods. If his family found out he had offended Li Qianqian, they'd come from the city to deal with him. "We'll pay." Huang Xiaomei tugged at his sleeve, her voice trembling. "Brother Kuan, how can we pay that much? This is no different from robbery." Li Qianqian gave a short laugh. "No, it's better than robbery. But if you don't pay, I'll call the police right now." "We'll pay. We'll pay." Lin Kuan gritted his teeth and forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. "But Qianqian, you know my family situation. Could I maybe—" "No." Li Qianqian cut him off. We're not that close. How are we not close? Lin Kuan stepped forward anxiously. We grew up together, and when we were in the capital, we even lived in the same courtyard. Huang Xiaomei suddenly looked up when she heard that, her eyes dark and sharp as she stared at Lin Kuan's back. Her fingers clenched the edge of her clothes so tightly that her knuckles turned white. The villagers around them were full of gossip, whispering to each other and pointing at Li Qianqian. Heh, don't try to act like we're family, Li Qianqian sneered. Your father was my grandfather's driver. When your house collapsed, your family insisted on staying in the storage room at the corner of our yard. Please make things clear.
You.
Lin Kuan's face turned red and pale by turns after being exposed in front of everyone. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Huang Xiaomei looked at Lin Kuan in shock. No, that couldn't be true. Li Qianqian must be jealous of him. She had already given him her heart. She couldn't lose this game. Li Qianqian didn't bother with them anymore. She turned around and began packing her things. As she folded her clothes into a camphorwood chest, she said to the village officials, "You all know how important a girl's reputation is. My request isn't unreasonable, is it?" Aunt Chunying, the women's director, was the first to speak. Not at all. Li Qianqian's eyes turned red as she held Aunt Chunying's hand. Thank you for standing up for me.
I feel so upset right now.
If my reputation were ruined, I wouldn't know how to go on. Don't worry. Aunt Chunying patted her hand and turned to the crowd. Comrade Li came to the brigade office yesterday to rent this room. The contract is already signed. This time, comrades Huang and Lin spread false rumors without checking the facts. We'll do as Li said. Each of them will pay 10 yuan for emotional distress and help her with a day's work. The village had glanced at the sky and waved his hand. That's enough. Everyone, back to work. The villagers quickly dispersed, leaving only Lin Kuan and Huang Xiaomei standing awkwardly in place. Huang Xiaomei stomped her foot hard, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Kuan stared at Li Qianqian's busy figure, his expression dark and heavy. Li Qianqian ignored the two pale-faced people. Her mind was full of confusion about being reborn, and she needed time to sort out her thoughts. She quickly moved her luggage and the small amount of food into the empty house and began to clean. The educated youth camp was quiet. Everyone had gone to work. She opened the door to let in some air and finally saw the whole room clearly. It was really small. A wooden bed took up almost half the space. Behind it, there was barely enough room for a wardrobe. Beside it stood a shaky table with one leg missing, propped up by a few bricks. Behind the house was a small yard, about 20 square meters. Next to the house stood a straw shed, but it was old and falling apart, with straw scattered over the clay stove below. She touched the stove. Luckily, it was only covered in dust and could still be used after cleaning. Back inside, she lay on the freshly made bed. The air smelled musty, and memories from her past life flooded her mind like waves, replaying one after another. Lin Kuan, the gentle, fair-skinned boy she had grown up with. She used to love following him around. As they grew older, her feelings quietly changed. When she first realized her affection for him, her mother had sternly warned her that she would find her a better match in the army. But that only made her more stubborn. Later, when Lin Kuan's family arranged for him to go to the countryside, she impulsively followed him despite her family's objections. She was an only child. She didn't even have to go. Thinking of this, she angrily hit her own head twice. How foolish she had been. Without her family's protection, she was soon tricked and betrayed by those two deceitful people. Remembering how she had ended up in a coma in her past life, and how they had lied to her parents and taken everything from the Li family, anger burned in her chest. This time, she would make them pay for everything. She sat up suddenly, wiped her tears, changed into clean clothes, and glanced toward the large dormitory behind the camp. She muttered to herself, "Didn't Wang Lei say he'd come to propose? Why hasn't he shown up yet?" At that moment, Wang Lei was working hard in the fields, swinging his hoe twice as fast as usual, full of energy. Wang Xuanzi, working nearby, frowned and nudged Zhou Jingming with his elbow. "Iron Bull, what's up with Brother Lei today? Did he eat something strange? Iron Bull Zhou Jingming looked at Wang Lei, who was working almost furiously, and shrugged. Who knows? He was fine when we were drinking last night. Maybe he drank too much? Impossible. Brother Lei can drink endlessly without getting drunk. I guess something's bothering him, Iron Bull said thoughtfully. Xuanzi grinned slyly. Could it be that his family is pushing him to go on another blind date? Just then, Li Qianqian, who had come out to look for someone, overheard this. Her face darkened, and she quickened her pace. Standing by the field ridge, she called out to the tall man working hard, Wang Lei, I need to talk to you. Come here for a moment. Wang Lei's heart tightened as he looked up. Under the sunlight, Li Qianqian seemed to glow. Remembering what had happened the night before, his ears turned red. Li Qianqian ignored his gaze, turned around, and walked toward the back hill. Wang Lei threw down his hoe and followed her silently, while the nearby villagers started whispering and pointing. Xuanzi and Iron Bull were both stunned. Xuanzi gaped. No way. Since when did Brother Lei get close to that educated young woman? Iron Bull frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Maybe she just needs his help. Help? Xuanzi protested.
Why doesn't she ask me then?
I'd help her with everything I've got. You? Iron Bull looked him up and down. You've got no strength and no connections. What could you possibly help with? Xuanzi scratched his head awkwardly, his face turning red. A villager nearby joined in the gossip. I heard something. Early this morning, people from the youth station went to Wang Lei's house, saying he was hiding Miss Li there. Iron Bull immediately objected. Nonsense. We all know what kind of person Wang Lei is. It was a misunderstanding. The villager explained quickly. Turns out Miss Li just rented an empty house near the youth station. The two who caused the trouble even got fined. Ignoring the chatter behind him, Wang Lei kept walking. When he reached the quiet back hill, Li Qianqian was already waiting. Wang Lei, what's that supposed to mean? Li Qianqian said directly. Are you pretending nothing happened? Wang Lei almost jumped in shock. He quickly looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then stepped closer and lowered his voice. Miss Li, please keep your voice down. If people hear about this, it won't be good for your reputation.
So what do you mean now?
You're not planning to propose anymore? No, that's not it. Wang Lei's mind was a complete mess. Last night, when he saw her like that, he thought she was just drunk. He had seen women act that way before when they were drunk, throwing themselves at men in the black market. Feeling guilty, he said comradely, I didn't know someone had hurt you last night. And I still treated you like that. I'm so sorry. If you don't want to forgive me, I'll take full responsibility. After speaking, he bowed deeply to Li Qianqian, almost touching the ground. Li Qianqian couldn't help but laugh at his silly behavior. She remembered how, in her past life, after they got married in a rush, he always listened to her. Even when she accidentally caused him to fall and injure his leg, he never let her do heavy work. Her eyes turned red as she gently tugged on his sleeve. Who said I don't want to? Wang Lei suddenly looked up, eyes wide. What? You mean? Last night you agreed to it?
Li Qianqian nudda.
Yes, you're not that slow after all. Wang Lei's eyes lit up like stars.
Then
you're willing to be my wife? Yes, I am, Li Qianqian said softly. Overjoyed, Wang Lei lifted her up and spun around, laughing like a child. I have a wife. I, Wang Lei, have a wife. His deep voice echoed at the foot of the mountain. Li Qianqian didn't stop him. She wrapped her arms around his neck and laughed brightly. When Wang Lei finally calmed down, he carefully set her down, still flustered. I'll go home right now and ask my mother to find a matchmaker. Li Qianqian glanced at her watch. It was almost 10. No rush. Help me with something first. She led Wang Lei toward the youth camp. The small house I rented doesn't have water. Naturally, she took his rough hand and pulled him inside. And the shed in the back collapsed. I don't know how to fix it. Wang Lei's eyes fell on their joined hands. The soft, fair hand in his made his face flush red again. Seeing he didn't respond, Li Qianqian turned and said teasingly, Did you hear me? Wang Lei snapped back to his senses and stammered. Why yes, I heard. Maybe. Maybe you could stay at my place? I'll ask my father to return this house. Li Qianqian couldn't help laughing and crying at the same time. She reached out and tapped his forehead. Silly. We're not married yet. How can we live together? Only then did Wang Lei realize what she meant and scratched his head awkwardly. Right, Li Qianqian was a city-educated youth, not like the village girls who would move in after just one night. The two of them walked one after the other to the youth dormitory. Wang Lei carefully looked around the place, then nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'll take care of all this work. Without another word, Wang Lei turned and went to the kitchen, grabbed 2 large wooden buckets, and ran toward the well. He was tall and strong. In less than 10 minutes, he came back carrying 2 full buckets of water. The pole on his shoulders bent slightly, but the water didn't spill at all. Comrade Li, where's the water jar? He asked, standing in the yard, not even out of breath. Li Qianqian was struggling to carry the bedboard outside to dry. Her forehead was covered in sweat. She straightened up, wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, and smiled. From now on, just call me Qianqian. Her tone was gentle but firm. A blush spread across Wang Lei's tanned face. He moved his lips awkwardly.
Qian.
Qianqian, where's the water jar? Li Qianqian looked around the empty room and shook her head helplessly. I don't have one yet. Just leave the water here for now. I'll scoop it into a basin when I need it. Wang Lei frowned at the small enamel basin on the bed. Wait here. He said that and strode off quickly. About 15 minutes later, he came back carrying a large clay water jar half as tall as a person. He set it down firmly in the corner of the yard with a solid thud. Then, without saying a word, he started pouring water into it. After running back and forth 7 or 8 times, he filled the jar completely in less than half an hour. From now on, I'll bring you water every day, Wang Lei said seriously, wiping the sweat from his forehead. You shouldn't do this kind of heavy work, understand? Li Qianqian felt a warm feeling in her heart. Tilting her head, she smiled at him. You're so kind to me. How should I thank you? Then she stood on tiptoe and gently kissed his cheek. Wang Lei felt as if fireworks exploded in his mind. His face turned red from his ears to his neck, and he even forgot to breathe. He stumbled toward the yard and stammered, I'll go clean up. You rest under the tree. After saying that, she became full of energy and started sweeping the yard so hard that dust filled the air. When fixing the table leg, his strong hands held the edge firmly, and with a few solid hits of a stone, the nails were hammered in tightly. When cleaning the cobwebs on the roof, he simply stood on tiptoe and reached the beam without needing a stool. Li Qianqian wanted to help, but as soon as she moved, her back and legs felt sore. Remembering how tired she was from the night before, she decided to sit quietly under the tree and watch him work. An hour later, the table stood steady, the cobwebs were gone, and even the dust in the corners had been cleaned away. Wang Lei's short hair was damp with sweat, and the back of his work shirt was soaked. Li Qianqian stood up, walked over, and took out a faded handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Brother Wang Lei, that's enough. I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a while.
All right.
Wang Lei quickly brought back the sun-warmed bedboard, spread it out, and touched the bedding. Feeling the dampness in the room, he went into the kitchen and lit the stove. When the water in the pot began to boil, he called through the door, You go ahead and rest. I'll go cook and bring you some food later. You can bring it after work, Li Qianqian said sleepily. I just want to have a good nap. Okay. Wang Lei quietly closed the door and walked away. Just as Li Qianqian slid the latch into place, there was a knock on the door. The young worker in charge of cooking had returned. Seeing that Li Qianqian's bag of grain was gone, they asked through the door, Qianqian, did you take your grain bag? Are you going to cook for yourself now? Yes, I'll cook for myself from now on, Li Qianqian replied, leaning against the door.
All right.
The footsteps faded away. The yard grew quiet, with only the occasional crackle of firewood from the stove. Li Qianqian lay down on the bedding that smelled of sunshine. Breathing in the faint scent of smoke in the air, she finally drifted into a deep sleep. As soon as Wang Lei stepped into his old family yard, He heard his mother, Lin Yufin, shouting angrily, "Who on earth dared to steal the water jar from my house?" She grabbed a fire stick from the corner and was about to rush out, not noticing her son standing at the door. Wang Lei quickly stepped forward to stop her.
Mom, don't shout.
"I can explain."
What?
Lin Yufin glared at him, the fire stick almost poking his nose. "Don't tell me you were the one who took it." Wang Lei half pulled and half dragged the person into the main hall, lowering his voice. "Mom, I'll borrow the water jar for now. Tomorrow I'll get you a bigger one." Mother Wang stood with her hands on her hips, tapping the fire stick on the ground. "You'd better give me a good explanation." Wang Lei took a deep breath, his voice full of excitement he could hardly hide. "You're going to have a daughter-in-law." "A daughter-in-law? And the water jar?" Lin Yufin raised the stick and swung it at his back in anger. "Don't tell me you brought someone home without permission."
Ow, Mom.
"It's Comrade Li. We're officially seeing each other." Wang Lei shouted as he dodged. Mother Wang hit even harder. "Nonsense. Isn't Comrade Li close with that other young man, the one named Lin? How did she become your girlfriend?" Wang Lei ran around the room to escape, finally shouting when he found a chance, "It's true. Qian said it herself. She asked me to come and propose." The fire stick froze midair. Lin Yufin narrowed her eyes and looked at her son. Really? In truth, she was secretly overjoyed. The gossiping women in the village often said her third son was strange because he spent all his time with Iron Ox. She had argued with plenty of people over that. But then she thought again. How could that delicate city girl, Comrade Li, fall for her rough and simple son?
Unless.
Her frown deepened, and her face darkened. Seeing this, Wang Lei grew nervous, realizing his mother was imagining something again. He quickly shouted toward the inner room, "Grandma, Grandpa,
Come out."
there's great news." The Wang family's old house was a typical northern courtyard. The main building had 4 rooms and a sitting area. Father and Mother Wang lived in the east wing, while the 3 brothers each had a room in the west wing. The yard was spacious. On the left were the grandparents' rooms, and on the right was the kitchen, which had a small door leading to the backyard. Behind it were a chicken coop and a vegetable patch. After Wang Lei moved to the old hunter's house, his room was given to his 2 nieces. His sister-in-law often made sarcastic remarks about it, but he never took them to heart. Grandmother Li Yuan was an elderly woman with bound feet. Even though she was over 60, one could still see traces of her youthful beauty. It was said that her family had once been wealthy in town. One day, she was attacked by bandits while traveling, and old Master Wang saved her. She fell in love with the poor young man at first sight and insisted on marrying him. Over the years, the old man had truly cherished her. He never let her do any hard work. The heaviest task she ever did was helping him wring out a towel. "Dear grandson." Li Yuan hurried out, holding onto the doorframe, her small bun trembling slightly. Behind her, old Master Wang frowned and muttered, "Slow down. Be careful not to fall. Didn't you hear our grandson say he is good news?" The old lady glared back at him, and he immediately fell silent. Ignoring his grandfather's warning look, Wang Lei rushed to his grandmother's side and complained, "Grandma, Mother wants to beat me up." Li Yuan quickly pulled her grandson behind her and glared at her daughter-in-law. "Be gentle. If you hurt my dear grandson, I won't let it go." Lin Yufin stomped her foot angrily. "Mother, look at him. He's so strong that even a stick would break before he feels it. How can a mother talk like that?" The old lady scolded, pulling Wang Lei to sit beside her on the bench. She gently patted his hand. "Tell Grandma what happened." Wang Lei straightened his back, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "Grandma, you're going to have a granddaughter-in-law soon. It's Comrade Li Qian from the educated youth camp." Grandma Li Yuan's wrinkled face bloomed into a smile. She slapped her thigh and said excitedly, "Oh my, is it that pretty young woman with fair skin like a rice dumpling?" Wang Lei widened his eyes in surprise. "Grandma, how do you know that when you never leave the house?" "Humph." Grandma pretended to be annoyed and lightly tapped his forehead. "My old friends told me. They said a girl as beautiful as a fairy came to the camp. Then she lowered her voice mischievously. But doesn't she already have someone? That young man who's always following her around? Not at all. Wang Lei waved his hands quickly, eager to explain. That Lin fellow isn't right for her. He's weak and can't do any hard work. This morning, Qian came to the fields to find me and said herself that she likes a hard-working man like me. As he spoke, Wang Lei puffed up proudly, like a rooster showing off. Good, 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 Grandma said 3 times in excitement. Looking at her youngest grandson, she gripped his arm tightly with her wrinkled hand. If this really works out, I'll give you my pearwood dressing table as a wedding gift. But don't tell anyone yet. Standing nearby, Lin Yufan couldn't help but interrupt. Mother, you said that so loudly the whole family heard it. In the kitchen, sister-in-law Yao Mei quietly washed vegetables and tended the fire, ignoring the lively scene. But the second sister-in-law, Wu Yan, was different. Jealousy made her furious. Her fingers gripping the doorframe turned pale. She glanced at the silent man sitting inside, stomped her foot, and her eyes darted around, clearly thinking about something. So what if they heard? Grandma lifted her chin proudly and turned to her silent husband. It's my stuff. I can give it to whoever I want, right, old man? Old Mr. Wang, who had been keeping a stern face, immediately stood up to support her. Of course. Anyone who dares to gossip can get out of this house. If they've got the ability, they can build their own home. I won't raise ungrateful people. Just then, Wang Deong, the eldest son, walked into the yard and frowned when he heard this. Dad, Mom, what's going on? As he spoke, his eyes swept toward the kitchen door and caught his second daughter-in-law, Wu Yan, peeking out. He glared at her at once. She had always been petty and often upset the old couple. His face darkened. Feeling her father-in-law's gaze, Wu Yan quickly shrank her neck and hurried back to the stove, pretending to be busy. The old lady frowned at her son's stern look. You came just in time. Stop looking so serious all day. Hurry and prepare money for your good grandson's wedding. Our family is going to welcome a young, educated woman as a bride. Wang Deong froze, his eyes moving between his 3 sons before landing on the unmarried one, Wang Lei. He asked in surprise, You're getting married? Wang Lei straightened his neck stubbornly. Dad, what's wrong with me getting married? It's just, you didn't like any of the girls before. Wang Deong scratched his head. So, which girl is it this time? Li Qian from the educated youth camp. Wang Lei rolled his eyes and smiled. Wang Deong raised his eyebrows and looked his son up and down. And the girl agreed? Wang Lei nodded firmly, his ears turning slightly red. Of course. She told me to find a matchmaker as soon as possible. Grandma, unable to wait any longer, urged Yufan. Did you hear that? After dinner, go find matchmaker Zhang. She's the best in the area. Make sure to settle the marriage quickly. I like that girl. She looks proper and pleasant. Don't you dare scare my future granddaughter-in-law away. All right, Lin Yufan replied, secretly giving her son a worried look before heading into the kitchen. In the kitchen, the second sister-in-law, Wu Yan, nudged the eldest sister-in-law, Yao Mei, with her elbow and whispered, Sister-in-law, do you think what the younger brother said is true? Or is he just dreaming? Yao Mei shook her head while cutting vegetables. I don't think the third one is lying, it's just that. The 3 women exchanged glances, each seeing the same worry in the other's eyes. Li, the educated youth, looked good and came from a good family. If she weren't a bit different in the head, how could she possibly like their rough, hard-working man? Hurry up and cook. Lin Yufan waved her hand impatiently. I still have to ask the matchmaker later. Wu Yan leaned closer to her mother-in-law and whispered, Mother, are you really going? What else can I do? Lin Yufan said crossly, pouring oil into the pan. Your grandmother already said so. How could I refuse? Unlike the heavy mood in the kitchen, in the main room Wang Lei was talking excitedly to his grandmother. Qian is amazing. She knows a lot of words and can use an abacus. This morning she called to me from the field ridge, and the sunlight on her made her look like a fairy. The grandmother listened to her grandson's endless praise, smiling so widely her eyes nearly disappeared. Her cloudy eyes shone with joy as she gently patted his hand, as if she could already see the fair and pretty granddaughter-in-law standing before her. Lee, the educated youth, has been raised gently. You must speak softly and not scare her. After you marry, help her with the housework too. Your grandfather never let me do heavy chores, the old lady said kindly, patting his hand again.
Got it, Grandma.
The smell of food drifted through the yard, but old Wang and his son squatted outside the door, neither in a hurry to go in. Old Wang took out his well-worn tobacco pipe and slowly packed it with tobacco. His son struck a match and leaned over to light it for him. They both took a deep puff, the gray smoke curling up into the evening air. What do you think about this? The old man asked, squinting as the fire in the pipe flickered. The father lowered his voice. There was trouble at the educated youth spot this morning. Huang and Lin led a group to catch someone in the act. They said it was Li, the educated youth. They really found her? The old man raised an eyebrow. They didn't find anyone, the father said, flicking off some ash. But it doesn't seem like just a rumor. Old Wang suddenly grinned, showing his yellowed teeth. That rascal is even bolder than his father was back in the day.
Dad.
The father's ears turned red, and he almost choked on the smoke, feeling embarrassed as old memories came back to him. This matter is settled, the old man said firmly, tapping his pipe against the door frame. I noticed the youngest one's room is drafty. Tomorrow, find a few bricklayers to fix it up and strengthen the courtyard wall too. Father Wang nodded, finishing the last puff of his pipe.
All right.
The two men stood up one after the other, brushing the dust from their pants. From the kitchen came the sound of pots and pans clanging, mixed with the faint laughter of the old lady in her room, drifting far into the deepening night. Dinner's ready. Lin Yufin's voice rang through the whole yard. The two men at the door put away their pipes and headed inside. Wang Lei dashed into the kitchen, quickly filled a bowl with sorghum rice, added 2 big chopsticks of stir-fried cabbage on top, and turned to leave. You rascal! Where are you going? Lin Yufin shouted, waving her spatula. I'm taking food to Qianqian. Wang Lei called back, already running up the hill. The sun was still high. He planned to catch a wild rabbit on the back hill. The food today wasn't great, and Qianqian had worked hard last night. She needed something good to eat. Once on the back hill, which felt like his own territory, he soon caught a plump rabbit. He skillfully cleaned and roasted it, wrapped 2 hind legs in banana leaves for Qianqian, and quickly ate the rest himself. By the time he came down, the fields were already busy with workers. Wang Lei ran excitedly to the youth dormitory. Seeing that Li Qianqian's door was still closed, he hesitated, then gently knocked. Qianqian? There was a rustling sound inside, and the door creaked open a little. Li Qianqian leaned against the doorframe, her face pale and lips colorless. Wang Lei's heart tightened. You don't look well. What's wrong? Li Qianqian rubbed her back weakly and gave him a tired but playful glare. It's your fault. We stayed up too late last night, and now I'm sore all over. Wang Lei's face turned red to his neck. Remembering last night, he swallowed hard, forced down his nervousness, and quickly changed the subject. Let's eat first. He carefully helped her to a shady spot under the tree, brought a stool, and hurriedly set out the food. When Li Qianqian finally started eating slowly, he sighed in relief. You eat first. I'll go get some straw to fix the shed. All right, be careful. Li Qianqian smiled softly and tore off a small piece of rabbit meat, chewing it carefully. The way she ate looked especially graceful. Her little finger lifted slightly, and she occasionally looked up and smiled at him. Wang Lei felt a rush of energy, as if he could do anything. In less than an hour, the grass hut looked completely new. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Wang Lei scratched his head and said, Qianqian, tomorrow I'll take you to town to buy some things. You're missing too many household items here. All right, I was thinking the same, Li Qianqian said, standing on tiptoe to give him a quick kiss on the cheek. Wang Lei grinned foolishly, touching his face as he walked home, feeling as if he were floating. As soon as he entered the yard, he couldn't sit still, glancing at the gate again and again. His grandmother, Li Yuan, laughed and said, "Old man, look at our grandson. He's just like you were back in the day." "I wasn't that impatient," the old man said, though the smile lines at his eyes gave him away. "Of course you were. Among all the grandsons, the youngest one is the most like you," the old lady said proudly, shaking her small bound feet. "No wonder you spoil him the most. It's because he reminds you of me. Stop showing off," she said, pretending to hit him. About half an hour later, Lin Yufin finally returned with the matchmaker. The old lady insisted on going along to see the excitement, so Wang Lei pushed out his bicycle. "Grandma, I'll take you there in a bit." "Good. Wait a moment. Grandma has something nice for you," she said happily, wobbling back into the house and returning with a red cloth bundle. Meanwhile, the matchmaker pulled Wang Lei aside and said, "Your mother said she'll offer 200 yuan as a bride price, plus the usual gifts. When I start talking, just nod your head." Wang Lei slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about that. "Auntie, I plan to give 680 yuan, plus some extra gifts." The matchmaker gasped. "That much? Does your mother know?" "I'll pay for it myself," Wang Lei said, pulling out a thick stack of bills from his pocket. Just then, Lin Yufin came out holding her own money and froze when she saw it. "Mom, I'll add another 480 yuan to make it 680. Qianqian is a city girl. I can't treat her poorly." Lin Yufin held the 200 yuan she had prepared, her heart aching a little. But when she saw the light in her son's eyes, she couldn't bring herself to object. Forcing a smile, she said to the matchmaker, "Let's do as he says." And so, the lively group set off to propose the marriage. Lin Yufin and the matchmaker walked in front, while Wang Lei pushed the bicycle, his grandmother sitting steadily on the back seat. The aunts they met on the road curiously asked, "Yufin, where are you all going?" "My youngest is going to the educated youth camp to propose." When they heard that, the aunts exchanged glances and eagerly followed to watch the excitement. The group grew from 4 people to 6, then 8, and finally stretched into a long line. Everyone wanted to see which young woman had finally caught the heart of this man who had never shown interest before. Li Qianqian was sitting by the window, absent-mindedly flipping through a book, when she suddenly heard lively voices outside. Her heart lifted with excitement. Looking up, she saw Wang Lei leading the way, pushing a bicycle. On the back seat sat an elderly woman with bound feet, and a red cloth bag hung from the handlebars. Behind them came Wang Lei's mother, Lin Yufin, a matchmaker with bright red cheeks, and a crowd of 20 or 30 curious villagers. Realizing what is happening, Li Qianqian put down her book, stood up, straightened her floral dress, and gently closed the door behind her. Wang Lei was so nervous that he moved awkwardly, and the bicycle wheel hit the doorstep with a loud clang. The old lady clutched her grandson's clothes in fright and muttered, "Slow down, dear. Grandma's old bones can't take the bumps." The villagers behind them burst into laughter. The old lady got off the bicycle, supported by Lin Yufin, and slowly walked forward. A woman with a headscarf craned her neck to peek inside the camp and shouted, "Yufin, who are you arranging a match for?" Before Lin Yufin could answer, the matchmaker stepped forward, waving her red handkerchief dramatically. "Oh my! Is the most handsome, educated youth of our team here?" At that moment, Li Qianqian opened the door and stepped out. The afternoon sunlight fell on her, her white dress with small blue flowers showing her slim figure, and her black shoes clicked softly on the dusty ground. She stood gracefully and said in a clear voice, "Annie, I'm here." The courtyard fell silent. One woman rubbed her eyes and tugged at her neighbor's sleeve. Is that educated youth Li?" Wang Lei stared blankly, letting go of the bicycle, which fell to the ground with a crash. The old lady gasped but quickly tapped her grandson's leg with her cane. "Don't just stand there, silly boy. Help Grandma go meet your future wife." Supported by others, the old lady slowly stepped forward, her wrinkled hand gently holding Li Qianqian's. Her eyes curved into smiling slits. "Good child, I'm Wang Lei's grandmother." She leaned in for a closer look and saw that the young woman's skin was as fair as freshly made tofu. Her fingers were slender, with faint calluses from holding a pen. Pleased, the old lady patted the girl's hand. "Such grace and poise. You're even prettier than the girls in the magazines. The matchmaker quickly squeezed forward and said loudly, like a phoenix resting on a parasol tree, "The Wang family has come today with sincerity to propose marriage. The bride price is 680 yuan, and every part of the offer is complete." She raised her voice on purpose, drawing out the last words. The crowd immediately burst into chatter. "How much?" The old accountant's wife adjusted her glasses. Even the factory director's daughter in the city didn't get that much. Following behind, Wu Yan muttered sourly, 680 yuan could build 3 brick houses. Her heart filled with jealousy and bitterness. She couldn't believe it. Her own wedding had only brought 200 yuan in bride price. Why did Li Qianqian get so much more? The thought stung, and she turned and hurried home. The old lady suddenly took out a red cloth bundle from her pocket. Layer by layer, she unwrapped it to reveal a clear jade bracelet. She took Li Qianqian's hand and slipped it on, speaking softly but clearly, "This was my mother's wedding gift to me. Today, I pass it on to my granddaughter-in-law." The jade felt warm against her skin, its color rich and pure. The older onlookers gasped. Years ago, someone had offered 10 sacks of flour for that bracelet, but the old lady had refused to part with it. Li Qianqian gently touched the bracelet and smiled. Her eyes swept over Wang Lei, who stood nervously clenching his fists. Then she looked back at the old lady and said with a sweet smile, "Grandma, this bracelet is beautiful." That one word, "Grandma," made the old lady beam with joy. She quickly stuffed a red envelope into Li Qianqian's hand. Seeing this, Wang Lei hurriedly lifted the cloth bag at his feet and poured out new thermos bottles and red silk cloth, piling them high in front of the house. Wang's mother happily handed the bride price to Li Qianqian, who accepted it with a bright smile. The group chatted cheerfully, their faces glowing with excitement. As the sunset spread across the thatched roofs, the proposal party left in high spirits. A few children ran after the bicycles, shouting, "Uncle Wang is marrying a fairy." Leaning against the doorframe, Li Qianqian watched the rough-handed man pushing his bicycle, turning back to look at her again and again. The jade on her wrist glowed softly in the evening light. News of Wang Lei's proposal spread through the village like wildfire. The women surrounded the young workers in the fields, leaving them no room to escape. One asked, "Did Comrade Li really accept 680 yuan in bride price?" Another shouted, "What does 16 legs mean?" The young workers blushed, unable to answer under the barrage of questions. Lin Kuan pricked up his ears to listen, his frown growing deeper and his movements slower. Suddenly, he threw his hoe to the ground. "Impossible! Stop talking nonsense. Qianqian would never agree to that." The plump ant pulling weeds nearby sneered. "I saw it with my own eyes." The educated youth Li was wearing the Wang family's heirloom jade bracelet, and old Mrs. Wang was grinning from ear to ear.
600 yuan.
Another woman slapped her thigh. Even city girls don't get that much. Wang Lei must have spent everything he had. Lin Kuan felt as if struck by lightning. His chest tightened, and without thinking, he ran toward the educated youth's quarters. Huang Xiaomei stomped her foot in worry, lifted her pants legs, and ran after him. A crowd quickly followed, chattering excitedly. "Look at Lin Kuan. He's probably going to stop the wedding." "Stop what?" Li Qianqian looked so happy when she accepted the betrothal gifts. "I'd say Wang Lei's better than Lin Kuan anyway. At least he's hardworking." "What's Huang Xiaomei following for? Don't tell me she's..." When Lin Kuan burst through the courtyard gate, Li Qianqian was hanging laundry. Seeing his angry face, she calmly flicked the wet clothes, making them snap in the air. "Qianqian." "They said you and Wang Lei." Lin Kuan reached out to grab her arm, but Li Qianqian quickly pushed him away. He stumbled into the clothesline, and a wet sheet slapped across his face. "I am engaged to Wang Lei," Li Qianqian said, setting down the enamel basin with a thud. "Do you have a problem with that?" "You can't marry him." Lin Kuan tore the sheet from his face, veins bulging on his forehead. "Go explain everything to the villagers right now." Just then, Huang Xiaomei rushed in, panting. She pretended to trip at the doorway and fell softly into Lin Kuan's arms. Blushing, she said tearfully, "Brother Kuan, don't be upset. Qianqian must just be angry with us." Li Qianqian suddenly bent over and gagged. "You two are making me sick." She grabbed a bamboo broom from the corner and swung it at them. "If I don't see the money and grain tomorrow, we'll settle this at the police station. Now get out of here." The broom whooshed through the air as Lin Kuan shielded Huang Xiaomei and backed away. The onlookers burst into laughter. A young boy waved a branch, imitating Li Qianqian. "Get out of here." With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Li Qianqian slid the door bolt shut and frowned toward the outside. "What bad luck," she muttered. On the other side, Wang Lei sat on the edge of the heated brick bed, placing a rusty iron box on his knees. When he lifted the lid, stacks of old banknotes were neatly arranged inside. He wet his rough fingers with a bit of saliva and counted them one by one. 7,836 yuan and 50 cents. His brows tightened, and worry filled his dark face. Qianqian's delicate hands can't handle hard farm work. This money still isn't enough. He put the money back in order and tapped the box absent-mindedly. Outside, the moonlight was bright, and the outline of the back mountain looked deep and quiet in the night. Wang Lei suddenly stood up, pulled out a thick old work jacket from the bottom of the cabinet, and tucked a hatchet into his belt. "I'll have to try my luck in the old forest," he said, tying his shoelaces before disappearing into the dark night. At the same time, in the west room of the old Wang family house, Wu Yan sat on the edge of the bed with her back to her husband, her shoulders trembling. Wang De, fighting off sleep, still reached out to hold her. "My dear wife, what's wrong this time?" Wu Yan turned around sharply, her eyes red and swollen. "What do you think? Your brother's marrying that educated girl with a 600 yuan bride price. I only got 200 when we married. And that jade bracelet, mother just gave it to her without a thought." Wang De scratched his head. "Didn't the youngest save that money himself? You're so naive." Wu Yan poked his forehead. "You really believe that? Who knows how much your parents secretly helped him?" "That can't be," Wang De said awkwardly. "The youngest really is capable. He fixes tractors and earns extra money." Wu Yan disagreed. "We haven't even divided the family yet. Why doesn't he hand over what he earns?" "Hand it over?" Wang De asked, confused. "We save our own money too. It's the same thing, as long as we turn in enough grain." "How is it the same? We have our own household now. If we don't save, how will our son go to school?" Wu Yan's voice rose. Yuan starts school next year. Books, pens, paper, everything costs money. And you still talk like it's nothing." Wang De was left dizzy by his wife's endless questions, so he pulled her into his arms and said, "Wait until I finish digging the canal, then I'll get you some nice fabric." Before dawn the next day, Wu Yan quietly got out of bed. She hadn't slept well all night, feeling more and more uneasy. She thought she couldn't just sit back and do nothing, or everything in the house would end up belonging to the youngest. After getting dressed, she went to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Yao Meili was starting the fire. Seeing Wu Yan come in, she paused. "Second sister-in-law, you're up early today." Wu Yan rolled her eyes, glanced around carefully, and said in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, have you heard? Mother's giving that educated youth a dowry of 600 yuan and 16 legs of meat." Yao Meili looked at her. Didn't the youngest pay for that herself? Wu Yan pursed her lips, clearly unconvinced. "That's what they say, but did you actually see it?" Yao Meili frowned. "I know what kind of person mother is. If she says so, then it's true." Wu Yan was so angry her chest hurt. "You're too stubborn. What about the bracelet mother gave to that educated youth? Did the youngest buy that herself too?" She pouted, leaned toward the door to check outside, and whispered, "Sister-in-law, don't you think mother's being unfair? She never even let me touch that bracelet when I got married." Yao Meili frowned, added more firewood to the stove, and said, "If you don't like it, go tell her yourself. Grandpa already said if you're unhappy, build your own house." Wu Yan was speechless. Building a house cost a lot of money. She wasn't that foolish. She just wanted someone else to speak up first. Still unwilling to give up, she asked, "Aren't you curious where the youngest got all that money?" "Curious about what?" Yao Meili brushed the ashes off her hands.
I just mind my own family.
Wu Yan was left fuming, unable to reply. She stomped out of the kitchen, thinking she might as well go back to sleep. But just as she stepped outside, she saw Lin Yufan passing through the yard. Quickly forcing a smile, she said, "Mother, I'm just going to the restroom." Lin Yufan watched her second daughter-in-law's flustered back and shook her head. The fire in the stove crackled, lighting up the fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. When Wang Lei returned to the yard, the sky was just beginning to lighten. He stuffed 5 bundles of large-denomination bills into an iron box, then lay down to sleep. Before 8 o'clock, he was up again, washed thoroughly with soap, and went to the old house to push out a sturdy bicycle. Wang Mu knew they were going to town, so she got up early to make egg pancakes for them.
Take one for Qian, she said.
The cheerful old lady called out, "Youngest one, come here." Wang Lei went over and held her hand. "Grandma, are you craving something and want me to buy it for you? You're such a good guesser." Li Yuan whispered, taking 100 yuan from her pocket and handing it to him. "Don't let Qian go without. This is Grandma's secret money. Use it well." "Grandma." Wang Lei gently brushed her white hair and said softly, "How could I take your money?" "Don't worry, your grandson can handle it." "Haha, I know you can, but Grandma still wants to give it to you." At that moment, Grandpa spoke up too. "If Grandma gives it to you, just take it. If it's not enough, I have more." When they arrived at the youth station, Wang Lei knocked on Li Qian's door. Knock, knock, knock. "Qian, are you awake?" Still wrapped in her blanket, Li Qian heard the knocking and sleepily remembered they were going to town today. Her body felt heavy, and she didn't want to get up. Struggling to the door, she unlatched it and mumbled with half-closed eyes, "Brother Wang Lei, come in and sit for a bit." As Wang Lei opened the door, he saw her sitting sleepily on the bed, her hair messy and her clothes slightly disheveled. He froze at the doorway, unsure what to do. Li Qian, still half asleep, reached out and pulled him inside. "Come in and keep me company for a while." Wang Lei stumbled and sat down on the edge of the bed. Before he could react, she murmured softly, "Close the door." He turned and locked it with a click. Li Qian curled back under the blanket, while Wang Lei stood awkwardly, not knowing whether to sit or stand. Seeing his nervous look, she couldn't help but laugh and reached out to tug his sleeve. "Just sit here and rest for a bit." Wang Lei brushed the dust off his clothes and carefully sat down beside her. A moment later, she leaned against him, her voice drowsy. "Your clothes are rough. Take off your jacket, it's more comfortable." He quickly took off his work jacket, revealing his strong build. Li Qian smiled faintly, feeling reassured, and soon drifted back to sleep. She had been troubled by nightmares all night and had barely slept until dawn, so she was completely exhausted. Now, poor Wang Lei didn't know what to do. The young girl's warm breath brushed against his neck, her hair grazing his collarbone. His whole body tensed, muscles tight, a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead. After a long while, his nerves slowly relaxed, and he drifted into sleep. When Li Qian woke up, she found herself nestled in Wang Lei's arms. She quietly looked up, tracing the man's strong features with her eyes, and whispered, "No wonder I slept so well." Just as her fingers touched his stubble, his large hand gently held hers. "You're awake?" Wang Lei opened his eyes, his voice still rough from sleep. She lay on his chest like a lazy kitten. "When are we going to the city?" Looking at her soft, sleepy expression, Wang Lei couldn't help himself. He cupped the back of her head and kissed her gently. At first, it was a light touch, then it deepened into a tender, lingering kiss. His rough hand brushed her back through the thin fabric of her pajamas, making her shiver slightly. Li Qian let out a soft sound, responding to him with quiet affection. The morning air carried a sense of warmth and closeness between them. When both of them were out of breath, Wang Lei finally pulled away, resting his forehead against hers as he tried to calm down. Li Qianqian's lips felt warm and slightly swollen, her cheeks glowing pink. Seeing her like that, Wang Lei quickly stood up, flustered. Qianqian, I'll go wash my face. You should get up and change too, he said, hurrying out to the yard like someone escaping in a rush. Li Qianqian covered her mouth and laughed softly. Half an hour later, Wang Lei was waiting under the shade of a tree with his bicycle. Li Qianqian ran out, sat sideways on the back seat, and wrapped her arms around his waist. Let's go to the post office first, then pick up the package. As she spoke, her warm breath brushed his back. We also need to buy a basin, a kettle, and some cooking supplies. Wang Lei felt her fingers lightly tugging at his shirt, his body stiff with nervousness. The bicycle wheels creaked over the dirt road. He deliberately rode over small bumps, and each time, she would gently bump into his back, carrying the faint scent of her perfume. Ride properly, Li Qianqian said with a laugh, playfully tapping his back. Her soft touch only made him more tense. The first stop after arriving in the city was a nice meal at the state-run restaurant. Then she went straight to the post office to call her grandfather. She dialed the familiar number again, her eyes turning red. In this life, she was determined to protect the family who loved her. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. Hello. The strong, clear voice was her grandfather's. At this time, he was still healthy. Li Qianqian was too choked up to speak. Li Chengbai frowned slightly and hesitated before asking, Qianqian, is that you? Li Qianqian wiped her tears, took a deep breath, and said, Grandpa, it's me.
How are you all?
How are Mom and Dad? Good, good. We're all fine. How are you in the countryside? Is Lin Kuan taking care of you? Grandpa, I'm doing well. But please take care of yourself. Also, Lin Kuan has been spreading rumors about us living under the same roof. Please don't let his family take advantage of us. There was a loud sound of a teacup hitting the table. How dare he speak badly about my good granddaughter? Just wait, I'll make sure his family leaves. Afraid her grandfather would get too angry, Li Qianqian quickly added, I've already explained everything. I just wanted to remind you to be careful. His family often uses your name to do things. Don't let them fool you.
All right.
My good granddaughter has really grown up. Li Chengbai thought that although life in the countryside was hard for her, it might not be a bad thing for now. Your grandpa and parents will send you money every month. Don't work too hard, okay?
Call home if you need anything.
Okay. They talked for a while before hanging up. When she put down the phone, her fingertips were still pale. Just then, Grandma Li came home. She had won 30 cents playing mahjong and was in a great mood. Smiling, she asked who was on the phone. It was Qianqian. She called from the countryside, Grandpa Li said with a frown. Qianqian. Grandma Li grabbed his hand excitedly. What did our girl say? Afraid she might worry too much, Grandpa Li chose his words carefully. She just talked about her life in the countryside and asked about the family. Grandma Li sighed with regret. If she had known, she wouldn't have gone out. Li's father and mother also felt regret. When they got home that evening and learned that Qianqian had called, they kept asking the old Mr. Li about it. He hadn't been this busy in a long time. Meanwhile, after finishing her call, Li Qianqian picked up her packages, 2 large bags stacked as tall as she was. Frowning, she said, Brother Wang Lei, come help me carry these. When Wang Lei saw the pile of things, he realized the money he had saved in his tin box wasn't enough. He needed to earn more before getting married. Then he noticed the young woman's red, swollen eyes and felt a pang of sympathy. He quietly handed her a handkerchief that had been washed so many times it had turned pale. After she wiped her tears and blew her nose, he tucked the used handkerchief into his pocket without a word. He easily lifted both packages, tied them securely to the back of his bicycle, and paid someone to watch the bike and the goods. Then, he took Li Qianqian to the department store. The department store was much larger than the supply shop and had a wider variety of goods. Still feeling emotional from earlier, Wang Lei bought anything Li Qianqian looked at twice. When she lingered by the stationery counter, eyeing a hero fountain pen, he immediately pulled out ration coupons and money. When she hesitated over a piece of fine fabric, He told the clerk to cut 3 yards without a second thought. Soon, both mesh bags were full. A saleswoman in a crisp shirt glanced at them and said sourly, "Comrade, you're really generous to your sweetheart." Another clerk added, "Yes, why can't I meet such a good man? Handsome and capable, too." Li Qianqian blushed at their teasing. "Brother Wanglei, I was just looking. You don't have to buy everything. Qianqian, if you like it, then buy it. Don't worry, whatever kind of life you had in the capital, you'll have the same here with me." Li Qianqian was so touched, she almost cried. She pursed her lips, unable to speak. On the way back, the front bar of the bicycle had to be used. Li Qianqian sat sideways, her skirt brushing lightly against Wang Lei's arm. He rode slower than before. The faint scent around him mixed with the dusty air, creating a dizzying feeling. When the bike jolted, her hair brushed his chin, and Wang Lei suddenly squeezed the brakes, leaving deep marks on the dirt road. For a moment, he felt frozen, his hands stiff on the handlebars. His heart raced as he thought, how can she smell so nice? He tried to calm himself, but his face grew warm, and he found it hard to focus on riding. Li Qianqian felt as if she were surrounded by a volcano. It was a bit hot. Suddenly, she saw a recycling station and said anxiously, "Brother Wang Lei, please stop at the gate. I want to buy some books."
All right.
Wang Lei stopped the bike steadily at the entrance. Li Qianqian jumped off, her skirt catching the light as it fluttered. The old gatekeeper was about to scold her when she slipped a few candies into his hand and smiled. "Grandpa, I just want to find a couple of books and some newspapers to use for wall covering." "Okay, go ahead. Just don't touch anything you shouldn't," the old man said with a nod.
Got it.
Li Qianqian replied cheerfully and skipped inside. Wang Lei followed the old man's gaze, looking around the yard filled with old furniture. His eyes passed over broken chairs and carved wooden beds. He crouched down, pretending to tie his shoelaces, and tapped lightly on a hidden compartment of a camphorwood chest. The hollow sound told him it was empty. When Li Qianqian came out holding some high school textbooks, she saw Wang Lei helping the old man fix the door latch. His strong fingers twisted the wire skillfully, and the sunset cast a golden glow around him. The old man weighed the books and said with a grin, "Just 20 cents. On the dirt road back, the bicycle bell jingled. Li Qianqian held the handlebars and leaned gently against the warm chest behind her. By the time the sun had set, Wang Lei had ridden the bike back to the youth camp. The courtyard was lively. The returning workers sat in small groups on stone benches, their eyes drawn to the 2 bulging woven bags on the back seat. A few young women craned their necks to peek inside. When they saw bits of fabric and malted milk powder, they looked envious. They wanted to come closer, but seeing the man beside Li Qianqian, they hesitated and stepped back. Wang Lei kept a serious face as he unloaded the goods. His tanned arms were strong and tense, and no one dared to speak to him. Huang Xiaomei clutched the hem of her faded shirt, her eyes fixed on a box of face cream in the net bag. In the past, whenever Li Qianqian got something new, she would share it with her. But now, that girl seemed to have changed. She wasn't so easy to please anymore. "Weren't you 2 close friends?" Lu Zhaodi nudged her with an elbow, grinning. "Why didn't she even say hello?" Huang Xiaomei lowered her eyes. "I don't know. Maybe she doesn't think much of us poor folks anymore." Li Qianqian felt several gazes on her. When she looked over, a few young workers were staring intently at Wang Lei and whispering to each other. She confidently pulled Wang Lei forward and introduced him clearly. "Everyone, this is my fiancé, Wang Lei." Then she reached into her bag, took out a bunch of candies, and spread them on the stone table. "Wedding candies, share some good luck." Wang Lei was in a good mood. His sharp features softened, and he smiled at people he didn't know well. Qianqian used to live here before her wedding. "Please take care of her." Li Qianqian's face turned slightly red. She smiled and nudged him. "I can take care of myself. Hurry up and help me patch the wall, or the dirt will fall again tonight." "Okay," she said, lifting a nearly 100-pound bag with one hand and walking steadily toward the small house. She turned to stop Huang Xiaomei from slipping away. She held out her palm. "Huang worker, you still owe money." Huang Xiaomei had already prepared the money, hoping Li Qianqian was joking. When Li Qianqian spoke, she quickly handed over the money with red eyes. I don't have any grain now, but I've converted it into money. You can count it. Of course, I will count it. Li Qianqian began counting right there. The rustling of the bills was loud and sharp. The amount was correct, so she took out the IOU from her pocket and returned it to her. Fong Lihong, another young worker who was closer to Huang Xiaomei, couldn't stand it anymore. Is there anyone who bullies others like this? Li Qianqian sneered. Is there a problem with paying back what you owe? Or do you think borrowing money and grain means you don't have to pay it back? Fong Lihong's face turned red with anger. She forced herself to say, you don't have to count the money in front of so many people. Of course, I need to count clearly. This isn't small change. If I find out later that it's short, will you fill the gap? Just as Fong Lihong was about to argue, Huang Xiaomei quickly held her back. Lihong, stop. I believe Qianqian didn't do it on purpose. Li Qianqian cut her off directly. I did it on purpose. From now on, call me Li Worker. We're not close. After saying that, she went over to Lin Kuan and looked at him. Pay back the money. Lin Kuan looked uncomfortable. He had no choice but to go into the room, take out the money, and hand it to her. Qianqian, do we really need to do this? Of course. I'm already engaged. I don't want to get involved with others. Grandpa and uncle wouldn't agree for you to marry in the countryside. Ha, who do you think you are? Did you call Grandpa? Mind your own business. I remember your mother was a very snobbish woman. I heard from my grandpa that she already found someone suitable for you in the big courtyard. After saying this, Li Qianqian glanced at Huang Xiaomei. Sure enough, Huang Xiaomei's eyes were full of resentment. Suddenly, she remembered something, and the first step of her plan for revenge took shape in her mind. Ha, interesting. I enjoy watching them fight each other. She smiled slightly and turned to leave, leaving a few people standing in the wind, feeling confused. Huang Xiaomei's face was pale as she looked at Li Qianqian, who was full of pride. Her eyes were full of hatred, and her nails dug deep into her palms. Wang Lei finished the last newspaper and jumped off the stool smoothly, patting his glue-covered hands. Done, he turned around and saw Li Qianqian squatting on the ground, organizing her packages. The ground was full of items, clothes, quilts, and several large packages wrapped tightly in thick oil paper, giving off a strong salty smell from dried seafood. Nearby, there were iron boxes with foreign writing on them and carefully wrapped parcels in beautiful floral cloth. Li Qianqian picked up a small square wrapped in golden foil. It was her favorite chocolate. When she was in Beijing, her parents would always buy her a box whenever they went to the Friendship Mall. Memories flooded her mind. Her eyes reddened as she carefully peeled open the wrapper, revealing a dark brown piece. She took a small bite, and her eyes immediately narrowed with pleasure, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Her nose involuntarily twitched, and she picked up another piece, peeled it open, and walked over to Wang Lei. She tiptoed and directly offered it to his mouth. Try this, it's called chocolate. Wang Lei instinctively shrank back slightly. He had always been afraid of overly sweet things, feeling they were too cloying. But seeing her expectant eyes, he opened his mouth. The dark brown block melted on his tongue, releasing a rich, sweet aroma he had never tasted before, with a faint hint of bitterness. The texture was incredibly smooth, with a bittersweet flavor that was quite nice. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and his brow initially furrowed out of habit, then slowly relaxed. Is it delicious? Li Qianqian tilted her head, smiling warmly. Wang Lei carefully savored the lingering taste in his mouth and nodded honestly. Yes, he silently remembered the appearance of the item, a small dark brown square wrapped in shiny paper, called chocolate. He was thinking about how next time he went to the black market he should look for some to buy. Qianqian, if you want to go home, I can ask my dad to write you a recommendation letter. Otherwise, it takes at least 2 years of rural work before you can apply to visit your family. No, I haven't been in the countryside for long. I'm not that sentimental. Don't worry. I'll find a way to take you to Beijing to see your parents-in-law. Li Qianqian blushed. Who are your parents-in-law? Oh, aren't they? Wang Lei whispered in her ear. I remember someone said I don't recognize people when I pull up my pants and even tried to force me into marriage. Li Qianqian's face turned even redder. She hit her chest with her small hand. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Lei quickly grabbed her hand, worried about what he might do if he kept pressing. He said affectionately, Stop it. Stop it. In the yard, under the locust tree, Lin Kuan leaned against the trunk, frowning as he watched the small house. He watched Li Qianqian feed the rough man herself, saw that the man obediently ate, and that they were close and chatting happily. An inexplicable irritation grew in his heart. His toes unconsciously pressed into the dirt. Huang Xiaomei's eyes turned red with jealousy. Since Li Qianqian returned, Lin Kuan hadn't looked at her once. She moved closer to Lu Zhaodi and Fong Lihong, lowering her voice. Tell me, how comely the educated youth suddenly got close to Wang Lei. Didn't she used to look down on village guys who only had strength? Lu Zhaodi frowned and thought for a moment. Yeah, I remember she said not long ago that village men are simple-minded and smell of sweat. Fong Lihong sneered, with a hint of sourness and sharpness in her tone. Can't you tell? She's probably been won over by sleeping with him. When she said this, a few other female educated youths nearby widened their eyes in shock, their faces flushing to their ears. Fong Lihong also realized she had spoken too bluntly. She quickly added, Think about it. When a proper girl is dating, does she rush to bring the guy into her house? And stay for half a day? She nodded toward the small house, implying something. The other girls exchanged glances, but said nothing. Their expressions grew more complicated. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Suddenly, distant barking was heard. Lin Kuan froze and looked up alertly. Huang Xiaomei took the opportunity to pull him deeper into the shadows of the trees, trembling as she unbuttoned his pants. The night breeze rustled the leaves, covering the sounds of hurried breathing and clothing rubbing. Li Qianqian smiled slightly and left the shadows. Now was not the time to reveal their secret. At dawn, Li Qianqian was awakened by the sound of the work bell. She had a nightmare again last night. The loudspeaker was playing, Comrades Are Sunflowers. She quickly washed her face with cold water, tied her hair into a simple ponytail, and rushed outside. As she pushed open the courtyard door, she saw a familiar tall figure under the old locust tree nearby. Wang Lei was dressed in a faded work uniform, standing straight like a pine tree. Brother Wang Lei, Li Qianqian ran over quickly. Her bangs were blown messy by the wind. Why are you here so early? Wang Lei reached out to smooth her tousled hair, his movements clumsy but gentle. He took out an oiled paper package from his army green bag, revealing 2 hot meat buns. He also pulled out 2 boiled eggs. Here's your breakfast. Wow, Li Qianqian's eyes lit up. Where did you get the meat buns so early? My mom made them, Wang Lei said calmly, peeling the eggs and handing one to her. I brought them for you. Meanwhile, inside the Wang family's old house, Lin Yufan was lying on the bed, taking a nap. Wang Daong quietly tucked the quilt around his wife, cursing his youngest son who had disturbed them before dawn. On the rocking chair in the yard, the old lady was leisurely rocking back and forth. Seeing Wang Daong about to leave, she waved her hand. Daong. Wang Daong yawned and stopped. Mom, is there something? The old lady smiled kindly. Today, Qian is going back to work. You should arrange a light and easy job for her. Wang Daong hesitated, rubbing his hands. Mom, Li Jiqing isn't married yet. If we arrange something for others, people will gossip. Gossip? The old lady's eyes widened. When you were chasing Yufan, weren't you afraid of gossip? And when you were in the army? All right. Wang Daong quickly surrendered when his mother started bringing up old stories. Let her work with a younger brother in the fields. That should be fine. The old lady said firmly, let her go cut pig grass.
Count it as 2 work points a day.
Wang Daong nodded with a troubled face and quickly ran off. In the morning light, the old lady kept rocking in her chair, humming a little tune with her eyes half closed. Li Qianqian received a small sickle and a basket from the farm tool shed. The record keeper said casually, comradely, from now on, you'll be in charge of cutting pig grass. What? She froze, thinking she had misheard. From now on, you'll be in charge of cutting pig grass, the record keeper repeated quietly. The old lady said so. A warm feeling rose in Li Qianqian's heart, and she secretly decided to make a bowl of steamed egg cake for Grandma another day. Just then, Fong Lihong passed by carrying a hoe. When she heard this, she stopped, stuck her hoe into the ground, frowned, and shouted at the team leader, Luo Chong, "Record keeper, that's not fair. We're all educated youth. Why do we have to weed and dig while she gets the easiest job?" Luo Chong kept writing in his notebook, without looking up. Comrade Li has no food left, so she can buy work points with money. If you have money, you can do the same. Fong Lihong's face turned red with anger. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Beside her, Huang Xiaomei looked pale and walked awkwardly. She gently tugged on Fong Lihong's sleeve and said weakly, "Lihong, let it go. Let's just leave." Unwillingly, Fong Lihong let Huang Xiaomei pull her away. When they were about 10 meters from the shed, she shook off her hand and complained, "Why did you stop me? Why are you afraid of her?" Huang Xiaomei rubbed her sore waist and said softly, "I'm not afraid of her. I'm just thinking of you. We're new here, and her husband is the village head son. I don't want you to get into trouble." Only then did Fong Lihong notice the sweat on Huang Xiaomei's forehead. Her tone softened. "You don't look well. Are you sick?" "Yeah." Huang Xiaomei nodded weakly. "I might have caught a chill last night." "Then take it easy later," Fong Lihong said, shifting her hoe to the other shoulder. "I'll help you." Wang Lei walked Li Qianqian to the foot of the back hill. Seeing the small basket on her back, he couldn't help reminding her, "Take your time. I'll come help you when I finish my work." "Got it, Brother Wang Lei. You're so kind." Li Qianqian smiled and waved at him. Wang Lei's ears turned slightly red as he nervously looked back every few steps while walking along the field ridge until the tall figure disappeared around the corner. Only then did Li Qianqian's smile gradually fade. She efficiently cut half a basket of pigweed, looked up at the sun, and carried her basket toward the east end of the village. As expected, Ma Xingwang was sitting cross-legged under the old locust tree, spitting and bragging loudly with a few idle men. Li Qianqian remembered clearly that in his past life, Ma Xingwang was very obsessed with Huang Xiaomei. Later, Huang Xiaomei got into college and tricked him out of all his savings. Such a good pawn, she thought. She must make good use of him. She hid behind a haystack and waited until the men dispersed before casually approaching and muttering to herself, "Where can I exchange eggs? If I could, Xiaomei wouldn't have to sneak out at midnight. It's not safe for a girl." Ma Xingwang's ears twitched. He turned his head and saw Li Jiqing approaching, rubbing his hands together. "You want to exchange eggs?" Li Qianqian pretended to be surprised and took a half-step back, nodding. "Do you have any at home?" Ma Xingwang hesitated. His 2 old hens always laid eggs that ended up in his stomach, no extras. His eyes flickered. "Tell me why you want to exchange eggs, and I'll tell you where to do it." Li Qianqian looked him up and down, as if making a big decision, and lowered her voice. "There's a girl at the youth workers' camp who's weak. She often sneaks out at midnight to exchange eggs to strengthen herself. I'm worried about her safety and want to help her store some." "Which girl at the youth camp?" Ma Xingwang leaned in. "Does she often go out at night?" Li Qianqian immediately showed a cautious expression. "Why are you asking about this? Is it Huang Xiaomei, the youth worker?" Ma Xingwang's eyes lit up. He found a casual excuse. "She came to my house to exchange eggs before." Li Qianqian pretended to be surprised and quickly nodded. "Do you know where else I can exchange eggs?" Ma Xingwang stroked his chin confidently. "I'll ask around for you." Watching Ma Xingwang hurriedly walk away, Li Qianqian slightly curled her lips in a faint smile. She soon returned to the foot of the mountain, spinning the sickle in her fingers, the cut grass exuding a fresh, green juice. At night, Li Qianqian took a bath in the backyard, then lay on her bed reading her high school textbooks. She fell asleep unconsciously. A cool breeze slipped in through the window crack, and she half-heartedly pulled at her thin quilt. A soft click suddenly came from the base of the courtyard wall. Li Qianqian quickly opened her eyes, her heart pounding. She tiptoed off the bed carefully, looking around for something handy to defend herself. Her gaze sharpened as she focused on the corner of the wall, where her fingers just touched a small axe. Qian, don't be afraid. It's me. A low, familiar, rough voice came from the yard. Li Qian let out a breath of relief and sat back on the bed, waiting for the rough man to come in. She playfully scolded. Why didn't you make a sound? I thought it was a thief. Under the moonlight, Wang Lei's bronze-colored face was clear and defined. He scratched his head nervously. I was passing by and saw Ma Xingwang wandering nearby. I was worried he might cause trouble. Li Qian raised an eyebrow, surprised at how quick Ma Xingwang was. Feeling happy and a little sweet inside, she tiptoed to look outside the window and reached out to wrap her arms around Wang Lei's neck. Were you just passing by, or did you come because you missed me? Wang Lei's ears turned red. He hesitated before saying, Of course I came because I missed you. Because you missed me? Li Qian tilted her head, her eyes shining in the moonlight. Seeing her persistent look, Wang Lei made up his mind. I missed you. I just wanted to see you. That's more like it. Li Qian smiled and leaned in, giving him a gentle kiss on his cool lips. If you miss me in the future, you can come over anytime. My back door is always open. Wang Lei's throat tightened and his blood surged. Suddenly, he reached out to hold her waist, staring at her moist lips. Qian, what do you want to do? Li Qian pretended not to understand, her fingers playing with the buttons on his shirt collar. I want to kiss you, Wang Lei said softly, then slipped his fingers into her soft hair and kissed her deeply. For several days, Ma Xingwang had been hiding behind a pile of hay outside the youth team station. Wang Lei had an excuse to visit her every night, and their feelings grew quickly. One day, Ma Xingwang's legs went numb from squatting. Damn it, he muttered, kicking the tree root beside him. His toes suddenly throbbed painfully. He grimaced and hopped a few times, about to give up, when suddenly, with a creak, the wooden door of the youth station opened. Ma Xingwang quickly pulled back behind the haystack, his eyes fixed on the door. A slender figure stepped out. The moonlight shone on her face, and it was clearly Huang Xiaomei. He felt a sudden joy in his heart. He rubbed his hands, ready to show himself, but then he saw another tall figure come out from the door. When he saw it was the young male worker, Lin Kuan, Ma Xingwang's face immediately darkened. He clenched his teeth and squatted back down. The two men hurriedly walked toward the small woods behind the village, one after the other. Ma Xingwang, with a grim face, silently followed behind. Deep in the woods, under the moonlight filtering through the branches, he clearly saw Huang Xiaomei and Lin Kuan embracing each other. Ma Xingwang hid behind the bushes. Huang Xiaomei's fair skin glowed in the moonlight. He watched her sway with a cold look in his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. Suddenly, Ma Xingwang trembled and cursed. Damn it! He tugged at his pants, feeling uncomfortable. About half an hour later, the noise stopped. The two tidied up their clothes and left, one after the other. Ma Xingwang remained frozen in place until the footsteps faded away. Then he suddenly punched the dirt with force. The next day, Ma Xingwang was in a bad mood. He fished out 5 yuan from his mother after much pleading. He shouted to a few shady friends and slipped into the neighboring village. They squatted by the old locust tree at the village entrance, playing cards by the dim kerosene lamp. Pair 3. Ma Xingwang threw down 2 cards, eyes fixed on the cards. After a few rounds, a small pile of banknotes appeared in front of him. He counted, exactly 5 yuan. He grinned widely, showing his yellow teeth. A skinny man in a torn vest elbowed him. Hey, brother Ma, why are you so lucky today? Ma Xingwang's face suddenly fell. He slammed the cards onto the stone mill. Love life is a failure, but I'm winning at gambling. What's going on? Another bald man leaned in. When did you get a girlfriend? We didn't know. He irritably scratched his greasy hair. Haven't even started yet, but I saw that woman messing around with someone else. A few people around brightened their eyes, exchanging sneaky glances. The skinny man lowered his voice.
Wow.
Why don't you just go for it? She probably wouldn't dare to tell anyone. Make her fall for you. Ma Xingwang suddenly sat up straight, eyes wide. He slapped himself hard on both ears. The crisp sound startled everyone. I'm such a fool, he cursed, pounding his thigh. How did I not see this coming? With Wang Lei's help, Li Qianqian finished her work in less than half an hour. She looked at the sky, which was still early, and asked Wang Lei, Brother Wang Lei, do you have eggs and flour at home? Yes, I do. What would you like to eat? Wang Lei wiped his sweat and smiled. I'll make it for you after I finish work. It's not for me. I want to make some egg cakes for Grandma. Okay, I'll work faster today. While speaking, Wang Lei gently brushed away some dry grass from her hair. Li Qianqian looked at him with big, hopeful eyes, full of anticipation. There's still time. I want to make it myself. Wang Lei couldn't refuse such a sincere girl like her. He took out his keys from his pocket and handed them to her. All right, you go ahead. I'll finish my work and come back. Over the next hour, Wang Lei worked tirelessly, swinging his hoe. Sweat soaked his light-colored work clothes, clinging to his body and outlining his strong back muscles and arm lines. Every movement was precise and clean, and the soil he turned over was even and neat. Nearby, the women working in the fields watched him with admiration. If I had known Wang Lei was so capable, earning full work points every day, I'd make sure my daughter married him. A girl with braids shyly tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mom, you're talking nonsense. What's wrong? Didn't you say before that someone thought he was too quiet and didn't talk much? Teased a plump woman, laughing. Actually, many girls in the village secretly regretted not pursuing him. Wang Lei was handsome, a good worker, and the son of the village chief. But he used to be indifferent to everyone, so people gradually lost interest. Iron Nyo listened nearby, puffed out his chest proudly, as if he was the one being praised. Zhuanzi nudged his arm and grinned, showing 2 rows of big, white teeth. All right, enough praising you. Hurry up and get back to work. Wang Lei finished his work an hour early. Before reaching the house, he saw smoke rising from the chimney, and a warm feeling filled his heart. He quickened his steps and, before entering the yard, caught the smell of sweet egg aroma. In the kitchen, Li Qianqian was squatting in front of the stove, adding firewood. The flickering flames reflected on her face, a streak of soot on her forehead, tiny beads of sweat on her nose. She was focused on the stove, occasionally adjusting the fire with tongs, while steam hissed from the lid of the steaming pot. Wang Lei stood at the door, facing away from the light. His tall figure blocked the doorway completely. The sunlight outlined his silhouette with a golden edge, and his strong features looked especially deep in the shadows and light. Li Qianqian looked up and was momentarily blinded by the sunlight. She squinted and looked for a while before recognizing who was coming. She secretly took a deep breath. Such a handsome man. Was I blind in my past life not to notice? Wang Lei felt her intense gaze make his ears heat up. He cleared his throat and asked, Have you looked enough? No. Li Qianqian tilted her head and smiled. I still want to take a closer look. Startled by her bold words, Wang Lei hurriedly stepped back, worried his sweat smell might bother her. He ran to the well and drew 2 buckets of water, pouring them over his head with a splash. Seeing an unopened bar of soap in the corner, he closed the yard gate quickly, took off his wet shirt neatly, revealing his bronze-colored back muscles shining in the sunlight. He washed himself quickly and changed into clean clothes inside. When he returned to the kitchen, the egg cake was just out of the oven. Seeing the steaming pot, he stepped forward and said, Qianqian, be careful, it's hot. I'll carry it. Li Qianqian's eyes lit up when she saw him. She carefully tore off a piece of the golden cake, blew on it to cool, and handed it to him, saying softly, Brother Wang Lei, try it. His rough thumb gently brushed her cheek, wiping away a trace of soot. Just as he reached to take the egg cake, Li Qianqian tiptoed and pushed the cake into his mouth. Her warm fingertips accidentally brushed his lips. Wang Lei instinctively licked his lips, tasting a hint of sweetness. Whether from the cake's aroma or her fingertips, he wasn't sure. Both of them froze. Li Qianqian's face instantly turned as red as a fire in the stove. She stammered, Is it tasty? Wang Lei's throat moved as he swallowed the cake. An impulse surged through him, and he suddenly reached out to hold Li Qianqian's waist, pulling her into his arms. "Try some too," he said hoarsely, then leaned down and kissed her. Startled, Li Qianqian dropped half of the cake on the ground. She hesitated, her hands awkwardly pressed against his chest. Wang Lei's kiss was intense and heavy, carrying the sweet aroma of the cake and the coolness of the well water. She gradually relaxed, and her previously resisting hands unknowingly climbed onto his shoulders. The fire in the stove crackled, and the steaming pot still emitted heat. Wang Lei's palm pressed firmly against her lower back, feeling the rough fabric of his work clothes through her thin shirt. Li Qianqian tilted her head, feeling his hot breath on her face, and her heart was pounding so hard it seemed like it might burst. After a while, Wang Lei finally stepped back slightly, pressing his forehead against hers and catching his breath. Li Qianqian's lips were slightly swollen, her eyes shimmering with tears, and she muttered softly, "How could you surprise me like that?" Wang Lei chuckled softly and gently pecked her lips again, saying, "You're sweeter than a cake." Li Qianqian's face turned bright red, like a ripe peach, sweet and charming. Seeing her like this made Wang Lei's blood boil, and he couldn't hold back anymore, leaning in to kiss her again. This kiss was a bit forceful, going deeper and deeper until she was lifted and placed on the edge of the wooden table. She softly gasped, tilting her head back, the hem of her dress riding up to her thighs, and her fair legs instinctively wrapped around his waist. Wang Lei's palm moved slowly along her leg, feeling her slight trembling. When his fingertips touched the soft fabric, he suddenly stopped, beads of sweat sliding down his temples, and his veins throbbed on his forehead. Li Qianqian's eyes shimmered with tears, her skin showing a faint pink, and she whispered, "Wang Lei, we're not new to this. I think it's okay." Her words sparked a fire in Wang Lei. He quickly picked her up and pushed open the door to the inner room. The wooden bed creaked as she lay under the blankets, her dress tangled around her waist, and her long, white legs swinging made him almost lose his mind. "This time, gently," she said, gripping his damp shirt with her fingertips, daring to speak. Her words ignited Wang Lei's wild instincts. The school bell rang for a while before he stopped. He kissed her forehead and said, "I'm going to work now. Rest at home this noon." He quickly took a shower with well water and left confidently. When Li Qianqian woke up, the evening sun's glow was shining through the paper window. She sat up, feeling her sore waist, and Wang Lei immediately pushed the door open when he heard her move, smiling contentedly. "You're awake?" he asked. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "Obviously." He had been working on the farm all morning and still stayed with her to play for a while at noon. He was like an endless bull. Wang Lei's gaze fell on her loose collar, where faint red marks could be seen, and his throat moved a few times. Li Qianqian noticed his unkind look and quickly pulled the blanket up to cover her exposed shoulders, saying, "I need to take a shower. Go fetch some water. Let's go now." Wang Lei blushed as he looked away and quickly left the room. Less than 10 minutes later, he returned carrying a basin of hot water and placed it inside. "You can wash here." Li Qianqian nodded, but when she saw him standing there without moving, she couldn't help but laugh. "Aren't you going out? Do you really want to watch me take a bath?" Wang Lei's ears turned red. He stammered, I'm going to cook." After saying that, he almost ran out of the room. After dinner, the two of them took egg cakes to the old house. The little old lady took a bite, and her eyes lit up. She held Li Qianqian's hand tightly. "This is even better than what the supply store sells. Did you add malt extract? You really found a treasure. Grandma has a good nose for food. She can tell the malt extract is in it." "I'm glad you like it," Li Qianqian said with a smile. "I also know how to make many kinds of cakes. When I was young, my family hired a pastry chef, and I learned a lot by sneaking around." They happily chatted while eating. After dinner, she stayed at the old house until after 8 p.m. before returning to the youth commune. At the entrance of the youth commune, just after seeing Wang Lei off, Fang Lihong's sarcastic voice was heard. "Wow, it's so late, and you're just getting back? People might think you were out fooling around. Don't ruin the good name of our youth commune." The female youth around them lowered their heads, looking at each other, afraid to speak. Li Qianqian sneered, and suddenly remembered that Fong Lihong had a complicated relationship with some youth at the commune, and was secretly involved with a man from the village. She was pretending to be so pure now. Her eyes fell on Li Ming, and she smirked. Who do I think is pretending to be so noble here? Going to have dinner at her fiancé's house, so what? But Fong Lihong, haven't you been taking eggs from the village cow comrade? And asking him for 5 yuan? Isn't that taking advantage of a farmer? Fong Lihong was startled. She had kept this secret very well. How did she know? Suddenly, she felt exposed and afraid. Her face changed color, and she screamed as she lunged forward. I'll tear your mouth apart. Li Qianqian's eyes sharpened. She quickly slapped her. After her rebirth, her memory was excellent. She remembered everything clearly, and she had gained strength. Fong Lihong was slapped to the ground. Fong Lihong covered her swollen cheek and pointed at Li Qianqian. But Li Qianqian interrupted her. Everyone saw it. She attacked me first, so I fought back. This was self-defense. After speaking, he looked down at her from above. Am I talking nonsense? You know the truth in your heart. Do you want to invite Comrade Nyo here, now, to clarify? I believe Comrade Nyo would be happy to make your relationship public. Or, are you afraid that Li Jiqing will find out about these things? Fong Lihong looked at Li Ming in horror. Li Ming's face turned pale, and he slammed the book down hard. Their affair was not a secret among the male youth. That's enough. Don't come to me anymore. Then he turned and walked into the dorm without looking back. The women youth on the scene all gasped in shock. Everything happened so quickly that they couldn't quite understand the hidden meaning behind the words. From what they heard, could it be that Fong Lihong and Li Ming were a couple? The young women's hearts were stirred with shock. They exchanged glances several times and nodded in silent agreement, planning to go for a walk together later. Lian Qianqian didn't bother to say more. She just threw out a line. Don't bother me in the future. I know more than just this. Her gaze swept meaningfully over Huang Xiaomei and a few other young women. Their faces immediately turned pale, and they lowered their heads in fear. Huang Xiaomei looked down, her eyes full of malice. Fong Lihong ran back to her bed crying and covered her face with a blanket. The next day, as soon as she started work, Huang Xiaomei clutched her stomach and walked nervously to the team leader. Captain Luo, I have a terrible stomach ache. I want to take half a day off. After getting permission, she didn't go back to rest at the youth station. Instead, she took a detour and quietly sneaked up the back mountain, hiding behind an old locust tree. She stared fixedly at a familiar figure down the mountain. Li Qianqian was sitting leisurely on a stone in the shade, nibbling on a golden egg cake. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dancing on her smiling face. Her contented and relaxed look made Huang Xiaomei's eyes sting. A gentle breeze seemed to carry a faint sweet scent, making her empty stomach twitch. She watched Wang Lei carefully place a full basket of pig fodder at Li Qianqian's feet. His tall, strong figure was especially eye-catching in the sunlight. Sweat-soaked work clothes clung tightly to his sturdy arms and broad back, outlining smooth, powerful muscles. Huang Xiaomei's heart was suddenly clenched tightly. How had she never noticed before? This rough country man she once looked down on was actually so handsome and strong, much better than Lin Kuan, who couldn't carry a shoulder bag or lift a hand. More importantly, when he looked at Li Qianqian, his eyes showed clear pain and focus. Why should I? She almost whispered these words through clenched teeth, her chest rising and falling rapidly. The rough bark pressed against her palm, but she was unaware until a sharp sting shot through her fingertips. Looking down, she saw her nails had dug deep into the tree trunk, with blood beads standing out on the brown bark. But this pain was nothing compared to the burning jealousy in her heart. Huang Xiaomei squinted her eyes, a cruel thought growing in her mind. If Li Qianqian dirted herself, would that rough man still treat her as precious? She sneered and turned to walk down the mountain. Meanwhile, under the shade of the tree, Li Qianqian smelled the floral scent carried by the mountain breeze and suddenly remembered the fresh flower pastries her grandmother often mentioned. In her previous life in Beijing, her mother took her to Yinshi to try them once. The soft, sweet taste was unforgettable. If she could learn to make them, maybe she could sell some on the black market for money. This idea made her restless. After finishing feeding the pigs, she followed the scent of flowers to the back mountain. She didn't dare go deep inside, only wandering around the outskirts. Not far away, she found several chestnut trees heavy with ripe nuts. These chestnuts could be made into delicious treats, candied roasted chestnuts, chestnut cookies. Unfortunately, the trees were too tall for her to reach, so she noted their location, planning to come back after Wang Lei finished work. Over there, just as Huang Xiaomei left, she bumped into Ma Xingwang, who was staggering out. Ma Xingwang had been crouching outside the youth commune last night and only returned home at 3 a.m. As he stepped out, he saw Huang Xiaomei. He thought he was seeing things, shook his head, rubbed his eyes, and exclaimed, "Wow! This woman is here." Ma Xingwang's triangular eyes immediately fixed on Huang Xiaomei. Though he knew she wasn't a pure girl, her soft, tender skin still made him feel restless. He grinned with yellow teeth, showing a lecherous smile. "Huang Jiqing, where are you headed?" Huang Xiaomei felt her stomach churn from his gaze and frowned in disgust. "Go away." The word, "go away," instantly ignited Ma Xingwang's anger. His eyes darkened, and he suddenly lunged forward, covering her mouth. He dragged her roughly toward his house. "Be quiet. Otherwise, everyone in the village will know what you did in the small woods." Huang Xiaomei was terrified, her face turning pale. The situation happened so suddenly that her mind went blank. After realizing what was happening, she desperately twisted and looked around nervously, but it was work time, and no one was nearby. Regret gnawed at her like a poisonous snake. She knew she shouldn't have acted alone. She should have brought Fong Lihong with her. In the blink of an eye, she was pulled into Ma Xingwang's dark, earthen house and forcefully thrown onto the bed. The bed smelled of mold and sweat, making her feel sick. Ma Xingwang stood by the bed, watching her tremble, and sneered. "Wasn't it fun in the small woods? Why are you pretending to be pure and innocent here?" Huang Xiaomei trembled all over, knowing she was doomed today. In her despair, a crazy idea suddenly popped into her mind. She couldn't fall into the trap alone. Even if she had to die, she would drag Li Qianqian, that shameless woman, down with her. She forced herself to suppress her scream, took a deep breath, and suddenly grabbed Ma Xingwang's wrist as he was tearing at her clothes. "Wait!" Her voice trembled, but her eyes showed a fierce determination. "Forced things aren't sweet. But I can cooperate with you." Ma Xingwang paused, and a hint of surprise and greed flashed in his murky eyes. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Huang Xiaomei forced herself to endure the nausea, her nails almost digging into his rough skin.
"But
you have to do something for me." "What is it?" "Tell me quickly." Ma Xingwang eagerly leaned closer. "I want you to sleep with Li Qianqian." Huang Xiaomei almost bit out the name through clenched teeth.
Li Qianqian? Ma Xingwang frowned, looking confused.
"Who's that?" "That's Wang Lei's wife who hasn't married him yet." Huang Xiaomei stared into his eyes, clearly enunciating each word. Ma Xingwang recoiled as if burned, shaking his head like a rattledrum. "No way. Are you trying to get me killed? If Wang Lei finds out, he'll cut me to pieces." "Are you scared?" Huang Xiaomei sneered, her tone deliberately seductive.
"Don't you want a taste?"
"That girl? She looks like an angel, has a chest and a butt, and her skin is so tender you could squeeze water out of it. Don't you want to try?" She carefully watched Ma Xingwang's expression, seeing his Adam's apple move and his eyes flicker, knowing he was already tempted. She sneered inwardly. These men were all the same. She continued to increase her demands, speaking softly and seductively. "She now goes alone to cut pig grass on the back mountain every day. That place is very remote. If something happens, would a young girl dare to speak out? Even if she told Wang Lei, a girl who has been mistreated, would he still want her?" Ma Xingwang's breathing grew heavier, his face showing a mix of fear and excitement, but ultimately desire took over. He suddenly pushed Huang Xiaomei onto the Kong bed, panting, and said, "All right. I agree. Now stop acting like a dead bird and get moving. Huang Xiaomei closed her eyes in despair, tears of humiliation slipping from the corners of her eyes, soaking the dirty bedding. Like a puppet with no soul, she allowed him to do as he pleased, her heart feeling cold and empty. An hour later, Huang Xiaomei trembled as she fastened the last button. Ma Xingwang snored loudly on the bed. She stared fiercely at his disgusting face, nails digging into her palms. Despite the pain all over her body, she forced herself to endure. Limping, she escaped from the damp, sweaty, and moldy room. When she opened the door, the sunlight was so bright it hurt her eyes. Back at the youth commune, she drew water from the well and scrubbed her body fiercely. Her skin turned red from the scrubbing, tears mixed with cold water streaming down her face.
Why?
Why could Li Qianqian be cherished by Wang Lei while she had to suffer such humiliation? Fong Lihong returned from work and saw her pale face, sitting on the bed. She asked with concern, "Xiaomei, you look so pale. Are you okay?" Huang Xiaomei sneered inwardly, rolled her eyes. Anyone could see she was uncomfortable. That scoundrel was like a wild ox, completely ignoring her well-being. She was in pain, but on her face, she forced a weak smile. "I'm fine. Probably caught a cold last night. I'll be better after resting." After saying this, she closed her eyes in irritation. She was too exhausted and uninterested to work in the afternoon, so she asked Fong Lihong to help her get leave. Meanwhile, under the chestnut tree on the back mountain, another scene was unfolding. Wang Lei looked up at the tall tree trunk, put his sickle behind his waist, and was eager to try. "Brother Wang Lei, be careful." Li Qianqian looked up at him from below, her face full of concern. "Don't worry, I can climb this tree with my eyes closed." Wang Lei grinned, showing his white teeth, and kissed her on the lips. "Watch me." He used his hands and feet, gripping the rough bark tightly, with his feet pressed into the crevices of the tree. His movements were quick and agile, like a mountain monkey, and in just a few jumps, he reached the sturdy branches. Li Qianqian blushed and watched below, her heart pounding. She couldn't help but clap her hands. "Brother Wang Lei, you're so amazing." Wang Lei felt his ears heat up from her praise, but he was happy inside. He steadied himself, raised the long bamboo stick he brought, and struck the branch full of prickly husks with force. Crackling sounds filled the air as the spiky chestnut shells fell like rain. "Qianqian, stand back. Don't get pricked," Wang Lei called loudly from the tree. Li Qianqian quickly stepped back a few paces, watching his strong arm muscles tighten from the effort. Sweat trickled down his bronze skin, shining in the sunlight. Her face felt hot, so she quickly looked down, carefully using a branch to gather the fallen chestnut shells. "Brother Wang Lei, you're the strongest man in our village. You climb trees fast, work efficiently, and even gather chestnuts," she said sweetly, lifting her head. Wang Lei looked down and saw the little woman under the tree, her eyes shining with admiration. His heart felt ticklish, like being scratched by feathers, and he worked even harder with his hands. "That's nothing. I've even taken wild beehives from cliffs before," he boasted rarely. "Really? Brother Wang Lei, you're so brave," Li Qianqian exclaimed happily. "But you shouldn't do such dangerous things anymore. What if something happens to you? What would I do?" Encouraged by her words, Wang Lei felt full of energy. He thought he could chop down 10 more chestnut trees. He slid down the tree smoothly and landed steadily, brushing dust off his hands. "Is that enough? If not, I can go over there and gather some more," he said softly, looking at the small mountain of chestnut shells on the ground, full of affection. "That's enough. That's enough." Li Qianqian smiled happily, reaching out with her small hand to wipe his sweat. Wang Lei shyly tilted his head and wiped his face with his sleeve. "It's dirty. I'm not afraid." Li Qianqian kissed his cheek. "That's the smell of hormones." Sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining on the two of them. The ground was piled with golden chestnuts, and the air was filled with the scent of grass and earth, mixed with a faint, sweet aroma. Wang Lei carried 2 big bags of chestnuts home. "Qianqian, pick some to dry. They'll be good for stewing chicken in winter. Li Qianqian smiled mysteriously. Brother Wang Lei, wait for me a moment. I'll go to the kitchen. Want me to help? Wang Lei washed his face by the well, casually drying his hair with a towel. No need, Li Qianqian smiled as she looked at the pile of wood in the yard. You go ahead and do your work first, Wang Lei nodded. His wedding with Li Qianqian was just a month away, so he needed to hurry and make furniture. He wasn't forcing himself, though. All right, call me if you need help. Wang Lei was kneeling in the yard. The wedding was in a month, and he had to finish making the furniture quickly. He placed a smooth piece of wood on a bench, then used his thumb to carefully feel the edge. He squinted one eye and looked along the grain. After that, he took out a marking tool from his bag. He pressed the chalk line tightly with his left hand, then gently snapped the chalk line with his right hand, drawing a dark straight line on the light yellow wood. He grabbed a small saw, and his arm muscles moved smoothly as he sawed. Sawdust fell, carrying the fresh scent of pine. The plane in his hand seemed alive. Every push was steady and calm. Sometimes he knelt on one knee, tilting his head to check the thickness of the shavings. Other times, he used his fingernail to feel the smoothness of the wood. When he reached a scar on the wood, he switched to a fine saw. His wrist moved skillfully, carving out a neat mortise along the grain. The chisel spun in his palm, and the tip precisely fit into the mortise he had marked. He lifted a wooden hammer, hitting the same spot on the chisel handle each time. His strength was even, as if measured with a ruler. Wood chips splashed onto his tanned arm, then fell as his muscles contracted. Finally, he took some sandpaper, folded it into 4 layers, and carefully smoothed the edges of the mortise with his index finger. After 2 hours, Li Qianqian came out holding a tray. It had several golden, shiny pastries. She saw Wang Lei sitting on a wooden stool in the yard, holding his work up to the sunlight. The wood surface shone like silk. She nodded slightly, still covered in wood dust, then picked up a pastry and offered it to him. Brother Wang Lei, try the chestnut pastry I just made. He took a big bite as she held it to his mouth. The crispy crust made a soft crackling sound in his teeth. Inside was sweet, soft chestnut filling with a hint of milk aroma. He had never tasted such delicate treats before. His rough fingers unconsciously rubbed his pants, and his eyes widened slightly. Delicious, he said, swallowing the pastry, with genuine surprise in his voice. Isn't it? Li Qianqian smiled brightly in the sunshine, looking like she was glowing. It's a pity there's no lard. Otherwise, the pastry would be even more fragrant and crispy. Wang Lei looked at the remaining pastries on the plate. How many did you make? I want to let my grandparents try some too. 2 for each person at the old house, enough for everyone. Li Qianqian just finished speaking when suddenly a scream came from the gate. Chan Meili was standing outside. Her basket dropped on the ground, eggs shattered everywhere. She is Wang Lei's neighbor's young daughter, 19 years old. Since she first fell in love, she has secretly admired Wang Lei. Recently, her grandmother was sick, and she took care of her for half a month. Today, she just returned and, without even unpacking, looked for an excuse to see Wang Lei. She never expected to see this scene. She stared fixedly at the crumbs on Wang Lei's lips and then at the half-bitten pastry in Li Qianqian's hand. Her face turned pale, her lips trembling, unable to speak. Chan Meili rushed into the yard like a frantic calf, reaching out to push Li Qianqian. Wang Lei reacted quickly, pulling Li Qianqian behind him to protect her. Chan Meili missed her target and staggered, nearly falling to the ground. Li Qianqian looked at this familiar face. Memories from her past life flooded back. It was this woman who, after she married Wang Lei, came to pick fights every day, using the most vicious words to sow discord, making her misunderstand Wang Lei more and more. She stood behind Wang Lei, her expression turning cold instantly. Try to move her and see what happens. Wang Lei's voice was dark and stern, his brows knitted tightly. Chan Meili stared in disbelief. Wang Lei, you're actually talking to me like that? Wang Lei was about to speak and ask her to leave, but Li Qianqian suddenly stepped forward. Her soft arm tightly wrapped around his, and she pressed close to his side. Wang Lei, who is this? her voice sweet and gentle.
Wang Lei obediently frowned.
I don't know her, and yet she barges into someone else's yard. Li Qianqian chuckled softly. Is she crazy? You. Chen Meili's hands trembled with anger. You shameless girl. Take your dirty hands away. Li Qianqian didn't loosen her grip. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Wang Lei's waist. Wang Lei held her tighter, hearing her soft voice in his ear. Brother Lei, I'm scared. Go away. Wang Lei looked at Chen Meili with a cold, icy gaze. Chen Meili's eyes were red, and she trembled all over. Brother Lei, she's just a little demon, who would do such indecent things in broad daylight. What's wrong with me holding my own man? Li Qianqian tiptoed and kissed Wang Lei loudly on the lips. I not only want to kiss, but kiss every day. Do you mind? Wang Lei affectionately hugged her waist. Don't be angry at people who don't matter. Humph, it's all your fault for attracting those bad suitors. That's not fair, Wang Lei hurriedly explained. I don't even know her name, and I've never spoken to her. Seeing the two being so close, Chen Meili felt a sharp pain in her heart. She cried and ran away. Once she left and the door was closed, Li Qianqian immediately let go. Bad luck, wasting time. Wang Lei thought she was angry and hurried to explain, but a slender finger pressed his lips. Wang Lei, I understand. I'm not angry. Li Qianqian pulled him into the house and lowered her voice. But I have something serious to tell you. What is it? I want to make these chestnuts into crispy cakes. How about you sell them? She blinked, looking a little hopeful. Wang Lei's face suddenly became serious. He felt a bit nervous. Was Qianqian worried I can't support us?
Li Qianqian pouta.
Do you think that's not okay? Wang Lei's pride was a little hurt. He thought he should go to the back mountain more often to see if he could find ginseng, then gently sat her down. He turned and went inside to take out an old, rusty metal box and solemnly handed it to her. Qianqian, this is all I have. Li Qianqian looked at the metal box with confusion. This is... Wang Lei's expression was very serious. His bronze-colored face looked sharp in the sunset. This is all my family has. I'm giving it to you now. From now on, I'll support the family, so you won't have to suffer. She gently opened the box. Inside, there were several thick bundles of banknotes, some edges curling up. She counted carefully and looked up in surprise. Almost 8,000 yuan? Where did you get so much money? Wang Lei shyly scratched the back of his head, his ears turning slightly red. I've saved it over the years. So don't worry, we won't lack money when we live together. Li Qianqian finally understood his intention. She smiled and pushed the metal box back. You keep it first. I live at the youth commune, so it's not easy to keep it safe. When we get married, you can manage the money for me. She paused, her eyes shining brightly as she explained, I want to make chestnut crispy cakes not to earn money or support the family, but because I enjoy doing it. I also want to add a little savings for our small home. Wang Lei nodded carefully and carefully stored the metal box. All right, I'll find out about the pastry tomorrow. Bring back some pork fat too, Li Qianqian added. I want to make lard. It makes the pastries tastier. Okay, Wang Lei replied confidently. When they arrived at the old house with a basket full of pastries, the yard was quiet. Grandma Wang, Lin Yufeng, was resting in the main hall with the elderly couple. Seeing them, she quickly greeted them. Wang Lei happily shared some pastries with the three of them. Lin Yufeng took a bite and smiled happily. The little old lady squinted her eyes happily as she ate, saying, Delicious. The youngest really found a treasure. At that moment, footsteps sounded in the yard. Sister-in-law Yao Meili and second sister-in-law Wu Yan came back from work with the children. Wu Yan sniffed and hurried in. Mom, what good food are you eating? Lin Yufeng's smile faded a little. All day long, just thinking about eating. Wu Yan pouted and noticed the basket on the table. She quietly nudged her son, Wang Yuan, who understood, and went over to Grandma and Great-Grandma to act cute. Old Master Wang saw this and frowned, walking away with his hands behind his back. All right, Lin Yufeng said sternly. This is the pastry Qianqian brought. Each person gets 2, Before she finished speaking, Wu Yan immediately reached out and grabbed 6 pastries. In contrast, Yao Meili first told the children to wash their hands, then calmly took some pastries. She politely smiled at Li Qianqian.
Thank you, Qianqian.
We won't be polite. This polite gesture made Li Qianqian feel more comfortable. Lin Yufeng put the remaining pastries into the little old lady's room for her to enjoy slowly. After dinner, Wang Lei took Li Qianqian back to the youth commune. Fang Lihong saw her from afar and quickly avoided her. Li Qianqian was quite happy with the situation. Under the moonlight, her steps were especially light. The next day, Huang Xiaomei had no reason to ask for leave. She was bending over in the cornfield, weeding. Sweat dripped down her forehead. Suddenly, she saw under the shade of a tree not far away, Ma Xingwang leaning against the trunk, smiling with his yellow teeth. Her face turned pale instantly. She almost dropped her hoe and quickly looked down, pretending she hadn't seen him. Seeing her reaction, Ma Xingwang's face darkened. He crossed his arms and strolled slowly toward the ridge. Yellow Xiaomei's heart suddenly jumped to her throat. She nervously glanced at Lin Kuan nearby, then quickly stood up, almost knocking over the wheat seedlings with her sudden movement. Fang Lihong, standing beside her, was startled. Seeing her pale face, she asked with concern, "Xiaomei, what's wrong? Your face looks so bad." "I'm fine." Yellow Xiaomei replied weakly, forcing out the words, "Just a sudden stomach ache. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back." "Okay, if the team leader asks, I'll cover for you," Fang Lihong said cheerfully. "Thanks," Xiaomei said, almost running away from the field. Ma Xingwang saw she finally came out and snorted coldly. He didn't make things difficult for her, but turned and headed into the mountains first. The two of them walked one behind the other, about 10 meters apart, silently entering the forest behind the mountain. When they reached the old locust tree from last time, Ma Xingwang couldn't wait any longer. He roughly pulled Xiaomei over and pushed her against the rough tree trunk. Not far away, Li Qianqian, who was searching for treasures behind the mountain, was startled by the noise here. She quietly hid behind a dense bush. Peeking through the leaves, she felt a cold chill. This Xiaomei looked reluctant on her face, but her body was honest, half pushing, half submitting. About half an hour later, Xiaomei vigorously brushed off the dry leaves and grass clippings on her, then tidied her messy hair. She leaned close to Ma Xingwang's ear and lowered her voice to remind him, "Don't forget what you promised me." After saying that, she didn't look at Ma Xingwang again but turned and walked down the mountain, her back resolute. Ma Xingwang watched her figure disappear into the woods, spat on the ground, and his eyes turned fierce. "Huh, a heartless woman." Less than an hour later, Xiaomei, looking weak and pale, returned to the cornfield. Lin Kuan saw her condition and frowned as he stepped forward, lowering his voice to ask, "Xiaomei, are you okay? Why did you take so long?" Xiaomei shook her head and forced out a weak smile. She gently grabbed Lin Kuan's sleeve, looked up at him, and with a deliberate look of dependence and fragility, said, "Brother Lin Kuan, I'm fine. I suddenly missed you." Lin Kuan's ears turned hot when he heard this. He looked around at the others busy working and felt a little itchy inside. He lowered his voice and replied, "Okay then. See you at the old place." Huang Xiaomei softly responded, released her grip, and crouched down to pick up the hoe again. She mechanically weeded the ground, but her heart was cold and filled with fear. These past 2 days, with Ma Xingwang, she hadn't taken any precautions. What if she was pregnant? She absolutely did not want to marry that disgusting second-rate man. This thought made her shiver all over. She clenched the hoe handle tightly, her nails digging into her palms and causing pain. The only way now was to quickly get close to Lin Kuan. Only then, if it really happened, could she honestly blame him. Yes, that's the only way. She made up her mind, took a deep breath, forced herself to stay calm, and a look of determination flashed in her eyes. As night fell, the young workers at the camp were snoring loudly. Huang Xiaomei quietly slipped out of the camp. As soon as she left, Fang Lihong, who had been lying down, opened her eyes. Over the past few days, Huang Xiaomei had been acting strangely, very suspicious. Unable to contain her curiosity, Fong Lihong quietly followed. Unexpectedly, she saw Huang Xiaomei and Lin Kun tangled behind a haystack. Their actions were bold and straightforward. Fong Lihong's face turned red, and she hurriedly ran back to her dorm. She covered her burning cheeks and crawled into her bed, thinking that the two who usually seemed so proper were actually so uninhibited behind the scenes. Maybe she had been too conservative. The next morning, Wang Lei was waiting outside the small house on time. Li Qianqian pushed the door open and saw him, her eyes curling into a smile. Wang Lei ji. So early? Wang Lei handed her a warm egg and pancake. Starting today, I won't go to work. The divorce isn't for another month, so I need to fix up the house, replace the roof tiles, raise and reinforce the walls. Thinking about starting a new life with Wang Lei, Li Qianqian felt excited. Great. After I finish cutting pig grass, I'll come help. And remember to make the toilet bigger. I don't want to keep washing in the kitchen anymore. Okay. Do you have any other requests? Wang Lei asked affectionately. Li Qianqian tilted her head and thought, make a bathtub too, so I can soak and relax when it's cold. Wang Lei carefully noted each request. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the back mountain. He arranged for Li Qianqian to eat breakfast on a stone, then picked up a sickle and went into the grass. In less than 10 minutes, the pig grass for 2 work units was neatly packed into the basket. Li Qianqian smiled and ran over to hug his waist. Wang Leiji is so amazing. She looked up, her eyes reflecting his figure. Wang Lei's heart warmed as he leaned down and kissed that sweet smile. Not far away, in the bushes, Ma Xingwang watched with wide eyes. He felt his throat go dry. He licked his lips and muttered to himself, these young women seem so proud, but secretly they are quite bold. After the 2 figures disappeared into the distance, he stepped out from his hiding spot. His eyes turned, and he quietly moved toward Huang Xiaomei. When they got home, someone was already busy inside. Wang's father was supervising the work. Wang Lei quickly told Wang's father about Li Qianqian's suggestion. Wang's father nodded and said, I'll go find some wood. No need. I'll go chop some on the back mountain later. After a few days of drying, it will be ready. Li Qianqian looked at the busy men and didn't know how she could help. Suddenly, she remembered that now everyone helping to build the house also needed to eat. She knew how to do that. She hurried to Wang Lei. Brother Wang Lei, do we need to provide meals when building the house? Wang Lei saw her idea and quickly replied, yes, but we don't have much time. We add a little extra cost each day. He saw the disappointment in Li Qianqian's eyes. Suddenly, he remembered something. He walked to the well and took out a big piece of fatty pork hanging inside. If anyone asks, just say it's for a wedding. Li Qianqian took the plump piece of pork. It was heavy, with white fat shining in the sunlight. She happily went to the kitchen, quickly tied on an apron, and sat on a small stool in the corner of the yard by the earthen stove. The fire crackled, and the iron pot gradually heated up. Li Qianqian poured the fatty pork into the pot and gently stirred with a spatula. At first, it sizzled and oiled, but soon the rich aroma of meat wafted out, mixing with the smell of firewood, filling the yard. The men building the wall slowed down their work at the same time. A young man sniffed hard, his Adam's apple moving up and down. An older worker nearby laughed and scolded. What are you looking at? Hurry up and work. But he couldn't resist himself and secretly glanced toward the stove. Li Qianqian watched carefully as the meat shrank and turned golden and crispy. The clear pork fat increased more and more. She pressed down on the oil residue with a spatula, letting the last of the oil drip out. The sizzling sound and the stronger, roasted smell made everyone's stomachs rumble with hunger. Father Wang was directing people to mark the location of the bathroom when he caught a whiff of the smell and couldn't help but come over. He stood by the stove and looked around. Li Jiqing, your cooking skills are good. The oil is clear and shiny. Li Qianqian looked up and smiled, with a little sweat on her forehead. Uncle, later I'll sprinkle some salt on the oil residue so everyone can taste it. This made the nearby workers, who had been listening carefully, get excited. They moved their hands faster. Wang Lei watched his fiancée's face turn red from the stove's heat, full of pride. He quietly pushed a water scoop toward her hand. Be careful. Don't burn yourself. The smell of fried food and the smoke filled the small yard, making even passing villagers stop and look. News about Wang Lei renovating the house spread quickly through the village. The young women in the village gathered by the well to wash clothes, talking with envy about Li Qianqian finding such a sincere man. Huang Xiaomei had just dragged her tired body out of the cornfield when she heard some women sitting under a tree praising Wang Lei for being capable. She clenched her fists tightly, nails digging into her palms, and secretly cursed. Ma Xingwang, that useless guy, can't even handle small things like this. She was angry and heading toward the youth station when she suddenly heard muffled crying by the creek. She approached and saw Chen Meili sitting on a stone, her eyes swollen like walnuts, muttering repeatedly, Li Qianqian, you wicked person, may you never have good luck. She knew Chen Meili. They had just moved to the countryside, and she had only returned a few days ago. As soon as she came back, Li Qianqian had driven her out of Wang Lei's house. This was no secret. She heard about it from her aunt under the banyan tree. Her eyes lit up. An enemy of her enemy is her friend. She quickly put on a caring expression and sat gently beside Chen Meili. Comrade, I am Huang Xiaomei from the youth station. I just heard you mention Li Qianqian. Did she also offend you? Chen Meili looked up cautiously, glaring at her. What does that have to do with you? Huang Xiaomei's eyes turned red. She looked down, wiped non-existent tears with her sleeve, and her voice choked with emotion. Actually, I was also bullied by her at the youth station. You probably don't know, but she kept bothering my boyfriend Lin Kuan. After he rejected her, she started spreading rumors about me everywhere. Now she's climbing up Wang Lei's high branch, relying on someone's support, and I wonder how she'll secretly cause trouble for us in the future. What? Chen Meili suddenly grabbed Huang Xiaomei's arm, her eyes wide with surprise. Is what you're saying true? What would I lie to you for? Huang Xiaomei looked up with tears in her eyes, speaking sincerely and sadly. If you don't believe me, go ask around in the village. Did she used to follow Lin Kuan everywhere, trying to flatter him? Bringing water and towels, she was very eager. After hearing Huang Xiaomei's words, Chen Meili felt a fire burning in her chest. She couldn't sit still. She quickly stood up, ignoring her muddy skirt, and turned to run toward the village. First, she found her friends who usually picked wild vegetables. She pulled them aside and asked urgently, did that Li Jiqing always chase after Lin Jiqing? The girls looked at each other and nodded. Yes, that's true. Not long ago, we saw her bringing water to Lin Jiqing. This news was like oil poured on Chen Meili's fire, making it burn even hotter. She clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms. No. I can't let her fool Brother Wang. She ran straight to Wang Lei's house, peering over the fence. She saw Li Qianqian holding a basket, smiling happily as she handed pig fat scraps to the working men. Wang Lei was right beside her, gently supporting her waist with his arm, worried she might stumble. Chen Meili froze in place, her legs feeling heavy, as if filled with lead. She couldn't move, her eyes fixed on the two figures in the yard, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Suddenly, she remembered Huang Xiaomei's tearful eyes. Yes, the educated youth are intellectuals. Surely, they have a way to expose this liar. Without hesitation, she turned around sharply, lifting her skirt and running into the field, determined to find Huang Jiqing, who had also been bullied by Li Qianqian. Huang Xiaomei was dragged by Chen Meili to the old locust tree. She blinked innocently and asked, Comrade Chen, is something the matter? Chen Meili gasped for breath, clutching Huang Xiaomei's wrist tightly. I asked around in the village. Everything you said is true. I believe you now. Oh, Huang Xiaomei replied softly, lowering her eyes and unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes. Inside, she sneered coldly. This fool had definitely fallen for it. Seeing her calm and indifferent attitude, Chen Meili was so anxious, she stomped her feet. Huang Jiqing, you've read so many books. Surely you have a way to expose that wicked woman, right? Huang Xiaomei sighed and shook her head with a worried look. How can I expose her? Brother Wang is completely enchanted by her now. He has never left the village, so how could he not know about Li Qianqian's past? Since he doesn't care, what's the point of us arguing about it? But I can't just watch Brother Wang Lei be deceived. Chen Meili's eyes were red with worry. Huang Xiaomei pretended to think, touching her chin softly and whispering to herself, if only Brother Wang Lei could see what she's really up to. Maybe there's still hope. This idea suddenly struck Chen Meili like lightning. Her eyes lit up, and she tightly grasped Huang Xiaomei's hand. I understand now, she said, then turned and ran quickly, her skirt sweeping up dust on the field ridge. Huang Xiaomei watched her hurried figure, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She deliberately raised her voice and called out, Comrade Chen, where are you going? Her tone was just worried enough. Chen Meili ran straight home, quickly locking the door behind her. Her chest was still heaving from exertion. She squatted down and pulled out an old wooden box from under the bed, trembling as she unlocked it. Inside, neatly stacked, were various banknotes, some new, some old. Carefully, she poured all the money onto the kong, a traditional bed, her hands trembling as she began to count. When she reached 6 crisp, new, Great Unity bills, she paused. These were the hard-earned savings from caring for her grandmother all year, contributed by several uncles. Can't be too greedy, she gritted her teeth, stuffing all 120 yuan into her inner pocket and pressing it firmly. In a rundown tea house on the south street of the town, Yan Lizi was leaning back, picking his teeth. When Chen Meili approached, he glanced at her with a crooked smile. What do you want from me? She nervously twisted her clothes, her voice trembling. Rogue brother, I need your help. To teach someone a lesson. What? Speak up. Chen Meili felt the eyes of others around her and blushed even more. Let's find a quiet place. It's better for you. They went into a dark alley. Yan Lizi smiled slyly. Tell me, what's the good news? I'll give you some money. You help me teach a person a lesson. Li Qianqian from the village youth point. Chen Meili leaned in closer and lowered her voice. Make sure she can never clear her name. Yan Lizi's smile froze, and he squinted. Little girl, this is dangerous. Playing with fire. Don't worry, this young worker looks good, and he's not a serious person. He's involved with several men, so you won't lose out. He suspiciously held up 5 fingers. At least this many. Chen Meili saw the 5 fingers and felt nervous, thinking it might be 500 yuan. She quickly grabbed Yan Lizi's hand. Brother Pimp, I can only come up with 120 yuan. 120? Yan Lizi's eyes lit up. He forgot to feel her soft hand and unconsciously swallowed, trying to hide his excitement. He pretended to look serious and frowned. This price. It's risky. All my money is here. Chen Meili hurriedly took out the stack of money from her pocket, neatly stacking even the paper bills. Yan Lizi stared at the thick bills in her hand, a smile almost breaking through his face. He quickly forced himself to look serious again. All right, since you're sincere. Then the two started planning secretly. When Chen Meili rode her bicycle back to the village, her 2 braids bounced happily on her shoulders with her lively movements. She hummed the tune of The Members Are Sunflowers, pedaling quickly. The wheels rolled over the dirt road, kicking up fine dust. She deliberately pressed the bicycle bell loudly when passing by the nearby guard dog, her lips curling up with a hidden sense of pride, as if she already saw Li Qianqian's downfall. Not far away, Huang Xiaomei pretended to be weeding in the vegetable garden, but was actually watching the road entrance with her peripheral vision. When she heard the crisp sound of the bicycle bell, her action paused, and she slowly straightened her back. Seeing Chen Meili's excited expression, Huang Xiaomei's tense heart eased a little, and a faint, cold smile appeared on her lips. She lowered her head and whispered to herself, "Looks like everything went according to plan." At dawn, Yan Lizi crouched behind a bush at the foot of the back mountain. Dew soaked his pants, and he irritably brushed off the ants crawling on his arm, staring fixedly at the mountain trail. From afar, footsteps and chatter sounded. He immediately held his breath and pressed himself down further. But when he saw who was coming, his whole body turned cold. The tall man walking ahead was the same fierce fighter who challenged a dozen people at the black market in town last month. He had watched it clearly from the alley entrance. The man swung a stick fiercely, sweeping everything in his path, with such brutality that it made people's legs weak. Yen Lizzie tightly covered his mouth, holding his breath and breathing softly. He watched Wang Lei protect Li Qianqian as they walked past, his rough hand carefully clearing away the tangled branches for her. Only after their figures disappeared into the deep woods did Yen Lizzie collapse to the ground, sweat soaking through his clothes. That crazy woman is trying to get me killed. He shivered as he got up, crawling and running out of the village, not daring to look back. Wang Lei watched their disappearing figures with a frown. Li Qianqian looked in the direction Wang Lei was watching. "Brother Wang Lei, what are you looking at?" "Nothing," he said, kissing her cheek. "You go rest first. I'll be there soon." Back at Wang Lei's yard, Li Qianqian looked at the white pig fat solidified in the clay jar and sighed softly. She had wanted to start making crispy cakes right away. But with so many people working in the yard, it was not convenient. She found a small basket, carefully placed the pig fat jar inside, and went to Wang Lei, who was nailing a window frame. "Brother Wang Lei, I'm going back to the youth commune to make the crispy cakes." Wang Lei immediately put down his hammer and brushed off the wood shavings from his hands. "I'll take you." "No need." Li Qianqian waved her hand, pointing at the bright sun. "It's broad daylight. What danger could there be?" Wang Lei looked up at the sky, then suddenly leaned close to her ear, lowering his voice with a smile.
"Then
I'll come find you at noon." To sleep, Li Qianqian's face turned bright red. Embarrassed, she lightly hit him. "Stop talking nonsense." After saying that, she picked up her basket and turned to leave quickly, her steps fast and urgent, as if trying to escape the embarrassing atmosphere. The men working in the yard saw the little couple's interaction and couldn't help but smile. A young man elbowed his companion, making a teasing face. "I'll take you. There's no danger in broad daylight." "Nonsense." Amid the laughter, Wang Lei rubbed the back of his head, his dark face slightly red. He bent down to pick up his hammer and continued working, though a faint smile played on his lips. Ma Xingwang sat under the shade of a tree, eyes fixed on the small road. When he saw Li Qianqian walking alone with her basket, he felt happy. He waved casually at a few idlers resting under the tree. "I have something to do. I'll go ahead." He hurriedly stepped into the middle of the road and grinned, blocking Li Qianqian's way. "Li, the youth from the commune." Li Qianqian stopped and frowned as she looked at the man with yellow teeth. "Is it you? Do you need something?" Ma Xingwang rubbed his hands nervously and looked around slyly. "I just remembered something. About the eggs you asked about last time. Maybe I wasn't just curious about the bar?" "Oh," Li Qianqian raised an eyebrow. "I've exchanged eggs with many people in the village. Are you hiding something shameful?" Ma Xingwang felt nervous and tried to stay calm. "Aren't you fighting with Huang Xiaomei? Why would you help her exchange eggs?" "We used to be very good friends," Li Qianqian said with a fake sigh. "I even wanted to make up with her."
But how do you know so much?"
"Could it be? Better if it is." Ma Xingwang quickly interrupted, smiling flatteringly. "I have a better idea that could make you two closer." He leaned in and lowered his voice. "Why not all three of us be together? 2 women and 1 man. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" "Ugh," Li Qianqian gagged in disgust. "You're ugly, and your ideas are even uglier." Ma Xingwang looked around nervously, seeing no one nearby. He got bolder and reached out to grab Li Qianqian's arm. But Li Qianqian reacted quickly. With a smooth move, she threw him over her shoulder. Bang! Ma Xingwang fell hard to the ground. Before he could react, he was kicked sharply in the groin. He screamed painfully, curling up like a cooked shrimp, clutching himself tightly, sweating from the pain. Li Qianqian looked down at him with a cold smile. "Trying to be a hooligan in broad daylight? If you want trouble, I'll give it to you." No, I was wrong, big sister." Ma Xingwang sobbed and begged, tears in his eyes. "It was Huang Xiaomei. She told me to come. I really didn't have the guts for this." "Really?" Li Qianqian smiled with a hint of coldness in her eyes. "Then whatever she told you to do to me, you do the same to her. If I hear any news of a caught cheating in the village within a week, then..." She paused, her voice soft but icy. "Brother Wang Lei, and I won't let you go." After saying that, she turned away from the curled-up, crying man and quickly left with her basket. Back at the small hut in the youth commune, she looked at the sun and realized she had wasted a lot of time waiting for Ma Xingwang. It was too late to make crispy cakes. She put down the basket and took out a piece of dark blue cotton fabric she had bought earlier, specifically for Wang Lei. She spread out the fabric on the bedboard, smoothing out each fold with her hand. Then she took an old newspaper from the drawer, matching it to Wang Lei's size. Using a piece of chalk, she drew the outline on the paper. The scissors cut through the paper with a soft sizzle sound. She kept her head slightly lowered, focused, making each cut steady and precise. After cutting out the pattern, she carefully placed it on the fabric and traced around the edges with chalk. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating tiny fibers dancing in the light beam. She picked up a needle and thread, her fingers moving quickly and skillfully, the needle darting between the fabric layers. She didn't know how long it had been when the cheerful voices of the youth returning from work reached her outside. Li Qianqian immediately stopped her work, quickly packed the fabric, pattern, and tools into a box, and locked it. Then she took out some seaweed and dried shrimp, preparing a simple soup so that Wang Lei could have a warm bowl when he arrived. The youth, tired from their work, trudged back. Before reaching the courtyard gate, a tempting aroma wafted into their noses. "Smells so good." Someone couldn't help but swallow. Everyone quickened their pace and crowded into the kitchen, eyes fixed on the stove. In the large iron pot, there was boiled greens, and beside it, a wooden bucket held sweet potato rice. Nothing unusual. "Is that all we're eating?" Someone muttered disappointedly, with a hint of complaint in their voice. Huang Saixia, who was serving rice, suddenly slammed her spoon against the bucket and looked serious. "Isn't this what we eat every day? Why do you have a problem when I cook?" No, Lu Guanliang hurriedly explained, rubbing his hands nervously. His eyes kept drifting toward the delicious smell. "It's just that it smells so good. I thought you made some fancy dish." Huang Saixia sneered and pointed toward Li Qianqian's small hut next door. "Want something fancy? Go cook it yourself." Only then did everyone realize where the aroma was coming from. They looked at each other silently, said nothing, and lined up quietly to get their food. But the plain, watery dishes, in contrast to the rich aroma, made them find it harder to swallow. At noon, Wang Lei was holding a bowl of seafood soup at the door of the yard. He listened to Li Qianqian talk about Ma Xingwang blocking the road. His fingers around the bowl suddenly turned white, and a fierce anger flashed in his eyes. "I will ruin him tonight, so he can never be a man again." "Stop, I've already taught her a lesson," Li Qianqian said, holding his tense hand. Her eyes shone brightly. "That's too easy on the mastermind behind the scenes. I want everyone in the village to see clearly who is really causing trouble." Wang Lei's chest heaved heavily a few times. Finally, he took a deep breath and held her cool hand back in his. "All right, as you wish." For 3 days straight, Ma Xingwang was woken up by the cold at dawn. Each time, he found himself lying naked at his own yard gate, covered in purple bruises. His neck was numb and sore, making it hard to lift his head. He shivered as he crawled back into the house, staring at his reflection in the water jar, looking so miserable. Suddenly, he punched the water surface. Who else could treat him like a dead dog but Wang Lei? But he couldn't fight back, and he had no proof. On the 4th night, he curled up in the corner of the kong, a traditional bed, and dared not close his eyes. Just after midnight, he heard a faint sound from the back window. He was so scared he rolled off the kong, kowtowing repeatedly toward the darkness. "Brother Lei, I was wrong. It was that nasty Huang Xiaomei who incited me. I'll expose her cheating." There was silence outside the window for a moment, then a torn burlap sack was thrown in. Ma Xingwang still couldn't see who was there. He scrambled to put on his clothes, hearing footsteps fading away. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. The moonlight revealed his twisted face. Since he couldn't hide it, it was all that nasty woman's fault. If she caused all this trouble, Then he'd drag her down into the mud with him. Huang Xiaomei woke up suddenly during the bumpy ride, surprised to find herself lying among corn stalks. She was cold all over. Frantically, she grabbed her scattered clothes and shouted in panic. "How did I end up here?" Ma Xingwang hugged her from behind, breathing hot air on her neck. "Don't shout. Did you bring me here?" Huang Xiaomei's voice trembled. Ma Xingwang didn't dare tell the truth. Instead, he changed the subject. "The other day, I ran into Li Qianqian. Why didn't you tell me she's skilled?" He unconsciously clenched his legs. Skill? Impossible. Huang Xiaomei frowned, trying to remember. Looking into Ma Xingwang's eyes, it didn't seem like he was lying. Clearly, he had been taken advantage of by Li Qianqian, and he was taking his anger out on her. "I didn't know. How could you not know?" Ma Xingwang suddenly grabbed her neck. "Aren't you good friends? Why are you fighting? Are you deliberately trying to hurt me?" "There is nothing." Huang Xiaomei was frightened by his fierce look and quickly spoke. "Brother Xingwang, you didn't get hit by her, did you?" This hit a sore spot for Ma Xingwang. He tightened his grip and said, "You did this on purpose." Huang Xiaomei was almost blacking out from the choke. Desperate to survive, she forced herself to endure the nausea, pressed close, and weakly showed her tears. Sure enough, Ma Xingwang loosened his hold and, panting, said, "Now it's your turn up there." Zhou Tsuehua, the sister of Iron Bull, received a signal. She shouted in a clear voice in front of the village's most gossiping women, "Come quick. Someone's up to no good." Then she hid in the darkness. Clatter. Hua Weixiang opened her eyes, hurried out in her cloth shoes, tying her waistband while knocking on the neighbor's door. "Ansung. Come quick. There's a big scene in the cornfield." 7 or 8 villagers rushed into the field with kerosene lamps. The yellowed corn leaves scratched their faces painfully. They pushed aside the last stalks and gasped. Xiaomei was riding on Ma Xingwang, the moonlight shining on her back, making her look very pale. Unfair. Huang Xiaomei rolled to the side, pulled her clothes tight, and cried to the village chief, "He forced me." Ma Xingwang calmly tied his belt and pointed to the scratch marks on his chest. "Aunties, please testify. Who was just riding on me and twisting happily?" "Who forced whom?" he suddenly shouted loudly. "Village chief. I want to accuse Huang Xiaomei of being a troublemaker." The crowd burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." Gooden's mother spat and said, "Ma Lotzi, you're dreaming." Hua Weixiang squeezed to the front, hands on her hips. "I saw with my own eyes that Huang Jiqing was bouncing on top. His butt was shining in the moonlight," and Xing nodded repeatedly. They were even holding each other's necks and whispering, "What's so attractive about Huang Xiaomei? Which unmarried man in the village isn't better than this second-rate guy?" Under everyone's pointing and gossiping, Huang Xiaomei had to admit she was just too scared earlier. Actually, she had already been dating Ma Xingwang. Ma Xingwang didn't want to marry this troublemaker, but thinking about the possibility of divorce later, he nodded. Xiaomei is telling the truth. Someone couldn't help but ask, "What does Huang Jiqing see in you?" "Is that why?" Ma Xingwang, unbothered, said, "Haha, it must be his skills in bed." The village chief couldn't stand it anymore and frowned. "You all must get married within 3 days, or you'll both be taken to the struggle session and sleep in the cowshed." When the news reached the youth camp, Lin Kuan was holding his green military water bottle. As he overheard a few girls talking, the bottle slipped from his hand and hit the ground with a loud clang, splashing water everywhere. He suddenly stood up, his face dark with anger, his chest rising and falling sharply. The woman who had once been so close to him, Huang Xiaomei, had actually gone and married that man with yellow teeth and a bad reputation. A wave of fury rushed to his head. His fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands standing out. Fong Lihong, who was putting on her shoes, was so startled that one shoe fell to the floor. Her mouth hung open, her eyes wide, her mind in complete confusion. She had clearly seen Huang Xiaomei and Lin Kuan together in the woods. How could she suddenly be with Ma Xingwang? That man had neither education nor looks. What could Huang Xiaomei possibly see in him? She quickly finished putting on her shoes and stepped outside, only to find Lin Kuan standing at the door, staring blankly ahead. She couldn't help but whisper, "Comrade Lin, what's going on? Wasn't Xiaomei with you?" Before she could finish, Lin Kun shot her a fierce glare that made her stop immediately. Fong Lihong pressed her lips together, frowned, and hurried out of the camp. Just then, she ran into Huang Xiaomei, who was walking back, looking completely lost. Huang Xiaomei's face was pale, her eyes unfocused, as if her spirit had left her body. A few older women nearby were still gossiping excitedly. I heard it was Huang Xiaomei who went to his house first. Shows you can never really know what someone's like inside. Huang Xiaomei covered her face and rushed into the room. She threw herself onto her bed against the wall, buried her face deep in the blanket, and her shoulders shook as she tried to hold back her sobs. Fong Lihong didn't know how to comfort her, so she just sat quietly nearby. The other girls in the room paused what they were doing and exchanged glances. Li Mei, who slept on the other side of Huang Xiaomei, pursed her lips and quietly moved her bedding a little farther away, as if afraid to get too close. Lu Xiaodi deliberately made noise with her enamel cup and muttered, "What bad luck." No one went to comfort Huang Xiaomei, and no one asked her anything. The row of beds that had once been close together now had a clear gap beside Huang Xiaomei's bed, an invisible distance that separated her from the others. Huang Xiaomei cried until her voice grew faint, and eventually, she fell asleep, still trembling slightly. When she woke up again, the sky was just beginning to lighten with dawn. She rubbed her swollen eyes and sat up. Using the moonlight coming through the window, she suddenly noticed that a large space on both sides of her bed was empty. The bedding that should have been close to her had been pulled far away to the other end of the bed. She bit her lip tightly, nails digging into her palm, feeling her chest tighten and making it hard to breathe. Early in the morning, the youth camp was unusually quiet. The young women were all looking tired, yawning constantly, but they kept their mouths shut, not talking. Only the faint sounds of dishes clinking could be heard. Lin Kun looked grim as he hurried out with his lunchbox. Huang Xiaomei saw immediately that his eyes showed clear dislike, and her eyes turned red. She quickly stepped forward to try to stop him and explain, but Lin Kun, as if avoiding something dirty, sped up and left the yard without looking back. At that moment, Ma Xingwang rode up on a borrowed bicycle, ringing the bell loudly at the gate of the youth camp. He stood on one foot, shouting loudly, "Come on, wife. Let's go to the town to get the marriage certificate." Huang Xiaomei's face instantly turned bright red, and she trembled with shame and anger. Seeing her standing still, Ma Xingwang's face darkened. He spat on the ground and said harshly, "You a broken shoe. Still pretending? Think you're some kind of precious girl? Want me to carry you on a sedan chair?" Thinking about the hardships he had endured these days, his tone grew even more vicious. Huang Xiaomei bit her lip tightly, nails digging into her palm. She felt everyone's eyes like needles stabbing her back. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. She lowered her head and slowly moved toward the broken bicycle, her heart filled with overwhelming hatred. In the yard of the youth camp, everyone watched Huang Xiaomei get on the noisy bicycle. Their brows furrowed in concern. The young women exchanged glances. Some clicked their tongues softly. Others shook their heads helplessly. Meanwhile, Ma Xingwang's mother stood by her own mud wall, her rough hands rubbing her apron repeatedly. When she saw neighbors peeking out, she straightened her back and couldn't help but smile. "Oh, so, she married a youth camp girl?" asked the neighbor woman cautiously. Ma Xingwang's mother deliberately raised her voice. "Now, we believe in free love. If the kids like each other, we, as elders, support them." She spoke confidently, but the wrinkles around her eyes betrayed a hint of scheming. After the onlookers dispersed, she turned around, grabbed a handful of pumpkin seeds from the windowsill, and chewed loudly while leaning against the doorframe. Thinking about how her son married a scholar without paying any bride price, she squinted happily. If Xingwang had the ability to make a quick decision, he would have already married her, and at least he wouldn't have to empty his family's savings as a young worker. Now, he didn't even need to prepare a bride price. She spat out the seed shells and thought about urging the new daughter-in-law to change her household registration once she moved in. Then, she could hold the ration tickets and cloth coupons from the team in her hand. Thinking this way, she also found the few hens in the yard more pleasing to look at. In the afternoon, when Huang Xiaomei returned to the youth team station, her face looked pale, like she had been covered in white paper. She silently walked to her bed and started rolling up her bedding. A few other young women in the room exchanged glances and quietly sighed with relief. The troublemaker was finally leaving. However, Fong Lihong couldn't sit still. She moved closer to Huang Xiaomei and lowered her voice. "Xiaomei, do you have some trouble? Tell me, I'll help you think of a way." Huang Xiaomei looked up at her with a weak smile at the corner of her mouth and continued folding her clothes. Fong Lihong leaned in even more, almost whispering into her ear, "I know about you and Lin the young worker. Why did you end up with someone like Ma Xingwang?" Huang Xiaomei's hands paused suddenly. Her eyes darted quickly, and when she looked up, her eyes were red. Her voice was hoarse. He's using this to threaten me. If I don't agree, he'll tell everyone about me and brother Lin Kunk. I can't let Lin Kunk's reputation be ruined." Fong Lihong's eyebrows immediately furrowed tightly. "Then why didn't you tell Lin the young worker?" "How can I say that?" Huang Xiaomei's tears welled up in her eyes. "If it were you, would you want someone who's been mistreated?" "But—" "Stop talking," Huang Xiaomei said, bundling her quilt tightly with a choked voice. "Who I marry doesn't matter. As long as brother Lin Kunk can have a good life in the future, I accept it." Fong Lihong, usually clever at scheming, felt her heart sour after hearing this. She looked at Huang Xiaomei's fragile figure and, for the first time, felt genuine sympathy. Huang Xiaomei carried her light luggage, walking heavily into Ma's low, mud-brick house. Inside, Ma Xingwang's parents were arguing. Molly sat on the doorstep, quietly smoking a dry pipe. His wife, Yang Zhaodi, stood with her hands on her hips, speaking loudly. "We have to hold a celebration. Our family only has this one good daughter, and such an important event as her wedding must have a feast. A few years ago, we sent out many gifts, so now is a good chance to get some of that back." Ma Xingwang hurried over from behind, annoyed, and grabbed his hair as he tried to speak. "I said we shouldn't hold a celebration. It's troublesome." But when he heard about getting the gifts back, he muttered a few words. In the end, he didn't argue and turned to go inside, slamming the door shut. Yang Zhaodi then looked at Huang Xiaomei, who was frozen at the door. She stepped forward and, without hesitation, circled around Huang Xiaomei, looking her over like she was choosing goods at a market. Suddenly, she reached out and pinched Huang Xiaomei's bottom hard. Huang Xiaomei trembled with pain, biting her lip to keep from crying out. Yang Zhaodi nodded with satisfaction, a faint smile appearing on her face. "Yes, a big bottom. Good for bearing children. Come inside." She tilted her chin and pointed to the door where Ma Xingwang had just gone in. "We have a rule here. The new daughter-in-law doesn't need to work for the first 3 days. After that, all the chores are yours." Huang Xiaomei lowered her head, clutching her bundle tightly, her nails almost digging into the cloth. She said nothing and quietly moved toward the closed door. As she was packing her things, the kitchen curtain was pushed aside, and a woman in a gray cloth coat stepped out. The woman was about 35, with fine wrinkles around her eyes. She carried a steaming bowl of radish soup and greeted naturally, "Father, mother, mealtime." Huang Xiaomei was surprised. She realized Ma Xingwang had a sister. She secretly watched this woman, named Ma Feng, as she skillfully served everyone their food, seeming to be a regular resident at her parents' house. She wondered silently. She looks quite old for her age. Why is she still living at home? Did she return after a divorce? Suppressing her doubts, she ate her rice quietly, but her eyes kept flicking around the table. Halfway through the meal, Yang Zhaodi put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with her sleeve, and said to Ma Feng, "Tomorrow, I'll go to town with your father to buy 2 pounds of meat. Your father said that the wedding feast needs some preparation ahead of time. When you come back from work tomorrow, you don't need to cook for us." Ma Feng didn't lift her head and kept eating her sweet potatoes, replying softly, "Okay." Huang Xiaomei noticed that Ma Xingwang never looked at his sister, and Ma Feng kept her eyes down all the time. Their conversation was cold and distant, showing an unspoken distance between mother and daughter. The next afternoon, Ma Lu and Yang Zhaodi each carried 5 or 6 tied-up chickens into the yard, swaying unsteadily. The chickens had their eyes closed and didn't move. Ma Feng heard the door open and came out of the kitchen. Seeing the scene, she was stunned. "Dad, Mom, why did you buy so many chickens?" Yang Zhaodi threw the heavy chickens onto the ground and rubbed her aching waist. "If I tell you to kill them, just do it quickly. After killing, soak them in well water overnight." Ma Feng looked at the chickens on the ground and hesitated. "Why not just hang them on the well? Won't soaking them overnight spoil them? Just do as I say." "No more nonsense." Yang Zhaodi glared, and Ma Feng immediately shut her mouth and quietly crouched down to start packing. The next morning at dawn, Yang Zhaodi took a handful of sunflower seeds and wandered around the village, calling out loudly to everyone she saw, "Come to our house for a feast the day after tomorrow. I promise you'll eat until your mouth is greasy." At first, the villagers didn't believe it. Who didn't know that the Ma couple was famously stingy? But when someone mentioned seeing Ma carry back about 10 fat chickens, the whole village was buzzing. Really bought 10 chickens? Is the sun rising from the west? Could it be stolen? Hearing these rumors, Yang Zhaodi proudly straightened her back. Her eyes twinkled as she remembered the city kids at the youth station, who said that city wages were high and the bride price would be generous. So she turned and headed toward the youth station, shouting from afar, "Comrades from the youth station, come to our house for a happy celebration the day after tomorrow." Time flowed like water. On the day Huang Xiaomei set up the banquet, even before dawn, the Ma family yard was busy. Ma Feng, wearing an apron, was stirring at a makeshift clay stove, the sizzling sounds of stir-frying drifting far away. Villagers helped by bringing tables and chairs from the brigade office, setting up 9 tables in the yard. The benches clattered on the muddy ground, making dull sounds. As the sun rose higher, the feast was finally laid out. Each table had a big bowl of golden potato chicken, and the salty aroma of chicken giblets stir-fried with sour vegetables mixed with a fresh scent of steamed fish. The fish was caught from the river by Ma Feng overnight, its scales still shining with water. Huang Xiaomei, wearing a slightly new red blouse, stood at the door of the house, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Looking at the lively banquet and the greasy dishes, she quietly straightened her back. Such a grand scene was rare, not only in the village but even in the city during weddings. When the villagers sat down, they were stunned, staring at the food on the table. They had no time to discuss Huang Xiaomei's affair. A man used chopsticks to lift the chicken piece covered with a lid. Seeing the real meat underneath, he frowned so hard it seemed he could catch a fly. When he handed over the red envelope, he silently slipped an extra dime inside. The rustling of paper money filled the air. Yang Zhaodi moved around the table, patting his bulging pocket, smiling so broadly that his face was full of wrinkles. He casually picked a chicken bone from a neighbor's plate and chewed loudly. In the middle of the night, Wangjia village suddenly erupted in chaos. "Help! What's wrong with the head of the household?" A sharp cry pierced the night sky. Soon after, screams came from different directions. Villagers grabbed kerosene lamps and rushed out of their houses. They saw several families in disarray outside their doors. Some people were on the ground, foaming at the mouth, convulsing. Others were clutching their stomachs, rolling and crying in pain.
"Quick!
Call the village chief!" Someone shouted loudly. When Wang Daong arrived dressed, he saw the scene and felt a heavy weight in his heart. He immediately ordered some strong men, "Hurry! Drive the tractor to the hospital." On the dark dirt road, the tractor jolted along with a loud bump. Inside the wagon, more than 10 patients were squeezed together, moaning in pain. Some women tightly held their children or husbands' hands, white foam spilling from their mouths. Nearby, a man was so pained he kept banging his head against the wagon wall, making dull thuds. At the town clinic, the on-duty doctor saw the situation and immediately sounded the alarm. Nurses pushed stretchers quickly, and the corridor echoed with hurried footsteps. They performed stomach washes, enemas, and 4 drips. After more than 2 hours of rescue, the doctor, sweating, came out and said, "It's poisoning." We suspect rat poison.
What did you all eat last night?
Nothing. Just the wedding feast at Ma's house. Almost everyone replied in unison. Lying on the hospital bed, Ma Li was still moaning. When he heard this, he suddenly froze, his face turning deathly pale. It must be your food that's contaminated. I always said that people who are so generous after a lifetime of hard work are suspicious. The injured villager shouted excitedly. Someone even grabbed in for stand, ready to rush to Ma Li's bed. Ma Lu pulled the blanket up, curled into a ball, pretending to be in pain, not daring to make a sound. Under the dim light, cold sweat on his forehead shimmered faintly. At dawn, 2 motorbikes with sidecars arrived in Wangjia village. When the police officers in white uniforms got off, they were immediately surrounded by villagers. Comrade, my husband is still lying in the clinic. My father vomited all night last night. The police visited each house and found that, besides the seriously ill who were taken to the hospital, over 20 villagers showed symptoms of dizziness and nausea. All clues pointed to the Ma family's banquet. When the police knocked on the Ma family's door, Yang Zhaodi was squatting in the kitchen picking beans. When she saw the officers in uniform, she dropped her basket with a loud clatter, and the beans spilled everywhere. Police officers. Is there something you need? She asked, her lips trembling, clutching her apron tightly. Under the serious questioning from the police, Yang Zhaodi finally felt her legs weaken and sat down on the doorstep, her voice trembling with tears as she explained. That day in town, I saw someone hurriedly handling chickens. 9 chickens for only 2 yuan. I thought I was getting a good deal. Her voice grew softer, and she trembled like a leaf. I really didn't know the chickens were poisoned. If I had known it would cause deaths, I wouldn't have taken them even if they were free. The 2 police officers exchanged a glance and took out handcuffs. Come with us. Amid the villagers pointing and whispering, Yang Zhaodi was led onto the sidecar motorcycle, her head bowed low. Her gray hair was messy in the morning breeze. By noon, Wang Daong finally returned from the town clinic. He dragged his tired feet into the house and told Lin Yufan everything about the hospital and police station results. Lin Yufan, who was fixing her shoes, trembled and almost pricked her finger with a needle. She put down her shoe and patted her chest, saying repeatedly, "Oh heavens, the Ma family really isn't good. But I think many men are still fine, right?" Wang Daong frowned and said, "Probably they ate and drank while drinking and got sick from overdoing it. Those who didn't drink are suffering too." The little old lady's heart was pounding, and she gently patted her chest, saying, "Qianqian is truly our lucky star. Otherwise, your old dad wouldn't be able to handle this." On the day the Ma family held their celebration, Li Qianqian refused to go because she felt uncomfortable. Wang Lei naturally didn't go either. Coincidentally, the workers fixing the house had all taken a break to watch the festivities. Li Qianqian cooked a big pot of fresh soup with kelp and dried shrimp in Wang Lei's yard. She also made extra meat for everyone to try. When Wang's parents and grandfather finished their chores and went over, the chicken at the Ma family feast was almost all gone, and the remaining dishes were mixed up and casually eaten. Old Master Wang sat on the doorstep smoking a dry pipe. When he heard his wife's words, he nodded slightly amid the smoke. Li Qianqian was humming a song while making chestnut pies at the youth station, unaware that she had unintentionally helped the Wang family avoid a disaster. The youth station was also in chaos. Fong Lihong was the most affected because she didn't want to waste money and had left the hospital early. When she returned to the youth station with weak steps, her face still looked pale from illness. As she entered the yard, she heard some young people chatting under the jujube tree. Huang Xiaomei is really unlucky. She caused a tragedy even at a happy event. Ma's wife isn't a good person. Doesn't Huang Xiaomei know that? Both of them are troublemakers. Fong Lihong leaned on the doorframe to catch her breath, then suddenly raised her voice to interrupt. "Stop talking." Everyone looked back in surprise. They saw her trembling as she stood upright, unconsciously clutching her clothes edge.
Xiaomei. She didn't know anything.
That day, she stayed inside the new house the whole time and didn't even get to drink chicken soup. Her voice was weak but firm. "We shouldn't speak ill of others behind their backs. If anyone's to blame, It's Ma's greed. Xiaomei is also a victim. A young woman among the youth was about to argue, but was pulled back by someone beside her. The yard fell silent, only hearing Fong Lihong's suppressed cough. She slowly walked into the house, leaning on the wall, leaving behind a few complicated looks. 10 days later, since no one died and it wasn't intentional poisoning, Yang Zhaodi was released after education. When she trudged back to the village entrance, she saw from afar the stains on her yard wall, remnants of vomit from the villagers on the day of the celebration. Yang Zhaodi, dragging her feet, turned into the village. The villagers waiting there suddenly surrounded her, blocking her way. "Pay up. My husband is still in the hospital. My father vomited bile. The medical bills must be paid by your family. There are also compensation fees. I haven't been able to work these days." Several hands reached out to Yang Zhaodi, clutching crumpled medical bills, almost poking her face. Yang Zhaodi first shrank back, then suddenly sat down heavily on the ground, slapped her thighs, and started crying loudly. "Compensation? What can I give? Our old Ma is also in the hospital. We are victims too." She suddenly tore open her collar, revealing her gaunt chest. Look. If I really wanted to hurt someone, would the police let me go? I have no money, but I have my life. A few women were so angry at her loud and unruly behavior that they trembled all over. Widow Zhao pointed at her nose and scolded, "You're even justifying buying dead chickens now. I didn't know they were poisoned," Yang Zhaodi argued, sticking out her neck. "I also lost out by trying to save money. Are you going to push me to the limit?" She shouted and rolled on the ground, dust covering her completely, her crying and wailing loud enough to shake the sky. The villagers, furious at her wild behavior, turned pale with anger but couldn't do anything to her. They could only glare at this old troublemaker rolling in the dirt. Yang Zhaodi, exhausted, dragged herself into the yard and bumped into a family sitting around the Kong table eating. Huang Xiaomei's hand trembled as she held her bowl, the golden fried eggs still steaming.
Crazy!
Yang Zhaodi yelled sharply, her thin body suddenly lunging at the edge of the Kong. She snatched Huang Xiaomei's chopsticks and threw them on the table. "Eat! Eat! Eat! Don't you see I just got back and you're not even handing me chopsticks?" Huang Xiaomei bit her lip and shrank into the corner of the Kong. Ma Xingwang slowly set down his porridge bowl. "Mom, did the police trouble you?" This half-hearted concern made Yang Zhaodi's eyes fill with tears. She snatched the chopsticks handed to her and glared fiercely at Huang Xiaomei. "Only my son knows how to care. What about your sister? She went to dig wild vegetables in the back mountain. Have you eaten? Don't you touch the eggs?" Yang Zhaodi suddenly raised her voice. Ma Xingwang sneered. "This plate of eggs was cooked just for my wife." Hearing that her son wanted to eat, she didn't say anything more. She looked tired and said, "This afternoon, go and bring your father back. Stop pretending. Think the hospital is a free cafeteria." At this moment, Ma Lu from the town health clinic was leaning back with his legs crossed, slurping the last bites of the patient's meal. Squinting at the nurse walking down the corridor, his rough fingers unconsciously rubbing his sleeve, he was thinking about staying a few more days. After all, the young men in the village wouldn't dare to rush into the hospital and fight with the patients. In the afternoon, Ma Xingwang went out to pick up Ma Lu. Huang Xiaomei was lying on the Kong, a traditional bed, in a relaxed pose, taking a nap. During the days when Yang Zhaodi was away, she lived like a young lady of high status, sleeping until late morning, eating ready-made meals, and even throwing her dirty clothes directly to Ma Feng for washing. Her cheeks looked rounder. Yang Zhaodi walked around the kitchen and saw the pile of dirty dishes in the water basin. Her face darkened. She stormed into the inner room, pulled back Huang Xiaomei's quilt, and pinched her arm harshly with her thin, bony fingers. "Lazybones. Do you think you're a princess? Expect your mother-in-law to wait on you?" Huang Xiaomei screamed in pain. "Ah, hitting people is against the law." "Against the law?" Yang Zhaodi's face turned red with anger. All the grievances she had suffered at the police station over the past days flooded back. She grabbed a bamboo broom from the corner and started hitting Huang Xiaomei. It's natural for a mother-in-law to discipline her daughter-in-law. Are you more precious than the pillar of the family? You're going too far. The broom struck down like rain, and Huang Xiaomei curled up, covering her head and rolling on the Kong, crying out, "Stop hitting. I'll wash. I'll go wash right now." She scrambled and crawled to the water basin in the yard. When she rolled up her sleeves, her arms revealed crisscrossed purple marks from the pinch. Yang Zhaodi stood at the doorframe, arms crossed, watching and still cursing. Huang Xiaomei slammed the washboard loudly, already wishing to curse the old woman to death. Her strength was too much. Her bones felt like they were about to break. In the evening, Ma Feng carried a heavy basket into the yard. Yang Zhaodi was about to scold her with her hands on her hips, but stopped when she saw Ma Feng squat down and pour out a bunch of fluffy chestnuts, fresh wild vegetables, and finally 3 small wild eggs that shimmered with a faint blue glow in the dusk. The angry words caught in Yang Zhaodi's throat. It wasn't farming season now. The village only worked half a day. The mountain behind was full of people searching for wild vegetables, so it was no small feat to gather so much. "Mother, you're back," Ma Feng greeted softly, already skillfully peeling the chestnut shells. Yang Zhaodi responded, her tone much gentler. "When we cook later, add some chestnuts to change the flavor." "Okay," Ma Feng replied, deftly prying open the spiky chestnut husks. At this moment, the courtyard gate creaked open, and Ma Lu and Ma Xingwang returned one after the other. Ma Lu, with a scruffy face and a slightly dazed look, immediately grabbed Yang Zhaodi's arm and pulled her into the house. They slipped into the inner room, and the curtain fell with a soft swish. Faint voices could be heard, speaking quietly, but the words were unclear, only vague whispers floating in the evening light. Foma kept peeling chestnuts quietly, while Xiao Mei secretly massaged her bruised arm in the kitchen. No one dared to disturb the closed door. At the youth station, Li Qianqian was counting the chestnuts. The crispy cakes had sold well these days, earning over 20 yuan. She thought she could make at least 50 more yuan from the remaining chestnuts. A smile crept onto her face. Tainyo helped sell goods on the black market and earned 3 yuan as a delivery fee. Seeing her staring blankly at the chestnuts on the ground, he frowned and said, "Sister-in-law, I have to go now." Early the next morning, there was a gentle knock on the door. A young girl's voice asked softly, "Is Li Jiqing here?" Li Qianqian opened the door and saw a thin, small girl standing outside, about 14 or 15 years old, wearing patched old clothes. "My brother is Tainyo." The girl shyly rubbed her clothes. "He asked me to come help peel the chestnuts." Li Qianqian looked around but didn't see Tainyo. She smiled and stepped aside. "Come in quickly." Zhou Tsuehua immediately squatted down by the pile of chestnuts in the corner of the yard and started working without a word. Her fingers moved skillfully as she peeled the shells, her slender neck exposed as she bent over. Li Qianqian watched her thin back, feeling a sudden ache in her heart. She turned around and poured a bowl of malted milk, bringing it to the girl. "Xiaohua, have some." Zhou Tsuehua was startled and quickly waved her hands. "No need." Li Qianqian squatted down and pushed the bowl into her hands. "Hold it quickly. My hands are sore from holding things. A bowl of malted milk isn't much. If you don't drink it, I won't let you help anymore." The sweet aroma of the malted milk drifted over. Zhou Tsuehua secretly swallowed and her face turned red. After hesitating for a moment, she finally took the bowl and sipped it carefully, the bowl knocking against her teeth with a soft sound. Time flew by quickly. There were only 3 days left before the banquet. According to the usual rules, Wang Lei and Li Qianqian couldn't meet again. The crispy cake business paused for now, and Li Qianqian happily stayed in her small room, waiting to get married, filled with a sweet anticipation. Compared to her, Wang Lei was much more restless. At night, I kept tossing and couldn't sleep, so I decided to grab my machete and run to the back mountain. Late at night, villagers often hear wild animals howling loudly, one after another. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, the village suddenly became lively. "My goodness! shouted the woman who was fetching water, startled so much that her bucket almost fell. We saw Wang Lei carrying a half-bloodied wild boar walking out of the morning fog. The boar weighed at least 200 pounds, with its tusks still sticking out. Blood from the boar dripped down his pants, leaving dark red spots on the yellow dirt road.
Lei.
"Did you catch this?" asked the old accountant, adjusting his crooked glasses. Wang Lei threw the boar onto the threshing ground with a loud thud and wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve. "Yeah." Villagers gathered around quickly. A young boy reached out to touch the boar's tusks but was slapped away by an adult. "Are you crazy? This beast bites people." Old Mr. Tian tiptoed to count the cuts on the boar, taking a deep breath. 7 cuts. All vital spots. Wang Lei sat on the stone mill, rolling a cigarette. As sparks flickered, he overheard whispers among the crowd. "Had I known there was such a big catch in the back mountain." "Try to see? Did you notice that cut on the pig's neck? It was half an inch from hitting the artery." Old Wang's kid is even fiercer than his father was. As the sun rose higher, shining on the boar's dark mane, Wang Lei took a quarter of the meat according to the rules, and the remaining was divided among the villagers by the team leader. He hung the boar meat on the well's edge to drain the blood, spun around twice, but still felt restless inside. He ran to the backyard and saw Lin Yufin bending over, sweeping the yard. He went over and asked, "Mom, is there anything I can help with?" Lin Yufin straightened up and patted her back. "You can't handle these detailed chores. The menu says we need fish, right? You just prepare the meat." Wang Lei took out the crumpled menu, frowned, then turned around, grabbed the basket in the corner, and headed to the river. The early summer river was still cool. Wang Lei took off his sandals and stepped into the water. His bronze-colored ankles disappeared into the clear river, holding his breath and staring like an eagle at what was beneath the surface. Suddenly, he dove in fiercely. Water splashed everywhere, and in his hand, he already held a struggling grass carp. The old man who herded cattle by the riverbank watched in amazement, forgetting to light his pipe as the tobacco pot went out. Wang Lei threw the fish into the basket, wiped the water from his face, and quietly slipped into the deeper water area. It seemed as if he could understand fish language, always finding the fattest fish among the reeds. By late afternoon, the basket already held 3 heavy fish. The next day, everyone in the village knew about it. When villagers came to the river with their fishing nets, Wang Lei's basket had 2 more carp. They all tried to cast their nets, but the fish were clever and would just turn around and slip away at the edge of the nets. Someone got frustrated and took off their shoes to go into the water, only to get splashed in the face by a fish's tail. Wang Lei's basket was neatly filled with 5 big fish, each with shiny scales and fat enough to drip oil. On the night before the wedding, Li Qianqian was folding the last few pieces of clothing into a cedarwood box. The sunset shone through the window, casting a shadow that blocked the light. She looked up and saw Lin Kuan standing at the door. "Qianqian, can we talk?" Lin Kuan's voice was dry, and he was unconsciously fiddling with the door frame. Li Qianqian pounded the cloth into the box loudly, making a loud thud. "There's nothing to talk about. Let me explain." Lin Kuan took half a step forward. "Huang Xiaomei isn't what you think. She's been bothering me." "What does that have to do with me?" Li Qianqian slammed the lid shut, stirring up a little dust. In a panic, Lin Kuan stepped over the threshold. "I've only ever had you in my heart. Get out." Li Qianqian grabbed a broom from the corner and swung it at him. "Are you trying to be a pervert? I'll call someone." The broom hit Lin Kuan's calf hard. He staggered back into the sunlight outside. Some young workers returning from work saw and looked over, pointing and whispering, their eyes like needles stabbing into his back. After driving Lin Kuan away, Li Qianqian was happy to finish packing. She didn't stop until it was very dark. Zhang Huimei hesitated all afternoon before knocking on her door. She fidgeted and said, "Li Jiqing, I want to talk to you about something." Li Qianqian looked up and saw her visitor frowning, unsure what they wanted to discuss. She asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? What do you want to talk about?" "Li Jiqing, after you get married, will you still come back to the youth commune to live?" Li Qianqian smiled and looked at her house. She was a former educated youth who would become a student at Peking University. Making friends was not a bad idea. She said with a smile, "My house costs 12 yuan a year in rent. I've lived here for over a month and I've added quite a few things inside. If you want to live here, just pay me 12 yuan, okay?" Zhang Huimei sighed in relief, finally no longer sharing a room with that group of people. They kept talking about others' family matters, and she couldn't even read a book in peace. After receiving the reply, she quickly went to her box to get the money. She felt that even a minute's delay was disrespectful to Li Qianqian. "Li, the educated youth, here's the money. I'll wait until you're settled before moving in." "It's fine. You can move in tomorrow night." Just after sending Zhang Huimei away, Zhou Cuihua came over. "Sister, Brother Wang Lei arranged for me to come and keep you company tonight." Before dawn, the Wang family yard was busy. The chef Wang Lei hired, carrying his big iron pot, started working immediately. Wang Lei wore a brand new white shirt, buttons neatly fastened, and black trousers pressed sharply. He kept touching the large paper red flower on his chest, his palms sweaty. "Stop standing around." Lin Yufan stuffed red dates and peanuts into his pocket. "Hurry up. If you miss the auspicious time, I won't hesitate to scold you." Outside the yard, 10 bicycles lined up in a row, each tied with red ribbons. Tai Nyo led 8 strong young men in uniform white coats, shouting in unison, "Here comes the bride." The grand bicycle procession reached near the educated youth station, where villagers gathered to watch. Children chased after the bikes, reaching out for candies. "Make way! Make way!" Tai Nyo handed out fruit candies while leading the way. The girls' dorm at the educated youth station had its windows tightly shut. When Wang Lei approached, a crack suddenly opened in the window, and Zhou Cuihua poked her head out. "Want to pick up the bride?" "First, pass our test." The girl-educated youths giggled and cheered. "Sing a song. Tell us how you chased after Qianqian." Wang Lei's face, dark as bronze, turned bright red. He couldn't even say a word after trying for a long time. The crowd burst into laughter. Tainyo took the opportunity to hand over a few red envelopes, and the girl-educated youths finally opened the door with smiles. Li Qianqian sat on the edge of the Kong, wearing a red silk shirt and a black long skirt, with a velvet flower pinned in her hair. Wang Lei saw her and couldn't take his eyes off her. The lightly made-up Li Qianqian looked even more beautiful. He stammered, "Qianqian, I'm here to pick you up." "Fool." Li Qianqian smiled softly and willingly placed her hand into his rough palm. Amid the loud firecracker sounds, Wang Lei quickly carried the bride onto the back of his bicycle. Iron Yo led the cheers as 10 bicycles decorated with red silk formed a long line on the dirt road, their bells ringing loudly through the village. An elderly woman living next to Wang's old house stood on tiptoe to look, shouting, "Oh my! 10 bicycles for the wedding. Has the Wang family emptied their savings?" Li Qianqian hugged Wang Lei's waist, her red silk dress fluttering in the morning breeze. The wheels crushed red date and peanut snacks, and children cheered as they scrambled for treats. At Wang Lei's house gate, a brand new wooden door he personally repaired and reinforced had 2 large, bold, "Double Happiness" characters pasted on it. Inside and outside the yard, 9 borrowed 8 immortals tables were packed tightly, leaving hardly any space to walk. Each table held a few rare large bowls filled with hearty dishes, causing the tables to slightly sag under the weight. Villagers gathered around, their eyes wide with amazement. The old accountant adjusted his glasses and muttered, This is more grand than New Year." Children stared at the meat, saliva almost dripping onto their clothes. After being tapped on the head by an adult, they snapped out of it. Wang Lei wore a brand new blue work suit, his hair neatly combed. A large red paper flower was especially eye-catching on his chest. He kept a serious face, looking calm, but his slightly trembling fingers revealed his nervousness and excitement. During the toast, he stayed close to Li Qianqian, protecting her. Someone urged the bride to drink, and Wang Lei immediately stepped in, stopping her and drinking in her place with a steady voice. "She can't drink. I'll do it for her." When someone handed him a cigarette, he took it and tucked it behind his ear, then subtly turned aside to prevent the smoke from reaching Li Qianqian. When she sat down, He quietly moved his cushion halfway over, and when her bowl was empty, he quickly scooped a large piece of fish with thorns into her bowl, whispering, "Eat more, it's been a busy day." All these small actions were noticed by the aunties at the table, who exchanged envious glances. Li Qianqian wore her red silk shirt, her cheeks even redder than the fabric. Her eyes sparkled, and she took small bites of the dishes Wang Lei handed her, feeling as if her heart was soaked in honey. This made Chen Meili very angry. She had spent so much money, but received no news. In the end, the two still got married. Her nails pressed into her palm, drawing a small drop of blood. After 3 rounds of drinks, the empty bottles on the table increased, and the atmosphere grew more lively. After a few glasses of white wine, the men started to loosen up. Tainyo's face turned red like guangong. He raised his wine cup, swayed, and stood up, sticking out his tongue to shout, "Lei, brother Lei, you're so lucky. You married a fairy-like girl. From now on, you need to work harder and get your sister-in-law to have a big, fat boy." Next to him, a young man who was also helping to build the house cheered along, gesturing with his hand. "Yes, yes. Brother Lei, with your build, it's easy. 2 kids in 3 years, no problem." Some people winked at Wang Lei, speaking in a voice just loud enough for everyone at the table to hear. "Tonight's the wedding night. Don't waste it." These naughty jokes made everyone in the yard burst into laughter. Aunties laughed and scolded, saying it was not proper, but they didn't really stop it. Wang Lei's ears turned red from the teasing, but he didn't frown like usual. Instead, he tightly held Li Qianqian's hand, a smile impossible to hide on his face. Li Qianqian was shy and buried her head lower, gently scratching his palm with her fingers. As the sunset faded, the feast was not fully over. The air was filled with the smell of food and wine, fireworks, and a strong sense of celebration. This scene, this grand occasion, especially Wang Lei's careful care hidden beneath his rough exterior, became a story that people in Wangjia village would talk about happily for many years. After the banquet, Lin Kun sat alone on a corner bench. The empty white wine bottles at his feet reflected his distracted gaze as he stared toward the new Wang family house. He didn't move until the last few young people helped each other leave. Hiding in the shadow of the old locust tree, Huang Xiaomei watched Lin Kun's lonely and unwilling expression. She clenched her rough tree bark tightly, her nails filled with wood shavings. Why could Li Qianqian marry into the village chief's family so happily, while she had to stay with that second-rate guy? Even Lin Kun, who once treated her with great tenderness, now only had eyes for Li Qianqian. From the new house, loud noises of the wedding celebration could be heard. Lin Kun suddenly drank the last sip of wine, staggered to his feet, and wobbled toward the young people's gathering spot. The aunties helping clean up looked at each other and shook their heads. Yellow Xiaomei unexpectedly followed him, walking to the side of a cornfield. She ran a few steps and stopped in front of Lin Kun, her voice trembling with tears. "Brother Kun." Lin Kun squinted and recognized her. He backed away in disgust, swaying slightly. "Yellow Xiaomei, why are you looking for me now?" Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Her lips trembled as she was about to speak when suddenly, from a distance, Ma Xingwang's rough voice shouted, "Yellow Xiaomei, where have you been?" She shivered with fear, hunched like a scared rabbit, and quickly ran into the nearby cornfield, rustling as she escaped. Lin Kun spat harshly in the direction she disappeared. At this moment, Fong Lihong came from another small path and saw what happened. She frowned and stepped forward, speaking reproachfully. "Yellow Xiaomei is married now. Don't bother her anymore." "Am I bothering her?" Lin Kun slurred in protest. The night breeze made his head spin even more. "Which I saw that. Both of my eyes saw it," Fong Lihong insisted. Annoyed, Lin Kun waved his hand and staggered forward. Fong Lihong followed him, still complaining and talking non-stop. He was annoyed by her noise. Seeing that he ignored her, she reached out and tugged at his arm. Because he was drunk and unsteady, he suddenly fell onto her. Fong Lihong stepped back 2 steps to steady herself, her face instantly turning bright red. She had never been so close to a man before. Go away. Are you trying to be a pervert? She pushed him in panic. Lin Kuan was pushed and wobbled a few times but managed to stand upright. Wasn't it you who pulled me? You're the one trying to be a pervert. Under the moonlight, he stared intently at Fong Lihong's flushed face and suddenly asked, Why do you keep talking about yellow Xiaomei? Fong Lihong felt nervous under his gaze. She avoided his eyes, afraid to look at him. Lin Kuan moved closer, his breath smelling of alcohol, and blew into her ear. Do you know what we did in the small woods? Fong Lihong's eyes widened in shock. She didn't expect him to ask so directly and was speechless for a moment. Seeing her like this, Lin Kuan grabbed her wrist without warning and pulled her into the nearby small woods. He pointed to a familiar large rock, his gaze deep in the night. Don't you want to taste what it feels like? Fong Lihong widened her eyes, her face turning so red it looked like it might bleed. You. Before she could finish, Lin Kuan had already lowered his head and kissed her lips. At first, Fong Lihong stiffly pushed him away, but as he skillfully teased her, she gradually softened and leaned into his embrace. When Lin Kuan's hand slipped into her clothes, she trembled all over and let out a suppressed whimper. Just as Fong Lihong was lost in the moment, Lin Kuan suddenly stopped and asked in a husky voice, Do you want this? Fong Lihong, overwhelmed and feeling uncomfortable, didn't respond immediately. Seeing her silence, Lin Kuan made a move to pull away. Fong Lihong panicked. He had touched her all over, so what was one more step? She quickly grabbed his sleeve and nodded shyly. Lin Kuan smirked, his mischievous smile shining brightly in the moonlight. Fong Lihong's heart pounded wildly. This time, she took the initiative and wrapped her arms around his waist. Drunk and energized, Lin Kuan seemed almost superhuman. Fong Lihong's excitement grew again and again. When everything settled, Lin Kuan adjusted his clothes. The night breeze blew, and he sobered up a bit. Looking at the red marks on Fong Lihong's body, he frowned in frustration. But since things had already happened, he lowered his voice and said, Get dressed before you go back. I'll leave first. You wait a little before leaving, so no one notices, okay? Fong Lihong nodded shyly, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with her dress button. The noise from the wedding celebration gradually faded away. Inside the new house, only the two of them remained. Wang Lei turned the door latch and clicked it softly. He turned around and saw Li Qianqian sitting on the edge of the bed, nervously clutching the corner of her red silk dress. The glow from the kerosene lamp flickered on her lowered eyelashes. The room was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. Wang Lei swallowed hard, walked to the table, and poured a glass of water. His hands trembled slightly as he held the cup, causing tiny ripples on the surface. His voice was a little hoarse. Wife, are you tired? Li Qianqian gently shook her head and looked up at him. Under the lamplight, she saw sweat still drying on Wang Lei's forehead and the new collar of his shirt slightly crooked from being pulled. Wang Lei went to the side of the bed, didn't sit immediately, but squatted down. He held her cold hand in his large palm, the calluses rubbing against her delicate skin, moving gently as if he were handling fragile porcelain. He opened his mouth, his bronze face flushing in the light. Should I turn down the lamp a bit? Li Qianqian suddenly reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Don't go. These two words made Wang Lei shiver all over. He sat down beside her. The bed mat creaked softly. Their shoulders touched through thin clothes, and they could feel each other's body heat. This quilt, Wang Lei said unconsciously, touching the brand-new red quilt on the bed, was made by my mother. She washed it clean and dried it in the sun for several days. Li Qianqian looked down and saw embroidered mandarin ducks on the quilt cover. The stitches were fine. Suddenly, she remembered something. Brother Wang Lei, close your eyes. Wang Lei obediently closed his eyes. He heard a rustling sound. When he opened his eyes again, Li Qianqian was holding a red cloth bag. This is for you, she said, untying the bag. Inside were 2 new shirts and pants. Try them on and see if they fit. Wang Lei's rough fingers brushed the fine stitches. His throat tightened. He suddenly stood up, took down a metal box from the top of the cabinet, and carefully placed it in her hands. Everything at home, I give to you." The metal box was heavy. Li Qianqian held it in her arms, feeling as if she was holding all her future. The kerosene lamp flickered and made a popping sound. Wang Lei looked at her side profile illuminated by the red glow. Suddenly, he softly said, "In my life, I will never let you down." Li Qianqian placed the metal box beside her pillow and leaned into his embrace. "I know." His hand froze in midair, then slowly rested on her back. Soon, Li Qianqian was pressed down on the bed by him. The red silk quilt rustled beneath them. She heard her heartbeat pounding like drums. She watched Wang Lei stretch out his rough hand, trembling as he unbuttoned the first button of her shirt. "Are you afraid?" Wang Lei's voice was hoarse. Li Qianqian shook her head. Her hair spread out on the pillow. When the second button was undone, she trembled slightly. Wang Lei paused. Sweat appeared on his forehead. He treated her like something fragile, slowly removing her red silk shirt. His eyes fell on her moon-white skin. When he saw the embroidered twin lotus on her belly band, his throat moved violently, and he made a clear swallowing sound. "Wife." He leaned down and kissed her lips. At first, it was just a gentle touch, but then it became urgent. His large hand brushed over her delicate collarbones, causing tiny blushes to appear. When the belly band loosened, Li Qianqian instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Wang Lei gently traced her exposed shoulder with his fingertips, then lowered his head and pressed his lips on her rising and falling white skin. Li Qianqian curled her toes. This gentle whisper seemed to ignite the final fuse. Wang Lei suddenly tore off his clothes. His bronze-colored body tensed under the light, then relaxed again with a force that was hard to resist. Still, he remembered to place his palm behind her head. The night breeze brushed through the window, and the red double happiness character gently swayed. The creaking of the bed and the suppressed breathing mixed together until late at night, gradually calming down. Wang Lei held the tired girl in his arms, pulled a crumpled red blanket over their intertwined bodies. The sun had already risen high. Bright sunlight shone through the newly pasted window paper, casting warm spots of light on the bed. Li Qianqian's eyelids moved slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. She wanted to shift her body but felt as if she had been run over, especially her legs, which were so weak and soft she couldn't move them at all. She let out a soft sigh. Almost at the same time, Wang Lei opened his eyes. His gaze was clear, showing he had been awake for a while. He turned to his side, his arm naturally wrapping around her. His voice was hoarse from just waking up. "You're awake? Hungry? I'll go heat up some food for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qianqian's stomach made a loud gurgling sound, especially clear in the quiet room. Red blushes immediately appeared on Li Qianqian's face. Embarrassed, she buried her face in the pillow and softly replied, Wang Lei looked at her red-tipped ears peeking out from under the blanket and her black hair spread on the pillow. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily, and his eyes darkened. Li Qianqian noticed his gaze and felt a little nervous. She quickly pulled the blanket up tightly, wrapping herself completely. She gently kicked his little leg with her smooth foot and scolded, "Hurry up. I'm starving." Hearing her kick, Wang Lei suppressed his restless feelings, smiled, and sat up neatly. "All right. I'll go now." He grabbed his work clothes from the bedside, quickly dressed, slipped on his cloth shoes, and hurried out of the new house. In the bright afternoon sun, Li Qianqian carried a basket to throw out the trash. As she reached the dirt ditch at the gate, she bumped into the door of the neighboring yard, which suddenly creaked open. Chen Meili walked out with her head lowered. Her hair was a bit messy, and her eyes looked swollen like 2 peach pits. Her eyelids were red and shiny. When she looked up and saw Li Qianqian, she froze for a moment. Anger burst instantly from those red, swollen eyes, stabbing like needles into Li Qianqian. Chen Meili clenched her lips tightly, her fingers gripping the faded edge of her clothes, her breathing becoming heavier. Last night, Chen Meili secretly listened at the corner all night. The more she heard, the angrier she got. Finally, she ran back to her room and cried bitterly. She shot a fierce look at her, then turned away quickly, almost running toward the village entrance, her steps unsteady as if chased by a ghost. Seeing Chun Mei's dark circles and her shaky figure, I felt a mix of pity and other feelings. Chun Mei pedaled her bike quickly, the chain making a sharp, click sound. As soon as she reached the town, she headed straight to the old alley on South Street, panting heavily, and found Yen Lizzie leaning against the wall, sunbathing. Yen Lizzie squinted and looked her over with a mischievous smile.
Who are you?
What do you want, you? Chun Mei was so angry her chest rose and fell. You took 120 yuan from me. The job wasn't done, so you have to return my money. Money? Yen Lizzie cupped his ear, spat on the ground, and said, What money? I don't remember ever seeing you. Chun Mei was so anxious, she raised her voice. You clearly took my money. 120 yuan. Wrapped in blue cloth, her shout attracted a few idle men nearby. A tall, skinny man in a torn vest stepped closer, arm resting on Yen Lizzie's shoulder. Lizzie, who's this girl? So generous? Did you do something wrong to someone? Yen Lizzie pushed the man's hand away, giving Chun Mei a disdainful look. I don't know her. With her scrawny look, no chest, no butt. I'd never want her even if she was free. Laughter erupted around them. Chun Mei's face turned red with shame and anger. She regretted trusting too easily, giving the money too early. Seeing the hooligans circling with ill intentions, her face paled, and she turned to run. Suddenly, the tall man grabbed Chun Mei's wrist with enough force to make her cry in pain. His other hand forcefully pinched her buttocks. Indeed. Chun Mei screamed in fear, struggling desperately. A few women sunbathing at the alley entrance looked over when they heard her scream. Yen Lizzie and the others immediately straightened up, raising their hands innocently. Aunties, don't misunderstand. We didn't do anything. One kind-hearted woman hurried over and held Chun Mei's arm. Miss, are they bullying you? Tell Auntie. Chun Mei looked at Yen Lizzie's threatening eyes, trembling all over. She stammered, I accidentally slipped my foot. Chun Mei pushed the old bicycle, walking home in a daze. The wheels wobbled as they rolled over the dirt road, nearly causing her to fall into a ditch several times. Her face was streaked with tears and dirt, and her hair was messy from the wind. As soon as she entered the yard, she hurried into her small room, slammed the door shut, and didn't come out for dinner. Father Chen sat on the doorstep, smoking one cigarette after another. The smoke curled around him, and his brows were furrowed tightly. Mother Chen, Spring Yen, was tidying up the dishes, but her eyes kept glancing at her daughter's closed door. She sighed heavily. Spring Yen, Father Chen tapped his shoe against the doorframe, his voice low. Tomorrow you should visit Aunt Zhang, the matchmaker. Spring Yen paused while wiping the dishes, looked at her husband. Father Chen looked at the closed wooden door, worry in his eyes. That girl. I'm afraid she's too stubborn. If she keeps worrying herself, she might do something foolish. If we get her married soon, she might settle down. Spring Yen placed the cloth on the basin edge and nodded gently. Yes, I understand. I'll go tomorrow morning. Before dawn, Chun Mei was already up. She looked into the blurry mirror in her room, carefully braided two pigtails, and put on her best floral shirt. But her face showed no happiness. Father Chen and Mother Chen also got ready early. The family of three set out quietly, walking through the morning dew toward the town. At the state-run restaurant, Li Guorong and his mother were already sitting by the window, with matchmaker Zhang beside them, smiling and chatting. Li Guorong wore a new work uniform, of average height, fairly handsome, but his eyes kept glancing toward his mother. When Zhang saw them come in, she warmly greeted, Come, sit here. This is Guorong, a skilled worker at the leather factory. She pointed to Li's mother, and this is Guorong's mother, very kind and easy to get along with. Li's mother nodded slightly, her gaze measuring Chun Mei like a ruler. Seeing her quiet and pretty, she finally showed a slight smile. Throughout the process, Li Guorong spoke very little. When asked questions, he first looked at his mother, then answered hesitantly. When ordering food, Li's mother directly chose 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable without asking anyone's opinion. Li Guorong just nodded in agreement. Mother's choices are all good. Aunt Zhang quickly stepped in to smooth things over, praising Li Guorong for his stable work, complimenting Li's mother for being reasonable, and praising Chen Meili for being diligent and sensible. Chen Meili kept her head down the whole time, answering softly and politely, but her tone clearly showed distance and reluctance. It was obvious she didn't like this indecisive man. Her attitude made Li's mother even happier. She thought her daughter-in-law was gentle and easy to handle, which would make her easier to control later. She decided on the spot and smiled as she told Chen's mother, "I think Meili is a good girl, honest and straightforward. If you have no objections, we'll visit tomorrow to ask for her hand and set the wedding date." Chen's parents didn't mind much. Many families in the village had their marriages arranged by the mother, and seeing how good the match was and that the other side agreed immediately, they were very happy and quickly agreed. Back in the village, a familiar aunt saw the Chen family smiling and joked, "Chunyan, did you find some money? Why are you so happy?" Chen's mother straightened her back and raised her voice a little, even happier than finding money. Meili said yes to a good match, a worker at the leather factory in town. The groom will come tomorrow to ask for her hand. This news was like a stone thrown into a pond, causing ripples throughout the village. By nearly noon the next day, the village suddenly became lively. Li Guorong rode a brand-new, shiny bicycle, carrying his mother into the village. The handlebar basket was full of wrapped snacks, fruit cans, and 2 bottles of red-labeled wine. Li's mother wore a new blue cloth dress, her hair neatly combed, and walked proudly beside him. When they reached Chen's house, their impressive appearance and the bright bicycle immediately drew the attention of neighbors.
Oh,
A worker from the town. Look at that bicycle. So impressive. And the cans and wine. Such a generous gift. Villagers gathered outside Chen's yard, whispering with envy and amazement. Zhao's wife tiptoed, counting the items in the basket and licking her lips. Just those 2 bottles of wine must be worth a lot, right? Swansea's mother tugged on someone nearby and whispered, "Look at those snacks, so carefully packed. They must be from the town's top food shop." Chen's parents were all smiles, quickly welcoming Li's mother and Li Guorong into the house. Although the process of proposing was simple, the genuine, generous gift from the town and the symbolic bicycle representing status were enough to shake the entire Wang family village for a long time. Who would have thought that Chen Meili, quietly and without fuss, would actually land such a good marriage? Li Qianqian was just wrapping the last bit of chestnut paste into the flaky pastry when she heard a few women outside loudly discussing Chen Meili's engagement. She paused her work, feeling a bit surprised. This girl is quite easygoing. Just a few days ago, she was desperately in love with Wang Lei, and now she has found a new partner. She shook her head and placed the finished pastries into the baking tray, but she felt a faint worry. The chestnuts were almost gone, and this money-making business might soon come to an end. That night, lying on the kong, a traditional bed, Li Qianqian tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Wang Lei's strong arm was around her. Noticing her restlessness, he softly asked, "What's wrong, Brother Wang Lei?" Li Qianqian suddenly turned over, her eyes shining in the dark. "Do you think black markets buy charcoal?" "Charcoal?" Wang Lei was surprised. "It's in short supply in winter, but it's hard to get." "Where would we find it?" "Not to buy," Li Qianqian said excitedly, sitting up without caring about her shoulder straps slipping.
we can make it ourselves.
"There are so many mixed woods on the back mountain, perfect for making charcoal." "I know how." Wang Lei looked at her smooth shoulders glowing faintly under the moonlight. His Adam's apple moved, and his voice was a bit hoarse. "You really can do it." "Of course." Li Qianqian knelt on the kong, gesturing with her hands. "Dig a kiln, control the temperature just right. That's it. We rely on the mountain, and this is a ready-made way to make money." Before she finished speaking, Wang Lei suddenly turned over and pulled her under him. His bronze-colored chest pressed against her slightly cool skin, and his calloused hand gently stroked her back. "Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the back mountain to take a look," he said softly, his breath hot on her ear. "But right now, there's something more urgent." Li Qianqian massaged her sore waist and only got up again when the sun was high. After lunch, the two headed to the back mountain. Brother Wang Lei, do you know the way here clearly? Li Qianqian looked at the increasingly dense forest around her, feeling a bit nervous. Don't worry. Wang Lei pushed aside a thicket blocking the path, his voice steady. I'm very familiar with this mountain. I could walk here with my eyes closed. As they went deeper, the trees grew taller and blocked out the sky. The surrounding silence was only broken by the rustling sound of footsteps on fallen leaves. Li Qianqian had long lost her sense of direction, but Wang Lei noticed 2 plants with red fruits growing in a crack in the rocks. He silently remembered their location, planning to come back later with tools. Is there a wider, flatter area nearby? Li Qianqian asked, panting, with beads of sweat on her forehead. Wang Lei looked at her flushed face and without hesitation squatted in front of her. I'll carry you. The road is still far. Li Qianqian was indeed tired, but didn't hesitate. She quickly climbed onto his broad back.
Wang Lei stood steadily.
Her fair legs swayed gently as he walked. Resting on his reassuring back, listening to the rhythmic footsteps, Li Qianqian felt sleepy. After a while, the view suddenly opened up, and bright sunlight woke her up instantly. Wang Lei carefully set her down. They had reached a flat clearing hidden in a mountain hollow, surrounded by tall cliffs and dense forest. It was very secluded. Li Qianqian looked around happily. Could others find this place? No, Wang Lei said confidently. Not many dare to go so deep. He didn't say that if he hadn't fought the Wolf King here years ago, beating the beast so badly that it now avoids his scent, they might have been spotted already. Li Qianqian relaxed and excitedly pointed at the open space, gesturing. Look, we can dig a charcoal kiln here. It doesn't need to be big. First, dig a rectangular pit about 6 or 7 feet deep. The bottom should be lined with dry grass and thin branches to start the fire. Then, neatly pile cut hardwood, pine or birch as long as it's dry, she explained while drawing a diagram on the ground with a stick. Once the wood is stacked, cover it with a thick layer of earth, pressing it down tightly. Leave a few small vents and observation holes. Light the fire and control the airflow through the vents to manage the heat. Let the wood smolder in low oxygen conditions, avoiding open flames, or it will turn to ash. When the smoke turns blue and light, seal the kiln and let it sit for a few days. When it cools, the charcoal will be ready. Wang Lei listened carefully, frowning slightly, watching her diagram with focused eyes. He has worked with forests and mountains for many years, so he quickly understood the key point. It's like when we used to gather firewood in the mountains during winter. Sometimes the fire would go out, and if you looked into the ashes, you'd find some unburned black wood. It's about controlling the fire so it doesn't burn too much. Yes, that's exactly the idea. Li Qianqian smiled happily, seeing how quickly he understood. Wang Lei looked up at the sky. The sun was already leaning west. Today, we probably won't make it back in time, he said, taking Li Qianqian's hand. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. We'll stay in the mountains tonight. Wang Lei pushed aside the thick vines hanging over the cave entrance, revealing a dark opening.
Come in, he said.
Li Qianqian bent down and followed him inside, surprised to find a different world inside. The cave was spacious, about 30 square meters. In the back, there was a bed made of bamboo, with a bulging cloth bag on it, filled with something. Next to it, neatly stacked firewood was ready. Near the entrance, there was a simple earthen stove with a metal pot on top and a wooden water bucket beside it. Everywhere showed signs of someone living there. Is this? Li Qianqian looked at Wang Lei with curiosity. This is a place I often rest when I go hunting in the mountains, Wang Lei explained. Li Qianqian's eyes twinkled. She deliberately moved closer to him with a mischievous smile.
You
didn't hide other women here before, did you? That's why you knew so much the first time we met. Wang Lei's face turned bright red, spreading all the way to his ears and neck. He was a little flustered but didn't want to scold her. Instead, he pulled her into his arms and said in a muffled but firm voice, No, you're the first and the only one. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed her playful little mouth. The kiss was long and passionate. Li Qianqian leaned into him, catching her breath. Wang Lei reluctantly released her, their foreheads touching, both a little breathless. "I'll take care of you tonight. But first, let's dry the quilt." Li Qianqian blushed, looking at Wang Lei with a dreamy, confused expression, filled with images of their wild moments in the cave. He turned around, rolled up the bamboo mats and the cloth bag with bedding, and carried them outside. He quickly started a fire, placing the bamboo and bedding near the flames to dry. "Wait outside, my wife. I'll dry the inside," he said. He added more wood to the fire inside the cave and ignited a big flame. "Are we really going to spend the night on the mountain?" Li Qianqian looked at the darkening sky, still feeling unsure. "Yes." Wang Lei turned to smile at her. "The mountain forest at night is beautiful." The fire burned for half an hour, clearing the dampness inside the cave. Wang Lei used a large banana leaf to fan the air, making it circulate, and built small fires on both sides of the cave entrance. Suddenly, the cave became dry, bright, and warm. He reached out to touch the warm bamboo board and blanket, then laid out a bed happily. "How is it?" "Very good." Li Qianqian replied just as Wang Lei grabbed a bucket of water and took her hand. "Come on, I want to show you something nice." He led her to a hidden trap nearby, where two fat wild rabbits were panicking and hopping around. By the stream in the mountain, Wang Lei skillfully prepared the wild rabbits. An hour later, it was completely dark. The flickering firelight reflected on the sizzling roasted rabbit, filling the air with a delicious smell. The two sat side by the fire, eating tender roasted rabbit and looking at the deep forest outlined by the fire. The crackling of firewood and distant insect sounds filled the air. Li Qianqian's initial fear gradually faded, replaced by a strange sense of peace. After finishing the last bite, she naturally leaned on Wang Lei's strong, warm shoulder and let out a gentle sigh. Suddenly, a tiny green glow floated softly from the darkness, tracing a graceful arc in front of Li Qianqian's eyes. "Firefly," she whispered happily, immediately standing up, tiptoeing, and carefully reaching out her hands to catch the faint light. But the little sprite deftly turned and slipped away between her fingers. Li Qianqian was unwilling to give up. She chased the green light, spinning around on the open ground, her skirt flying, clumsily trying to catch it with her hands, but always missing. Wang Lei sat by the fire, watching her flutter around like a playful kitten chasing butterflies, smiling foolishly with eyes full of affection.
"Oh."
Li Qianqian, tired and slightly out of breath, looked at another firefly escaping from her palm, frustrated. She stomped her foot in annoyance, then turned to the tall figure watching the fun and sweetly begged, "Husband, come help me." "Husband?" Wang Lei was stunned. The word felt strange yet intimate, like a feather softly brushing his heart. He immediately stood up, walked quickly over, and from behind, he gently wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. His voice was deep and full of surprise. "What did you just call me?" Li Qianqian stiffened, realizing she had accidentally used a modern term. Her eyes darted quickly as she looked for an excuse. She leaned against his chest softly and whispered, "When I was little, I went south with my grandpa. People there call their men that, meaning the head of the family." I was happy and just said it. Wang Lei felt his heart warm. He tightened his hold on her arm and rested his chin on her soft hair. "That sounds nice." "Say it again." Li Qianqian's ears turned red. She buried her face in his chest and whispered softly, "Husband." Just then, a firefly with its tiny lantern awkwardly flew through the narrow space between them. Suddenly, Li Qianqian snapped out of the romantic mood. She pushed Wang Lei away quickly. "Wang Lei, stop joking. Help me catch the fireflies. I want to put them in the cave. They'll look like stars." Wang Lei looked at her bright, expectant eyes and smiled helplessly but indulgently. "Okay." He turned around, picked up an empty water bucket, and swiftly tore off a few large banana leaves. He carefully tracked the glowing points flying in the air, moving quietly and swiftly, almost soundless. When the moment was right, he flicked his wrist, and the banana leaf spread out like a net, quickly and gently covering a firefly. Then he carefully and smoothly scooped it into the bucket. His movements were smooth and precise, like flowing water.
Wow.
Wang Lei, you're amazing. Li Qianqian watched with shining eyes, clapping happily. You caught it so quickly. How did you do that? So cool. Hearing her enthusiastic praise and admiration, Wang Lei puffed out his chest and moved even faster and more steadily. Soon, the bucket was filled with dozens of tiny, glowing green lights, flickering on and off, casting a dreamy glow on the walls of the bucket. Li Qianqian leaned close, looking at the tiny stars inside, her face full of satisfaction and happiness. Unknowingly, a bright moon had quietly risen high in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the forest. Wang Lei looked up at the moonlight, estimating it was nearly midnight. He softly said, "Wife, it's getting late. We should rest." "Okay," Li Qianqian replied softly. She carefully tilted the bucket, watching the fireflies' faint glow as they fluttered into the night, whispering softly, "Fly well, and be good. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." He carefully laid her down on a bamboo bed covered with work clothes. The bed made a soft creaking sound. He leaned over her, tall and strong, but he tried to control his weight so he wouldn't hurt her. He gently kissed her again, starting from her forehead, then her eyelids, and moving down to her earlobes and neck. Each touch seemed to ignite small sparks. His rough fingers clumsily unbuttoned the first button of her shirt. The cool air touched her skin, making her shiver softly. Outside the cave, the mountain breeze rustled the treetops, and insects chirped intermittently. Inside, the fire cast flickering shadows of the two of them on the stone wall. Their clothes slowly slipped away, skin pressed close together. His warm body almost seemed to melt into hers. Li Qianqian felt like a spring pond beneath him. Her thoughts were all mixed up, and she could only follow her instincts, holding tightly to him like vines wrapping around a strong tree. In her hazy mind, she seemed to see glowing fireflies dancing, tiny stars shining brightly. The next morning, Li Qianqian was awakened by the chirping of birds outside the cave. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, noticing that Wang Lei was not beside her. She stepped outside and saw him squatting by the creek, cleaning a brightly feathered wild chicken. "Wang Lei, where did this chicken come from?" Li Qianqian moved closer, watching him pluck the feathers clean. "I caught it early in the forest." Wang Lei looked up and smiled at her, quickly working with his hands. "We'll roast it later for lunch." When they returned home, it was already afternoon. The village was quiet, resting at this time. Wang Lei tidied up the things he brought back, rubbed his hands, and hesitated before speaking. "Wife, I want to talk to you about something." "What is it?" "Just say it." Li Qianqian was washing her face with water and turned to look at him. "It's about making charcoal. Can I take Tainyo with me?" "Tainyo?" Li Qianqian paused, a little confused. Wang Lei hurried to explain. "In the village, Tainyo is the closest to me. When he was a kid, his family was lost in a flood, and only he and his 2-year-old cousin, Zhou Tsuehua, survived. I felt sorry for them, so I often secretly saved some food to help them. Over the years, he's kept his word and is reliable. We often go hunting together, and the game we catch is usually sold on the black market. We know each other well." Li Qianqian remembered that when she sold crispy cakes before, it was indeed Iron Bull helping with the black market. He was careful and reliable. She nodded happily and said, "I'll tell you the method. How to do it and who to ask for help. It's up to you to decide." Wang Lei saw her agree so quickly and felt relieved. He stepped forward and gave her a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, smiling as he said, "Thank you, my wife." 2 hours later, in a hidden clearing on the back hill, Wang Lei and Iron Bull, 2 tall figures, were busy. One was digging with a pickaxe to build a kiln, and the other was chopping suitable hardwood, starting a lively charcoal-making fire. Li Qianqian just locked the courtyard door when she heard a soft knock and a shy voice outside. "Big sister." "Big sister." It was Zhou Tsuehua. She quickly turned around and opened the door. Outside stood a young girl holding a small cloth bag, nervously twisting her fingers. "Tsuehua? Why are you here?" Brother Wang Lei said. He's busy tonight and is worried you might be scared alone, so he asked me to keep you company while you sleep, Zhou Tsuehua said softly, lowering her head and not daring to look at her. Li Qianqian felt warm inside and moved aside. Come in quickly. Zhou Tsuehua carefully stepped into the yard, quietly observing the tidy main room. When she saw her cloth shoes covered in mud, she suddenly stopped, hesitant to step further, afraid of dirtying the clean floor. Li Qianqian noticed her small movements, feeling a bit sad inside but smiling as she took her hand. Don't stand there.
Come in.
I have a few small storybooks. Do you want to read them? Hearing storybooks, Zhou Tsuehua's eyes lit up instantly. She nodded eagerly. Yes, they sat at a small table by the window, with sunlight streaming in. Their heads leaned close as they immersed themselves in the stories. Zhou Tsuehua listened very carefully, turning the pages gently, afraid of damaging the book. It wasn't until dusk fell, and the words became blurry, that Li Qianqian rubbed her tired eyes and said, Tsuehua, take a break. It's getting dark, and reading in the dark can hurt your eyes. Li Qianqian got up and went to the kitchen. She quickly cooked 2 bowls of noodles, each with a poached egg, some blanched greens, and brought the bowls to the table. Eat first. Awa Tsuehua closed her book reluctantly, handling it gently like a precious treasure. She hurriedly stood up, her face turning bright red. Sorry, sister. I got so absorbed in reading that I didn't help out. It's okay, Li Qianqian handed her chopsticks. Loving to read is good. But remember, after reading for a long time, rest your eyes or you might become nearsighted. Yes, I understand, Zhou Tsuehua said, holding her bowl and taking small bites of noodles, finishing the soup completely. The next morning, just before dawn, Li Qianqian was awakened by faint sounds from the kitchen. She got up in her pajamas and saw Zhou Tsuehua already wearing an apron, busy at the stove. A pot was bubbling with porridge, and sliced sweet potatoes were on the cutting board. Tsuehua, why did you get up so early? Li Qianqian asked, surprised. I got used to it, Zhou Tsuehua said nervously, rubbing her hands. Did I wake you up? No, Li Qianqian said, walking over to her. You came to keep me company, and I feel bad making you work. It's okay, sister. Zhou Tsuehua lowered her head. My brother said, I came to help you. You're from the city, and you're delicate. Li Qianqian frowned slightly and gently stroked the girl's yellowed hair. Xiao Hua, listen to me. We are both girls, and we're the same. There's nothing delicate or fragile about us. You also need to learn to take care of yourself, understand? Zhou Tsuehua was stunned, looking up at Li Qianqian blankly. No one had ever told her that before. The villagers said she was a burden, a money loser, and that she made it hard for her brother to find a wife. Her eyes started to turn red. She nodded hard, lowered her head, and held back the tears that threatened to fall. In the afternoon, Wang Lei returned home tired, but in a good mood. When Zhou Tsuehua saw him, she quietly greeted him and hurriedly left with her head down. Wang Lei's clothes were covered in dirt and wood shavings. He closed the gate behind him, then went to the well, quickly drawing a bucket of cool water. He poured it over himself from head to toe. The water droplets rolled down his bronze-colored skin, washing away the dirt and revealing his strong, full chest and well-defined abs. In the sunlight, the water sparkled on his broad back and bulging arm muscles, each line full of strength. Brother Wang Lei, how is it over there? She asked calmly, steadying her mind. Wang Lei scooped another handful of water to rinse the foam off his arm. His voice was rough from work but excited. The firewood is all ready. The charcoal kiln is built. In a couple of days, once the firewood dries, we can start making charcoal. Really that fast? Li Qianqian was a bit surprised. Yeah, Wang Lei said while wiping his body with a rough cloth towel from the clothesline. We need to get the first batch of charcoal out before the busy farming season. Otherwise, everyone will be too busy in the fields to take a break.
Li Qianqian nodded understandingly.
In just a few words, Wang Lei had finished washing his dirty clothes, wrung out the water, and hung them on the line. He turned around, looked at Li Qianqian's face glowing red in the sunset, and grinned, showing his white teeth. Wife, did you miss me? Li Qianqian's heart raced under his straightforward gaze. She honestly nodded. I did. Before she finished speaking, Wang Lei stepped a few paces forward, carrying the fresh scent of well water and lingering warmth. He lowered his head and kissed her slightly parted lips. The next morning, just before dawn, Wang Laowu from the east end of the village yawned as he headed home. He had played mahjong all night in town, and his eyelids were heavy. Passing by the small creek at the village entrance, he saw a big, bright red thing floating on the murky water. Did someone's red quilt fall into the water? He muttered, rubbing his eyes, and limped closer in his worn cloth shoes. The creek water flowed slowly. The red thing was half entangled in water plants, rising and falling with the current. In the faint morning light, Wang Laowu suddenly saw clearly. It wasn't a quilt. It was a soaked red wedding dress, tightly pressed against a swollen human figure. The woman's body floated face down. Long black hair spread out like water plants, her pale fingers curled strangely, and her exposed skin looked frighteningly pale and swollen after a night in the water. The red wedding dress was stained and spread out in the water, like blood, covering the surrounding creek. Wang Laowu's body hair stood on end, and a cold shiver ran from his feet to his head. He opened his mouth wide, but his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't make a sound. He only felt warmth in his groin, and hot liquid trickled down his leg. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly broke through the throat, shattering the quiet morning. Someone's dead. Help! Someone call for help. He scrambled backward, falling to the ground, using his hands and feet to retreat, his finger trembling as he pointed at the creek. The scream was so loud it felt like a heavy stone hitting a calm pond, causing the entire Wang family village to erupt in chaos. What happened? Who's shouting? It seems to be near the village entrance. Villagers, dressed in coats and slippers, hurriedly gathered from all directions to the village entrance by the creek, looking panicked. The village head at the front, Luo Chang, arrived first. He pushed through the crowd, feeling uneasy inside. Move aside. What's going on? Seeing him, the villagers fell silent instantly, avoiding eye contact and making way. This unusual silence made Luo Chang feel even more anxious. He quickened his pace to the front. He saw on the damp riverbank a woman's body dressed in a bright red wedding gown, swollen from being in the water all night, with a pale face and no breath. The bright red wedding dress looked especially strange and ominous now. Luo Chang's pupils shrank suddenly. He seemed to lose his soul, staggering forward and letting out a heartbreaking cry. Shaoli, my Shaoli. His rough hands trembled as he hesitated to touch his daughter's cold face, tears streaming down his face. Behind him, Luo Chang's wife, Li Xuemei, pushed through the crowd when she saw the familiar red dress and her husband's broken figure. Her legs went weak, and she almost fell. She suddenly pushed away those holding her, threw herself onto her daughter, and tightly grasped the wet wedding gown, crying out in a voice that sounded inhuman. Lily, my girl, open your eyes and look at your mother. Why did you leave like this? She sobbed uncontrollably, almost losing consciousness, her fingers digging into the mud, overwhelmed by deep grief. The villagers watching quietly wiped their tears secretly. It turned out that the girl who had died was named Luo Li, the youngest daughter of Luo Chang's family, just 19 years old. When the door of Wang Lei's house was hurriedly knocked on, it was already bright outside. Wang Lei frowned, quickly put on his coat, and went out. Soon after, he returned to the house with a serious face. Li Qianqian sleepily asked, "Something happened in the village. Captain Luo's little girl is gone." The police came and asked everyone to gather at the grain drying yard. "Is it a murder?" Li Qianqian was startled. "It's not clear yet. You should get up and wash up first. We need to go there," Wang Lei said seriously. When they arrived at the grain drying yard, the villagers had already been divided into groups. 2 police officers in white uniforms were questioning and recording one by one. The atmosphere was heavy, and everyone looked scared and uneasy. At that moment, Li Xuemei, who had fainted from grief earlier, was helped over and stumbled into the yard. Seeing the police officers, she seemed to grasp a lifeline. She broke free from her helpers and rushed forward, crying and trying to kneel. Police officers. Justice. Please help us. Our Lily is very obedient and smart. She wouldn't do something reckless herself. Someone must have harmed her. It must be. An older police officer quickly held her and comforted her. Ma'am, don't get too upset. We will investigate carefully. Please stay calm. He helped her sit on a nearby stone bench. After her crying eased a bit, he cautiously asked, Ma'am, we found your daughter wearing a wedding dress.
Is she
preparing to get married? Why was she wearing a wedding dress by the river? Li Shuemei wiped her tears with her sleeve, choking as she spoke. No. Lily hasn't even talked about her future husband. I don't know why she was wearing that dress. But I made that wedding dress for her. I just finished embroidery this year. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and explained, My mother was a seamstress. I learned my skills from her. Our family has a tradition of sewing wedding dresses for our daughters in advance, hoping they will have a beautiful wedding someday. Who would have thought that this dress would, She couldn't finish, tears streaming down again. For several days, Wangjia village was shrouded in a heavy silence, so quiet that even the dogs barking could hardly be heard. Until the harvest season, the village chief had to turn on a loudspeaker and play energetic songs like Fellow Farmers Are Sunflowers, trying to lift everyone's spirits and encourage them to harvest quickly. But Captain Luo's family, who led the team, never appeared. It seemed they were still overwhelmed by their deep grief. On the first day of the autumn harvest, shocking news spread like thunder through the fields. Luo Li's autopsy report was out. The police revealed that the girl had been assaulted before her death. Damn it! Who did this? Serves them right. No wonder she was dressed in her wedding clothes. She must have been hurt so badly she couldn't take it. The whole village erupted in anger and fear, everyone feeling upset and scared. Li Qianqian and Zhou Cuihua were quietly reading at home when they overheard villagers talking outside the wall. They were both stunned. Zhou Cuihua's face turned pale, and she instinctively moved closer to Li Qianqian. The book in Li Qianqian's hands suddenly dropped onto her lap. An inexplicable, familiar fear took hold of her. In a flash, a forgotten memory from her past life flooded her mind. In her previous life, during her time working in the countryside, a similar tragedy had happened in the village. A young girl was assaulted and then killed, her body dumped in the water. But the victim wasn't Luo Li, it was Zhou Cuihua, who was now leaning on her for support. Li Qianqian quickly turned her head to look at the innocent, scared girl beside her. Her heart pounded, and cold sweat broke out on her back. She remembered everything now. In her past life, Zhou Cuihua had gone alone to the back mountain to gather firewood before the harvest. And in this life, it was because Wang Lei cared for her, worried she would be scared alone in the new house, that he brought Zhou Cuihua to stay with her before the harvest. By a strange twist, this kept the girl away from that deadly moment. Wang Lei's seemingly simple, caring act had unknowingly changed Zhou Cuihua's tragic fate. This year's harvest was carried out in a strange silence. People working in the field swung their sickles, but there was less of the usual lively chatter and laughter. Especially families with daughters, who hurried their children home before dark, afraid something might happen if they stayed outside too long. At the small creek at the village entrance, 2 police officers were carefully examining the scene again. Young Officer Zhang looked at the narrow creek, frowning, and asked, Captain Wang, this creek is so narrow and slow-flowing. If it was suicide, why choose this spot at the village entrance? Is it just because it's close to home? The police officer known as Captain Wang had sharp eyes. When he heard the news, he immediately looked toward the dense woods by the creek and said in a serious voice, Your suspicion makes sense. It suggests she was likely harmed nearby, so she chose to end her life here. Hoping to clear her name, he waved his hand, and several officers quickly began searching the woods thoroughly. Sure enough, not far from the creek, on a hidden open space, they soon found something. They pushed aside the thick fallen leaves and uncovered torn cloth and a small piece of dark blue fabric. One piece of cloth was exactly the same as the fabric of the clothes Lori was wearing before her accident. Even more importantly, Next to the cloth, they found several cigarette butts pressed into the dirt. Captain Wang carefully picked one up with tweezers and examined it closely. It was a Daikyemin brand cigarette. In a time when most villagers smoked cheap or dry tobacco, being able to afford Daikyemin with a filter was rare. "Keep this safe. It's an important piece of evidence," Wang said excitedly. He quickly ordered his team to secretly visit the village and focus on finding out who recently smoked or bought Daikyemin cigarettes. The investigation soon made progress. People in the village rarely smoked this brand, but villagers mentioned that recently Chen Mei, the daughter of the Chen family, was engaged. When her fiancé from the town came to propose, he brought several packs of Daikyemin as gifts.
It was quite noticeable at the time.
The police immediately went to the Chen family's house. When asked, Chen's father and mother looked confused at first. Then Chen's mother remembered something, went to the cabinet, and took out the cigarettes they had kept. She counted carefully, and her face changed. Back then, there should have been 5 packs. But now, it seems like 2 are missing, she said anxiously, looking at her family. Did anyone take and smoke the cigarettes here? The Chen family members all shook their heads quickly, denying it. This discovery gave the investigators new hope. Suddenly, the Chen family was under suspicion, and the focus of the investigation shifted onto them. The villagers' eyes on the Chen family also turned suspicious and scrutinizing. Meanwhile, Chen Mei returned from her fiancé's house in town, feeling uneasy all the way. The villagers' gazes on her were no longer full of admiration or jealousy. Instead, they carried strange, hard-to-explain looks, filled with curiosity and whispers. She held her head high and sneered inwardly. "They're probably jealous that I married into the town as a worker's wife." As soon as she stepped into her own yard, her forced confidence disappeared. She saw her father sitting on the doorstep, his head almost buried in his knees, repeatedly puffing on a pipe. Her mother sat on a stone bench in the yard, constantly rubbing her apron, her brows tightly furrowed, sighing heavily. The heavy atmosphere made Chen Mei feel a sudden pang in her chest. "Father, mother, what big trouble has happened?" she asked quickly, putting down her cloth bag. Her mother, upon seeing her, seemed to find her support but also couldn't hide her panic. With a crying tone, she said, "Mei, you're finally back. Do you know what happened? Someone took the cigarettes from our front door." "Front door cigarettes." Chen Mei's face turned pale, and her voice became tense. "What about the cigarettes?" "Today, the police came to our house." Her father suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. "They said they found cigarette butts from the Daikyemin brand in the woods where Luo Li had an accident. And 2 packs are missing from her house. Now everyone in the village suspects that this is connected to us." Chen Mei's face lost all color instantly. Her lips trembled slightly, and uncontrollably, her mind flashed back to the day before Luo Li's accident, when she secretly took those 2 packs of cigarettes from home.
Could it be?
"Father, mother, I feel a bit dizzy. I've been traveling all day, and am very tired. I'll go lie down in my room." She dared not look at her worried and confused parents. She spoke very quickly, almost running, and then turned to her room, slamming the door shut behind her. The police quickly went to Chen Mei's fiancé Li Guorong's house in town to verify. They confirmed that 5 packs of Daikyemin cigarettes were indeed part of the engagement gift. As a result, the focus of the investigation immediately shifted to Chen's father and her older brother, Chen Shuren. The fields were busy, and several motorbikes with sidecars drove into Wangjia village again. The police, carrying search warrants, headed straight for Chen's house. This commotion alarmed the entire village. People put down their farming tools, gathered from afar around Chen's yard, pointing and whispering among themselves. Chen's father, Chen Jianhua, sat at the base of the yard wall, his head almost buried in his pants. He kept puffing on a dry pipe, thick smoke almost enveloping him, with a small pile of ash accumulating at his feet. About an hour later, the police officers who had come to search came out and shook their heads at the team leader standing at the door. They quietly reported, "Team leader, we found a few navy blue clothes, but after careful checking, They are not damaged or torn, and they don't match the evidence. The team leader nodded seriously and turned to Qin Jianhua. Comrade Qin Jianhua, until the case is solved, your whole family should not leave the village. Please cooperate with the investigation at all times. If you leave without permission, you'll be treated as a suspect. After speaking, he led his team away. Once the police left, the crowd didn't disperse. Instead, they gathered even closer. Zhao Laozhan, who usually talked to Qin Jianhua, stepped forward carefully and asked, "Old Chen, tell the truth.
That thing
Wasn't really you, was it?" Qin Jianhua suddenly raised his head, eyes red and furious, like a trapped animal. "Get lost. Do you think I am that kind of person? I've lived in this village for decades. You all know my character." Before he finished, a woman behind the crowd sarcastically said, "People can know your face, but not your heart. Otherwise, why aren't the police searching other families? They're only searching yours." Her words seemed to ignite a spark. Yao Mulan, Chen Shiren's wife, who had been holding back with a pale face, suddenly exploded. She rolled up her sleeves, hurried forward through the crowd, crossed her arms, and shouted loudly, "Who's the one spreading rumors behind my back? Come out here. Just because you're talking big, you want to blame my family? Our Chen family is honest and upright. The police are here to investigate, and it's good for us to clear our name. Unlike some people who pretend to be decent but secretly do sneaky things like stealing chickens or bothering widows." Her eyes swept over the crowd like knives, especially glaring at the person who had just spoken. "Say our family has problems? Show some proof. Anyone can talk big, but I think some people are just guilty inside and trying to smear others." Yao Mulan glanced at Chen Meili out of the corner of her eye and frowned. "Jealous because my little sister found a good family? I tell you, no way. Our Chen family is proud and fearless." She cursed quickly and loudly, spitting as she spoke, full of energy, which immediately silenced the previously noisy crowd. Several ants were so scolded that they couldn't show their faces, and when they tried to reply, she kept interrupting with a string of words. They could only scowl angrily and mutter, "Shrew," under their breath, then slowly dispersed. Yao Mulan was still upset. She spat at the crowd and then pulled her son, Qin Jianhua, who was still smoking quietly, back into the yard. She slammed the gate shut behind them. She was angry. Her younger sister-in-law was usually lively like a firecracker, but when something happened, she acted like a scared quail, too afraid to speak. It made her feel a dull pain in her chest. Back home, the Qin family sat around a square table in the main hall. The atmosphere was even more heavy and gloomy than outside. The rough tea on the table had gone cold, and no one felt like drinking. Chen Shiren rubbed his face and broke the silence first. His voice was dry. "Mulan, during this time, maybe you should take Siwei and go back to your parents' house for a few days." Yao Mulan was busy brushing dust off her son's clothes. When she heard this, she paused, suddenly looked up with her eyes a little red, but her tone was very firm. "Brother Shiren, what nonsense are you talking? I believe you, and Dad. This thing definitely wasn't done by our family. If I leave with the kids now, what will others think? Wouldn't that make us look guilty and like we're running away? I'm not going anywhere, but..." Chen Shiren looked at his wife and confused son, feeling like a heavy stone was pressing on his heart. Just then, their 13-year-old eldest son, Chen Siwei, ran in from outside, covering half his face. His clothes had a tear in the sleeve, and there was a scratch on his face. Yao Mulan saw this and was immediately worried. She hurried forward to hold her son. "Siwei,
Who did you fight with?"
why are you like this?" Chen Siwei shook off his mother's hand, puffed out his chest, and shouted with a mix of grievance and anger. "It's nothing. Dad, Mom, what are you hiding from me? Those people outside. They say I'm the son of a murderer. They say our family's grave is smoking black smoke. Who said that? Who dares to spread such rumors? Let's go find him." Yao Mulan was furious when she heard this. She grabbed her son, ready to rush outside. Enough! Their father, who had been silent all along, suddenly slammed the table, making the teacup clatter loudly. His face was pale, and his brows were tightly furrowed. His voice carried restrained anger and exhaustion. Is this family not chaotic enough? Do you have to go out and make a scene again, so everyone in the village can laugh at us? He shouted and then took a heavy breath, not looking at the others in the room. He clasped his hands behind his back, hunched over, and walked heavily straight into the inner room. Mrs. Chen looked at her husband's suddenly aged-looking figure and sighed. She wiped her tears silently and followed him inside. In the main hall, only Chen Shuren's family of 3 remained. Yao Mulan held her son, who was still sniffling. Chen Shuren sat listlessly on a stool, his fists clenched tightly. The room was silent except for Yao Mulan's suppressed crying. A police car jostled along the dirt road, kicking up dust. The team leader frowned, unconsciously tapping his knee with his fingers, staring pensively at the rapidly retreating fields outside the window. A young police officer noticed his unusual silence and leaned forward to ask softly, "Captain, what's wrong? Did you think of something?" The captain didn't answer immediately. He slowly looked away, pondered for a moment, then spoke, his voice thoughtful. "Did you notice that young girl from old Chen's family earlier?" "Young girl? You mean Chen Meili?" The young officer tried to recall. The captain nodded sharply, his eyes sharp. "When we visited the villagers earlier, many mentioned her. They said she's quite fiery and bossy at home. But when we knocked on her door just now, she only looked pale and didn't say much, hiding behind her mother." That reaction. Another older police officer driving the car interrupted, "Boss, maybe she's just never seen this kind of situation before and got scared?" The captain shook his head, tapping his finger on his knee. "Scared? Look at her sister-in-law, Yao Mulan. She's known as an honest person in the village, straight-backed, confident when she speaks. You can tell she's not hiding anything. But Chen Meili's personality is completely different from what people say. Her way of doing things is quite different." The young officer still looked puzzled. "But, Captain, Chen Meili, she's a woman. And the Luo Li case." The captain suddenly turned sharply, his eyes like lightning. "What does her gender matter? What I suspect now is whether those 2 packs of cigarettes were actually stolen by her." Before he finished speaking, he immediately ordered the driver, "Turn around. Head back to Chen's house right now." The loud screech of police sirens once again shattered the peace of Wangjia village. The police officers returned and headed straight to the Chen family. This time, their goal was clear. They took away Chen Meili, who looked pale and trembling. In the interrogation room, the lights were a bit blinding. Chen Meili sat on a hard wooden chair, clutching her clothes tightly, lowering her head, and not daring to look at the 2 serious police officers in front of her. "Chen Meili, what exactly happened with those 2 packs of Daekyumin cigarettes?" The team leader's voice was calm, but carried a firm authority. Chen Meili's shoulders trembled, her lips trembling, and she couldn't speak for a long time. "We hope you cooperate with the investigation. Hiding the truth will only make things worse," another officer said, tapping on the table as a reminder. This sentence seemed to be the last straw for her. Chen Meili suddenly looked up, tears flooding her eyes. With a crying voice, she started to explain. I said. That day, Yan Lizi from the town and his friends, I don't know how, came to our village. They blocked me at the village entrance." She sniffed, her voice filled with fear and regret. Yan Lizi said. "He knew about my plan to spend money to harm Li Qianqian, and asked for money to keep quiet. I didn't have any money. I couldn't pay. They wouldn't let me go." She wiped her tears with her hand back and forth. I really had no choice. I was afraid they would tell on me. So I secretly went home, took 2 packs of Daekyumin from the cabinet, and gave them to them. Thinking it might also buy some time, she added, I thought this could also pay them off. I just wanted to send them away. I really don't know what they did afterward. Luo Li has nothing to do with me. I am innocent. Police officers, you have to believe me. After she finished speaking, she seemed drained of energy, slumping into her chair and crying uncontrollably. The rumor that Chen Meili tried to pay to harm Li Qianqian spread quickly through the village. When Chen's father, Chen Jianhua, heard the news, he was chopping firewood in the yard. He was so angry that he threw his axe on the ground and trembled all over. He stormed into the house, pulled Chin Mei, who was curled up in the corner of the bed, and grabbed a broomstick nearby, hitting her hard. "Our family has been honest and hardworking for generations. How did you become such a wicked person? You've brought shame to our family." Mother Chen listened to her daughter's crying and her husband's angry scolding. She secretly wiped tears, but dared not stop them. After the fight, Father Chen gasped heavily and, with a stern face, shouted at Mother Chen, "Go. Take 20 eggs and bring this troublemaker to apologize to Wang Lei's wife." Mother Chen hurriedly packed 20 eggs from the family's stash into a basket. She pulled her crying, injured daughter, Mei Li, and walked quietly toward Wang Lei's house. On the way, villagers looked at them with curiosity, whispering and pointing, their words like needles stabbing into their backs. When they reached the gate of Wang Lei's yard, Mother Chen hesitated but knocked on the door. Li Qianqian opened it. Seeing the two outside, she showed no expression, clearly having heard the story. Mother Chen forced a smile and handed the basket of eggs forward. "Qianqian, Mei Li is young and made a mistake. Auntie brought her here to apologize. Please accept these eggs to help her recover." Li Qianqian did not reach out to take the eggs. She looked calmly at Mei Li, whose face was pale and who dared not meet her eyes. Her voice was clear and cold. "Auntie Chen, this incident didn't cause me real harm, so I can't accept these eggs." But she turned her gaze sharply to Mei Li. "If Luo Li's death is really related to those people with Yan Lizi, and if the cigarettes you gave them helped boost their arrogance, then you are also indirectly involved." Her words struck like lightning, making Mei Li tremble all over, her face losing all color. After speaking, Li Qianqian didn't look at them again. She gently closed the yard door. Mother Chen looked at the closed gate, then at her dazed daughter. She sighed heavily, frowning and tired. She pulled Mei Li along, and amid the pointed looks and whispers of the villagers, they clumsily headed home. 2 days later, the case was fully investigated. The police investigation showed that Luo Li's death was indeed related to those 2 men with Yan Lizi. That day, after drinking some wine, they were passing by the entrance of Wangjia village when they saw Luo Li coming out to take out the trash. Seeing no one around, they had malicious intentions. They followed her into the woods at the village entrance, forcibly dragging her inside. Later, Luo Li, overwhelmed with grief and anger, returned home. Feeling hopeless, she put on the beautiful red wedding dress her mother had carefully embroidered for her and chose to drown herself in the river. News reached the village, and Father Chen Jianhua, was so angry he trembled all over. He looked at Chin Mei, who was trembling in the corner, and finally ran out of patience with their father-daughter bond. He pointed at the door, his voice hoarse but firm. "Get out. Leave this house. I, Chen Jianhua, don't have a daughter like you." Terrified, Chin Mei knelt on the ground with a thud, crying out, "Dad, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time, Dad." Mother Chen covered her mouth and shed tears, feeling sorry for her daughter. But when she saw her husband's pale face and determined eyes, she hesitated and didn't dare to speak up for her. Seeing she didn't move, Father Chen pushed her out of the way. "Get out. Don't come back into my house. I don't have a daughter like you." Chin Mei was pushed out of the yard. The heavy wooden door slammed shut behind her, cutting her off from the family. After a while, a small gap opened in the door. Mother Chen, with red eyes, quickly ran outside. She grabbed her distraught daughter, who was still crying in place, looked around nervously, and hurriedly took a handkerchief from her pocket, pressing it into Chin Mei's hand. She spoke in a low, trembling voice with tears. "Mei, my child, here's 200 yuan. Keep it safe. Don't spend it carelessly." She held her daughter's cold hand tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably. "From now on, it's just you. You must behave well. Do not do anything wrong or harmful to others. Do you hear me?" Chin Mei clenched the money, which still carried her mother's warmth. Her face was streaked with tears, but she didn't cry out loud anymore. She held the money tightly and didn't respond to her mother's words. Suddenly, she turned around and walked step by step toward the town. Her figure looked especially thin and resolute in the dusk. Mother Chen watched her daughter's distant back and finally couldn't hold back her tears. She leaned against the wall and cried silently. When squad leader Luo Chang learned that his daughter's tragic death was indirectly related to Chen Meili, all his accumulated grief and anger exploded. Like a furious lion, he rushed to the Chen family's gate, his eyes red, voice hoarse with rage. He pounded on the wooden door loudly, demanding an explanation from the family. Chen Jianhua, knowing he was in the wrong, couldn't say a word in his defense. He could only bow repeatedly and apologize. Finally, he shivered as he went back to his room, took out the 300 yuan hidden at home, and forced it into Luo Chang's hand as a form of compensation and apology. Luo Chang held the crumpled money, tears streaming down his face. He didn't say anything else and turned away with a hunched back, his figure looking even older than before. The next morning, just before dawn, old Chen's family was awakened by a terrible smell. Yao Mulan wrinkled her nose and pushed open the door. The scene outside made her almost vomit. The yard was a mess, with yellowish-brown sewage splattered everywhere, sticky and covering the doorstep and the base of the wall. A few flies buzzed around, circling. Who the heck did this? Such a wicked thing. Yao Mulan was furious, stomping her feet. She hurriedly tore off her scarf and covered her mouth and nose, but the foul smell still made her dizzy and lightheaded. She cursed as she grabbed a shovel and broom, pinching her nose and enduring the strong nausea. She slowly cleaned up the mess at the door. With each shovel of dirt, she cursed aloud, both angry at the person causing trouble and blaming her sister-in-law, Chen Meili, for bringing such disaster to the family. Villagers passing by in the morning kept their noses covered and walked around, giving her disdainful and sympathetic looks. This made Yao Mulan feel even more embarrassed. She lowered her head further, cleaning more hurriedly, feeling extremely frustrated inside. Chen Meili carried a small bundle and stood in front of a house in the leather factory staff courtyard in town. She took a deep breath before knocking on the door. The door was opened by Li Mu, who was wearing an apron and had flour on her hands. When she saw Chen Meili, her brow furrowed automatically. Meili? Why are you here at this time? You didn't say anything in advance. Chen Meili immediately lowered her eyes red. Her voice was filled with just the right amount of grievance and choking. Auntie, something big happened at home. My sister-in-law. She accidentally caused someone's death because she was jealous of a girl from the same village. I really can't live under the same roof with such a cruel person. I've cut ties with them. She said this calmly, without any sign of emotion, her tone steady. Her eyes even carried a bit of anger and helplessness, as if she was stating an undeniable fact. Li Mu was first surprised and opened her mouth, but then a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered in her eyes. Without her family's support, will the daughter-in-law always be at their mercy? She immediately put on a look of concern and understanding, stepped forward, and gently held Chen Meili's cold hand, patting it softly. Good girl, you did the right thing. It's right to cut ties with someone so heartless.
No wonder.
No wonder last time some police officers came to ask about the big front door issue. Could it be that your sister-in-law was jealous of the bride price we gave and caused trouble? Chen Meili climbed up the ladder, nodding forcefully, tears falling at the right moment. Yes, it's her. She's shallow-minded and can't stand seeing others do well. Such a sin. A family full of troublemakers. Motherly spat, then warmly embraced Chen Meili's shoulders. Hurry, don't stand at the door. Come inside quickly. From now on, this is your home. Don't worry, Mom and Brother Guorong won't treat you badly. In a few days, we'll hold a simple celebration and give you a proper title. Chen Meili was moved to tears, holding Mother Li's hand again, speaking sincerely. Mom, thank you. I will take good care of you. Be kind to Brother Guorong and be good to this family. That evening, Guorong Li, exhausted, returned home. As he pushed open the door, he saw Chen Meili sitting in the living room. His face immediately darkened. Why are you here? Chun Mei stood up, offering a gentle smile. Brother Guorong, you're back. Mom said we'll have a celebration in a few days. We're staying here for now. Guorong Li frowned deeply, ignoring her, and went straight to the inner room. Mother Li was sitting on the bed, holding a red paper with a menu written on it. Seeing him come in, she smiled. My good son, you're back? Perfect. I was just thinking about the dishes for the celebration. I'll go heat up your meal now.
Mom.
Guorong Li interrupted her, lowering his voice with restrained dissatisfaction. Why is she here? Didn't I tell you to cancel the engagement? Cancel the engagement? Mother Li put down the red paper, her face falling. I've never agreed to that.
You.
Guorong Li's chest tightened. I will never marry her. Before he could speak again, tears welled up in Mother Li's eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. Guorong, are you feeling so confident now that you're unhappy with everything about me? Your father passed away early, and I raised you alone through hard times, with no relatives here in town. If it weren't for you, I would have gone back to my hometown to live my later years peacefully. Why am I still here? She became more and more emotional, suddenly covering her chest, breathing quickly, her face turning pale. She shakily opened the drawer of the bedside table, found a small medicine bottle, and with trembling hands, took out a few pills, swallowing them and leaning against the bed, gasping for air.
Mom.
Mom, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Li Guorong was frightened, his face turning pale as he hurried to support her.
It's...
Mom's fine. Li Mu weakly waved her hand, tears sliding down her cheeks. If you really think I'm a burden, I'll pack my things and go back to the countryside tomorrow. I just don't know if my weak body can hold on until I see you again. Mom, you're talking nonsense. I would never want you to go back to the countryside. I don't mean that. Li Guorong was so anxious he was sweating. What do you mean, then? Li Mu looked at him with tearful eyes. Don't think I don't know. You, and that girl named Xiao Hong. Guorong, do you think I want to force you? A few days ago, I went to see a master. He said that my lucky birth date is good for me. Every time she comes, I feel much more comfortable in my chest.
Do you really want to?
Really want to see me suffer and die from this illness? Seeing her mother in pain and tears, Li Guorong swallowed his words back. He lowered his head in defeat, silent for a long time, then finally spoke with difficulty. Mom, I understand. I'll talk to Xiao Hong clearly tomorrow. Li Mu immediately held his hand tightly, a happy smile on her face, no longer looking sickly. That's my good son. Outside the door, Chun Mei, who had been secretly listening through the crack, slowly straightened up, her brows furrowed tightly. Her nails unconsciously dug deep into the old door, leaving clear scratches. Her heart felt cold. She was already homeless now, and she couldn't let him cancel the marriage. It seemed that to stay in this family and firmly hold onto Li Guorong, she had to flatter this cunning mother-in-law. That night, Chun Mei took 50 cents and went to the street corner shop to buy half a bottle of cheap white liquor, along with a small bag of peanuts and sunflower seeds. When he returned to the bedroom, Li Guorong was already lying with his back to the door, wrapped tightly in his blanket, motionless. Chun Mei knew he wasn't sleeping, just not wanting to talk to her. She gently placed her things on the small wooden table beside the bed, making a faint sound. Let's talk, she said to his broad but distant back. Seeing no response, she continued calmly, I know you're not asleep, Li Guorong. I don't want to force you. If you really don't like me, we can think of a way together. Maybe talk to your mom. Hearing this, Li Guorong's closed eyelids moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. He was silent for a few seconds, then turned over, half sitting on the bed, looking at Chun Mei with a complicated gaze filled with scrutiny and a hint of quiet hope. He was really curious to hear what way this woman might suggest. Seeing that he was willing to talk, Chun Mei felt a little relieved. A faint smile appeared on her face as she raised the bottle of wine and the paper-wrapped snack. Want a drink? We can chat while drinking. I'm also feeling upset and just wanted someone to talk to. Li Guorong, troubled by his mother and emotional issues, didn't hesitate. He pulled back the blanket and sat up straight. He indeed needed something to numb his restless thoughts, and more importantly, he wanted to know what kind of way Chinmeli had to make his mother give in. After a few rounds of drinks, the pile of peanut shells and sunflower seed husks on the table grew tall, and half a bottle of white wine was almost gone. Chinmeli didn't say anything particularly constructive. Eventually, Li Guorong couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed onto the table, mumbling incoherently. Xiaohong, I'm sorry. I am useless.
But I
will never do anything to hurt you. Chinmeli watched coldly, a faint smile playing on her lips. She stood up, quickly removing her outer clothes and long pants, leaving only a close-fitting red top. Then she walked over to Li Guorong, bent down, and gently supported him with her soft arms. Her voice was soft and charming. Guorong, it's cold on the floor. You can't sleep here. I'll help you to bed. Li Guorong, dazed, looked up. His drunken eyes saw only the white skin and the red color that dazzled him. In his distorted vision, Chinmeli's face gradually seemed to transform into the face of the woman he longed for, Chen Xiaohong. Xiaohong? He called out softly in confusion, his breath heavy with the smell of alcohol. Chinmeli quickly covered his mouth, not wanting to hear any more of his drunken words or apologies. Guorong, don't talk. Leaning close to his ear, her voice warm, she whispered, I missed you. Then she gently kissed him. The sudden closeness startled the young man, who had never experienced such intimacy before. It was as if something deep inside him had been set alight. The mix of alcohol and emotion overwhelmed his reason, and his actions became clumsy and uncontrolled. Chinmeli felt uncomfortable and frowned, her heart filled with disappointment rather than joy. Before she could react, everything was already over. Li Guorong sighed with a strange sense of satisfaction, holding her tightly and mumbling, Xiaohong.
So this is what it feels like.
Chinmeli turned her face away, full of disdain and disappointment, but said nothing. She simply closed her eyes and stayed still. The next morning, Li Guorong woke up with a pounding headache. As he moved, his hand brushed against something warm and soft. He opened his eyes in shock and saw Chinmeli lying beside him, both of them tangled together. Startled, he jumped up, quickly pulling the blanket over her and stepping back in panic.
We.
What happened?
He stammered.
Chinmeli covered her face with the blanket and began to cry softly.
Guorong.
Last night you were too strong. I couldn't stop you, she said, her voice trembling with fear and sadness. Li Guorong covered his face with his hands, his mind spinning. The hangover and the shocking truth left him completely lost.
Just
let me think. I need to be alone, he shouted. He hurriedly grabbed his clothes from the floor, put them on in a rush, and ran out of the room. Outside, his mother, who had been listening, saw her son's disheveled and panicked state. Instead of being angry, she smiled faintly, her eyes showing a look of understanding and even satisfaction. She nervously called out to Li Guorong's back, her voice soft but clear. Guorong, you are a beautiful daughter-in-law, and soon you'll help our family grow. Having big, healthy children is normal for a married couple, isn't it? There's nothing to worry about. Chinmeli hesitated, nervously stepping out of the room. She didn't expect that Li's mother was sitting in the main hall, smiling kindly without any anger. She greeted her warmly. Meili, you're awake? Come, have some porridge in the kitchen. Mama's kept it warm for you. Chinmeli was surprised. Her carefully prepared excuse in her mind suddenly became useless, and she felt a little relieved. By noon, Li's mother noticed Chinmeli sitting anxiously, looking toward the door repeatedly. A knowing smile appeared in her eyes. She deliberately spoke to match Chinmeli's thoughts. Meili, it's almost time to get off work. Why don't you go to the factory gate and pick up Guorong? Also, buy some tofu from the supply store. She then took out a dime from her pocket and handed it to her. Chinmeli's heart lifted. She had been worried about how to assert her position, but her mother-in-law was offering her a chance. She quickly took the money, smiling sweetly. Thank you, Mom. Li's mother nodded contentedly, watching Chinmeli walk away happily. A sneer curled her lips as she muttered quietly, only for herself to hear. Humph, rural girls are easier to handle. obedient enough. What is true love? In the face of reality, it's just a joke. Her face darkened as she turned and went into the kitchen. When Chun Mei reached the leather factory gate, she saw from afar Li Guorong hurriedly explaining something to Chen Xiaohong, who was wearing a floral shirt. Chen Xiaohong's eyes were red, and she kept wiping tears from her face with the back of her hand, her shoulders trembling slightly. Chun Mei's face darkened, but she quickly put on a naive yet dependent smile. She hurried forward and cheerfully called out, "Brother Guorong, Mom asked me to pick you up after work." This call seemed to press a pause button. The noisy factory gate instantly fell silent, and all the workers' eyes turned toward the source of the voice. The girl who suddenly appeared and affectionately called Li Guorong, "Brother Guorong." Everyone looked surprised and curious. They glanced at her, then at Li Guorong, who was frozen in place, and Chen Xiaohong, tearful and trembling. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward and tense. Li Guorong suddenly jerked his hand away from Chen Xiaohong as if burned, looking nervously at Chen Mei with a guilty expression on his face. Chen Xiaohong saw this and, like a lit firecracker, her anger exploded. She pointed at Chen Mei and shouted, "Is it her? Li Guorong, did you choose this kind of person to be Chen Shimi? How am I worse than her?" Li Guorong was caught between two women. He looked at Chen Xiaohong, who was full of anger and tears, then at Chen Mei, who was quietly looking down and seemed very fragile. He moved his lips but couldn't say a word, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Chen Mei sneered inwardly and cursed herself for being useless. She quickly raised her hand as if wiping away tears, stepped forward, and stood gently beside Li Guorong. Her voice was filled with just the right amount of sobs and sadness. "Brother Guorong, is this little sister Xiaohong? If you truly love each other, I can step back. It's still not too late to tell Mom to cancel the wedding. You really don't have to feel pressured." She looked at Li Guorong with tearful eyes, her tone full of sacrifice and deep affection. Even if I have your child someday, I will raise him myself and never let him appear in front of you, so it won't affect your lives." When this was said, Li Guorong was deeply moved. His eyes on Chen Mei instantly filled with gratitude and guilt. He thought to himself, "She loves me so much? She's willing to suffer so much for me? What?" Chen Xiaohong was furious. Her voice rose sharply. "What do you mean by what you just said? Child?
Li Guorong.
You?" Chen Mei immediately frowned, looking frightened by Chen Xiaohong's anger. She timidly explained, "Little sister Xiaohong, Brother Guorong and we've been engaged for a long time. In our village, being engaged is like being married. Everyone knows about it. Please don't ruin Brother Guorong's reputation. If you really love him and can't live without him, I'll give him to you." She said this while shrinking back behind Li Guorong, looking like a helpless little wife. This move caused the co-workers, who had thought Chen Mei was just meddling, to suddenly become noisy and start discussing. Turns out, the real main character is the one who came later? So, Li Guorong was already engaged? Then why was he dating Chen Xiaohong? This girl is too naive. How could she believe that? Chen Xiaohong rushed in front of Li Guorong, her chest heaving heavily. Her eyes stared fiercely at him, trembling fingers pointing at Chen Mei. Her voice, filled with emotion, became sharp and hoarse. "Is what she said true? Tell me, are you already engaged? Do you even have a child together? Is that true?" Li Guorong was pressed by her questions and took a step back, avoiding her gaze. His lips trembled, and he struggled inside, recalling what happened that morning. Finally, with great difficulty, he nodded slightly, barely making a sound from his throat. Yes. That small nod, that yes, was like the last straw, crushing all of Chen Xiaohong's hopes and resolve. Her vision blurred, and the world around her turned dull and gray, suffocating her. She had fought with her loving parents and broken ties for this man. She had happily planned their future, only to find out she had been completely deceived and betrayed. The deep pain and humiliation clenched her heart like an invisible hand, making her almost unable to breathe. Suddenly, She raised her hand with all her strength and slapped Li Guorong hard across the face with a loud smack. This slap was crisp and loud, carrying all her anger, disappointment, and heartbreak.
Li Guorong.
I hate you. Don't ever let me see you again. She almost bit out these words through clenched teeth, tears finally pouring out like a flood. After saying this, she turned around abruptly, covering her chest as if it might split open. She staggered away, her fragile figure quickly disappearing around the corner of the street, leaving only a heartbroken silhouette. Chun Mei immediately stepped forward, worried, reaching out to touch the clear handprint on Li Guorong's face. Her voice was full of concern. Guorong, does it hurt? Are you okay? Li Guorong only felt his face burning painfully. What made it worse was the curious gazes of his co-workers watching the scene, making him wish he could find a hole to hide in. He grabbed Chun Mei's wrist and whispered, "Let's go." Almost dragging her, he hurriedly left that embarrassing place of gossip and conflict. He was confused and couldn't understand how things had gotten so bad. He walked into a quiet alley and finally stopped, frowning and looking at Chun Mei with a reproachful tone. "Why did you insist on being there just now?" I didn't want to go," Chun Mei said, her eyes red and tearful. She explained softly, "Mom asked me to pick you up and buy some tofu. She said she wasn't feeling well and didn't want to go downstairs." "Mom's not feeling well? Is it serious?" Li Guorong immediately shifted his attention and asked anxiously. Chun Mei shook her head. "Mom said she just needs to rest for a while." Li Guorong let out a sigh of relief and said helplessly, "Let's go." He led Chun Mei to the tofu shop, and they silently bought a small piece of tofu, then returned home without talking. As soon as they entered, they saw Li's mother busy in the kitchen. Li Guorong quickly stepped forward. "Mom, if you're not feeling well, go rest. I'll cook dinner. You cook?" "Since when do men cook in the kitchen?" Li's mother immediately waved her hand. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. You go out and don't touch anything." Li Guorong looked back at Chun Mei behind him. Chun Mei understood his look and stepped forward politely but shyly. "Mom, let me do it. I may not be very good at it, but I want to learn." She hurried into the kitchen, secretly sneering inside. "Trying to boss me around? Not a chance." She casually tied an apron and started pretending to be busy in the kitchen. Soon, a strong burnt smell wafted out from the kitchen. Li's mother exclaimed and hurried into the kitchen. She saw that the vegetables in the pot had turned black. "Oh my goodness! What kind of cooking is this?" Li's mother looked at the burnt dish with a mix of pain and frustration, patting her thigh. Chun Mei immediately started crying, sniffling as she said, I don't know either. When I was at home, my mom usually cooked. I haven't done much myself," she sobbed heavily, looking very pitiful. Li's mother, feeling both sorry for the food and helpless, waved her hand. All right, stop crying. Go out quickly. I'll do it myself." Chun Mei, with red eyes, looked at Li Guorong and sobbed, "Brother Guorong, I meant well. I didn't do it on purpose." Li Guorong looked at the messy food and the crying Chun Mei and irritably rubbed his forehead. "All right, it's your first time cooking, and it turned out like this. That's not bad. Go wash your face first." During dinner, Chun Mei didn't eat much. Li's mother saw her timid attitude and felt a bit calmer. "It's okay, I don't blame you. Eat more. Quickly give us a healthy baby boy for the Li family." Chun Mei blushed and nodded. "Got it." She secretly glanced at Li Guorong and, seeing he didn't object, felt a little more at ease. The next morning, Chun Mei unusually woke up early and went straight to the kitchen. Li's mother heard the noise and felt nervous. She quickly followed and asked cautiously, "Mei, did you make breakfast?" Chun Mei's face turned shy with a blush. She shook her head but looked very sincere. "Mom, I haven't. Will you teach me?" "I promise I'll learn well." Li's mother looked at her eager eyes and sighed silently. Sigh. It's like she married a daughter-in-law, but she actually brought back a little ancestor. Then she thought for a moment and decided to give up. Although she was clumsy, at least she was obedient and easy to get along with. Much better than that stubborn and rebellious Chen Xiaohong who always argued with her son. She rolled up her sleeves, as if resigned. All right, look here. Mom will teach you how to make porridge. Li Qianqian looked at the small, thin Zhou Cuihua beside her. She felt a bit embarrassed to have a young girl carry her, so she quickly waved her hand and said, "No need. I can ride by myself." But when she turned her head, she saw the bright look in Zhou Cuihua's eyes, full of hope. It was clear she also wanted to go to the town and see things. Feeling soft-hearted, Li Qianqian smiled and patted Zhou Cuihua's head. "All right, Cuihua, come with me. Keep me company." Zhou Cuihua immediately nodded happily and jogged over to push the well-maintained two-wheeled cart. The morning fog had not yet lifted, and the long line of people was already starting out. The men shouted orders as they pushed the creaking grain cart at the front. Li Qianqian pedaled her bicycle, with Zhou Cuihua sitting on the back seat, holding tightly to her clothes. The two followed behind the group, heading toward the town. When they reached the grain station, the villagers had already formed a line, but they were near the front. Inside the grain station, people came and went. Many eyes were fixed on Li Qianqian, who was dressed neatly and looked pretty. The whispers and whispers made her cheeks flush. "Brother Wang Lei, I want to visit the supply and marketing cooperative."
Wang Lei's face darkened.
Seeing the looks that openly stared at his wife and hearing the faint gossip, he felt annoyed. He said in a low voice, "All right, go ahead and look around. Be careful. Cuihua, stay close to your sister-in-law and be smart." "Got it, Brother Wang Lei." Zhou Cuihua nodded firmly. Li Qianqian quickly pulled Zhou Cuihua away from the uncomfortable area. Walking along the town street, she looked at Zhou Cuihua's old, faded, patched-up clothes. She felt uncomfortable inside. A girl shouldn't always look like a tomboy. She thought that once Cuihua's hair grew longer, she would braid her hair beautifully. Thinking this, she took Zhou Cuihua into the supply and marketing cooperative. In front of the fabric counter, Li Qianqian carefully chose colorful fabrics suitable for a young girl. Suddenly, her eyes were caught by a shiny, soft satin fabric. Its texture and pattern seemed perfect for making a cheongsam. She asked the clerk to take it down for a closer look. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. She said, "Comrade, please cut this fabric to the size for a cheongsam." The clerk responded happily and went to prepare the bill. At that moment, Chen Meili turned around and walked in confidently. She haughtily asked the shop assistant to weigh some candies and pastries. Her eyes also glanced toward the fabric section, and she immediately spotted the satin fabric that Li Qianqian was holding. Just as she was about to approach, she suddenly saw Li Qianqian. It was like being pricked by a needle. She quickly hid behind the crowd and watched helplessly as Li Qianqian paid for the fabric. Seeing Li Qianqian doing so well, while she felt like a street rat, jealousy flared up inside her. It burned her up and made her lose her reason. She chased after Li Qianqian, shouting sharply, "Li Qianqian, stop right there." Li Qianqian frowned, stopped, and turned around. Zhou Cuihua immediately stepped forward like a protective mother hen, blocking Li Qianqian's way. Though small, her eyes showed alertness. Li Qianqian felt a warm feeling inside. She gently pulled Zhou Cuihua to her side and softly said, "Cuihua, it's okay. Leave it to sister." Then she looked at the angry Chen Meili with a calm but sharp tone. "Oh, isn't this the famous person from our village? Why, can't stay in the village anymore. Now you come to the town to try to get famous?"
"You."
Chen Meili was choked for a moment. She then puffed out her chest, trying to hide her nervousness with pride. "Don't be so proud. I am now a proper city person. Even if you marry the village chief's son, so what? In the end, you're still a country bumpkin. What's wrong with being from the countryside?" Li Qianqian raised her voice, clearly heard by the people around who were watching. "Are you looking down on us farmers? Your thinking is really problematic. I think it's necessary to go to the committee to talk about this."
"You."
"You're talking nonsense. When did I say I look down on country folks?" Chen Meili's face suddenly changed. She hurriedly explained, but the onlookers pointing and whispering made her feel uncomfortable. "Aren't you forgetting so soon? You just said it yourself. Many people heard you. They can all testify." Li Qianqian stepped forward suddenly. Before Chen Meili could react, she decisively slapped her across the face with a crisp slap. The sound was sharp and clear. Chen Meili was stunned. Li Qianqian looked down at her coldly, her eyes icy. I really don't know if you still have a conscience. You're indirectly involved in a serious matter, yet you still live so carefree, wearing jewelry and fancy clothes. Aren't you afraid that Luo Li might come back in the middle of the night to seek revenge? Chen Meili's words hit her where it hurt most. Her face turned pale instantly, and her legs buckled as she sank to the ground, trembling as she spoke. Her death has nothing to do with me. I didn't cause her to die. Oh, it has nothing to do with you, Li Qianqian sneered. Isn't it because you first thought evil thoughts and tried to harm others with money, which then led to all these troubles? After saying that, Li Qianqian didn't bother to look at her again. She grabbed Zhou Cuihua and turned to leave. Zhou Cuihua looked back and spat forcefully at Chen Meili, who was sitting on the ground, lost and hopeless. Then she hurried to catch up with Li Qianqian. After walking a short distance from the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhou Cuihua looked back worriedly and whispered to Li Qianqian, Sister, Chen Meili is so mean and jealous. I'm afraid she might try to get back at you someday. Li Qianqian patted her hand gently and said confidently, Don't worry. She can't go back to the village now. Her reputation is ruined, and she can't cause any big trouble. Zhou Cuihua nodded, but her eyes dimmed. She thought of childhood and softly said, It's just so sad for Sister Luo Li. I remember when I was hungry and crying by the field, she saw me. She secretly took a flatbread from her pocket and gave it to me, telling me to eat quickly and not let anyone see. Li Qianqian looked at Zhou Cuihua's innocent and nostalgic expression, feeling as if something was blocking her heart, bittersweet and sour. She realized that some things seemed to follow a certain fate. Even though her rebirth changed Zhou Cuihua's destiny, the evil caused by Chen Meili's jealousy still, in another way, fell on an innocent girl, Luo Li. Gently patting Zhou Cuihua's head, she softly said, Cuihua, when we go back, let's find a quiet time to visit Luo Li's grave. It's like returning her kindness for that flatbread she gave you, so she can rest peacefully below. Okay? Zhou Cuihua agreed without hesitation, nodding eagerly. Later, they arrived at the post office. Li Qianqian called her home in Beijing, and her father answered the phone. Hearing his daughter's voice, her father was so excited that his voice trembled. He asked her many questions about her life in the countryside. Li Qianqian's eyes reddened as she fought back tears and longing. After reporting her safety, she ended the call. She then went to the window to pick up the package sent from home, which consisted of 2 large woven bags that looked full and heavy. Seeing them, she suddenly felt a headache and regretted not pushing her bicycle over. Just as she was about to bend down to lift the bags, Zhou Cuihua stepped ahead without hesitation. Without saying a word, she grabbed the drawstrings of one bag with one hand, steadied herself, and with a little effort, she managed to lift both large bags easily. Li Qianqian was amazed and widened her eyes, looking at Zhou Cuihua's small frame and the heavy packages in her hands. She couldn't believe it. Cuihua, put those down. They're too heavy. Let my sister come and carry them. No, Zhou Cuihua said, holding the bag steadily, her steps firm and her breath even. She even smiled relaxedly at Li Qianqian. Don't worry, sister. I have a lot of strength. While speaking, she looked around alertly, then leaned close to Li Qianqian, covering her mouth with her hand, and whispered mysteriously, I tell you, sister, I have strong strength. I can lift a wild boar weighing about 200 jin. Li Qianqian was first stunned, then suddenly understood. She finally realized why Wang Lei always trusted Zhou Cuihua to stay close by her side. This girl was like a hidden little human tank. With her around, it was like having a powerful bodyguard right beside her. She watched Zhou Cuihua carry the 2 big bags easily, feeling both amused and touched. As Li Qianqian looked at Zhou Cuihua's back with the bags, an inexplicable sense of alertness suddenly made her turn around sharply, her eyes scanning behind her. Not far away, at the dark entrance of an alley, she saw a figure quickly retreat into the shadows, disappearing from sight. The movement was so fast it almost seemed like an illusion. Li Qianqian squinted her eyes, her expression turning serious. She silently turned back, her face showing no change, but inside she sneered coldly. A rat in the gutter. It seemed that some troublemakers, if not completely dealt with, would cause endless problems. Like snakes hiding in the dark, they could strike at any moment. She needed to act quickly and eliminate these hidden dangers to protect her own safety and that of her loved ones. After retrieving her bicycle from the storage area, Li Qianqian efficiently tied the 2 large packages securely to the back seat of her bike. Bringing Zhou Cuihua to the town's state-run restaurant, they ordered a shiny red braised pork, a plate of stir-fried greens, and 2 bowls of plain noodles. Zhou Cuihua looked at the rare meat dishes on the table, swallowed hard, moved her lips as if she wanted to say something, but finally held back her words, her small face wrinkling like a bitter melon. She remembered Brother Wang Lei's warning. Never stop Sister Qianqian from spending money, or she would get scolded when they got back. This made her feel very frustrated. Li Qianqian watched her hesitant, worried, and shy expression, feeling both amused and caring. She picked up a piece of the soft, fatty pork and put it into her bowl. Eat quickly. Once you order, you should finish it. It would be a shame to waste it. Only then did Zhou Cuihua pick up her chopsticks, frowning as if she had completed a difficult task, and started eating. Li Qianqian didn't have much appetite. After half a bowl of noodles, she was full. The braised pork was a bit greasy for her, so she didn't eat much. Seeing Li Qianqian put down her chopsticks, Zhou Cuihua became anxious, her eyes turning red instantly. Big sister, why aren't you eating anymore? There's so much good food. I'm full, and this meat is too greasy. I don't like it, Li Qianqian said, getting ready to leave.
What?
Zhou Cuihua gasped in surprise, looking at the remaining dishes on the table, her heart aching. No. Big sister, don't leave yet. I love to eat. I can finish it all. She was afraid Li Qianqian would really leave and waste the food, so she hurriedly scooped all the leftover noodles, barely touched braised pork, and greens from Li Qianqian's bowl into her own. Then she bowed her head and ate eagerly, her cheeks puffed out. In less than 5 minutes, she devoured all the food like a whirlwind, finally letting out a loud, satisfied burp and patting her stomach. Phew. That was so comfortable. Li Qianqian watched her bold eating style and adorable look, couldn't help but chuckle softly, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Her bright and lively smile immediately attracted the attention of a few workers at nearby tables who were eating. A brave young man in work clothes, blushing, approached hesitantly, scratching his head as he spoke shyly. Comrade. Hello, my name is Zhao Deji. I work at the town's steel factory. May I get to know you? When Zhou Cuihua heard this, her little eyebrows immediately raised, like a protective hen guarding her chicks. She quickly spoke before Li Qianqian could, with a sharp and hurried tone. Go away. Step aside. This is my sister-in-law. Her husband is doing well, and she has no plans to remarry. Not your business. Li Qianqian watched Zhou Cuihua act like a small adult, eager to claim her territory and defend herself. Hearing her innocent words, she couldn't help but laugh loudly, almost crying from amusement. After leaving the state-run restaurant, the two returned to the grain station. Wang Lei and the others had just finished handling the grain exchange and were resting in the shade, drinking water. As soon as Zhou Cuihua saw Wang Lei, she seemed to complete an important task. She took a deep breath, then grabbed Li Qianqian's wrist and led her to Wang Lei, speaking seriously. Brother Wang Lei, I've returned your sister-in-law safe and sound. Without waiting for Wang Lei to reply, she turned around and ran to find her brother, Tiniu. Li Qianqian couldn't help but smile and shake her head. Then she moved closer to Wang Lei and started chatting about what she saw today. She told him how she bought fabric at the supply and marketing cooperative, how she ran into Qin Meili and made her uncomfortable, and her plan to visit Luo Li's grave. Wang Lei listened quietly, his gaze always on her lively face, with a tolerant smile on his lips. He nodded from time to time in response. When they rode their bikes back to the village entrance, the sunset was just right. From afar, they saw Fong Lihong and Lin Kuan standing under an old locust tree. Fong Lihong was wiping sweat from Lin Kuan's forehead with a handkerchief. Their bodies were close, talking and laughing, acting affectionately. She whispered, "This is interesting." Fong Lihong, with sharp eyes, also saw Li Qianqian and Wang Lei. Her eyes flickered, but instead of holding back, she deliberately leaned closer to Lin Kuan, helped him straighten his seemingly neat collar, then raised her chin and shot a provocative look at Li Qianqian. Li Qianqian watched everything clearly, but her face showed no emotion. She only slightly curled her lips into a faint, almost pitying smile. Then, as if she hadn't seen them, she naturally looked away, turned her head, and continued talking to Wang Lei. She pedaled her bike past them without a trace of extra attention. When Li Qianqian returned home, she was sorting the things she bought from town. Wang Lei came in and saw the mess on the floor. He went straight to the bed, took out a thick cloth bag from the bedside drawer, and handed it to Li Qianqian. Li Qianqian looked at it with curiosity. It felt heavy in her hand. "What is this?" "Open it and see." She opened the bag, and inside was a thick stack of banknotes, probably over 1,000 yuan. She looked up in surprise. "So much money? Where did you get it?" Wang Lei rubbed his nose and said casually, "Remember when I took you into the mountains last time? We stopped for a break on the way. I saw 2 old ginseng plants growing in a crack in the rocks. They've been there for years. At the time, I didn't have any tools, so I didn't touch them. Later, I went back alone and dug them out. I traded them on the black market. But then a lot of things happened, and I forgot about it." Li Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe her ears. Looking at the real stack of cash in her hands, she thought to herself, no wonder he was able to start something big in his past life. His luck and action are incredible, like a lucky carp. Whatever he does, turns out successful. A bright smile spread across her face. She sat happily on the kong, a traditional bed, like a child who found a treasure and carefully counted the money, her lips curling up high. Wang Lei watched her focused face, with a hint of greed in her eyes. Under the light, her eyelashes cast soft shadows, and her fingers unconsciously fiddled with the bills while counting. He found her adorable. His heart softened, and he secretly decided to work harder to earn more money so he could see her happy and satisfied every day. His gaze shifted to the new fabrics on the table. Remembering something, he asked, "Wife, you said before you don't know how to make clothes. Why did you buy so much fabric?" Li Qianqian didn't look up from counting her money. She casually replied, "I'm not very skilled, but for simple styles like shirts and pants, I can manage to cut and sew. Back when we got married, I wanted to buy you a sewing machine. But you said it took up space and you might not use it, so you didn't want one." Wang Lei remembered clearly. Wouldn't sewing by hand be too tiring? Li Qianqian paused in her counting and made an excuse. "That's because I was worried it would just sit unused and be a waste." At that moment, what she was really thinking was that when the college entrance exams resumed in a couple of years, she would definitely take the test with Wang Lei and leave this place. The sewing machine would be hard to take along, and now she felt a bit regretful about how she had managed her small savings. But when Wang Lei heard her say she didn't want to waste money, he understood it differently. Could it be that his wife was thinking about leaving the village someday and returning to the city? Was that why she thought buying big items here was a waste? The thought cast a faint shadow over his heart. Watching Li Qianqian happily counting the money, his eyes grew complicated. Li Qianqian remembered how her father had vaguely mentioned on the phone that he and her grandfather might visit her during the new year. If they found out she had quietly gotten married in the countryside, she swallowed nervously. The scene was too hard to imagine.
No, she had to take the initiative.
After making up her mind, she hesitated for a moment, then tugged at Wang Lei's sleeve. "Brother Wang Lei, after we finish distributing the grain, I want to take you to the city to meet my parents. Do you think you can get a letter of introduction and some travel tickets?" Wang Lei was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up with surprise and joy. You're willing to take me to meet your family?" "Of course." Li Qianqian laughed at his reaction and gave him a playful look. "You're my husband. Who else would I take?" Wang Lei's heart warmed instantly. Overcome with emotion, he pulled Li Qianqian into his arms and kissed her gently, his voice trembling with excitement. "Thank you, my dear. Don't worry, I'll take care of the letter and the travel expenses. I'll find a way." The rush of happiness filled Wang Lei with energy, as if he could take on anything. He glanced toward the back mountain, wondering if he should go hunting right away. The animals in the forest seemed to sense danger and hid quietly. Rubbing his chin, Wang Lei muttered to himself, "Forget it. They're not going anywhere. Tonight I should just spend some time with my wife." Then he quickly took off his outer jacket, tied it around his waist, and walked toward the backyard. Soon, the sound of chopping wood echoed from behind the house, strong, quick, and full of restless excitement. After chopping firewood, Wang Lei looked at Li Qianqian lying on the calm, a traditional bed, holding a chalk powder and scissors, pointing at the fabric. His fingers had been pricked twice by the needle, and his brow furrowed. Sewing by hand stitch by stitch was too slow and tiring for his eyes. He turned and went to the old house, walking over to the little old lady sitting in the yard, basking in the sun. He spoke in a slightly spoiled tone. "Grandma, your sewing machine has been sitting there gathering dust. Why not move it to our place? You don't know, my wife has been sewing clothes for me and her eyes are almost blind. I feel sorry for her." The little old lady burst out laughing, her wrinkles relaxing. She patted his hand. All right. You're good at sweet talk. If you want it, just move it over. Don't keep joking with me." Wang Lei happily leaned down and kissed her cheek with a smack. "Thank you, Grandma. You're the best." Old Mr. Wang, sitting nearby smoking a dry pipe, was displeased. He deliberately put on a serious face, picked up an old leather belt leaning against the wall, and lightly flicked Wang Lei's back. "You naughty boy. How old are you still acting spoiled with your grandma? Go kiss your wife and bring her home." The little old lady watched the grandfather and grandson messing around, laughing so hard her eyes squinted. Old Mr. Wang didn't really want to hit him. The belt just tickled Wang Lei like a scratch. Wang Lei pretended to grimace and begged for mercy, then quickly lifted the old sewing machine and walked away lightly. Wang Mu, Lin Yufan, watching from the side, shook her head helplessly and said to the old couple, "Dad, Mom, just indulge him." The little old lady immediately glared at her daughter-in-law and said protectively, "My things, I give to whoever I want. It's none of your business." Wang Mu was speechless, feeling annoyed. Every time she dealt with her mother-in-law, she felt defeated. She decided that from now on, the old couple could give their things to whoever they liked. Even if her younger brother tricked her out of everything, she wouldn't care anymore. Standing behind, the second daughter-in-law, Wu Yan, tugged at her sister-in-law Yao Meili's sleeve and whispered unhappily, "Sister-in-law, did you see? Grandma is just showing favoritism." Yao Meili frowned and looked at her. "Little sister, she's just borrowing it to use. Don't take it the wrong way." "Borrow?" Wu Yan curled her lips, looking suspicious. Like a meat bun hitting a dog, how could she expect to get it back? Yao Meili looked at her doubtfully. "You also have a sewing machine, don't you? Why are you always staring at Grandma's old sewing machine? Even if Grandma gives it to you, your room can't hold it." Wu Yan was caught off guard, rolled her eyes impatiently, and thought to herself, "I don't need it, but if I take the sewing machine to the black market, I could sell it for a good amount of money." But she didn't dare say that out loud. Li Qianqian looked up and immediately saw a dark-colored, shiny sewing machine in the corner of the inner room. Surprised, she walked over and touched the cold machine. Where did this come from? Wang Lei was squatting nearby, tidying up tools. He looked up and said proudly, "I borrowed it from Grandma. That way, we don't have to spend money to buy one, and you can use it easily without hurting your eyes." Li Qianqian was amused by his careful and thoughtful plan. She looked at him with a smile. "Wang Lei, if you keep doing this, you'll probably clear out all of Grandma's hidden treasures." Wang Lei chuckled and showed his white teeth, lowering his voice. "No, Grandma still has some treasures hidden away. It'll take a while to move everything." "Ha ha ha!" Li Qianqian burst out laughing at his words, leaning back and forth. After laughing enough, She quickly found some thread, skillfully threaded the sewing machine, and took a piece of scrap cloth to test it. She pressed the pedal, and the needle moved swiftly up and down, steady and fast. Wow, this is so useful, Li Qianqian nodded with satisfaction. With this, I can make a new outfit for Cuehua in just 2 days. Suddenly, she remembered the fabric she bought before her wedding. An idea came to her. She turned around and found a dark, thick fabric suitable for older people. She gestured to Wang Lei and said, "Wang Lei, I want to make new clothes for Grandma and Grandpa with this fabric. The style will be the same, like couple outfits. Grandpa will be happy to wear them outside." Li Qianqian took out all the fabric stored at home, spread them on the Kong bed, and held a soft ruler and chalk, comparing the colors and thickness of the fabrics. She was calculating the sizes in her mind, planning to make new clothes for Wang's parents too. The Wang family treated her sincerely, and she couldn't be ungrateful or act like an unappreciative person. That evening, Wang Lei was especially diligent. Without Li Qianqian needing to ask, he went to the kitchen and boiled a big pot of hot water. Watching his busy figure, Li Qianqian's heart was clear. She knew exactly what he was thinking. During this busy time in the village, with both Luo Li's case and the tense harvest season, the two hadn't been able to be close for a while. Thinking of this, her fair cheeks naturally flushed with a light blush. Wang Lei was feeling very excited tonight, carrying a secret plan. The big bath barrel he had secretly prepared was finally ready to be used. He was busy building a fire in the stove, while wondering if the wooden planks of the bath barrel were thick enough and if the joints were sturdy enough. He hoped it could safely hold both of them. Thinking this, he felt even more motivated. Hum a little tune, he poured hot water into the barrel from buckets, then carefully scrubbed the inside walls with loofah, making sure it was spotless. The warm steam quickly filled the backyard. It was completely dark now, quiet all around, and the neighbors' oil lamps had gone out one by one. Wang Lei suppressed his excitement and called softly into the house, "Wife, the water's ready. Come try if my bath barrel leaks." Li Qianqian was already prepared, holding a neatly folded set of clean pajamas. She had secretly tucked a smooth silk camisole inside her pajamas, thinking that tonight might be special, so she decided to be more open. When she saw the new, nearly half-a-person-high bath barrel in the backyard, she was surprised. "Brother Wang Lei, why is this bath barrel so big? It must use a lot of water." "Big," Wang Lei rubbed his hands, eyes shining. "I think it's not big enough. A bigger barrel makes for a more comfortable soak, and the water stays warm longer. Go ahead and try it. I'll take a bath first." Li Qianqian watched him close the door, then placed her clothes on a nearby wooden chair, locked the door, and returned to the barrel. She tested the water temperature with her hand, just right, hot and inviting. She undressed, stepped in, and slowly sank into the water. The warm water instantly enveloped her, dispelling the coolness of the autumn night. Li Qianqian sighed contentedly, leaning back against the barrel wall. The hot water just reached her collarbones. All the fatigue from the day seemed to melt away in the warmth, relaxing her tense muscles. She closed her eyes, feeling the gentle flow of water supporting her. Her toes unconsciously moved at the bottom of the barrel, and she let out a satisfied hum. So comfortable. Her whole body felt as if it had been soaked loose, and a lazy, sleepy warmth spread through her. The door creaked open, and Li Qianqian was so startled she instinctively covered her chest with a damp towel. "I clearly locked the door. How did you get in?" "I just came in like this," Wang Lei said with a grin, reaching out to playfully jiggle the latch. The wooden bolt slid open easily. Li Qianqian stared in shock, so the lock was just for show. Seeing her surprised look, Wang Lei chuckled softly. "In my own yard. Who else could be here but me?" "That's not certain." Li Qianqian relaxed a little and teased him. "What if someone climbed over the wall?" "Climbed over the wall?" Wang Lei raised an eyebrow, with a mischievous tone. "Have you not heard of your man's reputation in the village?" "What reputation?" Li Qianqian leaned over the edge of the bathtub, curious, and looked up at him. Wang Lei leaned down and kissed her smooth forehead, teasingly saying, "Find out yourself in the village someday." Before he finished, he captured her lips. And Li Qianqian didn't have time to react, overwhelmed by his warm breath. Suddenly, with a loud splash, Wang Lei stepped into the bathtub, pouring hot water everywhere, splashing onto the red brick floor and quickly spreading dark water stains. Li Qianqian's heart pounded like a drum, her skin turning a tender pink. "You." She started to speak, but his hot lips pressed gently against her neck, nibbling softly. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her body softening under his skilled teasing, trembling with excitement. The water in the tub began to ripple violently, with continuous splashing sounds, spilling over the edges. After a while, the water gradually calmed, and Li Qianqian, glowing with a tempting pink hue, leaned softly against the tub wall, catching her breath. Wang Lei, feeling refreshed, picked up a dry cloth and gently wiped her wet hair. "Wife, the water's cold now. Get out quickly, who's to blame?" Li Qianqian pouted playfully at him. As Wang Lei turned to get his clothes, his sharp eyes caught sight of a hint of bright red under her sleepwear, the delicate belly band. His throat moved, and his little brother stirred again. He picked up the silky little garment, his voice husky. "Wife, do you want to wear this tonight?" Li Qianqian saw her intimate clothing in his hand, and her cheeks instantly flushed. "Put it back quickly," but Wang Lei was stubborn, determined to help her tie the delicate band himself. Li Qianqian couldn't resist him and could only blush as she allowed his rough, clumsy hands to work on her back. Her fingertips brushed her skin, sending shivers through her body. Back in the room, Li Qianqian felt relaxed and a little tired after her hot bath. She sat on the edge of the bed, picked up a box of snow cream from the table. She opened the box and scooped a small amount of the white, shiny cream with her fingertip. First, she carefully applied the cream to her cheeks, forehead, and chin. Then, she gently massaged it in circles with her fingertips. The cream, with a faint fragrance, slowly melted into her warm skin and was absorbed. Under the dim kerosene lamp, she slightly tilted her head, stretching her neck into a graceful, slender curve. Her expression was focused. As she applied the cream, her loose pajamas collar moved slightly, occasionally revealing a delicate, white glow of her collarbone. Her fingers softly brushed her cheeks and neck. Her posture carried a natural, gentle tenderness and care that belonged only to a woman. Wang Lei finished tidying up the bath bucket and water stains. When he pushed open the curtain and entered, he saw this scene. His steps froze instantly. He unconsciously held his breath, watching her gentle side profile under the lamp. He saw her delicate fingers lingering on her face and neck, shining softly. Her focused expression, the slightly moving collar revealing glimpses of her skin, and the faint, unique fragrance in the air all combined like a gentle feather, softly touching his heart. It made his throat tighten, and his whole body seemed to quicken with blood flow. An uncontrollable warmth surged up. Wang Lei looked at her detailed side profile under the lamp. The delicate movements and the slightly open collar revealing her skin finally made him unable to hold back. He took a few steps forward, reached behind her to take the snow cream box, and his voice was low and husky. "Honey, let me help you apply it." Li Qianqian, after her bath, was feeling lazy and didn't think much. She just felt that her back was hard to reach, so she nodded obediently. She slightly turned around, exposing her smooth back to him. At first, Wang Lei's large hand was still careful. His rough fingertips, with a few calluses, clumsily but gently spread the cool cream on her back. Gradually, Li Qianqian felt that the touch changed meaning. The pressure increased, and the movements became less controlled, with a clear sense of heat and curiosity. The touch slid toward her waist, and even further down. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned her head and accidentally met Wang Lei's deep, almost hypnotic eyes, filled with obvious desire and determination. "Wang Lei, you..." She started to speak, but Wang Lei leaned down and pressed her onto the bed. His warm kiss covered her, silencing her surprised exclamations and unfinished words. As the night grew deeper, Li Qianqian was so tired she didn't even want to move her fingers. Her whole body felt like it was falling apart. Wang Lei, however, was still full of energy. He softly whispered in her ear, trying to encourage her to change positions. Li Qianqian, with a tearful voice, begged weakly, "Wang Lei, I can't do this anymore. I'm really so tired. Honey, be good. Listen to me. It will be over soon." Wang Lei panted, continuing his actions patiently to comfort her. She sobbed softly, feeling wronged, tears almost falling. "You're being mean." Wang Lei chuckled softly and coaxed her in her ear. "Call me husband. If you call me husband, I'll let you rest." Li Qianqian, overwhelmed and ashamed, closed her eyes and softly called out, "Husband." Yes, that single word seemed to ignite the last bit of her strength. Wang Lei didn't stop. In fact, he worked even harder. The intense feelings made Li Qianqian's mind go blank. She felt like she was on a wave, losing control and reaching the peak again. "Keep calling me," he begged her in her ear, not giving up. After some time, Li Qianqian couldn't hold on anymore. Her vision darkened and she fainted. Wang Lei finally stopped happily. He gently kissed her sweaty forehead, got off the bed, and went to the kitchen to get a basin of warm water. He carefully cleaned her body with a soft towel and changed her into clean pajamas. After finishing everything, he returned to the bed and gently held his exhausted partner in his arms. Smelling her faint scent, he closed his eyes contentedly. When Li Qianqian woke up, she only felt a blinding brightness in front of her. The strong sunlight shone through the window paper, making her eyes sore and swollen. She instinctively raised her hand to rub her sleepy eyes. Her throat was dry and tight. She wanted to call someone but only managed a hoarse cough. Cough, cough, cough. She held her chest and waited for a while until the dry itchiness subsided. Then, her stomach made a loud, gurgling sound. Her empty stomach felt like drums beating, reminding her that she was both hungry and thirsty. She had to support her weak body as she sat up, pulled back the quilt, and tentatively placed her feet on the ground. But as soon as she stood straight, her legs felt like overcooked noodles, weak and limp. She suddenly lost her balance and fell forward uncontrollably. "Ah," she gasped in surprise. Luckily, she reacted quickly and grabbed the corner of the bedstead, her nails slightly white from the effort. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest. What a close call. She calmed herself, took a deep breath, and carefully, step by step, left the room. The main hall was silent, with no one in sight. "Brother Wang Lei." She tried calling out, her voice still a bit hoarse. No one responded. She didn't know where Wang Lei had gone. Li Qianqian slowly moved to the kitchen. The stove was cold and empty, but the lid of the large iron pot was still on. She lifted it and saw a bowl of thick millet porridge kept warm inside, with a peeled boiled egg and a small dish of pickles beside it. Seeing this carefully prepared meal, she felt a small warmth in her heart. She first scooped some water to wash her face and hands, then sat on a small stool. She picked up the still warm porridge and ate it slowly, small bites at a time. Her empty stomach finally felt a bit settled. Feeling a bit bored being alone at home, she took a book and sat under the shade of a tree in the yard to read. A gentle breeze blew, carrying a hint of grass and wood scent. It was very pleasant. When she looked up again, she saw the sun was almost setting. She mumbled softly, "Why isn't Brother Wang Lei back yet?" She stretched lazily, feeling sluggish all over. She didn't want to bother cooking, so she went to the kitchen, took out some seaweed and dried shrimp, soaked them in warm water, planning to cook a simple seafood noodle dish tonight. Suddenly, there was a knock on the yard gate. "Who is it?" Li Qianqian wiped her hands and asked loudly. "Little sister-in-law." "It's me, your sister-in-law," came the gentle voice of Yao Meili from outside the door. Li Qianqian walked over and opened the yard gate. "Sister-in-law, come in quickly." Yao Meili entered the yard with a smile on her face. "Sister-in-law, the youngest brother just called from the old house. He said he won't be back tonight due to something, so please lock the door and be careful." "Big sister-in-law, do you know where he went?" Li Qianqian asked with some worry. "I'm not sure." Dad answered the phone and the youngest brother didn't say much. "Mother asked me to call you over for dinner. Don't start cooking alone. Li Qianqian looked back at the seafood soaking in the kitchen. No, big sister-in-law, look at all these dried goods I soaked. If we don't eat them tonight, it would be a waste. Yao Meili looked where she was pointing. The kelp and dried shrimp in the basin already smelled very fresh and tempting. Clearly good quality, so she nodded. All right, be careful. If anything happens, come to the old house and find us. After saying that, Yao Meili turned to head back to the old house. Wait, Li Qianqian called her, then turned and grabbed a big handful of white rabbit milk candies from the cabinet, stuffing them into Yao Meili's hand. These candies are for Zihui and Zishan to sweeten their mouths. Big sister-in-law, please help me tell the two little nieces a good word. Yao Meili looked at the beautifully wrapped candies in her hand and smiled. Okay, I'll thank the little aunties for them. She carried the candies as she walked toward the old house. Before reaching the door, her two daughters, 9-year-old Wang Zihui and 6-year-old Wang Zishan, jumped out happily to greet her. The two little girls immediately saw the candies in their mother's hand, and their eyes lit up. Mom, where did these candies come from? Zishan asked with a small, innocent face. Yao Meili looked at her daughter's eager expressions, feeling soft inside. She opened her palm to reveal the candies. Your little auntie gave these to you. Share and enjoy. Yay! Little auntie is so nice. Zihui cheered, carefully counting out 2 candies for her sister and taking 5 for herself. She quickly peeled one and tiptoed to Yao Meili's mouth. Mom, try one. My classmate said these candies are so fragrant and they taste like milk. Yao Meili tilted her head to dodge. Mom won't eat. You keep them and enjoy slowly. Zihui had already expected her mother to refuse. While Yao Meili was talking, her small hands skillfully put the candy into her mouth. She said seriously, Mom, eat quickly. When I grow up, I will earn money to buy you lots and lots of candies. The rich milk aroma melting in her mouth and her daughter's caring words warmed Yao Meili's heart. She hugged her daughter. Good. Mom is waiting for my big girl to be filial. I want a hug too. After saying that, Princess Shan also hugged her, smiling happily. Back at the old house, Princess Hui quickly peeled 2 candies. One she gave to great-grandma and the other to grandma, making the 2 elders laugh happily. She only ate one herself, carefully putting the remaining one into her pocket to save for her father. At this moment, Wang Yuan, Wu Yan's 8-year-old son, came back from playing outside. He approached his sisters and suddenly wrinkled his nose to smell them closely. What did you eat? It smells so good. Princess Shan giggled and said, We ate some big white rabbit candies that Annie gave us. They are so delicious. Where did you get them? I want to eat too. Wang Yuan immediately shouted. My mom gave them to us. You should ask your mom for some. Princess Shan answered innocently. Hearing this, Wang Yuan turned and ran into the house, tugging on Wu Yan's sleeve, demanding candy. Wu Yan was confused and asked why. When Wang Yuan saw that his mother couldn't produce any candy, he suddenly thought she had secretly eaten the candy meant for him. He sat down on the ground, kicking his legs and crying loudly. Wu Yan couldn't soothe her son and felt a surge of anger inside. She turned to her mother-in-law and complained, Mom, look at what the youngest daughter-in-law is doing. She only shares candy with her own 2 girls. Our little Yuan is the eldest grandson of the Wang family. What's not as good about him? Isn't she deliberately embarrassing us? These words pierced into Yao Meili's ears like needles. Usually gentle and honest, she was instantly ignited. She could tolerate Wu Yan taking small advantages or speaking sour words, but she absolutely couldn't accept her doing such things to belittle her daughter. Yao Meili suddenly stood up, her face flushed with anger, and raised her voice for the first time. Second sister-in-law. I don't like hearing that. What do you mean by little girls? What's wrong with my daughter? She's sensible and filial. The candies were given kindly by Qian, and she can give them to whoever she wants. Who are you to criticize? And talking about the eldest grandson? In this new society, the chairman says women can hold up half the sky. Boys and girls are both treasures. Your outdated ideas and feudal nonsense are just behind the times. Enough, Mother Wang, overwhelmed by the noise, slammed the table hard, her face turning pale with anger, looking at Wu Yan with some fury. Qian's things are her own choice. Who are you to interfere? Wu Yan, you've been married in for so long. I've never seen you show respect, not even a crumb of cookie. And now you have the nerve to criticize others? Wu Yan was publicly criticized by her mother-in-law, her face turning red and then pale. She opened her mouth to speak but didn't dare say anything and quietly closed it in frustration. Yao Mei's 2 daughters were frightened by the recent argument. They each clung tightly to their mother's waist and buried their faces in her clothes. Wang Yuan, who had sharp eyes, quickly saw that his cousin Wang Zihui's pocket still had a bit of candy wrapper showing. Relying on his young age and being a boy, he was usually bossy at home. Suddenly, he rushed over and reached into Wang Zihui's pocket, saying, "Give me. Hand over the candy." Although Wang Zihui was 2 years older and taller than Wang Yuan, she was startled by his sudden attack. She instinctively covered her pocket and stepped back, saying, "This is mine. Auntie gave it to me." Wang Yuan wouldn't give up. Like a little calf, he pushed her with his head and grabbed her hand that was protecting her pocket, shouting, "I want it. Give it to me." The two immediately struggled. Wang Zihui desperately protected her candy, while Wang Yuan tried to snatch it. In the chaos, there was a soft snap. The carefully kept candy, which Wang Zihui had planned to give to her father, fell out of her pocket and rolled onto the ground. Wang Yuan, rushing forward, accidentally stepped on the white candy before he could stop. The candy was crushed into the dirt, becoming dirty and unrecognizable. Wang Zihui looked at the dirty candy on the ground, which she had wanted to give to her father. She froze for a second, and her accumulated feelings of sadness and tenderness suddenly burst out. She started crying loudly, tears falling like beads. At that moment, her older brother Wang Gang and second brother Wang De returned from work. As soon as they saw the chaotic scene and their crying niece, they both frowned and asked in unison, "What's going on? Why is there a fuss at home?" Seeing her father, Wang Zihui cried even harder. She sniffled, picked up the dirty candy from the ground, and tremblingly handed it to Wang Gang, sobbing, "Dad." "Sniff. The candy is dirty. I kept it for you. It's very tasty." Wang Gang looked at his daughter's tear-stained face, and then at the dusty candy in her hand. Hearing his other daughter's sniffles, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, both sour and tender. He quickly hugged his eldest daughter into his arms and clumsily wiped her tears with his rough hand. Wang's mother briefly explained what had happened, her face looking displeased. Wu Yan's eyes flicked quickly, and she spoke first with her usual scheming tone. "Big brother, you're grown up now, so you probably won't fight over a little snack with kids, right? These candies are a bit dirty, but if you wash them, they're still okay to eat. Or maybe you could give them to our little Yuan?" He didn't get any earlier and is upset. Before she finished, Yao Mei, Wang Zihui, and Wang Zishan, the mother and daughters, all looked sharply at Wang Gang with worry and hope. Wang Gang's face darkened like he could drip water. He tightly held the dirty candy his daughter gave him, as if it was a treasure. His voice was quiet but firm. "This is the candy my daughter saved up for me. It's her little gift. Even if it's dirty or turns to water, it's for my daughter. No one can take it away." After saying that, he picked up his crying little daughter with one arm and held his older daughter's hand tightly with the other. He signaled to Yao Mei with his eyes, didn't look at Wu Yan or Wang Yuan, and went straight back into his house. Inside, old Wang sighed helplessly at the noise outside. He whispered to his wife, "I told you long ago, that second daughter-in-law isn't sincere. She's probably causing trouble at home." The old lady patted his hand gently and comforted him. "Old man, children and grandchildren have their own luck. We're old now, so we can't control everything. Let them do as they will." Zhou Cuihua pouted under the shade of a nearby tree. "My brothers are pushing carts over there. It's just a small thing, no trouble at all." Li Qianqian looked in the direction she pointed and saw Tai Niu and a few men standing beside some carts, chatting casually. She nodded and said, "All right. Thank you all." More people gathered at the grain drying yard. The women and wives talked loudly, and Li Qianqian overheard some of their conversations. Their voices carried clear anger. Sister Guiying is really unlucky. She fell while working for old Zhao's family, and now they treat her like a burden. A tall, thin woman's face was red with anger. Exactly. I heard they took her straight back to that old house at the east end of the village. The house is small, dark, leaks in summer, and drafts in winter. It's not a place for people to live. It's so cruel, another round-faced woman agreed, shaking her head. Guiying's life is so hard. She lost her husband young, raised her son alone, got him married, and in the end, someone sighed. Can it be compared? Look at Manhwa at the west end of the village. She fell off the ridge 2 years ago and became paralyzed. Her daughters take turns caring for her. They keep everything clean, and her face is filled out with flesh. People really have different fates. Hearing these words, Li Qianqian's heart sank suddenly. She remembered Aunt Guiying. When she first came to the countryside, she knew nothing. She was even afraid of the village's stray dogs. One evening, on her way back to the youth station, 2 fierce-looking dogs blocked her path. She was so scared her legs went weak. Luckily, Aunt Guiying happened to pass by, waving her hoe to chase the dogs away, and she even walked her back to the station's gate. But back then, she was spoiled and naive, too scared and ashamed to say a proper thank you. She just lowered her head and hurried inside. Now, thinking that Aunt Guiying was paralyzed in bed and being treated so badly by her son and daughter-in-law, and recalling her own past kindness, Li Qianqian felt a mix of guilt, sadness, and an inexplicable anger swirling inside her. Zhou Cuihua looked at Li Qianqian, who had been silent and seemed lost in thought, and cautiously spoke. Qianqian Jia, I'll go see Aunt Guiying later. She paused for a moment, as if recalling something, and her voice carried a hint of gratitude. I remember when things were really hard before, she even shared a few bites of food with me. I've always kept that in my heart. Li Qianqian was pulled out of her thoughts by her words. She looked at Zhou Cuihua and showed a gentle smile. She replied simply, okay. Sister also wants to go see her. Let's go together. Li Qianqian looked at the grain in the yard and felt a bit worried. She looked up at the sky. Forget it, it probably won't rain. Let's wait until Wang Lei comes back to tidy up. But she didn't rest much. She rolled up her sleeves and started working. She found some flour, quickly made dough, mixed the filling, and steamed 2 big plum meat buns. In the kitchen, steam filled the air. The freshly steamed buns gave off a tempting smell, making everyone's stomachs rumble with hunger. Just then, Zhou Cuihua arrived right on time. She stood at the door, sniffing the delicious aroma, and asked eagerly, Sister, when are we going to see Auntie? Seeing her eager but shy expression, Li Qianqian's heart softened. She reached out and pulled her inside. Perfect timing. Come on, help me eat too. These just came out of the steamer. I can't finish them alone, she spoke casually, as if looking for someone to help finish the leftovers. Zhou Cuihua wasn't stupid. She looked at the white, fluffy buns on the stove and then at Li Qianqian's clear, smiling eyes. She immediately understood. Qianqian's sister wasn't really unable to finish the food. She knew Zhou Cuihua's family was having a hard time. It was rare to see meat, and she wanted to share some, but she was also worried about hurting her fragile pride. This caring made Zhou Cuihua's nose sting, and her heart felt warm. She secretly vowed, when she grew up, she would definitely be good to this fairy-like sister who was so kind-hearted. The 2 of them sat by the stove, quietly eating 2 hot, delicious buns. The rich meat aroma was a rare comfort during this time. After eating, Li Qianqian carefully wrapped the remaining buns with a clean cloth. Then she and Zhou Cuihua left together. Lead the way, Li Qianqian said. I don't know exactly where Aunt Guiying's house is. Zhou Cuihua nodded and led the way ahead. As they walked and talked about village gossip, they soon arrived outside a dilapidated mud brick house. The house looked old and poorly maintained, with peeling walls and a thatched roof that was patchy and sparse, with several spots exposed to the sky. It looked quite worrisome. Li Qianqian stopped and asked uncertainly, "Is this the place?" "Yes," Zhou Cuihua nodded confidently. Li Qianqian's eyebrows furrowed involuntarily, and she whispered, "This roof is almost collapsing. How can anyone live here?" Her feelings of hope from her rebirth grew heavier when she saw how poor the place really was. The two of them entered the small, low door one after the other. The strong, strange smell mixed with mold, rotten food, and some illness hit her, making Li Qianqian gasp and hold her breath instinctively. In the dim light, she could barely see a figure lying on the kong, a traditional bed. As she got closer, she recognized it was Aunt Guiying. She looked very worn out, her face pale yellow, eyes sunken, and her thin arms looked like just skin and bones. She was lying weakly there. When she heard the noise, she slowly lifted her eyelids and coughed. Seeing this, Li Qianqian's heart tightened. She ignored the bad smell and quickly walked to the bed. She squatted down, took a warm meat bun from her cloth, carefully broke it into small pieces, and then picked up some clean-looking water from a broken bowl nearby. She gently fed it to Aunt Guiying's cracked lips. After a few sips of warm water and soft bread, Aunt Guiying's pale face seemed to regain a little color. Her chest moved slightly as she took a breath and made a weak sound. "Thank you. Thank you." Zhou Cuihua hurried forward, voice choked with emotion. "Auntie, I am Cuihua. Do you remember me? When I was little, you gave me some food." Aunt Guiying's cloudy eyes moved and tried to focus on Zhou Cuihua's face. She seemed to want to smile but was too weak, and she said faintly, "I remember. I can't move anymore. I haven't gone crazy or anything." Hearing this, Li Qianqian was surprised. She didn't expect Aunt Guiying, in such a bad state, to still say something with a bit of humor. It made her feel a little touched and surprised. Aunt Guiying's gaze slowly shifted to Li Qianqian. She looked at her carefully for a moment and then asked uncertainly, "Are you Li Jiqing?" "Yes, Auntie." Li Qianqian nodded firmly, looking at her aunt's miserable appearance. She remembered that many people in this era had weak awareness of the law. She lowered her voice and spoke seriously. "Auntie, your son and daughter-in-law treating you like this is against the law. You can report them to the commune." "Report them?" Aunt Guiying gasped suddenly, showing shock and disbelief on her face. Then her expression dimmed again. She shook her head and spoke even softer. "Forget it. I only have this one son. I won't live much longer because of my own faults." Li Qianqian frowned in disagreement, about to persuade her further. But Aunt Guiying seemed to have exhausted her strength. She closed her eyes and muttered, "In my situation, needing someone to help with my waste, I can't blame my daughter-in-law for being cruel. What about your son?" Li Qianqian couldn't help but ask, with a hint of unfairness in her tone. "You take care of him when he's little, and he takes care of you when you're old. Isn't that what family is for?" "Yes, it should be." Aunt Guiying panted, her eyes barely open, gazing at the dark ceiling. Her voice drifted softly, "But, girl, do you know why? No one minds a child wetting their pants, but they dislike old people wetting the bed?" This question was like a needle, suddenly stabbing into Li Qianqian's heart. She froze, lost in thought, silent and not answering immediately. In her past life, after she became a vegetable, her body couldn't move, but her mind was clear. She vividly remembered how her mother tirelessly massaged, washed, and changed her clothes day after day. She deeply understood that fear of dependence and being despised. I, Li Qianqian's voice was hoarse, as if she could feel the deep sadness mixed with helplessness and understanding in Aunt Guiying's heart. A faint glimmer of tears seemed to flash in Aunt Guiying's eyes. She softly said, "If only my mother were still here." Coming out of Aunt Guiying's dilapidated earthen house and breathing in the cold outside air, Zhou Cuihua's eyes were still red. She took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress her inner pain. Then she turned around, with a serious expression she had never shown before, and spoke sincerely to Li Qianqian. "Big sister, if you grow old, I will never dislike you. I swear." Looking at her innocent yet serious face, A cold feeling caused by past betrayal and current sadness seemed to be eased a little by her simple words. She couldn't help but smile and gently touched Zhou Tsuehua's slightly yellow hair, speaking warmly and teasingly. "All right, sister. I'll be waiting for you to keep your promise in the future." They reached a fork in the road. Not far ahead was their home. Zhou Tsuehua stopped and looked at the two small paths. She said to Li Qianqian, "Sister, I'll go back this way first." Li Qianqian nodded and watched Zhou Tsuehua turn onto the other path. She continued walking forward, but just a few steps later, a figure suddenly appeared under the dense shade of trees beside the road, blocking her way. It was Lin Kuan. "Qianqian," Lin Kuan spoke, forcing a gentle smile on his face. "Are you doing okay lately?" As soon as Li Qianqian saw him, her brow furrowed with dislike, clearly showing her displeasure. She coldly replied, "I'd be better off without seeing you." After saying that, she turned sideways to go around him. Lin Kuan's heart raced. He remembered the letter from his family yesterday. It said they had been kicked out of their old residence, his father's job had been changed, and they even lost their car. Every word was full of blame and criticism for his poor performance. Seeing Li Qianqian try to leave, he instinctively reached out to grab her arm. Li Qianqian had long been alert to this move. She quickly shifted her steps, skillfully avoiding his touch, and sharply looked at his outstretched hand, warning, "If you want to keep that hand, try again." Lin Kuan's hand froze in midair. His face was a little embarrassed, but he still tried to maintain his older brother's attitude, speaking with a tone that seemed deliberately nostalgic. "Qianqian, don't be like this. I remember you used to love following me around, calling me brother, brother. Even now, even if you're married, we still have that childhood bond, right?"
Bond?
Li Qianqian seemed to hear a huge joke and sneered coldly, her laughter full of sarcasm. "Lin Kuan, you probably only remember that now because your family was kicked out by my grandfather and you're desperate. That's why you're trying to talk about feelings with me?" His gaze was sharp like a knife, directly stabbing at Lin Kuan. Seeing his changing expressions, there was no doubt he guessed correctly. "Since the day you and Huang Xiaomei teamed up to plan against me, there's no real friendship left between us. All that's left is disgust." "No, that's not true. Qianqian, listen to my explanation." Lin Kuan's face turned pale as she hit the core of the matter. He hurriedly tried to shift the blame onto others. "It's Huang Xiaomei. That shameless woman tricked me at first. I was confused for a moment." Before he finished speaking, Li Qianqian suddenly raised her hand. A crisp, loud slap landed heavily on Lin Kuan's face. She used all her strength, and Lin Kuan's cheek visibly swelled up quickly, burning with pain. "You're not only mean, but also a coward who can't take responsibility." Li Qianqian shook her numb hand, her eyes cold, like she was looking at a pile of disgusting trash. "You're now like a rat crossing the street, looked down upon. From now on, when you see me, you'd better walk around me. Understand?" She spoke each word clearly, with an undeniable threat. "Otherwise, I'll hit you every time I see you." Lin Kuan covered his red, hot cheek, watching helplessly as Li Qianqian turned and left without looking back. Her back was firm and resolute. He widened his eyes, filled with disbelief and suppressed resentment. Only after she was gone did he grit his teeth and whisper in a very low voice, full of anger, "Refuse to accept a warning and take the punishment." "Fine, very good. Since you're so disrespectful, don't blame me for being ruthless." His face darkened as he quickly returned to his home. He immediately took out paper and pen, sat at the table, and began to write rapidly. He was writing a report filled with lies, carefully crafted to describe how Li Qianqian behaved improperly in the countryside, how she was mistreated, and how she was forced to marry a rough, uncultured man, among other things. His words were full of slander, yet he made himself look completely innocent, as if he was just an impartial observer. Li Qianqian paced alone in the yard. Her heart was filled with frustration from her Aunt Guiying's situation, mixed with the anger from being entangled with Lin Kuan earlier. The fire burned hotter, making her chest feel tight and restless. She didn't want to stay at home doing nothing, so she turned and headed toward another part of the village, toward Ma Xingwang's house. As I reached the gate outside Ma Xingwang's yard, I saw the scene inside. I didn't expect Huang Xiaomei to be living quite comfortably. Right now, Huang Xiaomei was sitting relaxed on a small stool, crossing her legs, munching sunflower seeds with a crack sound, her eyelids drooping as she watched Ma Feng washing a big basin of dishes in the yard. Li Qianqian's lips curled into a slight, sarcastic smile. She loudly said, "Hey, Huang Jiqing, long time no see. I didn't expect you've gotten married now. You seem pretty proud, even bossing your older sister around to do chores?" Hearing this, Huang Xiaomei looked up. When she saw Li Qianqian, her eyebrows immediately frowned with dislike, and she spat out the sunflower seed shell irritably. "None of your business. Who I tell to work is none of your concern. Mind your own business, busybody." "Ha," Li Qianqian chuckled softly, not angry. She said leisurely, "I was just talking casually. This is your family matter. I have no right to interfere." Then she changed the subject, pretending to be casual, and said, "But I happened to see something interesting when I passed by the Jiqing spot earlier." "What's interesting?" Huang Xiaomei's curiosity was piqued. Her eyebrows furrowed even more, and she quickly thought, Li Qianqian came specifically, so she probably wouldn't say something trivial. It must be related to brother Lin Kuan. Thinking this, she couldn't sit still anymore. She suddenly stood up, stared at Li Qianqian, and urged her, "Just tell me clearly, if you have something to say. Don't keep me in suspense." "It's nothing much." Li Qianqian looked at her anxious face, secretly sneering inside, but kept a relaxed expression. "I just saw your good friend, and it seems she's in a relationship." Good friend? Huang Xiaomei was confused at first, then a name flashed through her mind. Her eyes widened instantly, and she blurted out, "Are you talking about Fong Lihong?" "Uh-huh." Li Qianqian nodded, watching Huang Xiaomei's face suddenly change. She added meaningfully, "Do you know who her partner is?" TSK. "That man, you're quite familiar with him." After saying this, she didn't linger. Ignoring Huang Xiaomei's reaction behind her, she turned around swiftly and left directly. Li Qianqian was thinking to herself that since it was still early, she might as well go down to the foot of the mountain to look around, hoping to find some local goods or other good things by luck. "Stop right there. Say what you mean clearly." Huang Xiaomei was upset and anxious because of Li Qianqian's suggestive words. She was angry and hurriedly tried to catch up and ask for an explanation. But just as she took a step forward, Ma Feng, who had been watching her closely, grabbed her wrist. Ma Feng looked worried and whispered, "Sister-in-law, be careful. Don't overexert yourself. If you have any trouble, I won't be able to explain to your parents." Huang Xiaomei struggled but couldn't break free. She watched Li Qianqian's figure walk further away and soon disappear at the corner. Fuming, she stomped her foot and unconsciously placed her hand on her still flat belly. She stared in the direction Li Qianqian had gone, gritting her teeth and whispering, "Li Qianqian, just wait and see." Ma Feng saw she no longer tried to chase, so she let go of her hand. Huang Xiaomei angrily shook off Ma Feng's grip and stormed back to her house. Sitting on the kong, a traditional bed, her heart felt as if a cat's claws had scratched it. The words from Li Qianqian and the suspicion that Lin Kuan might betray her kept swirling in her mind. She couldn't sleep no matter how she tried. Frustrated, she suddenly sat up with opened her box, took out her best dress, and put it on. She fixed her hair in front of the mirror, then walked out with a stern face. "Where are you going again?" Ma Feng, who was tidying up in the yard, saw her dress up and about to leave, and quickly asked, "I'm going to the youth education point to find Fong Lihong." Huang Xiaomei replied without looking back, annoyed. Thinking about what Li Qianqian had just said, Ma Feng probably understood something. She hesitated but didn't ask more, just nodded. Huang Xiaomei hurriedly and anxiously walked, her heart full of anger, eager to find Fong Lihong and get answers. But before she reached the yard of the youth education point, behind an old locust tree not far away, she saw something unbelievable. Fong Lihong was actually very close to Lin Kuan, and they looked very intimate, clearly up to no good. Huang Xiaomei felt a rush of heat surge to her head, and her eyes instantly turned red. Unable to hold back any longer, she rushed forward in excitement and forcefully pulled Fong Lihong away from Lin Kuan. Her voice trembled with anger and shock. "Lihong. You actually." Xiaomei. Fong Lihong was startled by Huang Xiaomei's sudden appearance. A flash of panic and guilt crossed her face as she instinctively adjusted her torn clothes. Lin Kuan was first surprised, then showed clear displeasure and disdain. He glared at Huang Xiaomei and said harshly, "Huang Xiaomei, you already married that second-rate guy Ma Xingwang from the village. What right do you have to interfere in my affairs? You." Huang Xiaomei was so angry she trembled all over. She pointed at Lin Kuan's nose, her eyes red. "How can you say that? I gave you my first time. Did you forget what you promised me?" "Ha!" Lin Kuan sneered coldly, full of contempt. "That was me being naive. If you were truly a pure and noble girl, you wouldn't be so flirtatious under Ma Xingwang's influence." After saying this, he looked at Huang Xiaomei with disgust, shook his hand angrily, and turned to leave. Fong Lihong stood nearby. Hearing Lin Kuan's words, her initial guilt gradually disappeared. Instead, she felt that Lin Kuan was right. Yes, Huang Xiaomei was already married, and she was known as a second-rate girl in the village. Lin Kuan was so outstanding, he would definitely marry someone else. Now that someone else was herself. Thinking this way, she suddenly felt justified. She even reached out and grabbed the trembling Huang Xiaomei's hand, pretending to be sincere as she said, "Xiaomei, we were the best sisters before. You will wish me and Lin Kuan well, right?" Without waiting for Huang Xiaomei's response, she let go and hurriedly chased after Lin Kuan's departing figure. Huang Xiaomei froze in place, watching their backs disappear at the end of the path. Her chest heaved violently. Her earlier excitement and anger cooled down, turning into a deeper, colder feeling. She slowly squinted her eyes, touching her aching stomach, her gaze flickering with resentment and unwillingness. Li Qianqian was quite lucky. She carefully searched at the foot of the back hill and found several brown wild eggs hidden among dense weeds. She also picked some bright red wild strawberries from nearby bushes. Seeing these unexpected finds, her mood, which was previously upset by Aunt Guiying and Lin Kuan, improved a lot. A small smile appeared naturally on her face. She carefully put the wild eggs into her pocket and was about to happily head back when she suddenly heard a faint, broken sound coming from the thick grass nearby, like someone groaning in pain. Li Qianqian paused, stopped alertly, and listened carefully to confirm the direction of the sound. She pushed aside the tall grass and followed the sound. Sure enough, she saw an elderly woman with white hair lying face down on the ground, struggling to lift herself, but unable to do so. Li Qianqian quickly stepped forward, squatted down, and gently supported the old woman's shoulders, helping her sit up slowly. She asked with concern, "Grandma, are you okay? Did you fall?" The old woman took a few deep breaths, her face pale and her forehead sweaty. She waved her hand weakly, but clearly said, "I'm fine. Just an old problem, a bit of low blood sugar. Feeling dizzy and not steady. Rest a bit, and I'll be fine." Li Qianqian noticed that although the old woman was dressed plainly and covered in dirt, her manners and demeanor showed a different kind of refinement from ordinary village women. She immediately guessed that she might be one of the people living in the cow shed outside the village. "Grandma, where do you live?" "I'll take you back," Li Qianqian said as she prepared to help her up. No need, young girl." The old woman, Mei Fong, quickly refused, with a worried look in her eyes. "I don't want to trouble you. My grandson will come to pick me up later." She didn't want to cause trouble for this kind girl. "All right," Li Qianqian said, seeing her firm attitude, and didn't insist further. She took out her water bottle and handed it to Mei Fong. "Here, drink some water and rest a bit." "Thank you, dear," Mei Fong said sincerely this time. She was very thirsty and needed to hydrate. Carefully, she took a few sips of water from Li Qianqian's hand. Just as she returned the water bottle, she heard hurried footsteps and anxious calls from behind. Grandma, Where are you? A young boy quickly pushed aside the grass and ran over. He was not very tall, with fair skin, but for some reason, his face was covered in dirt, making him look messy. As he arrived, he first looked quickly at Mei Fong to check if she was okay, then immediately turned his wary gaze toward Li Qianqian, who was squatting nearby. His eyes showed clear distance and caution. He lowered his voice and said to Mei Fong, "Grandma, we are people of a certain background. In the future, try not to associate with the villagers too much, to avoid causing trouble for others." His tone was a bit stiff, but Li Qianqian could hear the helplessness and caution beneath his tough exterior. For some reason, looking at this dirty-faced boy with a stern voice, Li Qianqian didn't feel disgusted. Instead, she felt a strange, hard-to-explain sense of familiarity. She shrugged indifferently, stood up, and smiled at Mei Fong. "Grandma, your grandson is here. Well then, see you if fate allows." Turning around deliberately as if she didn't hold the eggs tightly, she let the few wild eggs in her pocket roll onto the grass beside Mei Fong. Mei Fong immediately saw and quickly raised her voice, calling out, "Miss, your eggs." "Your eggs fell." Li Qianqian didn't turn her head, just waved her hand behind her and said loudly, "What eggs? Those aren't mine. You must have seen it wrong." After saying that, she happily walked along the path back home. Mei Fong watched Li Qianqian's distant figure, gently patted her grandson's arm, sighed, and said with certainty, "She's a kind girl. I'll remember this kindness. If there's a chance in the future, I'll repay her." The young boy silently bent down, his eyes a little red, picked up the remaining warm eggs from the ground, held them in his hand, and softly replied, "Got it. Let's go now." Grandpa must be waiting anxiously. Li Qianqian returned home after a quick walk outside. She pushed open the door, and it was quiet inside. She looked around but saw that Wang Lei hadn't come back yet. Frowning slightly, she didn't think much and took a piece of cloth from the cabinet. Sitting on the kong, a traditional bed, she began to measure and prepare to sew new clothes for Cuehua. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaomei, with a dark face and full of anger, stormed back to the Ma family yard. Her mind was filled with images of Lin Kuan and Fong Lihong hugging each other. She felt both hatred and jealousy, so much so that she didn't notice her steps. As soon as I entered the yard, I accidentally tripped over the edge of the laundry basin placed in the courtyard, nearly falling to the ground. Still shaken, I quickly steadied myself, one hand covering my stomach and the other hand on my chest, my heart pounding. This sudden fear turned into intense anger. I turned around and shouted loudly toward the kitchen, "Ma Fong, you wicked woman! I can't stand seeing others pregnant. Are you trying to cause me to have a miscarriage?" Ma Fong was busy in the kitchen. Hearing the shouting, she hurried out, wiping her hands, looking confused and nervous. "What's wrong, sister-in-law? What's wrong?" Huang Xiaomei pointed at the laundry basin on the ground, her voice sharp and harsh. Was this basin of water here to trip someone? If I had fallen just now, could this baby be saved? Tell me, did you do this on purpose? Ma Fong looked at the basin that had been untouched and in the same spot, feeling wronged inside. She lowered her voice to explain. "No, this basin. It's been here all along. Next time, be careful when you walk and watch your step." "Are you even making sense?" Huang Xiaomei was still angry and couldn't listen to any explanation. When she saw Ma Fong talking back, her anger flared even more. Suddenly, she rushed forward, grabbing the wet, heavy clothes from the basin and threw them forcefully at Ma Feng's head and body. "Can't you put things away properly? You clueless person!" The cold clothes and water splashed on Ma Fong, making her look completely embarrassed. Seeing Ma Fong soaked and disheveled, Huang Xiaomei finally felt some relief from her built-up anger. She snorted coldly, glaring fiercely at Ma Fong, then turned around and went back to her room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Ma Fong stood there, letting the clothes slide off her. She looked at the closed door of Huang Xiaomei's room with a complex expression. She didn't say anything. She just silently patted the wet parts of her clothes, sighed, and turned to walk into the firewood room to change into dry clothes. After closing the poorly sealed wooden door of the firewood room and propping it from inside with a stick, Ma Xinguang hummed a tune and strolled back leisurely. With a proud smile on his face, he walked while counting the crumpled banknotes in his hand. He felt very pleased, thinking that his luck had been good lately. Although he didn't win much each time, he was finally making some money. He happily entered the main house, pushed open his bedroom door, and saw Huang Xiaomei lying on the bed in thin clothes. Her curves were barely visible, which made him feel excited. He grinned and pounced on her, wanting to be affectionate. Huang Xiaomei was feeling annoyed. She smelled the sweat and smoke on Ma Xinguang, and her eyebrows furrowed in disgust. She pushed him away forcefully and said impatiently, "Brother Xinguang, don't you remember what the doctor said? My pregnancy isn't stable. We can't be intimate in the first 3 months." Ma Xinguang's mood was interrupted, and he looked a bit unhappy. He muttered, "We didn't know earlier, and we did it then. Besides, it's almost 3 months now." "Not now. It's not yet 3 months, and my stomach hasn't been feeling well these days." Huang Xiaomei raised her voice. "For our baby's sake, can't you just wait a little longer?" Hearing her shout, Ma Xinguang's interest was completely gone, and his face darkened. He glared at Huang Xiaomei with dissatisfaction, thinking he would deal with her after she gave birth. He turned around and left the room, planning to go to the widow at the east end of the village to vent his frustration. As he walked out of the yard, he was angry. When he passed the firewood shed, his eyes accidentally glanced at the old, broken window. In that instant, a flash of white skin suddenly caught his eye. He stopped in his tracks and, almost instinctively, quietly approached the window of the shed. He gently pushed open a crack and peeked inside. It turned out to be Ma Feng changing clothes inside. His eyes widened greedily as he looked. He had never noticed before that this usually shy and timid sister had such a curvy figure, full and shapely, with fair skin. His throat went dry, and he swallowed hard. A strange, fiery feeling surged inside him, stronger than before. Unable to hold back any longer, he tiptoed to the door of the shed, reached out to push it open. The door shook but didn't open fully. It seemed something inside was blocking it. Inside, Ma Feng was putting on her clothes. Hearing the noise, she immediately tensed up, clutching her garment tightly, and shouted sternly, "Who's there? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." Ma Xinguang vented all his frustration from the past few days at Huang Xiaomei. He was very energetic, moving around for about half an hour before finally catching his breath and dressing. He didn't stay long, quickly fastening his belt and leaving in a hurry. The sky gradually darkened. Li Qianqian was at home, holding up the floral dress she had just made. She looked at it carefully under the light, nodded with satisfaction, and muttered to herself, not bad. Suehua will probably like it a lot." She folded the dress neatly, then went to the kitchen to make herself a bowl of noodles. After eating, she carefully locked the doors and windows and returned to her room. Under the dim light of an oil lamp, Li Qianqian spread out her books for the college entrance exam review and focused on studying. The words on the pages were dense, and she was very absorbed. Before she knew it, her eyelids grew heavy, and she finally fell asleep, resting her head on the desk. Meanwhile, far from the village, outside a small town, an abandoned temple was hidden in the thick night. A tall figure silently slipped inside like a ghost. Inside the temple, several young girls in ragged clothes were tied up, and on the other side, a few boys with their mouths gagged were also held there. The youngest boy looked to be about 1 year old, just learning to walk. Wang Lei and his partner, who had been hiding inside earlier, exchanged a quick glance and quickly focused on the guards. Using his agility and surprise attack, Wang Lei worked with his partner to quickly subdue the guards who were caught off guard. They had spent 3 days and nights secretly investigating, tracking, and waiting for the right moment to rescue the women and children who had been kidnapped. At dawn, the police station in the town was busy. The police chief patted Wang Lei on the shoulder, looking grateful but tired. "Thank you so much, comrade. If you hadn't reported the clues in time and helped us risk your safety, we wouldn't have been able to rescue them so smoothly." Wang Lei stood straight, looking honest, and shook his head. "You're welcome, sir." It's what we citizens should do. I'm Wang Lei from the Qinghe Village Public Security Team. If you need me to cooperate with further investigations, just come to the village to find me. Wang Lei honestly replied, I originally came to town to sell some pork. My wife. She's tired from working, and I wanted to earn some money to buy her good food to help her recover. The director looked at his simple appearance and secretly felt a bit sorry. Such a brave, just, and skilled young man. If he weren't married yet, his daughter would be a good match. If I help them a little, their future will surely be bright. He shook off his thoughts and said seriously, Comrade Wang Lei, this operation is very important and may involve many people. Until the case is fully investigated and the results are out, please keep it secret and do not tell anyone. Okay, I understand. Wang Lei nodded seriously and was about to leave. Wait, the director called him again, a slight smile on his face. Also, the city will definitely recognize and reward you for this. In about 2 weeks, we will deliver the reward directly to your village. Finally, he heard this and Wang Lei looked a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Director, about this. I have a different request for the reward. The director's smile faded a bit and he wondered, Oh, what do you want? Wang Lei took a deep breath and said, My wife is a young worker from Beijing. I want to use this reward to give her a chance to visit her family in Beijing. Just once is enough. The director was surprised. He had thought Wang Lei would ask for money or some rare supplies, but not this. His expression softened with some emotion. Oh, I see. Okay, I'll note your request and ask the higher-ups. But it's not guaranteed to succeed, so be prepared. No problem, no problem. I'll do my best. Thank you, Director. Thank you so much. Wang Lei showed a grateful smile. After thanking him repeatedly, he turned around and strode out of the police station without looking back. Wang Lei walked quickly out of the station, his heart pounding like a rabbit's, beating fast. He couldn't wait to see his wife. He headed straight to the bicycle storage at the town entrance, paid for a tag, pushed his bike, a sturdy 2-wheeled vehicle, and with a long stride, sat down on it. He gripped the handlebars tightly, bent forward, and pedaled forward with all his strength. The wheels spun very fast, and the chain made a loud, urgent rattling sound, kicking up dust from the ground. My mind was full of Li Qianqian's image. I wished I could give this bicycle wings and fly straight home. Just as I rushed out of the town entrance, a woman carrying a basket suddenly darted out from the vegetable field beside the road, looking down as she tried to cross the dirt path. My heart tightened. I reacted quickly, frowning instantly. I forcefully steered the bike to the side, narrowly avoiding her clothes and passing by. The woman was startled by the sudden appearance of the bicycle, her face turning pale. She froze for a few seconds before reacting. She ran after my retreating figure and shouted angrily, Are you rushing to be reborn? You cyclists really have no eyes. I didn't care about her scolding. I didn't look back, just kept pedaling hard, determined to get home. When I was sweaty and breathless, I finally pedaled back into the village. The sun was almost at its highest point, nearly noon. I rode straight to my house, but I saw a big lock hanging on the gate. My heart sank, and my brows furrowed again out of habit. Was my wife not home? Thinking quickly, I turned the bike around and hurried toward my parents' old house. As soon as I entered the yard, I called out, Mom.
Grandma.
I'm back. My father was sitting on a small stool in the yard, wearing reading glasses and reading a newspaper. When he heard the noise, he glanced at me over his glasses. Seeing that I didn't even look at him, he sighed slightly and made a soft sound. He asked unhappily, Did everything go well? I didn't notice his mood. I parked my bike steadily and answered him. Things went smoothly. After that, I headed toward the kitchen. My mother was frying vegetables with a spatula. When she heard my voice, she quickly put down the spatula, wiped her hands on her apron, and turned around with a smile. You're finally back. I was so worried. Are you okay? Nothing's wrong. Mom, your son is amazing. I patted my chest proudly, then asked eagerly, By the way, Mom, have you seen my wife? Is she at her house? Qianqian? My mother was surprised. Isn't she at her own home? I haven't seen her come over. She's not here. The door is locked. I shook my head. At that moment, Wang's father interrupted from the yard. I haven't seen her. I asked your eldest sister-in-law to look for her a couple of days ago because I was worried she might have trouble cooking alone. She said she could take care of herself and would return to the old house if needed. But I haven't seen her around these days. Is that so? Wang Lei felt even more anxious, his brows furrowing into a knot. Just then, the old lady, Wang Lei's grandmother, slowly came out of the house leaning on her cane, smiling happily. My good grandson has come back. I heard from your father that you did a great job helping the police officer. Yes, Grandma. Wang Lei forced a smile. The police chief said they will come to the village in half a month to give me an award. Good, good. The old lady nodded repeatedly, reaching out her thin hand to hold Wang Lei's and gently patting it. Then she asked, Where's your wife? Why didn't she come with you? I haven't found her yet. Wang Lei felt restless, like a cat scratching at his mind. Grandma, Mom, Dad, you all go ahead. I'll go look for her right now. He turned around, pushed his bicycle, and hurriedly rushed out of the old house. Meanwhile, Wang Lei was anxiously searching everywhere, while Li Qianqian sat comfortably in Zhou Cuihua's small, slightly dim but tidy house, enjoying steaming dumplings. This morning, Li Qianqian brought the new floral dress she had made last night to Zhou Cuihua's house. When she handed the brand-new dress with pretty small flowers to Zhou Cuihua, she was stunned, almost unable to believe her eyes. Zhou Cuihua carefully touched the soft, smooth fabric with her fingertips, looked up at Li Qianqian, and moved her lips as if to speak. But her eyes welled up with tears first, and large drops rolled down her cheeks unexpectedly. Qianqian. This is too precious. Zhou Cuihua choked, unable to speak clearly. She had never worn a new dress made just for her before, let alone such a beautiful one. Li Qianqian looked at her, feeling both soft and a bit sad. She quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears and smiled, saying, Silly girl, it's just a dress. Don't cry. Try it on and see if it fits. Zhou Cuihua took the dress, hugged it tightly, and nodded firmly. When she put on her new dress and stood in front of the shiny, broken mirror of the wardrobe, her smile couldn't be stopped, and tears flowed more fiercely. It was a happy tears. To show her gratitude, Zhou Cuihua insisted that Li Qianqian stay and not leave, insisting she join for lunch. She even rummaged through boxes to find the long-hidden, hard-to-eat white flour, then went to the vegetable garden to pick some chives. Mixing in a little pig fat residue she couldn't bear to waste, and carefully made dumplings. In a normal family, these dumplings are a special treat only enjoyed during the New Year. Iron Bull, worried that Li Jiqing might feel uncomfortable, found an excuse to go out. Now, the two sat around a small wooden table. Zhou Cuihua kept scooping dumplings into Li Qianqian's bowl, while she herself didn't eat much, her face glowing with satisfaction and happiness. Li Qianqian took a bite of the dumpling. The aroma of chives and the crispy flavor of the pork fat melted in her mouth. She squinted happily, enjoying this rare moment of warmth and leisure. Iron Bull stood at his home's gate, scratching his slightly messy hair, looking around uncertainly, unsure of where to go. Suddenly, he remembered that yesterday his sister Cuihua mentioned that Aunt Guiying's roof was in bad shape. His brows furrowed as he thought that now was a good time to help fix it, or else the cold winter might really freeze the house. This was also a way to repay Aunt Guiying for the meals she had given him in the past. Deciding so, he turned and headed toward her house. Meanwhile, Wang Lei was riding his bicycle hurriedly through the village, pedaling so fast that the wheels almost smoked. As he passed near Aunt Guiying's house, Iron Bull, who was inspecting the roof damage from above, saw him immediately. Iron Bull shouted loudly from the roof, Brother Lei, you're back. Wang Lei, anxious and worried, suddenly tightened his brakes, and his bike screeched to a stop. He looked up, frowning with concern, and asked, Niuzi, have you seen my wife? Wife. Iron Bull straightened up on the roof, shielding his eyes from the sun with his hand. She's at my place eating dumplings with my sister. What? Wang Lei was momentarily stunned. This is a long story. Anyway, my sister invited her over. Iron Bull waved his hand on the roof and said, "Go back and ask yourself." "Okay. I'll go pick up your sister-in-law right now." Wang Lei heard this and felt a big weight lift from his heart. His face immediately brightened, and he turned his car around to leave.
Hey.
Hey. Iron Bull watched his brother's hurried figure with a helpless shake of his head, then continued to focus on fixing the thatched roof. Suddenly, a sharp brake squeal sounded. Wang Lei's bicycle stopped steadily at the gate of Zhou Cuihua's house. Before even parking properly, he eagerly shouted into the house, "Wife, I'm here to pick you up." His loud voice immediately alarmed the neighbors. Several women nearby, busy with sewing, poked their heads out to see what was happening. One woman teased with a smile, "Oh, isn't that Wang's boy?" shouting so loudly. "We thought today you were here to pick up your new wife." Wang Lei felt a bit embarrassed by the teasing. He scratched the back of his head, his ears turning visibly red. His dark face showed little expression, just a tight-lipped silence. Inside, Li Qianqian heard the familiar shout and noise outside. She quickly stuffed the last dumpling in her bowl into her mouth, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and hurried outside. Seeing Wang Lei looking tired but excited, she deliberately put on a stern face and asked with a frown, finally decided to come back. Wang Lei's eyes lit up when he saw her come out. He quickly stepped forward, speaking apologetically and in a friendly tone, "Sorry to make you worry. Where have you been all this time?" Li Qianqian continued to ask sharply, her sharp eyes scanning his tired but excited face. He wanted to explain but caught sight of the women eavesdropping with eager expressions, listening closely. He lowered his voice and said, "I went to town to help the police with some work. They will come to the village in half a month to praise me." Li Qianqian raised her eyebrows in surprise, clearly surprised by his answer. "Details. We'll talk about it when we go back." Seeing her lively little expression, Wang Lei found her adorable. His heart felt like it was being gently tickled, and he couldn't help but swallow hard, suppressing the urge to kiss her on the face. As soon as he entered the house, Wang Lei slammed the door shut with a loud bang and quickly locked it, cutting off the noisy world outside. Before Li Qianqian could react, Wang Lei stepped forward quickly. His tall body carried a strong, commanding presence. One hand supported the door frame near her ear, while the other wrapped around her waist, trapping her in the small space between him and the door. He lowered his head, his forehead gently touching hers. His breathing was heavy, warm from rushing back. His usually calm eyes now seemed to burn with two small flames, looking straight into her surprised eyes. "Wife," he softly called her, his voice full of longing and a hint of nervousness. Without waiting for her response, he eagerly kissed her lips. At first, it was a gentle, tentative touch, trembling slightly. But soon, all the worries, longing, and the calm he had shown earlier in front of others turned into a deep desire. His kiss grew more passionate and intense, with firm force, as if he wanted to melt her into himself. Li Qianqian was caught off guard by his sudden action. She instinctively placed her hand on his strong chest, trying to push him away. But she could feel his heartbeat pounding loudly and quickly through her palm, showing how much he had missed her these days. Her resistance weakened gradually, and her hand finally relaxed, gently grabbing his shirt front. Seeing her submission, Wang Lei tightened his arms around her waist, as if wanting to hold her close forever. The kiss lasted a long time until both of them were breathless. He reluctantly pulled back slightly, but their foreheads still touched. Their noses brushed together, warm breaths mingling, filling the small space with a tender, warm feeling. When the kiss ended, Li Qianqian felt weak all over, as if her bones had turned to jelly. She collapsed softly onto Wang Lei's broad, strong chest, breathing shallowly. Wang Lei happily tightened his arms around her, holding her securely. He then strode into the main room. He sat on the edge of the bed, letting Li Qianqian lean against him. Only then did he start to tell her in detail about his days helping the police in town, including his final request to the director for a family visit reward. "Is that really possible?" Li Qianqian looked up, her eyes filled with surprise and uncertainty. "I don't know if it will work," Wang Lei honestly replied, running his hand through her slightly messy hair. The director said he would try to help me apply to the higher authorities. If it doesn't work, it's okay. Wife, don't be disappointed. I'll think of other ways. I will definitely find a way for you to visit your parents in Beijing. Li Qianqian felt warm inside and nodded. She reached out to touch Wang Lei's chin, which was covered with a faint green stubble. She frowned slightly and playfully said, "Go take a shower quickly. Your beard is almost scratching my face." Wang Lei was tickled by her touch and chuckled. Instead of obeying, he deliberately rubbed his chin against Li Qianqian's delicate cheek. The stiff stubble lightly scraped her skin, causing a slight tingling sensation. Li Qianqian laughed and kept turning her head to dodge. "Hey, stop messing around. It's so ticklish." Her clear, cheerful laughter filled the small room, full of happiness. They played and joked like this for over half an hour until Wang Lei finally decided to go to the backyard to fetch water and take a shower. Li Qianqian put on an apron and went to the kitchen. She skillfully lit the fire, boiled water, and prepared a steaming bowl of noodles for her busy husband. After washing up, Wang Lei sat at the table, feeling refreshed, and ate his noodles. Meanwhile, Li Qianqian told him about Aunt Guiying's tragic situation and how she and Zhou Tsuehua went to visit her. Suddenly, Wang Lei put down his chopsticks and realized something. "So that's it. I wondered why Tainyo suddenly went to fix that collapsing roof. He wanted to repay the kindness from back then." Just as he finished speaking, he put down his bowl, leaned over, and suddenly lifted Li Qianqian into his arms. "Hey, what are you doing?" Li Qianqian exclaimed softly, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Wang Lei looked down at her, his eyes shining with passion. His voice was deep and serious. "Wife, I haven't been home these days. I really missed you." Li Qianqian looked into his eyes, which showed clear longing and desire. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy glow. She buried her face in his neck and softly responded, I missed you too." Wang Lei's heart warmed. He carried her and strode toward the inner room. The door was gently closed. Soon after, the old wooden bed inside creaked rhythmically with soft, gentle squeaks, lasting for quite a while. When the rain stopped, Li Qianqian, feeling very tired, fell into a deep, satisfied sleep. Wang Lei, feeling refreshed, dressed quietly and tiptoed out of the house. Thinking that Iron Bull might be too busy repairing the roof alone, he decided to help Aunt Guiying tidy up the broken house a bit. The next morning, Wang Lei and Li Qianqian greeted each other, then left with tools and food. He and Iron Bull agreed to take advantage of the good weather to go up the mountain and burn some charcoal, which they could sell at the black market before winter. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaomei was lying on the Kong, a traditional bed, tossing and turning, unable to settle down. In the morning, she learned that her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and husband Ma Xingwang would go to their hometown to attend a wedding. Because the trip was far, and she was pregnant, she stayed behind. Also staying was her eldest sister-in-law, Ma Feng, who was asked by her mother to stay and take care of her. What a blessing! Huang Xiaomei's mind quickly became active, and a plan formed in her head. She put on her clothes, carefully took out 2 yuan from under her pillow, and approached Ma Feng, who was sweeping the yard. She handed her the money and spoke calmly. "Ma Feng, go to town and buy some meat. Make something nice for tonight." Ma Feng paused, looking at her with some suspicion, but did not take the money. Huang Xiaomei forced a smile and explained, "Some old friends from the youth team are coming over tonight for a get-together. We'll have a meal. Hurry up, don't delay dinner." Ma Feng looked at her, then at the 2 yuan in her hand. Finally, she nodded, put down her broom, tidied up, and left for the town. As Ma Feng's figure disappeared at the village entrance, Huang Xiaomei quickly returned to her house. She carefully fixed her hair and clothes in the mirror, making sure she looked pitiful enough. Then she hurried out the door and headed straight toward the youth team's gathering spot. She found Fong Lihong, and the two stood in a corner outside the gathering place, talking for a while. Huang Xiaomei held Fong Lihong's hand, and as she spoke, her eyes turned red, and her voice choked with emotion. She raised her sleeve to wipe away non-existent tears from her eyes and sobbed, "Lihong, I was wrong before. From now on, Brother Lin Kuan, I leave him in your care. You must treat him well." Looking at her sincere expression, Fong Lihong felt deeply touched. She hadn't expected Huang Xiaomei to be so generous. She gently took Huang Xiaomei's hand, nodded firmly, and promised, "Xiaomei, don't worry. I will treat Brother Lin Kuan well." Huang Xiaomei lowered her head, hiding a flash of coldness in her eyes, and continued, "By the way, my family has no one home tonight. I asked Ma Feng to go to town to buy some meat. It will just be a few of us good friends, plus Brother Lin Kuan. We'll have a nice get-together, chat, and celebrate. I guess it's like I'm giving you my early blessings." When Fong Lihong heard there would be meat tonight, her eyes immediately lit up. Eating meat was a rare treat these days. She nodded eagerly, smiling brightly. "Don't worry. Xiaomei, you're so kind. Brother Lin Kuan and I will definitely be there on time." Huang Xiaomei watched Fong Lihong's eager, greedy look, maintaining a fake smile on her face. As she turned around and walked back home, her smile vanished instantly. Her eyes turned dark and fierce, and she sneered inwardly. "Whatever I can't get, no one else will either. Even if I have to ruin it, I won't let you have a single thing." Back at her house, Huang Xiaomei closed the yard gate and hurried into her room. She secretly reached into the bottom of her wardrobe, inside an old padded jacket in her pocket, and pulled out a small paper bag. Holding the paper bag, her expression turned cold and determined. It was the same package she and Lin Kuan had used earlier to set up Li Qianqian. Carefully, she poured the white powder from the bag into the small half bottle of white wine that Ma Xingwang had hidden. While most villagers were napping at noon and the street was quiet, she slipped out again, clutching a stack of prepared small notes. Each note was written crookedly, with the same message: "Tonight at 10 o'clock, outside the small woods near the youth station. There's something good." Then she moved like a ghost, silently weaving through the village. She targeted the shabby houses of the local men, slipping notes through door cracks or tossing them through windows when no one was watching, making sure almost every bachelor received this mysterious note. After completing all this, she returned to the Ma family. Her heartbeat gradually steadied, and a cold smile curled on her lips. The sky gradually darkened, and the aroma of stewed meat wafted from the Ma family's kitchen. This smell was especially tempting in the simple village, and it made the neighboring children cry out in longing. Fong Lihong and Lin Kuan arrived on time, empty-handed as usual. Lin Kuan thought for a long time but couldn't resist the phrase, "Cut the meat." Huang Xiaomei smiled warmly and invited them to sit at the table, where rare dishes with meat were served. At first, Fong Lihong and Lin Kuan didn't dare to start eating. Seeing this, Huang Xiaomei took a big bite of meat herself and chewed while sharing funny stories from when they first moved to the countryside. The atmosphere became lively, and Fong Lihong and Lin Kuan relaxed, beginning to eat eagerly. As they were finishing up, Huang Xiaomei suddenly raised her voice and called out from the kitchen, "Ma Feng, bring some wine." Ma Feng, who had been eating plain bread with pickles in the kitchen, looked up when she heard this. She noticed a small half bottle of white wine on the table that had appeared unexpectedly. Frowning, she was curious about where the wine came from but wiped her hands and took the bottle over. "Sister-in-law, you're pregnant. You can't drink wine," Ma Feng said softly, placing the bottle on the table. Huang Xiaomei smiled and waved her hand. "I know, I definitely won't drink, but you need to drink a few glasses with them, or it will be too boring." Ma Feng instinctively wanted to refuse, but when she looked up and saw Huang Xiaomei's warning and unyielding gaze, she swallowed her words and nodded reluctantly, saying, All right. There wasn't much wine left. The three of them each drank about 2 small glasses, and the bottle was nearly empty. Huang Xiaomei secretly estimated the time, feeling it was about right. She pretended to be very tired, yawned widely, covered her mouth, and said, "Oh dear, I'm pregnant and easily tired. I can't stay up late. Let's end here for tonight." Fong Lihong, hearing this, felt a bit disappointed but couldn't stay longer. She and a slightly flushed Lin Kuan stood up to leave. Huang Xiaomei saw them to the gate, watching as they supported each other and their steps wavered slightly as they disappeared into the night, a cold smile of satisfaction on her face. At first, Lin Kuan and Fong Liheng only felt a little dizzy. As the cool night wind blew, this feeling became more intense, and an inexplicable heat rose inside their bodies. On the other side, Ma Feng was cleaning dishes in the kitchen when she suddenly felt something was wrong. She felt an inexplicable heat all over her body, as if countless tiny insects were crawling under her skin and inside her blood vessels. A strange emptiness and itching sensation rose from deep within her. Feeling uncomfortable, she instinctively tried to loosen her collar to cool down. When her hand touched her hot neck, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and her eyes widened in fear. She turned her head in disbelief to look at the tightly closed door of Huang Xiaomei's room. Her heart pounded loudly, like drums. In that moment, she understood what was happening. A strong fear and survival instinct took hold of her. She ignored everything and, like a mad person, rushed out of the yard. Driven by instinct, she sprinted toward the cold creek at the foot of the mountain behind her. Lin Kuan and Fong Liheng supported each other, stumbling along the night road back to the youth commune. Soon, both of them clearly felt an abnormal heat rising inside their bodies, and their hearts beat faster and faster. Lin Kuan's mind raced quickly. His relationship with Fong Liheng was not a secret in the village. Why would Huang Xiaomei go to such lengths to set them up? What could be her purpose? Before he could figure it out, the strange desire inside him grew stronger, almost overwhelming his reason. He turned to look at Fong Liheng. He was shocked to see her eyes glazed, cheeks flushed, breathing rapid, and her consciousness somewhat unclear. It was obvious that the effects of the medicine were much deeper on her than on him. Lin Kuan was startled. How did Huang Xiaomei do this? He had been very cautious tonight. He hadn't eaten any dishes that Huang Xiaomei had personally touched. Suddenly, he remembered those 2 glasses of wine. The wine Ma Feng brought, Huang Xiaomei hadn't touched. He suddenly realized and cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth. This cruel woman. At that moment, Fong Liheng was completely controlled by the medicine. She let out a distressed whimper and pressed tightly against Lin Kuan as if she had no bones. Her hands restless, she groped around him. Lin Kuan was also trying to hold back. When she provoked him like this, his rationality snapped. Looking around, everything was pitch dark. Only a small grove nearby could provide cover. Without thinking much, he grabbed Fong Liheng, half dragging and half leaning, and pulled her into the depths of the grove. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. He just stepped closer and saw the terrifying scene in the woods. He was so scared that he nearly fainted. The porcelain basin he was holding fell to the ground with a loud crash, making a harsh sound. His face turned pale as paper instantly. His lips trembled, and he pointed trembling fingers at the chaos, voice trembling. You. What are you doing? A single man, waiting nearby with a frown, turned his head when he heard the noise. He glared fiercely at Lin Kuan with a threatening and contemptuous tone. Why are you shouting? You're allowed to drug and knock people out, but we can't take advantage? We saw everything. You were the first to make a move. We are all witnesses. If you know what's good for you, stay out of it and behave. If you dare spread what happened tonight, he stepped closer, lowering his voice, eyes fierce. We'll see how we deal with you. After saying that, he ignored Lin Kuan and turned back to stare anxiously and expectantly at the chaos. Another impatient man, worried that the opportunity might slip away, thought he couldn't let Lin Kuan, the main culprit, run off or cause trouble. He took a few steps forward, grabbed Lin Kuan's arm tightly, and forcefully pulled him close. His rough hand was like iron clamps, making Lin Kuan unable to move, forcing him to face the disturbing scene. He sneered coldly. Watch carefully. This is all you're doing. The cold silver moonlight shone on the creek, and the water flowed rapidly. Ma Feng's face was as pale as paper. She curled up in the cold water, trembling uncontrollably. From time to time, she buried her head in the water, trying to suppress the shameful heat and restlessness inside her with the biting cold. Not far away, behind a pile of hay, the boy from the cattle shed, who had met Li Qianqian before, had been quietly watching for a long time. He saw Ma Feng's condition worsening, her movements grew weaker, and she stayed submerged longer each time. When she finally surfaced, she was coughing so hard she almost couldn't breathe, and it looked like she was about to sink. The boy's brows furrowed as he struggled inside. He remembered his grandfather's warning and knew they shouldn't interfere because of their current identity. But watching a person's life slip away right in front of him, he simply couldn't bring himself to do nothing. Finally, he clenched his teeth, letting his conscience overcome his worries. He rushed out from behind the haystack, quickly waded into the stream, and struggled to pull the nearly unconscious Ma Feng onto the shore. When the boy carried Ma Feng back to the remote cattle shed, she was already completely unconscious, soaked through, with purple lips. Inside the shed, the old man with white hair, using the dim oil lamp, saw who the boy had brought back. His brows immediately furrowed tightly. He lowered his voice, looking at the boy with concern and blame. "Did you forget why we were sent here? How dare you cause trouble?" The boy lowered his head, showing guilt and fear. He stammered, "Grandpa, I'm sorry. I saw she was about to drown, and I couldn't bear to watch." The old man looked at him, then at Ma Feng, whose breathing was weak on the ground. His heart softened, and he sighed heavily. "All right, she's been saved. No more trouble from this. Just a one-time thing." After saying that, he went to a corner and carefully dug out a small cloth bundle wrapped in oilcloth. Inside were a row of silver needles of different lengths. The old man focused, skillfully inserting the needles into several acupuncture points on Ma Feng. Not long after, Ma Feng made a gurgling sound in her throat, spitting out a large mouthful of stream water. Her chest began to rise and fall slightly, and the pallor on her face faded a bit, showing signs of life. "Let her rest here for half an hour. Once she's more stable, we must send her back quickly," the old man said seriously as he put away the silver needles. He couldn't help coughing twice afterward. Mei Fong hurried forward, supporting him, and they slowly walked back to the more dilapidated small house inside. Half an hour later, the boy carefully carried the still a little dizzy, but now conscious Ma Feng down the mountain. Halfway, Ma Feng fully woke up. She was startled to find herself being carried by a stranger. She struggled to get down immediately. The boy put her down and briefly explained that he happened to pass by the stream and saw her drowning, so he went into the water to save her. Ma Feng listened, recalling her previous experience, feeling both fear and gratitude. Looking at the boy with a youthful face who had saved her, she sincerely thanked him. "Thank you. Really, thank you for saving me." She paused, then looked at him seriously, lowering her voice to promise. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about tonight. I won't cause you trouble." At dawn, just as the sky was turning pale, a thin layer of fog still covered the forest. Lin Kuan's face was very pale. He sat quietly beside, staring at the messy tracks on the ground, waiting for Fong Lihong to wake up. Fong Lihong's eyelids moved slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her whole body hurt as if it was falling apart. The first thing she saw was Lin Kuan standing nearby. She felt a strong wave of emotion and happiness. Her cheeks turned red with shyness and hope. She whispered, "Brother Lin Kuan, last night did we stop talking?" Lin Kuan suddenly interrupted her. His voice was hoarse and full of restrained frustration. "Hurry up and get dressed. We need to go back right now. We can't let anyone see, okay?" Fong Lihong was a bit stunned by his hurried tone, but she nodded obediently. Despite the pain in her body, she hurriedly dressed herself. Every movement made her feel as if 10 trucks had run over her, but strangely, she felt a little happy inside. She remembered hearing the women chatting while working in the fields. They said that the more effort a man put into intimacy, the healthier he was, and it also meant he loved his wife more. Thinking this way, her pain seemed to become a sign of Lin Kuan's love for her. Lin Kuan was almost holding back his stomach's chaos and his nausea. He didn't even look at Fong Lihong again. His steps were unsteady as he hurried back to the boys' dorm at the youth commune, collapsing onto his bed. All he wanted was to sleep and forget the nightmare of last night. But just as he drifted into a light sleep, the loud singing from the village loudspeaker suddenly blared, piercing his ears. He was jolted awake. The moment he sat up, he felt dizzy as if the world was spinning. He covered his mouth and staggered out the door. He ran to the edge of the fields outside and bent over, vomiting violently, as if trying to spit out all his bile. Fong Lihong had just finished tidying up when she saw Lin Kuan leaning against a tree, suffering from the vomiting. Feeling very worried, she hurried over and reached out to help him. Her voice was full of concern. "Brother Lin Kuan, what's wrong? Why are you vomiting so badly?" "Don't touch me," Lin Kuan suddenly snapped, as if burned. He pushed her hand away fiercely, his brows furrowed tightly, and his face showed clear disgust. Fong Lihong's hand froze in midair as she looked at him in surprise, feeling wronged and confused. "Brother Lin Kuan, what's wrong with you, me?" Lin Kuan was caught off guard by her question, realizing that his reaction had been too intense. He avoided her gaze, quickly trying to explain stiffly, "No. I didn't see clearly just now. I thought it was someone else." After a pause, he pretended to consider her feelings and softly said, "And we're outside, so we should be careful about how we act. After all, we're not married yet." Married. When Fong Lihong heard these words, her eyes lit up instantly. The earlier feelings of hurt were immediately replaced by great happiness. He mentioned marriage. "He wants to marry me." This realization made her heart blossom with joy, and the pain in her body seemed to vanish instantly. She eagerly said, "Brother Lin Kuan, if you're feeling unwell, rest first. I'll go get some hot water for you." Fong Lihong carried warm water out of the house. But the tree where Lin Kuan had been standing earlier was already empty. She hesitated and walked to the boys' dormitory door, softly calling inside, "Brother Lin Kuan, I've brought you water." Immediately, a tired and impatient voice came from inside. "Xiaohong, I feel really bad. I want to lie down for a while. Later, please ask the team leader for a half-day leave. Okay, rest well." Fong Lihong replied, frowning. She turned around and left, glancing back every few steps. The others at the youth camp, busy tidying tools for work, watched Fong Lihong's expression and shook their heads silently, their actions quickening. Li Qianqian had just finished breakfast at home and was tidying up the dishes when the door was knocked loudly, as if someone was trying to break it down. She frowned and went over, shouting through the door, "Stop knocking. You're going to break the door." She opened the door and saw a middle-aged woman she had never seen before. The woman had a square face, thick black eyebrows, slightly upturned eyes, and a fierce, commanding look. She had her hands on her hips, as if she was here to question someone. "Are you Li Jiqing?" The woman looked up and down at Li Qianqian, speaking forcefully. "Did you tell Wang Lei and Tiniu to go fix that old man's house?" Li Qianqian was confused by her question and frowned. "Who are you? What do you mean by old man? And who are you talking about?" The woman's eyebrows furrowed even tighter, and spit nearly flew onto Li Qianqian's face. "You're still pretending. Because of my mother-in-law. Everyone in the village is criticizing us, saying we're unfilial. Are you the one stirring things up behind the scenes?" Hearing this, Li Qianqian finally understood. The fierce-looking woman in front of her was the unfilial daughter-in-law who had left her seriously ill mother-in-law alone in a dilapidated house to wait for death. Though anger rose in her heart, she remained calm on the outside, speaking steadily but sharply. "Oh, I see. So you're the good daughter-in-law of Aunt Guiying. How about that? Seeing someone fixing your mother-in-law's roof makes you upset? Are you afraid the villagers will find out that you and your husband abandoned your own mother in a leaky, broken house to fend for herself? You're talking nonsense." The woman, hurt by the accusation, turned red in the face, raising her voice sharply and sounding harsh. "Why would I need an outsider like you to interfere? Don't pretend to be so kind. She never raised me, and even if she married someone else's son, she would still help take care of her grandchildren. That's what she was supposed to do." Li Qianqian looked at her hysterical state with a colder gaze and clearly retorted, Now, you are the one married to her son. It was her help that allowed you to live comfortably back then. Without her, you wouldn't have had such a good life a few years ago. Now that she's old and sick, you treat her like this? Aren't you afraid your son will follow your example in the future? Are you cursing me? The woman trembled with anger, pointing at Li Qianqian's nose, ready to pounce and tear her apart. The noise had already attracted the neighbors' attention. Their pointing and whispering grew louder, and soon, the matter reached Aunt Guiying's son, who was working in the fields. Listening to the contemptuous remarks from others, his face turned bright red, feeling both embarrassed and angry. He threw down his hoe and rushed over, grabbing his wife's arm roughly and pulling her toward home, growling, "Are you trying to make us more ashamed? Go back." The villagers had long been unhappy with their family's unfilial behavior. This time, they directly reported it to the local committee. By noon, the village officials held an urgent meeting about the matter. In the afternoon, several village officials came to Aunt Guiying's son's house with serious expressions. At first, the woman stubbornly refused to back down, trying to argue. Several village officials exchanged glances, and one of the main leaders spoke sternly. "Two choices. You pick. Either we accuse you both of being unfilial and mistreating the elderly, and then criticize you publicly. Or, from now on, you take good care of Aunt Guiying and help her enjoy her old age." When she heard the word, criticize, the woman shivered suddenly, her face showing fear. Her arrogance was instantly gone. Though she looked unwilling, she could only reluctantly shut her mouth and dare not speak again. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaomei sat relaxed on a small stool under the shade of a tree, cracking sunflower seeds with a crack crack sound. Her ears were alert, listening carefully to the gossip among a few women nearby about the latest village news. As she listened, her faint smile faded, and she felt a bit disappointed. She hadn't heard any gossip about Fong Lihong. But then she remembered what she saw that night. The single men sneaking into the woods weren't just one or two. And Lin Kuan, she had seen clearly hiding in the dark. He was a complete coward, just watching helplessly. Thinking of this, her twisted pleasure from the success of her plan grew stronger. She felt very satisfied, realizing she had been blind before, falling for Lin Kuan's uselessness. The more she thought about it, the more proud she felt. She stood up, brushed sunflower seed shells off her clothes, and headed home with lighter steps. She even hummed a little tune unconsciously. As she entered the yard, she saw Ma Feng with a serious face, squatting by the well, vigorously washing dishes, making a loud noise. Seeing Huang Xiaomei looking so proud, Ma Feng felt even more upset. Her face darkened further. Finally, she couldn't hold back. She looked up, her face grim, and asked Huang Xiaomei sharply, "You, sister-in-law, doing such a wicked thing, aren't you afraid of karma?" Huang Xiaomei paused, her smile vanishing instantly. Like a firecracker ignited, she spun around and snapped sharply, "What? What did I do? Don't go around spreading lies." Ma Feng's chest heaved with anger, her hands trembling as she held the dishcloth. "You drugged the wine last night. I know what you did. You are talking nonsense." Huang Xiaomei's eyes widened, and her finger almost poked Ma Feng's face. Her speech was fast, like a rapid fire. "You cooked the meal. You also took the wine from the kitchen. When did I touch it? Huh? Could it be that you like Lin Jiqing but couldn't get him, so now you're trying to blame me?" She deliberately looked surprised and turned the tables. Faced with Huang Xiaomei's stubborn denial and her attempt to shift blame, Ma Feng felt a heavy, unpleasant feeling in her throat. She was full of grievance and anger, and her eyes turned red. She was not good at arguing, and was so angry she trembled all over. In the end, she could only glare fiercely at Huang Xiaomei, place her bowl down heavily, turn red in the face, and storm into her small, shabby room, slamming the door shut. Huang Xiaomei spat disdainfully toward the closed door and muttered, "Such a useless waste." Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. That day, Qinghe village was more lively than ever. The mayor and the police station chief personally brought several reporters with cameras to the village to hold a commendation ceremony for Wang Lei. A simple makeshift stage was set up on the open space in the center of the village. Wang Lei, wearing clean, old clothes, stood upright on the stage. He looked at the dark crowd of villagers below, and then at the smiling mayor and police chief beside him, feeling very proud. When the reporter handed him the microphone, Wang Lei took a deep breath, his face slightly reddening with excitement. He gripped the microphone tightly, searching eagerly among the crowd. Finally, he saw Li Qianqian standing in the front row. He grinned and showed a simple, bright smile, then loudly said into the microphone, "Wife, did you hear me? I did it. In a few days, I'll take you back to Beijing to visit family." His sudden, sincere confession, full of rural charm, made the villagers burst into laughter. The atmosphere became lively and warm. Li Qianqian, who was called out, was caught off guard. Her face turned bright red like a ripe apple. She shyly lowered her head, but a small smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of her mouth. Next to Li Qianqian, Wang's mother and the little old lady were so happy they couldn't close their mouths. Their faces were full of pride and joy. The other young women in the village looked at the tall, confident Wang Lei on stage, and then at the happy Li Qianqian. Their eyes showed clear envy. However, in a corner of the crowd, Huang Xiaomei squinted her eyes and looked coldly at the proud Wang Lei and the shy Li Qianqian below. She curled her lips and whispered softly, so only she could hear, "Humph, enjoy your moment now. Just wait. The more you seem to be having fun now, the worse it will be later." Li Qianqian, just wait and see. Meanwhile, Lin Kun, standing at the edge of the crowd, frowned tightly and looked at Li Qianqian's face, which was slightly red and shy. Seeing her like this because of another man made his heart feel tangled and annoyed. He instinctively looked away. The night before the trip, Wang Mu was busy in the main room. She carefully packed a big bag of mountain goods, spreading everything out on the ground and carefully filling it with items: dried vegetables tied up in bundles, bright yellow dried bamboo shoots, fragrant dried mushrooms, evenly cut dried radish, firm dried fish, shiny cured meat, and fatty and lean cured duck. All these items piled together were quite heavy. Standing nearby, Wu Yan, the second daughter-in-law, felt a twinge of jealousy. Her eyes fixed on the good things, and her face clearly showed displeasure. Seeing her older sister-in-law Yao Meili helping to pack, Wu Yan felt even more uncomfortable. She pouted and muttered softly so others could hear, pretending to be so kind. "I don't believe you really want to give all these good things away." Wang Mu, bending over to pack, heard her cold words and immediately straightened up, frowning and glaring at Wu Yan with a serious tone. "If you don't want to help, go inside and sleep. Don't just stand here." Wu Yan was caught off guard by her mother-in-law's words. She quickly forced a fake smile, squatted down, and pretended to be eager as she reached for the dried vegetables, saying, "Mom, I'm just helping." She had no intention of going to sleep. Instead, she wanted to keep her eyes wide open and see if her mother-in-law really planned to take all the good things from the house. Wang Mu, with Yao Meili, worked until after 11 at night. Only then did they finish sorting everything and pack it tightly into a large burlap sack. Seeing everything was finally ready, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Wu Yan angrily returned to her room and saw her husband, Wang De, already deeply asleep, snoring loudly. Listening to the snoring, her anger grew even more. She walked to the bed, kicked Wang De's calf, and said sharply, "Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep." Wang De was startled awake by the kick, sat up groggily, rubbed his eyes, and asked confusedly, "Wife? What's wrong? Did something happen? Do you still have the energy to sleep?" Wu Yan crossed her arms and said sharply, "Our home is almost emptied out. Do you know that?" Hearing the word, emptied, Wang De was suddenly frightened and woke up completely. He asked nervously, "What? Did someone break in?" "It's a thief." Wu Yan rolled her eyes at him impatiently. Wang De was even more confused, scratching the back of his head. "What are you talking about? Where would a thief come from?" Wu Yan then started to complain angrily, describing how her mother-in-law prepared gifts for Li Qianqian to take back to her family: dried meat, dried duck, various dried vegetables, listing everything in detail, exaggerating as she went. After hearing her, Wangda realized what was going on. He immediately relaxed and his tense shoulders eased. He lay back down and muttered, "Oh, so that's what it was. That's good, that's good. Wife, don't worry about it. Sleep early. We have to get up early tomorrow for work." Wuyan was completely furious at his indifferent attitude. She raised her voice even higher. "What do you mean? So, I'm the only one in this family who cares, right?" Wangda was annoyed by her sudden anger. He frowned, turned around, looked at her and said, "Are you unhappy about something? Be honest. When you first went back to your parents' house, didn't my mother also prepare things for you? A laying hen, 10 pounds of pork with some fat and lean, and a jar of precious malted milk. Aren't those things worth more than the mountain goods and dried foods that the third daughter-in-law brings? Why don't you mention that time?" After saying this, Wangda felt he couldn't argue anymore. He turned away, facing his back to her, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep again. Wu Yan was left speechless by his words, feeling both angry and annoyed. She clenched her fists and punched his back several times. Seeing that Wangda was ignoring her completely and unable to get a response, she finally gave up, swallowed her frustration, and lay down, holding in her anger. The next day, it was still dark outside. Iron Yo was driving the ox cart, taking Li Qianqian and Wang Lei to say goodbye at the old house entrance. When Wang Lei got off the cart, he saw his mother, Lin Yufan, sitting nearby with a large, bulging sack that looked almost ready to burst. He immediately felt overwhelmed and a bit worried, and he said, "Mom, you don't need to bring so much stuff. We're taking the train, and changing trains on the way will be very inconvenient. If we need something, we can buy it when we get to Beijing. Can it be the same?" Wang's mother immediately frowned and gave him a sharp look, then reached out and gently tapped the back of his head. "These are all our mountain products. Can you buy such authentic local goods in city? When you get to Beijing and meet your in-laws, don't be so impatient like in the village. Be more careful." "I'm not impatient." Wang Lei touched the back of his head and muttered softly. The little old lady nearby had been eager to talk to her grandson and daughter-in-law. Seeing that his wife was still nagging, she thought she lacked common sense, so she stepped forward, gently pushed aside Lin Yufan and said, "All right, Yufan, stop nagging. Go to the kitchen and heat up the pancakes from last night for them. They'll taste better warm on the road." Lin Yufan finally realized this and quickly nodded in agreement, then turned and went into the kitchen. The little old lady held Li Qianqian's hand with one hand and grasped Wang Lei's arm with the other. She carefully advised them to stay safe on the way and to be sensible when they reached Beijing. Wang Lei put away his playful attitude and listened very seriously. After the old lady finished speaking, Wang Lei gently hugged his grandmother and comforted her. "Grandma, we're only gone for 2 weeks. We'll be back soon. Just relax and don't worry." The old lady, hugged by him, quickly glanced toward the kitchen and then secretly took a small cloth bag from her pocket, pressing it into Wang Lei's hand. She lowered her voice and said, "This is Grandma's secret savings, 10 big yuan notes. Keep it safe and don't let your mother see. When you get to Beijing, if you see something you like, don't be stingy. Make sure Qianqian is well taken care of, understand?" The cloth bag felt stiff in his hand. It was 10 10-yuan bills. Li Qianqian watched nearby, feeling very touched. She also imitated Wang Lei, gently hugging the old lady and softly saying, "Grandma, don't worry. Brother Wang Lei is very good to me. He's never stingy with money." "Good. Good. You two just focus on living well, and Grandma will be at ease." The elderly woman patted Li Qianqian's back, her eyes a little moist. Wang Lei looked at Grandma, who seemed like she was about to say goodbye, and felt a strange, uncomfortable feeling in his heart. He scratched his head and deliberately changed the subject in a light tone. "Grandma, Qianqian and I haven't even given you a great-grandchild yet. Don't think you'll be resting. You'll definitely need to help watch the kids when the time comes. I can't trust my mom's carefree personality, so the children will need you. Go away." The old woman laughed at his teasing and playfully slapped him. "I'm already so old. Now is the time to enjoy my retirement. You and your sister can take care of your own children. Old Mr. Wang, who had been smiling and watching, stepped forward, supporting Grandma's shoulder, and smiled at Wang Lei. Exactly, you little rascal, trying to tire out your grandma. That won't do, Wang Lei replied seriously. My son will inherit your legacy someday. You can't teach him military skills and martial arts. You're only thinking about a son, Li Qianqian blushed and quietly interrupted. Anyway, Wang Lei chuckled, looking at Li Qianqian's rosy face. If it's a son, I'll teach him to box and be a strong man. If it's a daughter, he turned to Grandma. Grandma will teach her embroidery and make her look pretty. Li Qianqian's cheeks turned even redder from his shameless words. She gently pushed him. Wang Lei ge. Talking about this now. Isn't it a bit too early? Ha ha. The family and Iron Bowl, who had been standing at the door seeing them off, burst into laughter at the couple's playful exchange. Their cheerful voices dispelled the sadness of parting, filling every corner of the small yard. After arriving in town, Li Qianqian looked at her watch and saw there was still time. She took Wang Lei's hand and they went to the post office to make a call to their family in Beijing, planning to inform them in advance. Inside the post office, Li Qianqian went to the green public phone and skillfully dialed the familiar number. After a few rings, the call was answered, and a warm yet slightly puzzled voice came through. Hello? Who is this? Mom. It's me, Qianqian. Hearing her mother's voice, Li Qianqian couldn't help but smile. Qianqian? Motherly Lin Yanan's voice immediately rose, filled with clear surprise and a hint of subtle worry. You called so early. Is there something wrong? She instinctively felt that her daughter reaching out so early might mean something special was happening. Yes, kind of. We're back to visit family, Qianqian replied casually, with a cheerful tone. Mom, I'll be taking the train soon. We should arrive at the Beijing train station around 7 p.m. in 2 days. Please ask Grandpa to send someone to pick us up. She paused, thinking about the big bag of local specialties and the honors Wang Lei had received. Her tone became a little mysterious and excited. I brought a surprise for you. What? Mother Li's voice on the phone suddenly rose sharply, full of disbelief and excitement. Before she could ask more, she quickly turned her head and called out to her family at the breakfast table. Old Li.
Dad.
Listen. Qianqian is coming back. It'll be in just 2 days. From the background of the call, there was a sudden noise of chairs moving and footsteps, as if everyone at the table had stood up excitedly. Questions were asked in a flurry. Really? What did Qianqian say? Mother Li then remembered she hadn't asked clearly and hurriedly questioned into the phone. Qianqian? You said a surprise? What kind of surprise? But as she picked up the phone again, she heard a soft click, followed by the busy tone of the line. Qianqian had already hung up. Mother Li felt a bit annoyed and lowered the phone, her brows slightly furrowed as she tried to recall what her daughter had just said. What did Qianqian say on the phone? Which day exactly? Did she mention what the surprise is? Her family immediately gathered around, asking eagerly. Mother Li looked up, a bit confused, and replied, Not much detail. Just that she'll arrive around 7 p.m. in 2 days and asked us to pick her up. She thought for a moment, then a puzzled look appeared again.
She also said,
She brought us a surprise. What surprise? Everyone's curiosity was piqued. Mother Li helplessly spread her hands. I don't know. She didn't say clearly, and just hung up. The family looked at each other, all starting to guess and look forward to what this sudden surprise might be. Li Qianqian sat on the lower bunk of the train, watching Wang Lei struggle to stuff a bulky, bulging bag under the bed. He then carefully checked the army green shoulder bag containing money and important documents, making sure the zipper was closed before slinging it across his body with care. The train made a clattering sound and slowly started moving. Wang Lei brushed off the dust from his hands and said to Li Qianqian, Honey, you can sleep a little more. I'll wake you when it's time to eat. And you? Li Qianqian asked as she obediently lay down again. She was very tired, having stayed awake most of the night because she was excited about returning to Beijing. I'll stay here and watch over you and the stuff, Wang Lei said, sitting at the end of the bed and glancing at the luggage. Won't you sleep a little? You didn't sleep much last night, Li Qianqian said sleepily. No, I'm not tired. Wang Lei shook his head. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Li Qianqian's breathing become steady and deep, and she had already fallen asleep. Wang Lei looked at her peaceful face, feeling both helpless and affectionate. He leaned against the bed's railing and closed his eyes to rest. Time passed quickly, and it seemed like in the blink of an eye, it was noon. The smell of food began to drift through the carriage. Wang Lei sniffed the air, suddenly opened his eyes, turned to the side, and gently patted Li Qianqian's shoulder. "Honey, wake up. It's noon. Time to eat." Li Qianqian moved slightly in her sleep and mumbled, then fell silent again, her breathing becoming calm, and she drifted back into sleep. Seeing how exhausted she was, Wang Lei found it both funny and a little helpless. He patiently waited for about 10 more minutes. The man on the lower bunk opposite had already taken out 2 boiled eggs and 2 dry, flatbread pieces, and was eating heartily. Wang Lei's stomach was also growling with hunger. He leaned down again and gently shook Li Qianqian. "Honey, wake up. If you don't eat soon, you'll be starving." This time, Li Qianqian finally rubbed her eyes and sat up, still looking a little confused from sleep. Seeing she was awake, Wang Lei reminded her, "Watch the stuff," then got up to buy food from the dining car. Soon, he returned with 2 steaming boxes of food. When he opened the lids, the shiny, reddish-brown braised pork emitted a tempting aroma that quickly filled the small compartment. A man sleeping on the top bunk couldn't help but lean down and take a deep breath, eagerly watching their delicious food. He waited until Li Qianqian and Wang Lei had almost finished eating before reluctantly climbing down to buy his own meal, a faint look of pride on his face. After lunch, Li Qianqian took out her exam review book from her bag, planning to read for a while to pass the time. Wang Lei took advantage of this moment and smoothly climbed onto the middle bunk, ready to take a nap. The train slowly stopped at a station, and a new group of passengers boarded. A woman in her 50s, carrying large bags, smiled warmly as she entered their compartment. She looked around and quickly focused her gaze on Li Qianqian, who was sitting alone on the lower bunk reading. She approached with a smile and said, "Hello, young lady. I'm a bit older now, and my legs aren't very strong. My bed is upstairs, and climbing up is hard for me. Would you mind swapping beds with me?" Li Qianqian looked up carefully at the woman. She saw that the woman had a healthy complexion, a slightly plump figure, and spoke confidently. She didn't seem to have any trouble walking. Li Qianqian understood clearly and politely refused. "Sorry, ma'am. It's a bit inconvenient for me too. Maybe you should ask someone else." The woman's smile froze instantly. Her face darkened, and her tone became accusatory. "You. Girl, how can you be like this?" No compassion at all. Li Qianqian frowned, and her tone grew colder. "Ma'am, are you joking? Not swapping beds means I lack compassion. With your good looks and healthy appearance, you probably eat well every day. Why don't you share some with those who can't afford food?" Li Qianqian retorted sharply. The woman was speechless for a moment, her face flushing with anger. She said hurriedly, "What I eat has nothing to do with you. I'm leaving my words here today. If you don't want to swap, you have to." Li Qianqian scoffed loudly. "Who gave you the right to be so bossy?" At that moment, Wang Lei, lying on the middle bunk, sat up with a frown. He was tall and had a serious expression that carried a sense of authority. He asked in a deep voice, "Let me hear it. What are you trying to do to force my wife?" The aunt clearly didn't expect that the man on the upper bunk, who looked tough, was actually this young woman's husband. Her arrogant attitude from before suddenly deflated like a popped balloon. She looked away nervously and stammered, I didn't mean it like that." "What do you mean then?" Wang Lei looked down at her from above, his tone firm and unquestioning. "If you're really in trouble, go find the train staff to fix it or pay the extra to get a lower bunk. Don't make things difficult for my wife here." The aunt looked guilty and didn't dare argue further. She muttered unhappily, grabbed her big and small bags, and left the compartment in a huff. The train finally slowly stopped at the final station, Beijing Railway Station. Wang Lei held tightly onto a big bag full of mountain goods in one hand, carried other luggage with the other, and carefully protected Li Qianqian in his arms with his broad chest and arms as they struggled to walk off the train with the crowd. On the platform, Grandpa Li Chengbai and his new driver Zhao Gang were waiting to pick them up. Grandpa Li was dressed neatly in a Zhongshan suit, leaning on his cane, looking eagerly. When his eyes finally found Li Qianqian among the crowd, his face lit up instantly. He was so excited that he almost walked faster, rushing to meet her. Qianqian, it's really you. Grandpa Li grabbed his granddaughter's hand, looked her over from head to toe, and couldn't hide his joy. His voice trembled a little. Why did you come back all of a sudden? Are you leaving again this time? Will you go back to the countryside? He kept asking eagerly, full of hope. Li Qianqian saw her grandpa was very excited too, so she quickly replied, Grandpa, I came back to visit. It's because of Wang Lei. Before she could finish, Wang Lei hurriedly stepped forward from behind her, put down his luggage temporarily, straightened up, and respectfully bowed slightly to Grandpa Li, with a bit of nervousness. His voice was loud and clear as he greeted, Hello, Grandpa. Grandpa Li heard this, and his gaze shifted from his granddaughter's face to the tall, dark-skinned stranger who suddenly appeared. His smile froze instantly. His eyebrows furrowed unconsciously, and his eyes showed suspicion and doubt. Li Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. She thought, oh no. She quickly stepped forward, took Grandpa's arm, and with a slightly urgent tone explained, Grandpa, this is Wang Lei, my husband from the countryside. We are already married in the countryside. He paused deliberately while speaking, watching his grandfather's expression, then quickly added, Wang Lei's grandfather and father were both soldiers before. Maybe. You've met them before? Li Qianqian tried to use her identity as a military family member to get closer, hoping to calm her grandfather's rising anger. Old Mr. Li's face tightened even more after hearing this. He didn't respond immediately to Wang Lei's greeting, nor did he look at him again. Instead, he tightly pressed his lips, said nothing, and pulled Li Qianqian's arm, turning to walk toward the parked car nearby, saying firmly, Let's talk about anything at home. However, at the moment he turned, Li Qianqian clearly saw his lips pressed tightly and a flash of sternness in his eyes. Right now, old Mr. Li was quickly recalling where the heavy, long-unused teaching stick was kept in the house. Half an hour later, inside a quiet two-story Western-style house in the military district compound, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed almost squeezable. The family sat silently on the sofa in the living room, none of them speaking first. Li Qianqian looked like a child who had done something wrong, her head lowered, nervously twisting her clothes with her fingers. She secretly glanced at Wang Lei, sitting upright beside her. Summoning her courage, she looked up and softly called, Mom. Don't speak yet. Li's mother immediately glared at her, her tone strict and unquestioning. Li Qianqian shrank her shoulders, her courage suddenly evaporating, and she lowered her head in frustration. Li's mother took a deep breath, then turned her scrutinizing gaze fully onto Wang Lei. Her tone was still calm but clearly distant. You're Wang Lei, right? Wang Lei immediately straightened his back, placing his hands neatly on his knees, as if answering a superior's question, respectfully and seriously replying, Yes, Mom. Where's your family from? Who else is at home? What do your parents do? Li's mother began to ask in detail, her eyes sharp, not missing any subtle expression on his face. Wang Lei answered honestly, My family lives in Qinghe village. We have my grandfather, grandmother, parents, and 2 older brothers. My grandfather and father used to be soldiers. My father's name is Wang Deong. My mother and grandmother are farmers at home. Wang Deong, Li's father, who had been silent with a serious face, slightly furrowed his brows when he heard the name. He looked at Wang Lei thoughtfully, then suddenly stood up without saying anything, walked straight into the study, and closed the door. You could faintly hear him making a phone call and speaking quietly. In the living room, Li's mother was still questioning, asking detailed questions about Wang Lei's work and future plans. Wang Lei answered honestly and respectfully, without arrogance. After about half an hour, the study door opened. Li's father came out, looking calmer than before, as if he had confirmed something and quietly sighed in relief. But when he saw his beloved daughter, Li Qianqian, politely pouring water for Wang Lei and quietly asking if he was thirsty, his face darkened again. He looked at Wang Lei with dislike, his brows furrowed tightly, almost as if he could squash a fly. Wang Lei, Li's father said in a deep voice, with little warmth in his tone, "Come with me to the study for a moment." Somehow, he wanted to take this young man who suddenly appeared and was interested in his daughter away from her, to talk alone. The old man also stood up with his cane, his face serious, and followed upstairs. Li Qianqian watched anxiously as Wang Lei followed her father and grandfather upstairs. Her worried eyes looked like a waiting stone that had become wise. Li's mother looked at her daughter's helpless expression and sighed helplessly. She waved at her, saying, "Qianqian, stop looking. Come help me in the kitchen." Li Qianqian hesitated and muttered softly, "Mom." Li's mother gently poked her forehead with her finger and lowered her voice. "You still say that? You say you're here to give us a surprise. But is it a shock? Look at your grandpa and dad's faces." Li Qianqian awkwardly chuckled. "Hee hee. Mom, where's Grandma?" "I didn't see her. Grandma went to her family's place," Li's mother said while washing vegetables. "She lost a close friend a few days ago, so she went back for the funeral. She won't be back for a few days." While speaking, Li Qianqian took the items her mother-in-law had prepared from the luggage and handed them to Lin Yanan. "Mom, these are from Grandma. They're local products. Try some." Li's mother nodded and started packing things. The mother and daughter worked in the kitchen for a while, preparing all the dishes and serving them on the table. At this moment, Wang Lei also came down from the upstairs study. Although he still looked a bit cautious, the atmosphere at the table was much more relaxed than when they first arrived. During the meal, Wang Lei was very active. He not only helped serve food to Grandpa Li, but also quickly finished his own meal. Then he got up and efficiently started cleaning the dishes, showing he was used to doing chores at home. Later, he played 2 rounds of chess with Grandpa Li in the living room. He was quite skilled at the game, and his words and actions showed he was honest and hardworking. Li's mother watched quietly from the side, gradually showing some approval. While Wang Lei was playing chess with Grandpa, she pulled Li Qianqian to sit on the sofa nearby. She grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and handed them to her daughter. As she cracked the seeds, she lowered her voice, curious and a little probing, and asked, "Girl, tell me the truth. In the countryside, do you usually not do much work? Does Xiao Lei do everything himself?" "What?" Li Qianqian was cracking seeds when she heard her mother's words. She paused in surprise, almost thinking she misheard. She looked at her mother with a mix of amusement and disbelief.
Mom.
"Am I really your daughter? Why are you taking a side?" "I'm your real daughter," Li's mother said with a playful scold, but her tone was serious. "But girl, you should also care about your man. Xiao Lei seems honest and reliable. You can't be too mean to him." "How am I not caring about him?" Li Qianqian couldn't help but interrupt her mother, feeling misunderstood and a little wronged. Her voice rose slightly. "It's because Wang Lei refuses to let me do heavy work. He always takes on chopping firewood, fetching water, and cleaning the yard." As she spoke, she remembered Wang Lei's usual caring ways and compared them to her past experiences. Hearing her mother's familiar, caring complaint, her eyes suddenly turned red, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She never thought that after being reborn, she could sit with her mother like a normal family, chatting about everyday things and family matters while munching on sunflower seeds. Motherly looked up and saw tears in her daughter's eyes. She suddenly panicked, thinking she had said something wrong and upset her daughter. She quickly put down the sunflower seeds, hurriedly took a tissue to wipe her daughter's tears, and explained anxiously, "Oh, Qianqian, no. I didn't mean it like that. I just worry you're too young to understand and might treat others unfairly." "Mom, I understand," Li Qianqian sniffed, stopping her mother's hurried hand. Her voice was a little choked. "I'm not angry. I suddenly remembered some things from when I was little, and I feel a bit emotional." She gently leaned her head on her mother's shoulder, reached out to hold her mother's arm, and softly said with a nasal tone, "Mom, I miss you. I miss you so much. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the clock struck, and the fire in the fireplace still flickered softly, casting a warm glow in the corner of the living room. Old Mr. Li, Father Li, and Wang Lei were still sitting around the chessboard, deeply engaged in their game. Li Qianqian watched for a while. Seeing they had no intention of stopping, she stood up, walked over to her grandfather, and sat beside him. She gently wrapped her arm around his, softly persuading him. "Grandpa, it's late now. It's past 9. You should go to bed and not stay up late." Grandpa Li was holding a chess piece, lost in thought, not looking up. He instinctively replied, "The game isn't over yet. I'll sleep later." "No rush." Li Qianqian shook his arm, speaking softly but seriously. "Grandpa, I want to go see the flag being raised tomorrow morning. Can we go together?" Hearing this, Grandpa Li paused, then suddenly looked up with a face full of shock and disbelief. He put down the chess piece carefully, examined his granddaughter closely, and said, "When you came back during your holiday, I called you many times to go with me. But every time, you just stayed in bed. What's different now? Did the sun rise in the west?" Li Qianqian felt a little shy after her grandfather's words and smiled softly, her voice becoming gentler. "That's because I was young and didn't understand back then. Now that I've grown up, I want to watch the flag rise with Grandpa and take a photo with you and Mom and Dad to keep and look at later. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Old Mr. Li looked into his granddaughter's bright eyes and serious expression. His wrinkles gradually eased, and he smiled happily, nodding repeatedly. "Good, good. You've grown up and become sensible. All right, we should go to bed early." He stood up while supporting his knees and said, "We can't be late for the flag raising. Tomorrow, we need to leave around 3 in the morning." He straightened his posture and turned to his wife, Lin Yanin, who was packing nearby, confidently instructing her. "Xiao Nan, find my military uniform and iron it well. I need to wear it early tomorrow." "Okay, Dad, I'll go right now." Lin Yanin quickly put down her work, nodded, and headed to the room where clothes were stored. At 3 a.m., the sky was still dark blue. Lin Yanin quietly got up, quickly finished washing, and then softly called each family member to wake up. Soon, the family sat neatly in a military green jeep. Today, Li's father was the driver himself. He skillfully started the engine, and the jeep smoothly left the military compound, blending into the sparse early morning traffic, heading toward Tiananmen Square. As they got closer, the crowd around grew denser. Although it was still dark, people from all directions looked solemn and hopeful. Many held handmade paper flowers or small red flags carefully, their eyes eagerly fixed on the flagpole. The air was filled with a silent but powerful energy, people's simple yet firm love and faith in their country. When the Guard of Honor marched with strong, synchronized steps, guarding the bright red flag of 5 stars, crossing Jin Shui Bridge, and heading toward the square, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes focused on that moving red spot. Li's grandfather and father both straightened their already not-so-young backs. Their sharp military uniforms seemed to come alive with new energy. As the solemn national anthem played, the red flag slowly rose in the morning light. 2 veterans stood quietly, their expressions serious. Their lips moved slightly as they softly but clearly sang along with the familiar tune. A faint glimmer of tears appeared in their eyes, filled with memories of hard times and deep love for this land. Next to them, Li Qianqian watched her grandfather and father stand still. She listened to the growing sound of the national anthem around her and looked at the flag waving in the dawn breeze. Her chest was filled with a strange mix of excitement and pride. Her vision blurred, and she quickly wiped away tears from her eyes. A small, tearful smile appeared on her face. After the flag-raising ceremony, the family took a very special photo under the bright, fluttering flag of China, asking a passerby to help. Li's father parked the jeep outside an old breakfast shop at the corner of an alley. The family went inside, found a long table, and sat down. The shop was warm and filled with the delicious smell of food. Li Qianqian still had a rosy glow from the excitement of the flag raising. She smiled at her father, who was ordering food, and said, "Dad, I want a bowl of soy milk." I haven't had it in a long time. I really miss this taste. Where's Xiaolei?
I'm fine.
Okay. Li's father nodded and told the waiter what to bring. Soon, steamed buns and a few bowls of warm, grayish-green soy milk were served. Li Qianqian eagerly picked up her bowl and took a careful sip. The unique, slightly sour and fermented flavor spread in her mouth. She squinted and smiled happily. That's it. That's the taste I've been craving for a long time. She put down her bowl and turned to Wang Lei, enthusiastically recommending, Wang Lei, you should try it too. This soy milk is our special local drink. It's really good.
Wang Lei responded.
He looked at the unfamiliar color and smell of the liquid in the bowl. Without hesitation, he picked it up and took a big sip, just like Li Qianqian. The sour, slightly spoiled taste hit his taste buds instantly. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, and his throat moved sharply. Almost instinctively, he quickly swallowed the soy milk, feeling an indescribable flavor lingering in his throat. Li Qianqian kept watching his reactions. Seeing this, she quickly asked, How is it? Are you used to drinking it? Wang Lei took a deep breath, tried to keep his expression natural, nodded, and said calmly, Yeah, it's okay. After saying that, he immediately picked up a warm bun, took a big bite, and chewed quickly, trying to cover the strange sour taste in his mouth with the smell of the bun and the flavor of the meat filling. Lin Yanan, drinking soy milk, said to Li Qianqian, Qianqian, this time you come back, find some time to visit your grandma. Let her see Wang Lei. She's been asking about you for a long time, worried that you're not doing well in the countryside. Okay. I understand, Li Qianqian replied, but her voice was hesitant, and she looked a bit reluctant. It's not that her grandma was unkind. On the contrary, she loved her very much. The problem was her aunties and cousins at her grandma's house, who made her head hurt. Few of them had good intentions. Since she was young, they kept feeding her strange ideas, urging her to ask her grandfather to help find her a job. As she got a little older, they started introducing her to their unreliable relatives, calling it getting closer through family ties. After sending the family home, Li's father hurriedly drove to work. Li's mother, a doctor at the military hospital, had swapped shifts today and wouldn't need to go to the hospital until the afternoon. Old Mr. Li, being elderly, woke up early and went back to his room to rest. Li Qianqian returned to her childhood room, but couldn't sleep. Wang Lei followed her in, looking at his wife in her floral dress, fair and tender, feeling a bit moved. He wanted to do something, but was afraid her mother-in-law might suddenly come knocking. He could only helplessly suppress his thoughts, turn around, and go to the yard, pretending to be interested in the city yard, looking here, touching there, to distract himself. Li Qianqian lay on the bed for a while but couldn't sleep. She thought, if I extend my head, I'll get cut. If I pull it back, I'll get cut. Might as well go see Grandma now. She suddenly sat up, quickly changed her clothes, and went downstairs. She found her mother in the kitchen busy cooking. Mom, I want to use the car. I'm going to see Grandma with Wang Lei now, she said. Li's mother turned around in surprise. You can drive? She remembers that her daughter had never been in a car before going to the countryside. I don't know how to drive. Li Qianqian shook her head and pointed at the tall figure in the yard. But Brother Wang Lei can drive. Oh. Hearing this, Li's mother looked at Wang Lei in surprise. She didn't expect her rural son-in-law to have this skill. A satisfied look appeared in her eyes. She nodded, took the car keys from the drawer, and handed them to Li Qianqian. All right, be careful and drive slowly. Li Qianqian first asked Wang Lei to drive the car to the department store. They went inside to pick out clothes carefully. She bought 2 good quality new outfits for her grandmother and some nutritious snacks like red dates and longan. Only then did she let Wang Lei continue driving to her grandmother's house. When they reached the alley entrance, because it was narrow inside, Wang Lei found a spot to park the car. He carried the big bags of things he had bought earlier, with both hands full, and followed Li Qianqian into a small courtyard deep in the alley. Knock, 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 Li Qianqian knocked on the courtyard door. Immediately, her grandmother Lu Hongmei's strong voice asked, Who's there? Grandma, it's me. Qianqian.
Li Qianqian answered loudly.
I'm bringing my husband to see you. Qianqian? When did you get married? With surprise and joy, Grandma Lu quickly came out of the house. The gate creaked open. At first, she saw her granddaughter. Then her gaze fell on Wang Lei, tall and handsome with a kind face. She looked him over carefully, a satisfied smile appearing in her eyes, and her face lit up with happiness. "Oh, it's good that you came. Why did you buy so many things?" Come in, Li Qianqian smiled, holding her grandmother's arm, and said as they walked inside, "Grandma, these aren't my purchases. Brother Wang Lei picked them out especially for you. 2 nice outfits, high quality from the department store. You should try them on and wear them out to show off to your old friends someday." "Ha. Okay. Grandma will try them later." Grandma Lu was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. She welcomed them into the main room, sat down, and held Li Qianqian and Wang Lei's hands. She asked them in detail how they met, how life was in the countryside, Wang Lei's family situation, and so on. They talked for a long time. Li Qianqian quietly looked at the clock on the wall, guessing that her busy aunt and cousin should be about done with work and returning home. She quickly stood up. "Grandma, we have to go now. Mom specifically asked us to come home for lunch." "Oh? You're leaving so soon?" Grandma Lu looked a bit reluctant. No, it's rare to see you. You must stay and eat before you go." "Really, Grandma?" Li Qianqian gently explained, holding her grandma's arm. "We really have things to do later. Another day, we'll come to pick you up and go out to a nice restaurant together, okay?" They argued and discussed for a while. Seeing she couldn't keep them, Grandma Lu sighed and hurried into the inner room. Soon she came out holding 2 red envelopes, handing them to Li Qianqian and Wang Lei. "This is from Grandma. Take it. Every child's marriage gift is the same, just for good luck." Li Qianqian felt warm inside and hugged Grandma Hongmei. "Thank you, Grandma." Wang Lei also felt a bit touched, his ears slightly red, and he said seriously, "Thank you, Grandma." Afterward, Wang Lei politely left first, waiting quietly in the yard so her and her grandmother could talk a bit more. Grandma Lu held Li Qianqian's hand and softly advised her about marriage and understanding each other. Just then, the front door was pushed open again. Her cousin Lin Xiaoji, who had just finished work, came in. She immediately saw a tall, handsome stranger standing in the yard. She was stunned for a moment, then her face quickly turned red because he was so handsome. She thought he might be the matchmaker her grandma mentioned earlier. She quickly fixed her hair and shyly said, "Hello." Before she finished speaking, Li Qianqian came out of the house and naturally called, "Brother Wang Lei, let's go." "Brother Wang Lei." Lin Xiaoji's shy expression froze, and her eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Li Qianqian looked at her with a polite smile. "Cousin, are you done with work?" "Yes," Lin Xiaoji replied, but her eyes stayed fixed on Wang Lei, and her tone was full of doubt. This is my husband, your cousin-in-law, Wang Lei," Li Qianqian said calmly, walking over to Wang Lei and holding his arm. "No way." Lin Xiaoji's face darkened, and she blurted out, "I heard you found a rough guy in the countryside who doesn't have much sense?" "How could that be?" Her eyes scrutinized Wang Lei. Li Qianqian's smile instantly faded, and her gaze turned cold. She interrupted her. "Who are you talking about?" "This is the man I married from the countryside. We are officially married." "Cousin, you should be careful what you say. My husband's grandfather and father are both soldiers. Accusing a military family can have serious consequences." She paused, tightening her arm around Wang Lei's, and raised her chin deliberately. "And I told you, my husband is very jealous. He remembers everything." After saying that, she no longer looked at Lin Xiaoji's changing face. She pulled Wang Lei by the arm and walked out of the yard without looking back. Back in the car, Wang Lei started the engine. He reached out and gently touched Li Qianqian's hair, asking, "Are you not on good terms with your cousin?" "Yeah," Li Qianqian nodded, sounding a bit down. "She used to bully me when we were kids. She would try to steal my new clothes and toys. Even now, she often talks behind my back." "Oh." Wang Lei looked ahead calmly but said firmly, "From now on, we won't talk to her. Stay away from her." Li Qianqian was amused by his straightforward way of handling things. Her bad mood instantly disappeared. She leaned over quickly and kissed Wang Lei on the cheek, smiling happily.
Good job.
My man is the best. Lin Xiaoji watched Li Qianqian and Wang Lei walk away, feeling more and more frustrated. Her chest was tight with anger. She quickly turned and walked back to the main room. She complained to Lu Hongmei, who was happily tidying up the teapot. Grandma, look at my cousin. What was her attitude just now? And her man, he looks like... Lu Hongmei kept working, still smiling gently like a peacemaker, and softly interrupted Lin Xiaoji. Hey, you all are good kids. Family. All right, Grandma is going to cook now. Your mom will be back soon. After saying that, she carried the teapot and headed to the kitchen, clearly not wanting to get involved in the younger generation's quarrel. Again, she was smoothing things over. Lin Xiaoji looked at her grandmother's back, stomped her foot in anger, glared fiercely toward the kitchen, bit her lip, nodded, and felt even more upset inside. Finally, when her mother, Li Xiaofan, finished work and came home, Lin Xiaoji eagerly pulled her arm, dragged her into her room, closed the door, and started complaining about Li Qianqian and Wang Lei.
Mom, you don't know.
Li Qianqian's man is not at all what Lin Kuan's mother said. That rural roughneck, he's not like that at all, Lin Xiaoji said excitedly. Is he really that good? Li Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, a bit doubtful. Yes, Lin Xiaoji nodded hard, gesturing. I saw him myself. He's tall and big, quite handsome and proper. The clothes he wears, Li Qianqian said they were high-end from a department store. With that look, how can he be like a country bumpkin? Li Xiaofan curled her lips, still feeling a bit superior. No matter how well he dresses or pretends, he's still a rural person. Can he compare to us people from Beijing? No, Mom. Lin Xiaoji quickly added an important detail. Li Qianqian said herself that her grandfather and father are both soldiers. Oh, Li Xiaofan looked more serious now, her eyes turning. A military family? I'll ask around another day, but don't worry. She patted her daughter's hand, speaking confidently. No matter what, his conditions can't be better than the person I introduced to you. This is the capital city. If they weren't on leave visiting relatives, they probably wouldn't even come here. Lin Xiaoji felt a little better after hearing this, but then she worried again. Mom, do you think Li Qianqian's grandfather, so capable, might try to bring her and her husband back from the countryside to the city? Bring them back to the city? That depends on whether I agree or not. Li Xiaofan sneered coldly, a hint of ruthlessness in her eyes. If he dares, if he really uses his power to bring his son-in-law back, I will go to the committee and report him. Let him suffer the consequences. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoji finally smiled, as if she saw Li Qianqian's hope shattered. But she immediately frowned again, tugging at Li Xiaofan's sleeve and acting cute. Mom, didn't you say before that you would ask someone to set me up with a match? I don't care. You have to find me a better one. Someone more handsome and impressive than Wang Lei. Li Qianqian and Wang Lei returned from their grandmother's house. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Grandpa Li Chengbai sitting in a wicker chair, holding a thick, slightly yellowed phone book. His brow was slightly furrowed, looking either confused or lost in thought. Grandpa, what are you doing here? What are you thinking about? Li Qianqian asked curiously as she walked over. Grandpa Li looked up when he heard her. Seeing that they had returned, he placed the phone book on a small table beside him and said, I've been thinking. You've been back for 2 weeks now. It can't be so quiet all the time. Maybe it's time to set up a few tables, invite family and friends, and let them meet Wang Lei? Hearing this, Li Qianqian's face showed surprise. She never expected that her usually serious grandpa, who was picky about her marriage, would suddenly want to hold a banquet to introduce Wang Lei to relatives and friends. This made her think of her past life. No matter how Lin Kuan behaved, he never caught her grandpa and parents' approval. Yet Wang Lei had only been here for 2 days, and the difference in treatment was huge. She felt a wave of emotion. It was clear that the elders' eyes were sharp. They could see who truly cared for her. Soon, she shook off her thoughts and felt a warm sense of agreement. She wanted everyone who cared about her to know about Wang Lei and accept their relationship. Grandpa, that's a good idea, but Do we have enough time to prepare? Li Qianqian asked with some concern. No problem. Grandpa Li immediately smiled when he saw she didn't oppose. He looked a bit proud, like a mischievous child, and waved his hand. I've already called the Jing City restaurant and booked 5 tables. Everyone who should be invited will come, and it'll be lively.
Wow.
Li Qianqian and Wang Lei exchanged glances, both surprised. It turned out Grandpa wasn't just discussing it. He had already made all the arrangements. He hadn't even asked for their opinions. Wang Lei stood nearby, feeling as if something suddenly hit him, filling him with an indescribable warmth. This stern, initially cold senior officer had silently done so much for him. Quietly, he walked over and sat on a stone bench next to Grandpa Li, his eyes full of gratitude. Grandpa Li looked at Wang Lei, his smile deepening, and beckoned him over. Wang Lei moved a little closer, so the old and young were now head-to-head. They lowered their voices and whispered to each other, probably discussing some details. Li Qianqian looked at this overly harmonious scene and chuckled softly, shrugging her shoulders. She turned around and went into the house, intending to find her mother in the kitchen. But she saw that her mother, Lin Yanan, was sitting by the phone in the living room, holding a phone book in her hand. Her mother was flipping through the pages, writing and drawing in a notebook nearby, softly muttering about which families to invite and who might be busy. Seeing this, Li Qianqian immediately shrank back, walking very quietly like a sneaky kitten. She tiptoed swiftly through the living room, returning to her room and gently closing the door. At this moment, it was best not to disturb the 2 busy main planners, or they might get drafted to help check the long guest list. It was wiser to stay out of the way. In the evening, lively footsteps sounded outside the yard gate. Grandma Hong Jinxia hurried back home, looking tired but energetic. Despite her age, she walked briskly, full of spirit, without the usual sluggishness of an elderly lady. As soon as she entered, her eyes locked onto Li Qianqian. Her face lit up with a big smile, and she opened her arms to welcome her. Oh, my good granddaughter. You're finally back. Why didn't you call Grandma when you went to the countryside? I didn't get a single call from you. I missed you so much. She hugged Li Qianqian tightly, her tone full of longing and a little playful scolding. Li Qianqian immediately snuggled into her grandmother's arms, tiptoed, and kissed her cheek loudly. She smiled and explained, Grandma, you can't blame me. You either went to the senior activity group to exercise or went out to play mahjong. Your whereabouts are unpredictable, so I find it hard to match your schedule. Grandma Hong Jinxia blushed at her granddaughter's words, pretending to be angry as she glared at her. She gently patted her back. You little girl, daring to tease me like that. If it were someone else, I'd give them a good spanking. Li Qianqian knew her grandma wasn't truly angry. She giggled, took her arm, and led her over to Wang Lei, who had been quietly standing nearby. Then she officially introduced him. Grandma, this is my husband, Wang Lei. Wang Lei immediately stepped forward, stood straight, and slightly bowed to Hong Jinxia with a respectful tone, saying, Grandma, hello. Hearing this, Hong Jinxia's smile quickly faded, replaced by a very serious and focused expression. She carefully examined Wang Lei from head to toe, even turning around him slowly. Her bright eyes, like searchlights, carefully scanned his figure, posture, and facial expression. After observing for more than a minute, Hong Jinxia's tense face suddenly softened, and she showed a bright, satisfied smile again. She clapped her hands loudly and said clearly, Good. Energetic.
Brupe.
A good young man. I like this future grandson-in-law. At this moment, old Li, who had been watching nearby, frowned and walked over. His tone carried a subtle hint of jealousy as he said to Hong Jinxia, Why do you like him? Don't just keep looking, come and see the guest list. We only booked 5 tables at the Beijing City Hotel. Space is limited, so don't invite unnecessary people, understand? Hearing this, Hong Jinxia raised her eyebrows. What do you mean by unnecessary people? Explain clearly. Just your card-playing friends who hang out with you all the time, old Li snorted. Nonsense, Hong Jinxia immediately retorted. Many of my card-playing friends are actually the wives of your old comrades. How can they be considered unnecessary? The two elders argued back and forth, one speaking as the other listened, as they walked toward the table with a phone book and guest list, continuing their debate about who to invite and who not to. Qianqian watched her grandparents bicker, unable to help but cover her mouth and laugh. She leaned close to Wang Lei's ear and whispered softly with a smile, "Hee, did you notice? Grandpa is jealous. He feels like Grandma's attention is all on you." Unexpectedly, old Li, who had sharp ears, heard his granddaughters teasing even as he stepped a few paces away. He suddenly turned around, giving Qianqian a warning look. Qianqian was not afraid at all. Instead, she playfully made a funny face at her grandpa and quickly hid behind Wang Lei, giggling and shaking her shoulders. News about the Li family's plan to host a banquet at the Beijing City Hotel for their granddaughter Qianqian and her fiancé Wang Lei, who had come back to visit, spread quickly among their circle, as if they had grown wings. Once the news spread, it immediately became the main topic of conversation among many people during their free time. "Hey, did you hear? Old Li's granddaughter, Qianqian, who went to the countryside, has come back, and she's planning to hold a banquet at a hotel in the city. Didn't they say that Qianqian married a simple farmer in the countryside? How come she's back all of a sudden?" Someone speculated maybe she couldn't stand life in the countryside and came back after a divorce. "I think that's possible," someone nearby agreed. Old Mr. Li probably couldn't bear to see his beloved granddaughter suffering in the countryside, so he used connections to bring her back to the city. Yeah, another person lowered their voice, adding a sense of mystery. "I also heard that her husband is a hot-tempered man who often hits his wife in the village." Qianqian must have been unable to tolerate it and decided to return. These increasingly exaggerated rumors mostly originated from the Lin Kuan family. Because they weren't invited to the banquet, they felt embarrassed and jealous. Outwardly, they chatted with others, but secretly, with a sour attitude, they spread various false accusations about Qianqian and Wang Lei's relationship. These rumors, which were hard to tell if true or false, actually piqued everyone's curiosity. Many people wondered in their hearts, what kind of person is the rural husband Qianqian brought back? And what exactly is this banquet about? Wang Lei had been busy these days, hardly seen during mealtimes. He had his own plans, mainly wanting to wander around the city to see if there were any suitable jobs or opportunities. He thought, in case Qianqian wanted to develop in the city in the future, he wouldn't be completely clueless or passive. While walking and asking passers-by, he aimlessly strolled around, observing different parts of the big city. Suddenly, his steps were attracted by a group of buildings. He involuntarily stopped at a quiet alley entrance, his gaze fixed on one courtyard, a neat sihiyuan. The courtyard gate was tall, made of blue bricks and gray tiles. Though showing some signs of age, it still looked grand. The heavy wooden door was inlaid with shiny copper rings. There were 2 stone steps in front of the door, and delicate carved flowers could faintly be seen on the lintel and eaves. This calm and grand atmosphere was completely different from the familiar rural brick houses, and it immediately shocked Wang Lei. His eyes lit up, and he instantly liked it. This house looked impressive and solid. A quick thought came to his mind. If he could also have a house like this in the future, then if Qianqian wanted to return to Beijing, they wouldn't have to worry about having no place of their own or finding a temporary place to stay. Thinking this way, he felt a bit excited. Seeing a few women sitting under the shade of a tree nearby, chatting and fanning themselves, he steadied his mind and walked over confidently. With a sincere and polite smile, he asked, "Hello, ladies. I want to ask you something. Do you know if any family nearby is planning to move or sell their house?" "Moving?" One woman raised her eyebrows and looked at him. "Yes," Wang Lei nodded and explained, "our family has many people, and the place we're living in is too small. It's crowded, so we want to find a bigger, more spacious house." He pointed to a courtyard he liked in the distance. "Something like that kind of yard would be perfect." The women looked in the direction he pointed and exchanged glances, then shook their heads. "That kind of big yard? We haven't heard of anyone selling. I don't know. When Wang Lei saw they didn't know, he didn't get discouraged. After thinking for a moment, he said directly, "Ladies, if any of you hear about a family wanting to sell their house, I'm willing to pay 20 yuan as a thank you gift for helping me find out." "What? 20 yuan?" several women exclaimed almost at the same time, their faces full of surprise and disbelief. These days, 20 yuan was not a small amount, equivalent to more than half a month's wages for an ordinary worker. Wang Lei watched their reactions, wondering if he had said too little. He wasn't very familiar with the market in Beijing, so he frowned and added, "Yes, 20 yuan. If the news is very reliable and the seller is serious about selling, I can pay up to 30 yuan." He paused and set a deadline. "I'll come back in 5 days. If any of you have news then, just tell me." After that, he nodded to the women and turned to leave. Watching Wang Lei walk away, the women under the shade of the trees immediately started lively gossip. 20 yuan? Really? Just asking for some news? This man looks unfamiliar, not from our area, and he speaks with a bit of a foreign accent. Is he trustworthy? I think he's dressed quite nicely, looks decent, not like a scammer. What's the point of scamming us? We're just a group of women with no money. That's true. Anyway, it's easy to ask around. What if he's telling the truth? 30 yuan. Exactly. My cousin-in-law lives just down the alley. I'll go ask her later. I'm also planning to visit my old friend's house this afternoon. She knows everything. After a lively discussion, most women felt it was worth trying. It was just talking and asking questions, with little risk. If the young man was honest, it could bring in a good amount of extra money. Thinking this way, several women became more eager and started planning in their minds where to begin their inquiries. 3 days later, outside the banquet hall of the Beijing hotel, Li Qianqian wore a well-fitted red dress, with light makeup that made her look even more beautiful. Wang Lei stood beside her, dressed in a new dark suit that highlighted his tall, strong figure. His hair was neatly combed, and he wore a calm, polite smile. They stood at the door of a private room, welcoming guests arriving for the banquet. Every guest who saw this couple, especially Wang Lei, was impressed. Their eyes brightened, and they showed surprise and admiration on their faces, whispering to their companions, "Hey, look, that's Qianqian's husband? He's totally different from what the rumors said." Yeah, his build, his demeanor, standing here like a young white poplar tree, so upright and spirited. He doesn't look like a rough country guy at all. Look at his speech, his eyes, so steady. I think, not just in the countryside, but even in Beijing, someone like him is rare. Who spread those rumors about him being a brute and hitting his wife? They must be blind. I think these two are a perfect match. Exactly. Qianqian has good taste. She's sharp. Guests whispering and talking quietly, though their surprise and praise still clearly spread. The false rumors from before were proven wrong after seeing Wang Lei in person. Grandma Hong Jinxia stood a little apart, smiling as she had expected. She had guessed that the guests would react this way, since nowadays, few city girls are willing to marry into the countryside. More importantly, she had overheard Lin Kuan's mother criticizing her granddaughter when she was outside playing mahjong, which made her feel angry. So when old man Li Chengbai suggested holding a wedding banquet, she was the first to agree. She wanted those gossipers to see clearly what kind of outstanding young man her granddaughter had chosen. Time was almost up, and most guests had arrived. At this moment, a few young women from the cultural troupe performed a lively dance. They had volunteered to organize it, wanting to add excitement to the celebration. Old man Li was not a boring person. He happily gave the young performers a chance to show their talent. After the performance, the atmosphere became even more lively. Old man Li, full of energy, stepped onto a small stage he had set up and began to speak. His voice was loud and clear. When he talked about his granddaughter and Wang Lei, his face showed pride. Finally, he looked at a few old comrades dressed in old military uniforms who looked distinguished. He raised his voice and introduced, "Old brothers, you might not know yet, but my granddaughter's husband Wang Lei's grandfather is Wang Haiba. His father is Wang Daong." When he said this, the old soldiers were first surprised, then their faces showed excitement and realization. Some even couldn't help but pat their thighs. Wang Haiba and Wang Daong's names were well known among these veteran soldiers. They were heroes who had achieved great military success. Wang Lei, standing below, was stunned when he heard his grandfather's words. He only now realized that his grandfather and father had made great contributions in the army, more than once. Especially his grandfather. He used to tell him stories about fighting in wars. He thought his grandfather was just bragging because he was old. Now he knew those stories were real. He had misunderstood his grandfather. A mix of guilt, pride, and shock filled his heart. Guests, upon seeing the reactions of the old generals and hearing Wang Lei's family background, became even more envious. Who would have thought that although Wang Lei came from the countryside, he was not just an ordinary rural person, he was a true hero with a proud military record. Li Qianqian stood beside Wang Lei, watching this dramatic scene unfold. Her heart was also filled with strong emotions. She hadn't expected such a result. No wonder Grandpa and Dad changed from being unhappy at first to caring so much about Wang Lei's situation later. They must have known about Wang Lei's background all along. She looked up at her smiling grandfather on stage and thought secretly, "These are really two very cunning old men." After dinner, Lin Xiaoji angrily returned to her room and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. The anger inside her made her tremble all over. She looked at her desk, then suddenly reached out and threw all the small items on it, like cream, a mirror, and a comb, onto the floor, making a loud crashing sound.
Why?
Why? She growled through clenched teeth, her eyes red with anger. Since I was little, I've been worse than you. Not as good at studying, not as well off. We're both girls, so why can you be so carefree, like a princess, held high above everyone? And I have to do all kinds of chores from a young age. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated and resentful she felt. She clenched her fists and punched the hard desk hard, making her arm go numb. Hearing the noise, Li Xiaofan hurried over, gently knocked on the door, then pushed it open. When she saw the mess on the floor, her face changed. She quickly looked down the hallway to make sure no one saw, then slipped inside and shut the door tightly. She lowered her voice, with a tone of blame and worry. "Xiaoji, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Hurry up and clean this up. What will your dad think if he sees this?" "Mom, I can't accept this. I can't swallow this anger." Lin Xiaoji suddenly turned around, grabbed Li Xiaofan's arm, and her voice was full of tears and anger. "Why is Li Qianqian so much better than me? Why does she have everything I don't?" Li Xiaofan frowned. "What does she have that's better than you? You're doing pretty well at work now, aren't you? How can she be better than me?" Lin Xiaoji excitedly interrupted her, saying, "The most I hear from you since I was little is, 'Look at your cousin Qianqian.' At home, you all say that, and at school, the teachers say it too. Even my classmates know her as Li Qianqian. Now she's married to the countryside as a farm girl. How can she come back so grandly, and even found such a man?" She became more and more upset, her eyes suddenly turning cold. "I don't believe what they say about her making big contributions. If she really had made any, she wouldn't be able to come back to the city easily. The city would be too crowded. What are you trying to do?" Li Xiaofan looked at her daughter's fierce eyes, feeling a jolt at her heart, and her eyebrows furrowed tighter. "I want to report them." Lin Xiaoji almost bit out the words through her teeth. "What?" Li Xiaofan was terrified, her soul almost leaving her body. She quickly covered her daughter's mouth, speaking very softly with fear. "Lower your voice. Are you crazy? Do you really want to do this? If your dad finds out, he'll definitely break your legs." Lin Xiaoji pushed her mother's hand away forcefully, her eyes stubborn. "I'll report anonymously. No one will know it's me." "Mom." She grabbed Li Xiaofan's hand, her tone full of pleading and stubbornness. "You won't hold me back, won't betray me, right?" Li Xiaofan looked at her daughter's red, hateful eyes. Her lips moved as if to say something to persuade her, but in the end, she just sighed heavily, her brows furrowed, silent. "Mom." Lin Xiaoji saw this and shook her arm hard, her voice trembling with tears as she begged. Li Xiaofan was worn down by her, afraid she'd cause a bigger fuss, so she had no choice but to reluctantly agree, her tone full of worry and a bit of indulgence. "Fine, fine. Mom is really scared of you now. But you must do it secretly, quietly, and stay clean. Do you understand? You absolutely can't let anyone find out it's you. Lin Xiaoji moved very quickly. That very night, claiming she had to work the night shift, she dressed warmly, sneaked out of the house secretly, choosing dark corners to walk through. Her heart pounded like a drum, and finally, she silently reached the wooden complaint box outside the Revolutionary Committee's office. Nervously looking around to make sure no one was nearby, she took out the neatly folded letter of complaint from her pocket, her fingers slightly whitening from the force. Quickly, he slipped the letter into the narrow slot of the complaint box, then immediately pulled back his hand as if burned, and quickly disappeared into the night without looking back, feeling both nervous and a twisted sense of satisfaction. The next morning, the anonymous letter was found by the committee staff and delivered to the top leaders' desks. Several key officials immediately held an urgent meeting, and the atmosphere was serious. One leader pointed at the letter on the table, frowning. The family mentioned in the letter has a complicated background. The old man is Li Chengbai, who is highly respected in the military. If we act rashly, another member quickly responded, worried. Yes, if the contents of the letter are false and just slander, it will make our work difficult in the future. We might end up in trouble. What should we do? The letter has already been sent. We can't ignore it, a third person asked. After a moment of silence, the first leader thought of a solution. He knocked on the table. Got it. We can first make a call to verify the situation. If Wang Lei really returned to visit family because of a commendation from the local government, there should be records or news in his commune or town. After the meeting, the committee leader quickly contacted the office of the county where Wang Lei was from, based on the rough address in the letter. Soon, they reached the town mayor, since the mayor personally awarded the honor. When the call was connected, the committee staff carefully asked about Wang Lei's visit to Beijing. The mayor listened on the other end, his brow gradually furrowing. Although he wasn't sure of the other person's exact purpose, he explained thoroughly that Wang Lei was recognized for helping solve a major case and received a reward for visiting family. After hearing the mayor's explanation, the committee members relaxed noticeably, their tense faces softening. They politely ended the call and exchanged glances. It seems the situation is genuine. He returned openly, with proper procedures and recognition records, said the leader. Then, a hint of doubt appeared on his face. We will record this matter. However, he also began to suspect that someone might be using us to deliberately cause trouble for General Li's family. After all, we've investigated many people before and may have made enemies. This guess was supported by several others, and they decided not to investigate further. However, everyone still wondered about the source and motive of the anonymous letter. That night, the phone in old Mr. Li's living room suddenly rang sharply. He got up and answered the call. As the person on the other end, the head of the committee, carefully explained and warned, his facial wrinkles gradually tightened, and his face darkened quickly, turning pale. This is unacceptable, bastard. Old Mr. Li suddenly roared into the phone, slamming his empty left hand down hard on the wooden coffee table, making a loud bang sound. The force caused a porcelain cup on the table to jump, its lid falling off, and tea spilling everywhere. Downstairs, Li's mother, Li Qianqian, and Wang Lei, who were chatting casually, were startled by the sudden loud noise. They all stopped talking at the same time, looking up in surprise toward the study on the second floor. They could hear old Mr. Li's powerful voice, full of anger, clearly through the door, making their eardrums hum. Investigate. I, Li Chengbai, am honest and upright. My son-in-law has made contributions, received awards, and is returning openly and honorably. Who is this cowardly scoundrel stabbing from behind? Anonymous reporting? Hiding behind a mask like a rat. If you have the guts, come out and tell me face to face. Using such despicable tricks is simply shameless. Li's father and Wang Lei exchanged a look, both seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. They immediately stood up and hurried upstairs, pushing open the study door and entering. Old Mr. Li was breathing heavily with anger, briefly explaining the matter of the anonymous letter. After hearing this, Li's father and Wang Lei's faces instantly turned cold, their fists clenched unconsciously, filled with shock and uncontrollable anger. Li Qianqian, standing downstairs, looked up at the angry shouting and faint voices from above. Her gentle eyes suddenly sharpened, like ice. She pursed her lips tightly, paused for a moment without speaking, then silently turned and walked back to her room, gently closing the door. After a while, Wang Lei finally calmed down the furious old man and his equally angry father-in-law before returning to their bedroom. Seeing Li Qianqian sitting calmly on the bed, her face unusually peaceful, but her eyes swirling with cold dark waves, I walked over, sat beside her, held her cool hand, and softly asked, "Darling, what's wrong? Are you still upset about what happened earlier?" Li Qianqian looked up, directly meeting Wang Lei's eyes, her tone firm and decisive, with no hesitation. "I know who did this." "Who?" Wang Lei immediately frowned. "It's Lin Kuan's family," Li Qianqian said very confidently, her eyes full of certainty and deep dislike. "How are you so sure?" Wang Lei asked, still guessing but curious. "Someone capable of such dirty tricks, who can't stand others doing well, and uses evil methods to ruin people's futures. Besides their family, who else could it be?" Li Qianqian's voice carried suppressed anger. The betrayal in her past and her new grudges in this life intertwined, making her deeply aware of how vile Lin Kuan's family was. Wang Lei nodded. Although he didn't know much about Lin Kuan's family, just based on Lin Kuan's previous mean and sneaky act of setting a trap for Li Qianqian, he could tell they had poor character and were very likely capable of doing such things. "Brother Wang Lei," Li Qianqian looked at him sharply, her eyes full of determination. "I'll give you an address. You find a few people and let them teach that family a lesson. Remember, don't let anyone recognize who they are." She emphasized the words, "teach a lesson," very clearly. "Okay," Wang Lei agreed without hesitation, nodding right away. He immediately understood what Li Qianqian meant. This anger had to be vented, and it had to be done cleanly and quickly, so the other side would suffer losses, but not dare to make a fuss. Seeing Wang Lei agree, Li Qianqian began to carefully recall the members of Lin Kuan's family in her mind, his snobbish and mean parents, his idle and equally bad younger brother. None of them could be spared. Her eyes were cold and firm. This debt had to be paid back in full, with interest. From the afternoon, Wang Lei went to arrange everything. The people in Lin Kuan's family seemed cursed. One misfortune after another began to fall on them. First, Lin Kuan and his brothers, walking home peacefully in the alley at night, suddenly were ambushed from behind, their heads covered with sacks, dragged into the shadows, beaten and kicked. They didn't even see who attacked them and lost consciousness. When they woke up, their bodies ached, and their wallets were gone. Somewhere, suddenly, a few fierce-looking stray dogs appeared, chasing and biting them. They tore their pants, and the frightened family members scrambled to escape, looking very helpless. The women at home were not much better off. Mother Lin and her daughters-in-law went out to buy vegetables. They slipped and fell flat on the ground, knocking over their baskets, and the money they had just taken out was mysteriously lost. When they returned home, they argued with each other, and the atmosphere was tense. The worst was Father Lin. He was driving the company car, and lately it seemed cursed. He kept having accidents, either rear-ending or scraping other vehicles. Luckily, no one was hurt, but the car was badly damaged. His boss had already talked to him, and his face looked very unhappy. That night, Father Lin came home exhausted, with a very dark face. He called everyone into the living room, slammed the table, and said angrily, "Something's wrong. Our family can't be this unlucky all at once. Someone must be causing trouble behind the scenes. Have you all offended anyone recently? Be honest with me." The family looked at each other nervously. They were all scared by the string of bad luck. After a moment, they all suspiciously looked at Mother Lin, who was known for gossiping and stirring trouble. Mother Lin felt nervous under their gaze. She quickly waved her hands and denied. "No, I haven't. I've been good lately, I haven't." Halfway through, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Her face turned pale quickly, her lips trembled, and she couldn't speak clearly. In a panic, she rushed into her bedroom and found a letter in the drawer, an anonymous report she had written but never sent. She held it trembling, her fingers shaking. I wrote a letter to report the Lee family, but I haven't sent it yet. They can't possibly know everything, right? She held up the letter, her voice trembling with tears and disbelief. Everyone looked at the letter, their brows furrowing tighter. The living room was silent, heavy with tension. Father Lin looked grim and silent for a while. Then he spoke tiredly and irritably. Whether or not it's them, we can't keep going like this. Tomorrow, prepare 100 yuan. I'll go try to smooth things over and see if I can fix this. 100 yuan? That's so much. Mother Lin instinctively wanted to refuse. It was almost all her secret savings. But when she looked up, she saw Mr. Lin's face, which was so gloomy it seemed to drip water. She was so frightened she shivered and swallowed her words. She lowered her head and nervously said, I understand. Meanwhile, Li Qianqian listened to Wang Lei's report about his findings. Feeling unsatisfied, she sat at her desk, propping her chin with one hand, her eyes cold. She muttered softly, reporting? Who doesn't know how to do that? She took out paper and a pen. To avoid her handwriting being recognized, she deliberately wrote a report letter with her left hand, making it messy. The letter accused Mr. Lin of abusing his position to accept bribes, promising to help arrange jobs. But after taking the money, he never followed through. After finishing, she folded the letter and handed it to Wang Lei. Brother Wang Lei, please help me put this in the complaint box at the Revolutionary Committee. Wang Lei was also thinking it was a good time to go back to the big tree and ask the women there if they had heard anything about the house for sale. He nodded and took the letter. Okay, I was just about to go out. Wang Lei first went to the shady spot near the alley entrance, where he found the women chatting. Unfortunately, although the women were friendly, they shook their heads. They said they had asked around recently, and there was no one nearby planning to sell a house, especially not a neat courtyard house. Although a bit disappointed, Wang Lei politely thanked the women and then turned to the Revolutionary Committee. He carefully placed Li Qianqian's anonymous report into the wooden mailbox. After receiving the letter, the committee quickly began a preliminary investigation according to procedure. Within a few days, they found that Mr. Lin's financial records were somewhat unclear and inconsistent. The discrepancies immediately drew attention, and the investigation deepened. Time always slips away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, only 2 days remained before Li Qianqian and Wang Lei left for the countryside. The atmosphere in the Li family house grew more gloomy and oppressive. Everyone's face carried a deep, unspoken sadness. Li Qianqian took Wang Lei to the department store, thinking of carefully choosing gifts for her family members. They carefully selected at the counters. When they came out, both of them were carrying full bags of small and large packages. In addition to gifts for the Wang family elders, they specially chose a shiny, smooth pearl necklace for Li's mother, a high-quality fountain pen for Li's father, a finely crafted jade chess set for Grandpa, and a pair of soft, comfortable calfskin shoes for Grandma. When they returned home, Grandpa was holding the heavy, cool jade chess set. He loved it very much and rarely showed such joy. He immediately pulled Wang Lei to play a few games, as if wanting to keep them a little longer with these chess matches. Finally, the day of farewell arrived. The whole family went to see them off at the train station. Li Qianqian and Wang Lei boarded the train, and their eyes stayed fixed on them as the train disappeared down the tracks. Everyone was reluctant to leave. Not long after their train left the yard, Lin's mother, with a pale face and shaky steps, came to the door with several children. It turned out that last night, Lin's father was taken away by officials for an investigation. The family was very anxious, like ants on a hot pan. They thought all night, but couldn't find a good solution. At dawn, they nervously went to see Grandpa Li, hoping that, given their long friendship, he might help speak for them and lend a hand. Unfortunately, they couldn't even get past the gate of the military district compound. The serious-looking guards at the entrance turned them away without mercy. The train clattered along the tracks. Li Qianqian leaned against the window, her eyes red like a little rabbit, watching the scenery rush past outside in silence. Wang Lei looked at her and felt heartbroken. He gently put his arm around her shoulder. "Darling, don't be sad," he whispered sincerely. "If you miss home, I will find a way to bring you back someday." Li Qianqian turned to look at Wang Lei's serious and caring eyes. Her heart felt warm, comforted beyond words. But she remembered that only a year remained before the college entrance exam was restored. She believed she could work hard and get into Beijing City. She shook her head softly and said quietly, "No need, Wang Lei. You don't have to do so much for me. If it's meant for us to return, the opportunity will come naturally." But he did not argue. Instead, he gently stroked Li Qianqian's hair and changed the subject. "Wife, do you want to lean on me and sleep for a while? I'll watch over you." "Yes," Li Qianqian replied softly. She obediently leaned on his broad, strong shoulder and closed her eyes. The 2-day, 1-night train journey quickly passed. On the way there, they carried 2 heavy bags of rural specialties. When they returned, they had 4 large, bulging bags. Many of these items were secretly packed by Li's mother, Lin Yanin, worried that her daughter would suffer in the countryside. She had hidden various snacks, fabrics, and daily necessities, almost like moving half a home to them. After leaving the station, Tainyo was already waiting with a cart pulled by oxen. As soon as he saw Li Qianqian and Wang Lei, he grinned and rushed over, quickly grabbing all their heavy luggage and loading it onto the ox cart. Then he took a small cloth bag from his pocket, opened it, and revealed a few steaming white buns. He handed them to the 2. "Here, eat while it's hot. My sister Tsuehua specially made these this morning, and they have meat inside." Wang Lei took a bun, surprised, and raised an eyebrow. "Wow, Tsuehua, that stingy girl, finally put meat in her buns?" Tainyo, honest and simple, scratched his head and said sincerely, "Haha, Brother Lei, you're lucky. Before I left, my sister told me that Qianqian would have a hard time on the train, so she told me to make sure she eats more." Back in Qinghe village, Li Qianqian and Wang Lei first put their luggage in their own homes, then carried the gifts prepared for the old house and the things brought from Beijing. Mother Lin Yufan and the little old lady had been waiting anxiously. They sat in the yard, eyes sometimes looking at the door, sometimes glancing at the clock on the wall. The little old lady, who had bound feet and found walking difficult, could only sit still, feeling anxious. Mother Wang was restless, often standing up and looking out the gate, pacing back and forth. Her movements made the little old lady dizzy. "Yufan, can you sit quietly?" the little old lady couldn't help but say. "My old bones are almost shaken apart by you." "I'm feeling dizzy," Lin Yufan hurried back, nervously asking, "Mother, are you feeling unwell? Should I ask Dazhong to come back and take you to the town clinic?" "I'm fine," the elderly woman sighed helplessly. "As long as you sit quietly, I won't have any trouble." She really couldn't do anything about her impatient daughter-in-law. Luckily, she only had 1 child. If she had another, her life would be even more stressful. While they were talking, loud and joyful shouts came from outside. "Grandma! Mom! We're back! Oh, finally back!" Hearing the voices, the old woman was so excited, she suddenly stood up and hurried outside. Seeing her son, daughter-in-law, and the big bags of belongings, she felt both happy and a little worried. "You're back. You're back. Oh, why did you bring so many things? Were you tired on the way? Are your in-laws feeling okay? How's everything in Beijing, Mom?" "Mom." Slow down with the questions. Wang Lei chuckled at her rapid-fire questions and interrupted. "You ask so many at once. I don't know where to start answering." The mother and son happily chatted at the door, but the old woman inside was getting anxious. She supported herself on a chair, trembling as she slowly stood up, and with small steps, she moved toward the door, raising her voice. "Are my good grandson and his wife back? Is Beijing fun? Is the big city lively?" Seeing this, Wang Lei quickly carried the large luggage into the living room. Li Qianqian also hurried forward, carefully supporting the old woman's arm and softly saying, "Grandma, we're back. Take your time. Let's go inside and talk." Wang Lei put the things down in the main hall, looked around, and saw only his mother and grandmother. He asked, "Mom, where are Grandpa, Dad, and Big Brother? Your grandpa and the others have gone to the brigade office to discuss this year's autumn hunt. Your two sisters-in-law went to work in the fields. They should be back soon," Wang's mother replied while observing her son. Wang Lei nodded with a smile and patted the packages he brought back. "Mom, Grandma, come see. We bought you nice things from the biggest department store in Beijing." "The biggest department store? What's that like?" Wang's mother, who had never been far from the city, was curious about the outside world. "Are all the cars on the street made of iron?" Compared to her, Grandma has seen more of the world. When Grandpa was in the army in Beijing, she once stayed there for a while. Wang Lei began to lively describe his recent experiences in Beijing, where he went, what he saw, and carefully took out an envelope from his bag, revealing a photo taken in front of Tiananmen Square. Grandma held the photo, looked at it closely, and was very excited. "This is it. This is it. I went there once when I was young." Back then, she fell into memories and started telling stories from the past. After Grandma finished, Wang Lei took out the gift he brought for them. He first picked up a box, opened it, and handed it to Grandma. "Grandma, look, this is a pearl necklace I bought for you. The pearls are big and round, and they shine nicely." Grandma saw the smooth, white pearls and her eyes lit up immediately. But she quickly waved her hand. "Oh dear. Such precious and beautiful things. It would be a shame for me, an old lady, to wear them. It would be a waste. Quickly put it on Qianqian. Young people should wear nice jewelry." Qianqian smiled and took the necklace, then gently helped Grandma put it around her neck. She also held her shoulder to help her look in the mirror. "Grandma, what are you talking about? This necklace is specially chosen for you. Look at you, so elegant. It makes you look so young and beautiful. It suits you perfectly." Grandma touched the pearl necklace on her neck. After her granddaughter's compliment, her face turned slightly red, and she smiled shyly, feeling happy and a little embarrassed. Wang Lei then picked up a light cotton jacket and handed it to his mother. "Mom, this is for you. It's called a down jacket. Don't be fooled by how thin it looks. It's filled with duck and goose down, warmer than our thick cotton-padded jackets." "Really? What kind of clothes is this?"
Down
jacket. Mother Wang curiously took the jacket and touched it. "Yes, a down jacket." Qianqian helped unfold the jacket and cheerfully urged, "Mom, try it on and see if it fits." While everyone was happily trying on the new clothes and looking at the gifts, other family members gradually returned home. Second sister-in-law, Wu Yan, was the most enthusiastic. As soon as she entered the main room, her eyes seemed to be hooked, immediately locking onto the unopened packages and the new items on the table. Her mouth instantly sweetened like honey, and she circled around the gifts, her eyes shining with obvious greed. Queen Mother looked at her with displeasure and frowned. Her gaze swept over her second son, Wang De, who followed behind. She sighed silently in her heart, but said nothing. "Young sister-in-law, you're back? Did you bring anything nice?" "Anything from second sister-in-law?"
Livianian fronet unhappily, suppressin her annoyance.
She took out 2 sets of sportswear, one for you and one for big sister-in-law. Wu Yan quickly snatched the most eye-catching bright pink sportswear, her face full of smiles. Her voice was sharp and bright. "Oh, this must be for me? Thank you, young sister-in-law. I'll try it on now to see if it fits." As she spoke, she eagerly held up the clothes to her body, not waiting for Li Qianqian to respond. She turned to head into her room. Seeing her eager look, Li Qianqian felt a bit annoyed. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, but she held back her words. Silently, she handed the other set, a light purple top with black pants, to her quiet sister-in-law, Yao Meili. She thought this simple color suited her sister-in-law's calm demeanor better. Yao Meili looked at her mother-in-law, took the clothes, and said, "Thank you, young sister-in-law." Wang Lei handed 2 new, sturdy, and crisp military coats to his older brother and second brother. For their grandfather, he gave an old pocket watch and a pair of waterproof boots with thick lining. For Wang's father, He also gave a pair of sturdy boots and a new leather belt. For the 3 children, he bought new backpacks, deep blue for the nephew and pink for the 2 nieces, clearly chosen with care. After distributing all these gifts, everything was laid out openly. Wu Yan saw this, and her initial happiness from the new clothes vanished instantly. Instead, she felt a strong sense of imbalance. She folded her bright pink sportswear carefully, placed it heavily on the bed, then sat down heavily, her face pale and her lips pressed tightly. Wangda entered the room and saw her like this. He frowned and asked, "Wife, what's wrong? Wasn't everything fine just now?" Wu Yan felt more and more upset. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She grabbed Wangda's arm and lowered her voice to complain. Do you think? Our young sister-in-law and the others might have opinions about our second house. Look, Wu Yan pointed her finger and started to count. The older family got 4 items and we only got 3. Isn't that obvious favoritism? Oh. Wangda thought carefully and became more confused. 4 items and 3? I don't see the difference. Wu Yan rolled her eyes at him, feeling he was really slow. You're really slow-minded. Think about it. Big brother got a military coat, sister-in-law got a set of sportswear, and their 2 daughters each got a pink school bag. That's 4 items in total. As for us, you got a military coat, I got a set of sportswear, and our son has a school bag. That's only 3 items. Our son is the only grandson in the Wang family. Shouldn't the family prioritize us first? Why does he have fewer things than the older family? After hearing her calculations, Wangda was speechless. His eyes showed a hint of unfamiliarity. Sweetheart, your way of thinking isn't right. When people give gifts, it's one for each person, with the same kindness. Our family has never believed that only certain people should get the best things. We treat everyone equally. Can it be the same? Wu Yan raised her voice, looking unconvinced. I am the one who gave birth to the only grandson in the Wang family. Wangda looked at her stubborn expression and felt annoyed. He didn't want to argue anymore. He simply shook off her hand and said firmly, I think you're losing your mind. That's just unreasonable. After saying that, he turned around and strode out of the house to talk to Wang Lei, leaving Wu Yan alone inside, feeling upset. Soon before dinner, Li Qianqian was helping set the dishes when she suddenly slapped her forehead and exclaimed, I forgot. The 2 boxes of special pastries from Jing City I brought back were left in our cabinet at home. I didn't bring them over. Wang Lei listened, said nothing, put down the dishes he was about to serve, and said, I'll go get them, then turned around and hurried out of the old house to fetch them from his own home. Then, he took another box and walked straight to the little old lady, smiling as he handed it to her. Grandma, I brought this special box for you. It's from a famous old shop in Beijing. Try it and see if you like it. The old lady took the delicate box of snacks, opened it, and smelled the sweet aroma. Her eyes lit up immediately, like a child. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva, her face blooming with a smile, and with a hint of nostalgia, she said, Yes, yes. I remember this taste. I've eaten it before, and it was so delicious. I haven't seen it in so many years, but I really miss that bite. Old Mr. Wang sitting nearby watched his wife's eager expression and couldn't help but smile. He teased her. You're so old now, but your love for snacks hasn't changed at all. If you really like it, I'll do my best to get some from those old friends in Beijing now and then to satisfy your craving. How about that? The old lady felt a little embarrassed by his words. She gave him a playful look, carefully closed the snack box, held it in her arms, and said, I was just saying that to reminisce about that old taste. You took me seriously. I wouldn't want to trouble others all the time. But she didn't loosen her grip on the box of snacks, and her eyes were full of joy at receiving such a lovely gift. Compared to the warmth of the Wang family, Lin Xiaoji in Beijing had been anxiously waiting for bad news about Li Qianqian ever since she sent the tip-off letter. But no matter how long she waited, she heard nothing. Instead, she learned that Li Qianqian and Wang Lei had safely left by train. This made her feel as if a ball of cotton was stuck in her chest, making her very uncomfortable. One day at the hospital, as she passed the nurse station, she overheard a few young nurses whispering. It seemed they mentioned her aunt Lin Yanan. Lin Xiaoji's heart moved. With a secret hope, she quietly moved closer, pricked up her ears, and listened carefully. She felt strangely excited, hoping to hear some negative news about the Li family. Unfortunately, her wish was not granted. The nurses were talking about how lucky Lin was to have a good son-in-law who was capable, from a good family, and very filial. At that moment, the head nurse looked up and saw Lin Xiaoji standing behind. She immediately smiled and waved at her. "Hey, Xiaoji is here.
Come over."
You don't know yet, but Xiaoji is Dr. Lin's niece. This girl really keeps a low profile. When Lin Xiaoji was suddenly called out, she immediately felt a bit embarrassed. She forced a smile and stepped forward, saying, "Hee." Before she could finish, a young nurse who had just arrived eagerly grabbed her arm with bright eyes and asked urgently, "Jie Xiaoji, you know your cousin's family well. Can you tell me about Li Qianqian's husband? The one named Wang Lei. Does he have any unmarried brothers at home?" Lin Xiaoji was caught off guard and instinctively asked, "What's wrong? Why do you want to know?" The young nurse's cheeks flushed with a shy smile, and she whispered, "That day, when Qianqian had her wedding banquet, I went with my mom. Her husband looked so energetic, tall, and handsome. I heard his family background is good. If he has brothers, could you maybe introduce me? You." Lin Xiaoji suddenly felt a rush of anger and almost lost her composure. She struggled to keep a stiff smile on her face and squeezed out, "Aren't you embarrassed?" Saying such things, she felt everyone around her looking at her with teasing eyes, and her face burned with embarrassment. Just then, the call bell in the ward rang, indicating it was time for a dressing change. As a nurse, Lin Xiaoji saw this as a lifeline. She quickly pushed her treatment cart and almost ran away from the nurse station. She really didn't want to hear any more about Li Qianqian and Wang Lei. She absent-mindedly pushed the cart down the corridor, her mind replaying those words over and over. She felt both jealous and angry. She mechanically took the medicine bottle and changed the patient's dressing. Suddenly, another nurse in the neighboring ward frowned and started searching her treatment cart anxiously. "Huh? Where is the bottle of medicine I just prepared? Has anyone seen my medicine?" She looked around but couldn't find it. Her sharp eyes caught sight of a medicine bottle on Lin Xiaoji's cart. She picked it up, examined the label carefully, then checked her own medical order slip. Her brow furrowed even more, and her tone was a bit annoyed. "Xiaoji, why did you take my medicine? This bottle was prepared just now in the treatment room." Only then did Lin Xiaoji snap back to her senses. She hurriedly checked her own medical order slip, feeling her heart skip a beat. Luckily, the medicines they needed were the same type and dosage. She forced herself to stay calm and quickly handed over her own medication bottle, trying to smooth things over. "It's okay, it's all the same medicine. You can use mine. I'll give you this one." The young nurse took the bottle but didn't immediately give it to the patient. Instead, she turned around and went to find the head nurse to report everything that had just happened. The head nurse listened and immediately frowned, speaking seriously. "Don't use that bottle. Go to the pharmacy and get a new one." After saying this, she calmly left the office and went to the corridor. She found Lin Xiaoji, who was preparing to change a patient's dressing, and said firmly, "Lin Xiaoji, stop your work for now. Come with me to the office." In the office, the head nurse closed the door and looked upset. "Lin Xiaoji, what were you thinking today? Where was your mind? Do you know how serious it is to give the wrong medicine in our hospital?" Fortunately, it was the same type of medicine this time. If it had been a different one and given to the patient, who would be responsible if something went wrong? Can you handle that responsibility? The head nurse's tone was strict. Her questions hit Lin Xiaoji hard, like hammer blows. As nurses, we hold the health and even lives of patients in our hands. We must never be careless or let personal feelings affect our work. Your behavior today was very unprofessional. I have to give you a serious warning. Go back and write a detailed self-criticism. This will also affect your evaluation this month. Lin Xiaoji's face turned red and white from the scolding. Her eyes instantly filled with tears, partly from feeling wronged, but mostly from the embarrassment and anger of being criticized publicly. She bit her lip tightly. Before the head nurse finished speaking, she suddenly turned around, opened the door, and ran out with tears in her eyes. She almost bumped into the door frame and hurried back to the nurse's station. She saw the young nurse who had just reported to her sitting inside, writing notes. All her frustration and anger seemed to find an outlet. She walked to her seat, slammed her medical record book down hard, and sarcastically said to the air, actually criticizing her indirectly, "Humph. Some people, they don't have much skill, but they're very good at tattling and climbing over colleagues to get ahead. They don't even think about how capable they really are. Do they really believe that flattering and fawning will help them succeed? What a joke." In Qinghe village, Li Qianqian was holding a box of delicate pastries brought back from Beijing, ready to give to Zhou Cuihua. As she reached the big locust tree in the middle of the village, she bumped into Huang Xiaomei. Huang Xiaomei's belly was clearly swollen, and she was walking with one hand supporting her back, looking very pregnant. "Qianqian, you're back from Beijing?" Huang Xiaomei smiled and greeted her. Li Qianqian frowned inwardly, secretly admiring this woman's boldness. Their relationship was already very strained, yet she still managed to smile as if nothing was wrong. A few women nearby also stopped chatting and looked over curiously. Li Qianqian snorted silently but forced a polite and distant smile, replying simply, Seeing this, Huang Xiaomei walked closer to Li Qianqian. Li Qianqian immediately became alert, took a few quick steps, and stood beside a kind-looking auntie, asking, "Auntie, have you seen Cuihua?" The aunt shook her head. "Cuihua? No, I haven't seen her. She's probably at home." Huang Xiaomei clenched her fists, but kept smiling as she said to Li Qianqian, "Qianqian, it's not easy for you to come back from Beijing. Can you tell me what's changed there? I've been away for so long, I really miss it." She tried to use a common topic to get closer. Li Qianqian didn't plan to leave the auntie's side and replied calmly, "I didn't go out much this time, and I didn't visit the suburbs, so I don't know what's changed." "You." Huang Xiaomei wanted to say more, but Li Qianqian cut her off directly, with a tone that was clearly distant and warning. "Huang Jiqing, we're not that close, are we? I see your belly looks quite big now, about 5 or 6 months, right?" She deliberately raised her voice so that the surrounding women could hear. "It's better to be careful. If anything happens, we can't afford to take responsibility." 5 or 6 months. The woman nearby was indeed drawn in and looked surprised at Huang Xiaomei's belly. Li Qianqian pretended not to understand and explained, "Isn't that right? I saw women with 5 or 6 months pregnancy when I went to the hospital to see my mother. Their bellies looked about the same." "What is prenatal checkup?" another auntie curiously asked. "It's just to check if the baby inside the belly is healthy and if there are any problems," Li Qianqian patiently replied. "Can they check inside the belly?" The aunties became even more curious. "Of course," Li Qianqian nodded and explained. "Now, hospitals in the city are very advanced. They use a machine to gently roll over the belly, and the baby's shadow can appear on a small screen." It's very clear. As she spoke, a warning bell rang in her mind. This Huang Xiaomei suddenly being so friendly and close probably has bad intentions. Could she be trying to use the baby to trap her? The thought made Li Qianqian feel very anxious. She realized she must be more careful in the future and not give her any chance to take advantage. At this moment, a nosy auntie secretly looked at Huang Xiaomei's belly and whispered, "But I think my daughter-in-law's belly wasn't this big when she was 5 months pregnant." Huang Xiaomei's face changed slightly. She quickly frowned and explained, "Don't guess. It's just because my mother-in-law is kind and makes me eat more, so the baby is bigger." She waited for a while, seeing that Li Qianqian had no intention of leaving the group of aunties. Instead, she took out a handful of sunflower seeds and started chatting and munching happily, leaving her behind. Huang Xiaomei couldn't hold back her embarrassment. She finally glared at Li Qianqian angrily and turned to leave. After Huang Xiaomei left, the aunties started talking again. One auntie looked at her back and whispered, "I think this Huang Jiqing might have gotten pregnant before marriage."
What's so strange about that?
She and the second-rate guy just got caught. Huh? So, that means she was pregnant 2 or 3 months before the wedding. The aunties looked surprised and opened their mouths wide, then all looked at Li Qianqian, hoping for confirmation. Li Qianqian knew the truth but only shrugged innocently, as if casually saying, I can't really say.
But
I do remember that Huang Jiqing often stayed out late at night, not at the youth camp. Halfway through, she suddenly seemed to realize she had said too much. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, showing a regretful expression, and hurriedly said, Oh no. Aunties, I really shouldn't talk nonsense anymore. I need to hurry to the Zhou family to deliver something to Cuihua. After saying that, she seemed worried about talking too much, so she grabbed the pastries in her hand and ran off quickly, leaving a few aunts behind, looking at each other with various guesses and meaningful expressions, filling in the unfinished words in their minds. Huang Xiaomei walked home with a dark face, feeling a sharp pain in her chest from the anger she had felt at Li Qianqian. She had originally planned to smooth things over with Li Qianqian to prepare for her future plans, but she was disappointed. Feeling angry and unable to vent, she saw her mother-in-law Yang Zhaodi sitting on a small stool outside the kitchen, holding a freshly peeled, steaming roasted sweet potato, eating happily. Huang Xiaomei immediately frowned, as if she had caught a big mistake, and shouted sharply at Yang Zhaodi, Mom, why are you eating alone here? Don't the others in the family need to eat? Yang Zhaodi was stunned by her sudden accusation. The fragrant roasted sweet potato in her hand suddenly lost its smell. She looked up and replied irritably, What's wrong with me eating a sweet potato? If you want to eat, why don't you go get one from the stove? I wouldn't treat anyone unfairly, especially not our big grandson from the Ma family. Huang Xiaomei choked on her words, unable to find a reply for a moment, but her anger grew stronger. She kept a calm face, walked a few steps to the stove, and without looking, reached in and pulled out the biggest roasted sweet potato from the ashes, almost snatching it away, clutching it tightly. Then she glared fiercely at Yang Zhaodi, said nothing, turned around angrily, and went back to her room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. The weather was getting colder. The crops in the fields had already been harvested, leaving only some yellowed stalks standing in the fields. The leaves on the trees had mostly fallen, leaving bare branches that swayed gently in the chilly autumn wind. In the mornings, a thin layer of frost often covered the rooftops and dry grass, only melting after the sun had been out for a while. Li Qianqian was afraid of the cold, so she was still hiding in her warm quilt, lazily sleeping and drifting back to sleep. Meanwhile, at the youth training site, things were lively early in the morning. While having breakfast, Fong Lihong just picked up her bowl to take a sip of porridge when she suddenly felt a strong wave of nausea. She quickly covered her mouth, rushed outside, leaned against the wall, and vomited violently. Her face turned very pale instantly. Fong Jiqing, are you okay? Huang Saixia, a fellow young worker, asked with concern. Fong Lihong wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, forced herself to stand straight, and replied weakly, I'm fine. Probably caught a chill last night. My stomach feels uncomfortable. Since she vomited in the morning, whenever she smelled ginger or garlic from the kitchen, she couldn't help but gag or vomit again. The young women exchanged glances and started whispering quietly, their faces showing suspicion and curiosity. Li Mei, a slightly older and more experienced young worker, paused her meal. She looked deeply at Fong Lihong, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if she had an idea. Just as she was about to get up to ask more carefully, she heard a clear bicycle bell outside the yard gate. The postman stopped his bike at the entrance of the workers' dormitory and called out loudly, Lin Kuan. You have a letter. Lin Kuan, who was sitting inside lost in thought, suddenly shivered as if startled awake. He immediately stood up and hurried outside, took the letter and quietly said, Thanks. Fong Lihong also became very excited when she saw the letter, as if she temporarily forgot her discomfort. She ran over, leaned close to Lin Kuan, and asked eagerly, Brother Kuan, who is the letter from? A faint look of dislike flashed across Lin Kuan's face. He subtly shifted his body to create some distance from Fong Lihong, looked at the sender's address on the envelope, and said calmly, It's a family letter. After saying that, he ignored Fong Lihong, who was still trying to get closer, and turned around to walk quickly back to the male workers' dormitory. Once inside the dorm, he immediately closed the door, turned his back to the others still eating, and eagerly tore open the envelope. He unfolded the letter and quickly scanned the words. As he read, his face grew darker and darker, finally turning as black as a pot bottom, with eyes full of anger and a hint of panic. Carefully glancing outside to make sure no one was watching, he then tore the letter into pieces, crumpled them, and quickly walked to the stove. Without hesitation, he threw the shredded paper into the remaining embers in the stove. The flames quickly licked upward, turning the bad news letter into ashes. Lin Kuan looked grim and hurriedly left the youth village with heavy steps. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that his family's sudden trouble was definitely connected to Li Qianqian. Otherwise, why would his father be taken for investigation right after she returned from Beijing? Fong Lihong had been watching Lin Kuan closely. When she saw him rushing out, she secretly followed behind. She saw Lin Kuan walk straight to Li Qianqian's house. Her expression darkened instantly. Recently, Lin Kuan had been cold and distant to her, showing little interest. Was it because he still had feelings for Li Qianqian? Thinking of this, her eyes reddened, and feelings of hurt and jealousy gnawed at her heart like snakes. When she saw Lin Kuan raise his hand and knock on Li Qianqian's door, her heart and stomach ached with anger. Inside, Li Qianqian heard the knocking and asked loudly, "Who is it?" "It's me." Lin Kuan's voice came from outside, filled with suppressed anger. Li Qianqian recognized his voice and immediately frowned with dislike, not wanting to pay attention. Seeing no response from inside, Lin Kuan shouted loudly, "Li Qianqian, come out. I have something to say to you." Li Qianqian didn't want her aunts to see her embarrassed. She took a deep breath, suddenly opened the door, and glared angrily at Lin Kuan outside. "Lin Kuan, are you crazy? Why are you shouting at my door?" "Yes, I am sick." Lin Kuan looked at Li Qianqian, his face anxious and unwilling. "Qianqian, I miss you." In his desperation, he said something even he found disgusting. Li Qianqian seemed to hear something terrifying. She backed away in fear, creating distance between them, then sneered coldly.
"Ha!
That's the funniest joke I've heard in years. Stop pretending.
Say what you need to say."
I don't buy your fake sympathy. My family is in trouble. My dad has been taken for investigation. Lin Kuan finally revealed his purpose. "Qianqian, for the sake of our past friendship, can your grandfather's family help us smooth things over?" Haha, Li Qianqian interrupted him with a cold laugh. "Finally showing your true colors? Want my family to help you?
Dream on."
Not a chance. Where are you from? Just go back there." Lin Kuan saw that he couldn't win by being soft, so he got angry. He stepped forward with a dark face and lowered his voice to threaten. "Li Qianqian, don't think I don't know. If something happened at my house, it must be because your family caused trouble inside. I don't believe your family members didn't help." Far away in Beijing, Mr. Li suddenly sneezed. He had only helped a little by changing their assigned place. Li Qianqian was not afraid at all. Instead, she straightened her back. "Do you have proof? If you have proof, go report me. Our Li family is honest and upright, full of integrity. We are nothing like you sneaky, backstabbing people." Seeing that she wouldn't listen to reason, Lin Kuan's eyes turned red with frustration. He had no choice but to lower himself again, speaking softly with almost a pleading tone. "Qianqian, I didn't mean it that way. Didn't you say before that I am your forever good brother? Tell me, what should I do to get your help? I don't mind if you marry someone else. As long as you help me, I will marry you." He seemed to have made a big decision when he said this. Li Qianqian looked at him as if she was hearing a big joke, with a very sarcastic look, as if she was looking at trash. "What kind of person are you? Do you even have the right to talk about marrying me? Lin Kuan, I tell you, someone like you, Li Qianqian wouldn't even look at. I wouldn't even give you the chance to carry my shoes." After saying this, she was too lazy to waste more words and turned to go back inside. In a panic, Lin Kuan reached out to try to grab her arm. Li Qianqian reacted quickly. She turned around suddenly, using all her strength, and slapped him hard across the face. Slap. The crisp, loud sound of the slap echoed. Caught off guard, Lin Kuan was hit with a slap full of anger and contempt. He staggered and fell to the ground, feeling a burning pain on one side of his face, with buzzing in his ears. Li Qianqian looked down at his embarrassed state with a cold gaze and said every word clearly. Do you know? Seeing you now so miserable makes me feel very satisfied. From now on, when you see me, stay far away. Do you understand? After saying this, she slammed the door shut with a loud bang, completely cutting him off outside. From a distance, Fong Lihong secretly watched. Although she couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, she saw Li Qianqian slap Lin Kuan hard, and then they parted ways unhappily. A secret feeling of happiness grew inside her. At least this meant they hadn't reached an agreement, and Lin Kuan didn't get what he wanted. Just as she was about to gather her emotions and go out to comfort Lin Kuan, who had fallen to the ground, her peripheral vision caught sight of Huang Xiaomei coming out from another entrance. Huang Xiaomei had a strange smile on her face and was walking toward Lin Kuan. Fong Lihong's steps froze in place, and her heart started to race. Huang Xiaomei, with her belly showing signs of pregnancy, slowly approached Lin Kuan, who was sitting on the ground after being slapped. She didn't try to help him but just stood there, looking down at him with a teasing and amused expression. "Brother Kuan," she said softly with a gentle tone. "Do you know? You look so pitiful right now." Lin Kuan frowned, got up by himself, brushed dust off his pants, and said irritably, "Huang Xiaomei? Are you here just to laugh at me?" "Laugh at you?" Huang Xiaomei let out a low, amused laugh, with a charming smile on her face. She took a step forward and gently touched Lin Kuan's cheek, which was still red and swollen from the slap. "Of course not. You were the first man I liked when I first fell in love," she said softly, her voice fading into a distant memory. "Back then, I dreamed of you everywhere." Her eyes suddenly turned red, and her face looked pale and sad. "But it's a pity. I was blind and fell in love with someone I shouldn't have." Lin Kuan felt disgusted by her sudden display of deep feelings. He turned his head away in disgust and snorted. "Humph. I never said you were promiscuous. When I was wholeheartedly devoted to you, look at what you did. You immediately got involved with that second-rate guy Ma Xingwang from the village. What now? Coming here pretending to be a pure and noble woman? How ridiculous." A hand gently caressed her swollen belly, and her tone became strange. "Do whatever you want, but I've already thought of a way to get back at you." At this moment, Lin Kuan didn't want to pay attention to this woman, who seemed completely crazy to him. Clearly, she was the one who made a mistake, and now she was blaming him? He annoyedly brushed off his clothes and turned to leave without looking back. Hearing his back, Huang Xiaomei calmly raised her voice. "My plan is for your own flesh and blood to call someone else dad. To work hard for people you look down on for your whole life." This statement hit Lin Kuan like a thunderbolt, shocking him completely. His steps froze, and he seemed glued to the spot. In the next second, he suddenly turned around, hurried a few steps back to Huang Xiaomei, grabbed her shoulders tightly, and stared with wide eyes. His voice, trembling with shock and urgency, changed tone. "What did you just say? What do you mean? Tell me clearly." Huang Xiaomei let him hold her, while her other hand gently stroked her round belly, a strange and malicious smile on her face. "I've calculated, and it's almost 6 months now. You see, during the time I was pregnant with this child, the only man around me was you, Lin Kuan." At that moment, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a piece of clothing flashing behind the trees in the distance. A sly smile appeared on Huang Xiaomei's face, barely noticeable. Suddenly, she screamed sharply, her voice filled with pain and fear. "Ah, Brother Kuan, you hurt me. Please let go." Startled by her sudden scream, Lin Kuan instinctively loosened his grip. Seizing the chance, Huang Xiaomei quickly moved forward, tiptoed, and kissed his cheek, still marked with his fingerprints, leaving a suggestive trace. Then she lowered her voice, speaking with a sense of triumph. Brother Kun, I'm leaving now. Just wait and see. After saying this, as if she had completed a task, she turned around happily and walked away. From afar, Fong Lihong, hiding behind the trees, saw the scene clearly, especially Huang Xiaomei kissing Lin Kun. Her face turned pale instantly, trembling with anger. Unable to watch anymore, she suddenly turned around, crying as she ran back to the youth commune. When I returned to the dormitory, I threw myself onto my bed, pulled the blanket over my head, and started crying loudly and painfully. My sobs were muffled inside the blanket. The other girls in the dorm looked at each other, unsure of what had happened to make Fong Lihong suddenly break down like this. Lin Kun walked alone to the small creek outside the village, sat on a cold stone for a long time, his mind a mess with thoughts of his family's problems and what Huang Xiaomei had said. It wasn't until it was getting late that he dragged himself back to the youth station. As soon as he entered, he noticed everyone was looking at him strangely. Chun Jijia, who was on good terms with him, came over and lowered his voice to say, Lin Kun, where have you been? Fong Lihong's been crying since you left. She's so upset her eyes are swollen like walnuts. Lin Kun replied irritably, not wanting to deal with Fong Lihong's issues. He just said casually, women are like that. Cry for a while and they'll be fine. All he could think about was the bad news that his family had been sent to the Dark Province. Without their support, life would be very hard. He knew he couldn't let anyone find out about this, or he might face more rejection. Plus, after what Huang Xiaomei said about the children earlier, seeing Fong Lihong made him feel annoyed. He went straight back to his bed, didn't even take off his shoes, and covered his head with a blanket. Fong Lihong heard him come in and thought he would comfort her, but he just ignored her. Her eyes swollen, she quietly went out to wash her face. After lunch, she couldn't hold it anymore. She walked to Lin Kun's bed and hoarsely said, Brother Lin Kun, can we talk outside? Lin Kun was reluctant, but, under the watch of the other youth, he frowned and followed her to a shady spot not far from the dorm. What do you want to say? Lin Kun asked impatiently. Fong Lihong looked at him, tears welling up again, and said, Brother Lin Kun, do you never think about marrying me? Marry you? Lin Kun looked shocked, his eyebrows tightening. He instinctively took a small step back, creating some distance between them. This retreat hurt Fong Lihong deeply. Her eyes turned red again, and with a trembling voice, she said, Brother Lin Kun. You. Don't overthink it, Lin Kun interrupted her, casually finding an excuse to cover up. It's my mom. My mom is very sick, seriously ill. I'm feeling really upset right now and can't think about personal issues. Fong Lihong frowned, seeming to judge whether his words were true, but when she remembered the scene earlier, where Huang Xiaomei kissed Lin Kun on the face, she couldn't believe it. She shook her head forcefully. No. You're lying to me. You must be. I saw it just now. That shameless Huang Xiaomei. She kissed you. Lin Kun's heart suddenly tightened, as if he had been stung. He took a step forward and grabbed Fong Lihong's shoulders tightly, staring at her sharply. Are you following me? What exactly did you hear just now? People will find out only if they do something wrong. Fong Lihong was hurt by his grip and glared at him angrily. You did something bad. Aren't you afraid of karma? What did I do wrong? Lin Kun denied quickly, raising his voice. At least since I've been with you, I haven't done anything to hurt you. Not true? Then what about Huang Xiaomei kissing you just now? Fong Lihong shouted emotionally, reaching out to wipe the spot on Lin Kun's face where Huang Xiaomei had kissed him, as if trying to wipe away something dirty.
Her Action triggert Lin Kun.
Suddenly, he remembered the disgusting, chaotic scene in the small woods that night. His face turned deathly pale, and his stomach churned violently. It was as if he had touched something extremely filthy. He forcefully pushed Fong Lihong's hand away and almost shouted, Don't touch me. This disgusted and rejecting, Don't touch me, was the last straw, completely breaking Fong Lihong's sanity. She lost control and once again lunged at Lin Kun, trying to get close to him. Lin Kun watched her rush forward. Her face overlapped with the image of Fong Lihong in the woods, making his nausea worse. His face turned as white as paper, and his stomach heaved. In extreme irritation, disgust, and panic, he didn't think twice. He raised his hand and slapped Fong Lihong hard across the face. Caught off guard by a sudden, forceful slap, Fong Lihong lost her balance, let out a scream, and fell heavily to the ground. At the moment she hit the ground, she felt a sharp, tearing pain in her lower abdomen. Immediately afterward, a warm sensation flowed between her legs. Instinctively, she reached down and looked at her hand, covered in bright red blood. Ah, blood, Fong Lihong screamed in terror. Seeing the blood on her hand, she was so frightened she froze, then burst into loud, heartbreaking crying. The noise quickly drew the attention of the other young workers in the dormitory who had been watching outside. They all ran out and saw Fong Lihong sitting on the ground, a small bloodstain spreading beneath her. They looked at each other in shock, their faces turning pale, unsure of what to do. Li Mei, a slightly older and more experienced worker, frowned and hurried over. She knelt down to support Fong Lihong and then angrily shouted at Lin Kuan, who was still standing there, equally pale. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry! Take her to see the barefoot doctor now." Everyone in the dormitory looked at Lin Kuan with blame and urgency. Lin Kuan felt trapped. He had no choice but to nervously pick up the crying Fong Lihong and rush with her to the barefoot doctor's house. The barefoot doctor saw Fong Lihong's condition and, after examining her, understood what was happening. He quickly laid her on the examination bed, carefully checked her, and then, with a serious face, gave her 2 injections to stop the bleeding temporarily. He then shouted at the anxious young workers waiting at the door, "This is serious. I can't handle this alone. We need to act fast. Go call the tractor and get her to the commune health clinic immediately." An hour later, in the hospital ward of the town clinic, Fong Lihong lay weakly on the bed. After 2 hours of treatment, the baby inside her was saved. Her face was pale, but her eyes held a secret happiness. Finally, she was carrying Lin Kuan's child. Now, he couldn't run away anymore. A male doctor wearing a mask held a medical record book, his face pale with anger. He looked sternly at Lin Kuan and Fong Lihong on the bed, speaking with restrained fury. "You young people, especially you." He pointed at Lin Kuan's nose. "How irresponsible can you be? Don't you know you need to be extra careful during the first and last 3 months of pregnancy? And you still dare to hit someone? Are you trying to cause a tragedy?" Lin Kuan was scolded so badly he couldn't lift his head. He could only stare at the ground, lips pressed tightly together, silent. The doctor then turned to Fong Lihong, speaking in a calmer but still serious tone. "And you, as a woman, you must understand how to take care of yourself. Your body is yours, and the baby is innocent. Luckily, the baby is still safe for now, but the pregnancy is very unstable. You must rest in bed completely and avoid any emotional stress or vigorous activities. Do you hear me? If you bleed again, even a miracle won't be able to save you." Fong Lihong listened to the doctor's scolding. Instead of feeling embarrassed, she felt more relieved because she heard that the baby is safe. She quickly nodded obediently. "Understood, doctor. I will be careful." The next day, news that Fong Lihong was pregnant and nearly had a miscarriage because of Lin Kuan spread quickly throughout Qinghe village, like it had wings. The women's director and secretary who from the brigade looked serious as they found Lin Kuan, who was hiding at the youth station, afraid to go outside. The secretary took a puff of his pipe and spoke in a deep voice. "Lin Jiqing, what happened with Fong Jihong has a very bad impact on our village. You are a young, educated person, so you should pay attention to your conduct. Now that this has happened, how can we show our face in Qinghe village?" the women's director added with a firm tone. "Lin Jihong, things have come to this point, and you must take responsibility. We give you 2 options. First, go immediately with Fong Lihong to report your marriage and get the certificate to clear things up. Second, if you refuse, we will have to report this as misconduct to the higher authorities, and they will decide what to do. You choose." Hearing this clear, either or, Lin Kuan's face darkened like ink. He clenched his fists, feeling very unwilling inside, but he knew how serious the charge of misconduct was in this era. It could ruin everything for him. Under great pressure, almost biting his lip, he managed to say through gritted teeth, we will get married. Fong Lihong stayed in the health clinic for 2 days. Once her condition stabilized, she was discharged. As soon as she returned to the village, the brigade leader personally came in a cart, holding a prepared referral letter. Let's go, Lin Jihong, Fong Jihong, the brigade leader said calmly. Since the commune is here today, hurry up and get the marriage certificate, settle this matter, and put an end to it. The cart swayed as it took the two of them to the commune. Throughout the process, Lin Kuan kept a gloomy face, like a statue, mechanically signing and stamping his fingerprint as instructed. Fong Lihong, holding the two thin marriage certificates decorated with the character for happiness, kept looking at them repeatedly. Her face showed uncontrollable joy and excitement, as if the worries and gloom of these days had suddenly disappeared. Lin Kuan looked at the two papers that decided his fate. His heart was dark, and his face was as black as a pot bottom. But he knew that now there was nothing he could do to resist. Back at the youth commune, Fong Lihong still had a red glow of excitement on her face from getting the marriage certificate. She took out a small wooden box, pulled out a carefully kept oiled paper package from the bottom. Inside were a dozen rare fruit candies. She generously handed out one to everyone at the youth commune, smiling happily. Everyone have some candy and share the good luck. Her voice was brighter than usual, with a hint of pride. Brother Lin Kuan and we went to the commune today and got our marriage certificate. Although the youth knew about the previous trouble, they still accepted the candies and said things like congratulations and wishing you happiness together. For a moment, the small youth commune was filled with what seemed like lively blessings. Lu Xiaodi, lying on the bed next to Fong Lihong, peeled open her candy wrapper and put a piece in her mouth. She asked vaguely, Lihong, now that you're married, do you have to move out of the youth commune? Have you found a place to live? Fong Lihong was stunned by the question. She was so happy that she hadn't thought carefully about this. She pinched the marriage certificate in her hand, then without hesitation, turned and went straight to the male youth dormitory door. She didn't even knock, just pushed the door open and went inside. Lin Kuan was lying on his bed, sulking. When he heard the noise, he looked up and saw Fong Lihong rushing in. He was startled and sat up quickly, his face full of surprise and anger. Fong Lihong, do you know how shameful this is? This is the boys' dormitory. How can you just barge in like this? So what? Fong Lihong now had plenty of confidence. She raised the marriage certificate in her hand.
You're my man now.
What's wrong with me coming in? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a faint pain in her lower abdomen, reminding her of the doctor's advice to rest and stay calm, not to get too emotional. Take a deep breath quickly, trying to hide a bit of pride and stubbornness, but still speaking with a firm tone. Brother Lin Kuan, where will we live in the future? You need to find a place quickly. If you don't go out with me to look for a place, tomorrow I will bring my bedding and sleep here. After saying this, she didn't wait for Lin Kuan's reaction, worried that if she stayed any longer, she might get angry again. She quickly turned and left. After Fong Lihong left, Lin Kuan looked at the closed door with annoyance. He let out a low growl and forcefully grabbed his hair, messing up his neat hairstyle. He sat on the bed for a few minutes, then finally, with a grim face, he stood up suddenly and slammed the door as he left. About half an hour later, Lin Kuan returned from outside. He went straight to Fong Lihong, who was talking to someone at the girls' dormitory door. His face still looked unhappy, and his tone was strict. I just asked the village chief. There are no empty houses at the youth training site to give us. However, there is an abandoned, dilapidated mud brick house on the west side of the village. The village chief said we can stay there temporarily, but we have to clean it ourselves, and the roof probably needs repairs. When Fong Lihong heard there was a place to stay, her eyes lit up immediately. She didn't care whether the house was broken or not. She nodded quickly, with a sense of urgency. Okay, as long as there's a place. We'll start cleaning tomorrow and move in as soon as possible. Seeing her eager expression, Lin Kuan felt very upset inside. He closed his eyes, suppressed his growing dislike and helplessness, and squeezed out a word from his throat. The next morning, just before dawn, Fong Lihong eagerly urged Lin Kun to move. Lin Kun felt very reluctant, but under Fong Lihong's constant urging, he could only slowly start packing his simple belongings. When they were about to leave the youth training site, Fong Lihong shoved her bag, basin, and a bunch of other things all into Lin Kun's arms, leaving her hands free. Lin Kun looked at the pile of things in his arms, his face turning even more unpleasant. He said irritably, "Take your own stuff." Fong Lihong immediately protected her belly with her hand, with a slightly confident look. "What did the doctor say yesterday? I need to rest and can't get tired. Do you want something to happen to your baby again?" Without waiting for Lin Kun's reaction, she happily led the way ahead, as if they weren't going to live in a broken house, but to some nice place. Lin Kun looked at all their belongings piled on the ground, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. He couldn't carry everything alone, so he held back his anger and went back to the youth commune. He found 2 fellow young workers he usually got along with, spoke kindly to them, and asked for their help to move the stuff. The group followed Fong Lihong to an old, dilapidated mud brick house at the west end of the village. Seeing the shaky walls, peeling paint, and sparse thatched roof of the broken house, Fong Lihong's smile disappeared instantly. She looked sad and tugged at Lin Kun's sleeve. "Brother Kun, can people really live in this house? The roof leaks." Lin Kun was already annoyed. Hearing this, he shook her hand off and replied sharply and sarcastically, "It can only be like this. The village chief said this place is where you insisted on moving to. Now you're complaining." The young workers helping with the move quickly set down their luggage and said hurriedly, "Lin Kun, we'll leave the stuff here. We have work in the fields. We're leaving now." They seemed eager to leave, and the 2 hurried away. At that moment, from a nearby yard that was also run down, a middle-aged man dressed shabbily with greasy hair heard the noise. He came out chewing on a grass stalk. He looked up and saw Fong Lihong standing at the door. His eyes lit up immediately, and his gaze flicked over her face and body. He involuntarily swallowed and grinned, showing yellow teeth, and said, "Hey, Lin the young worker? Are you guys moving in here?" Fong Lihong was startled by this sudden approach. She turned and saw the old man's unhidden, greedy, and sinister look. A chill ran down her spine. She shivered and, ignoring the broken house, quickly lowered her head and hurried into the dilapidated house. Lin Kun heard the noise and looked over. When he saw the man's face clearly, his mind suddenly went blank. His blood seemed to rush to his head instantly. He remembered this man. It was the man from that night in the small woods, who forcibly pulled him and made him watch the whole thing. One of the ruffians. Now, the man was looking at him with a mocking smile full of sarcasm and amusement. Lin Kun felt terrible. The contempt on the man's face stabbed into his heart like a needle. His face turned pale, and he clenched his teeth, asking, "So what if I am, where we live has nothing to do with you?" After saying that, she went inside quickly, afraid the single man might say something inappropriate. The man spat on the ground, lowered his voice, and sneered, "Bah, pretending to be something special? So proud, yet you can't even watch your own woman and let others." Lin Kun was so angry at his words that his chest heaved heavily. His face turned pale as he suddenly turned and stormed into the broken house, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. He silently vowed that he would get revenge for this humiliation someday. Fong Lihong's face turned pale because of the man's gaze just now. She leaned close to Lin Kun and whispered with tears in her voice, "Brother Kun, what should we do now? This place, these neighbors. Can we go find the village chief to change our place to stay?" That man's look at me was so scary. Lin Kun, still angry, saw that there were no outsiders around and his true temper showed. He threw the broom on the ground and shouted at Fong Lihong, "Change places? Do you think this is your family's place? Are you attracted to that old man? Think he's better than me? Then go. Go stay at his house." Fong Lihong's face turned completely white from his harsh words. Her lips trembled as she said, "I didn't mean that. I'm just scared." "Scared? Of what?" Lin Kun impatiently interrupted her, his eyes full of contempt. "Do you think you're still some rich young lady? Even now, you still get to pick and choose? Just having a broken place to shelter you from the wind and rain is good enough. Don't be ungrateful, he scolded fiercely, but he remembered that yesterday the women's director specifically said they would come to visit Fong Lihong tomorrow. He couldn't make things look too bad. Moreover, if they really couldn't go back to the city later and had to settle in Qinghe village, as an outsider, if his reputation got too bad, life would be even harder. Thinking of this, he suppressed his anger, ignored the tearful Fong Lihong, bent down, picked up the broom, and started cleaning with a fierce energy. He kicked Fong Lihong's luggage into the corner carelessly, then vigorously swept the dust and cobwebs from the ground, his movements full of frustration. Fong Lihong watched her luggage thrown on the ground, her eyes turning red. Tears started to fall uncontrollably. She felt that Lin Kun started treating her badly from the day Huang Xiaomei invited her out to eat. She was sure that Huang Xiaomei had flirted with Lin Kun without her knowing. She muttered softly, "Huang Xiaomei, just wait. If you make things hard for me, I won't make things easy for you either." Lin Kun first went to the yard and cleared away the piled-up rotten leaves and broken stones. Fong Lihong looked at his gloomy face and remembered the scary look from the neighbor. She clenched her teeth and made a firm decision. She walked to the door and said to Lin Kun, who was busy in the yard, "Brother Kun, you should go talk to the village chief. We can spend some money to hire some strong men from the village to help repair the house, at least fix the roof, so we can live in it." Lin Kun didn't look up and replied irritably, "No money." "I have some," Fong Lihong quickly added. Lin Kun paused, surprised, and looked up at her. Fong Lihong turned back into the house. She rummaged through her tightly wrapped bundle and took out an old cloth bag. Carefully, she counted out 30 yuan and handed it to Lin Kun. "This money should be enough to ask someone to help fix the roof and the windows, right?" Lin Kun stood up, took the 3 10-yuan bills, and looked at her handheld bag that seemed heavy. He couldn't help but glance inside, curious about how much was left. Fong Lihong immediately noticed his gaze. She nervously tightened the bag's opening, pushed it back to the bottom of her bundle, covered it with other things, and urged, "Brother Kun, go find someone quickly. The sooner we fix the house, the sooner we can settle down." Holding the money, Lin Kun's tone softened a bit. He nodded and turned to leave. Actually, he had thought about it. Living at the youth station was convenient, but with so many people and eyes watching, if the news about his family being sent away got out, the consequences would be serious. Now, living alone, though the conditions were worse, was actually more discreet. Thinking this way, living with Fong Lihong didn't seem so hard to accept. Not long after he left, Lin Kun returned, followed by 3 or 4 village men carrying wood and holding dry grass. Since Fong Lihong paid for it, Lin Kun didn't mind at all. He bought ready-made materials from the villagers. The men were all skilled workers, busy and working together. They clanged tools and quickly fixed the broken gate and the collapsed part of the yard wall. As it got dark, the leading man wiped his sweat and said to Lin Kun, "Lin Jiqing, it's too dark to see clearly now. Climbing onto the roof is too dangerous. We'll come back tomorrow to fix it for you, okay?" "Okay. Thank you all." Lin Kun nodded. He took some money from his pocket, gave 50 cents to each worker, and then casually put the rest of the money into his own pocket without telling Fong Lihong. That night, because the environment was very poor and the stove was hard to use, Fong Lihong only cooked some simple coarse grain porridge. The two of them ate together. When going to bed, Lin Kun laid his bedding outside near the door, far from Fong Lihong's position. Seeing the large gap between them, Fong Lihong felt very upset. She asked with a tearful voice, "Brother Kun, now that we are officially married, why are you sleeping so far away?" Lin Kun, with his back turned and face dark, replied stiffly, "What do I mean? The doctor said your pregnancy isn't stable. I'm worried you might move around in your sleep and hurt the baby. Don't overthink it." His words sounded proper and reasonable, with no obvious mistakes. It took 3 days to finish repairing the house completely. Now, with little farm work to do, Lin Kun tried to avoid spending too much time alone with Fong Lihong. He would get up at dawn, carry a basket, and go to the back mountain to gather firewood, only returning close to mealtime. After a while, Fong Li-hong started to notice something was wrong. One evening, she watched Lin Kuan quietly eating and felt wronged. She put down her bowl and chopsticks, asking sadly, "Brother Kun, be honest with me. Are you deliberately avoiding me?" "Avoiding you?" Lin Kuan didn't look up. He swallowed the last bit of porridge and said calmly, "That's not true." Then she asked insistently, "Then why do you go out every day?" "You stay out for most of the day. I go out to gather firewood." "What will we do in winter if I don't?" "Freeze to death." Lin Kuan put his empty bowl on the table, sounding impatient. "If you think I'm avoiding you, then tomorrow you go gather firewood, and I'll stay at home. Is that okay?" After saying that, he went to the bed, took off his coat, and lay down, closing his eyes. It was clear he didn't want to talk anymore. Fong Li-hong looked at him with a cold, distant expression, feeling as if a needle was stabbing her heart. Silently, she tidied up the dishes and went to wash her hands in the small water basin in the yard. The cold water made her hands ache as she thought about Lin Kuan's indifference and the malicious looks from next door. The more she thought, the more frustrated she felt. Tears started to fall uncontrollably, mixing into the dishwater. Her anger grew, and she blamed Huang Xiaomei for everything. If that woman hadn't seduced Brother Kuan, he wouldn't be so cold to her. It must be because she said something to him. While washing, she suddenly threw the cloth into the basin, splashing water everywhere. Feeling overwhelmed, she decided to go find Huang Xiaomei right now to settle the score. Fong Li-hong felt a surge of anger in her chest. Ignoring everything, she rushed outside Ma's yard and shouted loudly, "Huang Xiaomei, come out here." Huang Xiaomei and her family were sitting around a small table in the yard having dinner. The sudden sharp shout startled Ma's mother, who almost dropped her chopsticks. She patted her chest and scolded impatiently, "Oh my, did you see a ghost or what? Shouting so loudly, you scared everyone." Huang Xiaomei looked up and saw Fong Li-hong standing outside the gate. Her face was flushed from rushing and anger, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. A bad feeling suddenly rose in her heart. She quickly put down her chopsticks, stood up, and forced a natural smile. She spoke first, trying to keep calm. "Li-hong? I heard you married Lin Jiqing? Congratulations." She tried to sound polite to ease the situation. But to Fong Li-hong, those words sounded like the cruelest sarcasm. She looked at Huang Xiaomei's fake smile and felt it was painfully glaring. Her mind buzzed, and her anger instantly burned away her reason. "Who wants your congratulations?" Fong Li-hong couldn't hold back anymore. Her voice was sharp and blunt as she interrupted her. "Stop pretending here. I warn you, stay away from my man. Don't bother him anymore." Huang Xiaomei could clearly feel the gazes from her father-in-law, mother-in-law, eldest sister-in-law, and especially her husband Ma Xingwang, all stabbing her like needles. Nervously swallowing, her fake smile almost disappeared. Her voice rose slightly, deliberately showing some grievance. "Li-hong, what are you talking about? Since I married into the Ma family, I have been obedient and well-behaved, never even approached the edge of the youth commune. You must not falsely accuse good people. Maybe you misunderstood something?" "Misunderstood." Fong Li-hong refused to accept her explanation. She frowned tightly and angrily pointed at her. "A few days ago, I saw you following my husband, and even kissing him. What does that mean? Do you think I'm blind?" "I didn't." "You're lying." Huang Xiaomei immediately denied loudly, feeling both surprised and angry. She never expected Fong Li-hong, this fool, to be so reckless, openly shouting about such shameful things in front of everyone in the Ma family. It was like she was trying to push her to the limit. In a panic, she looked at Ma Feng, who was silent nearby, trying to find a witness. "Li-hong, I don't know why you're accusing me like this. Since I got married, I rarely go out. My older sister-in-law, Ma Feng, can testify for me. I would never do such a thing." "Bah." Fong Li-hong spat on the ground, her eyes full of contempt. "I only believe what I saw with my own eyes. Stop talking nonsense about others. I know about your past misdeeds. Listen, Huang Xiaomei, if I see you get close to Lin Kuan again, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, She glared fiercely at the pale Huang Xiaomei, then looked around at the people in the yard, especially at Ma Xingwang, whose face was dark and scary. Then she suddenly shook her head and turned around angrily, leaving Huang Xiaomei alone, facing the cold, almost tangible gaze behind her. As soon as Fong Lihong left, Ma's mother immediately slammed her chopsticks on the table, rolled her eyes, and scolded Huang Xiaomei. Huang Xiaomei, tell me clearly, was what that girl said just now true? Did you really do that shameless thing? Huang Xiaomei's heart was pounding, but her face immediately showed grievance, and her voice almost cracked with tears. Mother, how can you believe a stranger's lies? When have I ever gone out alone? She's jealous. Jealous that I married into the Ma family and am doing well, not working in the fields. You don't know, right? She's also pregnant, but she still has to work every day, feeling unbalanced inside, so she's deliberately slandering me. Bah. Ma's mother spat again, her eyes still fierce. You better tell the truth. If I find out you've done something to betray our Wang family or harm Xingwang, I will skin you alive. Don't worry, mother. I would never dare to do that. Huang Xiaomei quickly promised, but her heart was uneasy. Next to her, Ma Xingwang kept a gloomy face, silent, and just ate faster. After hurriedly finishing his food, he slammed his bowl down and got up to go back to his room, clearly waiting for Huang Xiaomei. Huang Xiaomei nervously finished cleaning up, hesitated for a moment, then went into the room. As soon as she entered, she immediately put on a bright smile and softly called, Brother Xingwang. Ma Xingwang sat on the kong, a traditional bed, frowning, with sharp eyes fixed on her. He cut her off directly. Stop pretending. Be honest with me. What exactly did you do behind my back? Huang Xiaomei's heart tightened. She quickly moved closer, sat beside him, leaned softly on his shoulder, and gently held his large hand, speaking softly. Brother Xingwang, I really didn't do anything. My pregnancy hasn't been good lately, as you know. I'm afraid to move too far, so how could I go out looking for someone? That Fong Lihong is just a crazy dog, biting people randomly. Ma Xingwang's brow furrowed even more. Suddenly, he pulled his hand away and unexpectedly raised his hand to slap Huang Xiaomei. A crisp slap sound. Huang Xiaomei's head tilted from the blow, and red marks appeared on her face instantly. She covered her face, looking at Ma Xingwang with fear. Ma Xingwang glared at her fiercely, his eyes like they wanted to eat her. Do you think I'm as easy to fool as my mother? That young woman wouldn't come here accusing me unless she saw something. I tell you, Huang Xiaomei, from today on, you stay at home honestly. Don't step out that door. If I hear any rumors, I'll break your legs. Huang Xiaomei lowered her head, her eyes like she had been poisoned. Yes, I understand. The sun was setting in the west. Wang Lei, looking tired but excited, returned home. Recently, he had been leaving early and returning late, busy to the point of exhaustion. But now, as he touched the bulging cloth bag filled with money hanging from his shoulder, he felt all his hard work was worth it. He had just reached his house's gate. Before touching the latch, he heard someone call him from nearby. Wang Lei. Wang Lei turned around and saw Deng Run's, the second son of the Deng family, living next door on the left. He frowned slightly and asked, Is there something? Deng Run's nodded and waved his hand. Yes, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you. Wang Lei glanced at the nearby door, hesitated for a moment, then turned and followed Deng Run's to a quiet spot. What is it? What's going on? Deng Run's lowered his voice. A few days ago, a man from the youth station, named Lin Kuan, came to trouble your wife. They were pulling and pushing at your door. I wanted to tell you earlier, but I couldn't find you. Did your wife tell you about this? Wang Lei's eyes sharpened instantly, but he kept his expression calm. Oh, and then, it didn't really happen anything serious. I just hope you pay more attention to your wife and don't let anyone bully her, Deng Run said with concern. Wang Lei's face darkened, and his tone became cold. That's my wife's business. I'll take care of it myself. You don't need to worry. After saying that, he didn't look at Deng Run's again and strode toward his house. As he pushed open the door, he caught a glimpse of Deng Run still standing there, smoking a cigarette, staring deeply in his direction. Wang Lei snorted silently, closed the door with a bang, blocking out that uncomfortable gaze. He thought to himself, "It seems there are quite a few people eyeing his wife." "You're back? Why are you home so early today?" Li Qianqian heard the noise in the kitchen. She was holding a spatula and peeked out, smiling happily. "Yeah," Wang Lei replied and took her hand, leading her into the main room. He took off the heavy cloth bag and placed it on the table with a dull thud. "This is the money from selling charcoal these days. Keep it." Li Qianqian curiously pinched the bag, feeling its solid, full weight. She looked at Wang Lei with wide eyes, excited. "So much. Your man is quite capable, huh?" Wang Lei said with a proud smile, then explained, "But I plan to rest for a while. I won't go out. I've already taught Tainyo the methods for making charcoal. From now on, he'll be mainly responsible for it, and we'll split the earnings 50-50. Li Qianqian didn't have any specific ideas about how to proceed, as long as the money was safely in her pocket. Happy, she hugged her money bag and turned to go inside to count it carefully. Wang Lei followed her into the room. Watching her pour the money onto the bed, he casually asked, "Wife, did Lin Kuan come to bother you a few days ago?" Li Qianqian paused her counting and looked up, surprised. "How do you know?" "Just now at the door, I overheard Deng from next door mention it," Wang Lei said calmly, but his eyes showed curiosity. "Yes, he did come to see me," Li Qianqian recalled that day. Instead of feeling scared, she looked happy and excited. "Do you remember the letter I asked you to send to the Revolutionary Committee before we returned from Beijing?" "Haha, I thought I was just guessing when I wrote it. But it turns out I was right. Their Lin family really has problems. Now, the whole family has been sent to the Black Province. Lin Kuan came to see me that day, trying to get my grandfather to help speak for him." "Such wishful thinking," she said this proudly, shaking her head, still happily counting her money. Wang Lei nodded without asking more and went out to wash up. When he returned, fresh from his shower, Li Qianqian had already prepared dinner. They ate quietly. Wang Lei took the initiative to wash the dishes, while Li Qianqian went to change and take a shower. After her shower, Li Qianqian sat on the edge of the bed, opening a box of snow cream. She dipped her finger into it and carefully applied it to her face. Wang Lei came in naturally, took the snow cream from her hand, scooped some with his finger, and gently brushed her back, pulling her hair aside. His movements were a bit clumsy, but very gentle. The room was quiet for a moment, filled only with the faint scent of snow cream. Suddenly, Wang Lei softly asked, "Wife, do you like me?" Li Qianqian enjoyed the peaceful moment, was surprised by his words, then laughed and turned to look at him. "Of course I like you. Otherwise, how could I live with you?" Wang Lei didn't stop his actions but looked a little troubled. "But when you first went to the countryside, why did you always stay close to Lin Kuan? I saw you talking a lot with him back then." "Really?" Li Qianqian blinked as if she was really recalling something. Wang Lei nodded hard, with a look of slight sadness and persistence, staring at her steadily. Seeing how serious he was, Li Qianqian couldn't help but smile and cover her mouth. Her eyes curved with amusement. "What? Are you jealous?" Wang Lei honestly nodded, his voice lower. "Yes, I feel uneasy inside. Especially since I came back and another man came to talk to me about you." "Another man? Who is he?" Li Qianqian quickly caught the key point and asked. "Don't worry about who he is," Wang Lei stubbornly said, slowing down his hand as he wiped her snow cream. "You haven't answered my question yet. Why did you always follow him before?" Seeing how much he cared, Li Qianqian stopped joking and explained seriously, "Lin Kuan's father used to be my grandfather's driver. Back then, he was busy with work and no one at home looked after the kids, so he often brought Lin Kuan to our house. We grew up together, and after a long time, I naturally saw him as an older brother." She paused, her tone turning colder. "Later, I found out that their family wasn't honest. They always tried to use our family connections for their own benefit. I saw their true colors, so I naturally didn't want to deal with him anymore." Wang Lei listened, and his expression softened a lot. He nodded, but then asked another question, looking at her intensely. And what about me? What about you? Li Qianqian was caught off guard. That night, the first time we were together, Wang Lei's ears turned a little red, but he still asked insistently. How can you be so sure that I am your man? Seeing his shy yet persistent questioning, Li Qianqian felt both amused and warm inside. Suddenly, she turned around to face him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and, carrying the sweet scent of snow cream, sat directly on his lap. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him with a mischievous smile and asked, Aren't you? Wang Lei was stunned by her bold move and straightforward words. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily as he swallowed, looking at her charming, close face. His mind seemed to stop thinking. Only instinct remained, and he nodded a little dull. Li Qianqian looked at his simple and honest expression, and she smiled even more proudly, like a cat that had just stolen a small fish snack. Wang Lei's breathing paused. He suddenly sat up straight and lowered his head to kiss Li Qianqian's smiling lips. Li Qianqian was caught off guard by his sudden action. She instinctively closed her eyes and tightened her arms around his neck, shy but obediently responding to this kiss filled with a hint of urgency and possessiveness. Wang Lei's large hand, which had been properly resting on her waist, seemed to develop its own awareness. With a burning warmth, it tentatively reached into the edge of her cotton pajamas, the slightly calloused palm touching her smooth waist skin. When Li Qianqian felt his rougher hand touch her, she shivered uncontrollably, as if a faint electric current ran through her. A muffled sound escaped her throat, and her body softened, leaning into him. This subtle reaction was like silent encouragement. Wang Lei's breathing grew heavier. As he deepened the kiss, sucking on her lips and tongue, he used his arm to gently but firmly push her backward, laying her softly yet irresistibly on the bed. His kisses became more intense and passionate, leaving wet traces from her lips to her chin and slender neck. Li Qianqian, under him, blushed and her eyelashes fluttered lightly. She felt her whole body burning, her mind hazy, as if floating on clouds. She could only passively endure this thrilling intimacy, occasionally letting out small, unfamiliar whimpers from her lips. Wang Lei looked at her dreamy, confused state. His eyes darkened. Finally, in a hoarse, trembling voice, he softly called her, wife, then reached over to cover their intertwined bodies with a nearby blanket. The dim kerosene lamp cast flickering shadows on the wall. Along with the suppressed breathing and faint sounds, the night was still long. The next morning, Wang Lei quickly finished the breakfast Li Qianqian had prepared. He pushed away the dishes, wiped his mouth, and left the room. Thinking about what Deng Runs had said yesterday and how excited Li Qianqian looked when mentioning Lin Kuan, a fire ignited in his heart that he couldn't suppress. That reckless Lin Kuan dared to bother his wife. If Wang Lei could not stand this, then he wouldn't be a man. He went straight to the broken house at the west end of the village where Lin Kuan and Fong Lihong had recently moved in. He didn't get too close, just found a corner nearby where he could see the door clearly. He crossed his arms and waited with a serious face. Before long, he saw Lin Kuan carrying an empty basket slowly come out of the low yard gate, looking annoyed and reluctant. Wang Lei squinted and quietly followed behind. He saw that Lin Kuan didn't go to the back mountain like others gathering firewood. Instead, he looked for a sunny, windless, and dry grassy slope at the foot of the mountain. He casually threw the basket aside and lay down flat on his back. A few minutes later, loud and steady snoring came from that side, showing he was asleep. Hiding behind a tree, Wang Lei frowned and felt speechless. He muttered softly, "Even a broken bed at home is warmer than this, right? Not sleeping on a bed, running out to sleep in the wild and the cold. Is Lin's brain really okay?" Quietly, Wang Lei turned and slipped into the nearby forest. Soon, he was holding 2 slippery grass snakes he had caught from a crack in the rocks. He aimed carefully at Lin Kuan, who was still sleeping on the grassy slope. With a quick flick of his arm, he threw the 2 snakes precisely onto Lin Kuan's chest and stomach. Then, he quickly disappeared back into the woods. While sleeping, Lin Kuan felt something cold, slimy, and moving fall on him. He groggily reached out and touched his chest. This strange sensation made his hair stand on end. The thing was cool and soft, with shiny scales, and was writhing under his fingers.
Ah! Lincoln screamed in terror.
He suddenly jumped up from the ground, eyes wide with fear. When he saw the two writhing snakes, he was so scared his soul almost left his body. Instinctively, he kicked hard at the snakes. The snakes, startled, raised their heads and hissed. One of them suddenly bit into Lin Kuan's calf. "Damn you!" Lin Kuan cursed loudly, his face turning pale instantly. He felt a sharp pain where he was bitten, followed by a numb, tingling sensation. He was terrified, thinking he was poisoned and going to die. He didn't care about his basket anymore. He scrambled and ran down the mountain in a panic. He ran to the small stream at the foot of the mountain and saw some men catching fish. They seemed to have grabbed a lifeline and, ignoring their pride, started shouting with tears in their voices, "Quick! Carry me to the barefoot doctor. I've been bitten by a snake. I'm about to die." His panicked, pale face startled everyone nearby. A kind-hearted man saw this and, not hesitating, quickly carried him on his back toward the barefoot doctor's house. When they arrived, the doctor examined the wound on his leg. It wasn't purple, and after asking about the snake, he relaxed and said impatiently, "What are you shouting about? It's just a common grass snake, no poison. You won't die." The onlookers were stunned at first, then burst into loud laughter. Lin Kuan's face turned bright red with embarrassment and anger. He pointed at his leg and argued, "No way. I could feel my leg going numb. There must be poison."
You
quack doctor. You must have been mistaken." The barefoot doctor also got angry at this and, frowning, waved his hand impatiently to send him away. "If you don't believe me, fine. If you think I'm a bad doctor, go to the town health center. Don't waste my time here. Go, go, go." Such bad luck. He pushed Lin Kuan out directly. Lin Kuan was embarrassed in front of so many people. He hobbled home, cursing under his breath, feeling humiliated all day. Fong Lihong saw Lin Kuan come back so early and felt a bit happy. Since moving here, she hadn't dared to go out alone. She noticed that every time she left the house, many villagers' eyes followed her, full of lewdness and curiosity, making her feel uncomfortable and uneasy inside. "Brother Kuan, you're back?" She approached cautiously with a small smile. Lin Kuan replied gloomily, still looking unhappy. "Did you find the firewood? Or did you not find any?" Fong Lihong asked again, seeing his empty hands. "Don't mention it," Lin Kuan said irritably, waving his hand. "I got bitten by a snake on the back mountain, and I lost the basket there. I'll go back to get it tomorrow when I feel better." Fong Lihong peeked at the yard, where a small pile of firewood she had collected a few days ago was stacked. She smiled kindly and said, "Brother Kuan, it's okay. If we use the firewood sparingly, it should last through the winter. If it's not enough, I can buy some more. It's better than you risking going up the mountain." Lin Kuan was surprised by her casual remark about buying firewood and looked at her again carefully. Although he had some money saved from his family before, now that something had happened at home, those savings were kept untouched for emergencies. Curious, he asked, "Li Hong, what exactly does your family do? I remember you mentioned before that your parents didn't seem to care much for you. When you went to the countryside, they didn't even give you proper things." Fong Lihong's eyes dimmed for a moment. She lowered her head, twisting her fingers in her clothes, and her voice became softer. "Yes. My mother used to work at a textile factory. Before she passed away from illness, she left me her work quota. Later, my father remarried, and they didn't want my stepsister to go to the countryside, so they forced me to take her place, and even wanted me to give up my work quota." She paused, her tone tinged with stubbornness and a bit of pride. "I'm not stupid. I secretly used the money my mother left me and the money I got from selling my work quota to register for the program. I even changed my destination to cut ties with them completely." So, she looked up at Lin Kuan, tears in her eyes. "Brother Kuan, from now on, you're the only family I have in this world. Lin Kun quickly calculated in his mind. Selling a work quota from the city, plus what her mother left her, she must have at least 1,000 yuan in her hands. He never expected this pitiful-looking woman to actually be a hidden little rich girl. Thinking this, he couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for her. Reflecting on that night, he realized it wasn't entirely her fault. Yellow Xiaomei had drugged her. If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened. His expression softened, and he reached out to hold Fong Lihong's cold hand gently. "Lihong, I'm sorry. I didn't know your family was like this before. If I had known you only had me to rely on, I would have protected you better and made sure you didn't suffer." He tried to make his gaze look more sincere. Fong Lihong felt a surge of long-held frustration when she heard Lin Kun's words. It turned into hot tears that couldn't be stopped, streaming down her face. She sobbed and called out, "Brother Kun, but couldn't say more." She gently leaned her head on Lin Kun's shoulder, seeking comfort. Lin Kun felt the dampness and weight on his shoulder. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, but he didn't push her away. Instead, he raised his hand, awkwardly patted her back gently, and soothingly said in a tone he thought was tender, "All right, don't cry. Don't worry. From now on, I will treat you well. Just focus on having the baby." Meanwhile, Wang Lei carried 2 thick, dried tree branches, walking steadily back to the village. The dry wood looked heavy and thick, but on his shoulders, it seemed light. This scene made a few women sitting in the sun at the village entrance envy them. Wow, look at Wang Lei. Such strength. He just carried back such big pieces of wood. That one should last for several days of burning, right? Qianqian is so lucky. She won't freeze this winter. Hearing the gossip behind him, Wang Lei straightened his back even more. He reached the gate of his house and loudly called, "Wife." Li Qianqian heard the voice inside and hurried out to open the door. When she saw the 2 large pieces of dry wood on Wang Lei's shoulders, her eyes lit up. She smiled happily and praised sincerely. "Wow, Brother Wang Lei, you're amazing. You even brought back such big firewood." His compliment made Wang Lei's pride swell. He felt extremely proud, happy inside, even thinking that if he could carry more, he would carry 2 more pieces next time. He carried the wood to the backyard, used to strength, and threw the wood onto the ground with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing that the heavy load was safely down, Li Qianqian happily rushed over, hugged his neck affectionately, kissed his face, and said with concern, "Brother Wang Lei, we have enough firewood in the backyard. You shouldn't work so hard. It looks tiring for me just watching." Wang Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead casually, looking at his caring wife in his arms. His heart felt warm, and he said confidently, "This little firewood won't tire me out. I just can't let you feel cold in winter. I need to prepare more, so I feel at ease, wife. Tonight we're going to my parents' house for dinner," Wang Lei said while brushing off some sawdust from his clothes. "This afternoon I was lucky and caught a wild chicken while going into the mountains. I've already taken it to my mother to help stew." "Sounds good," Li Qianqian replied with a smile. "I'll also bring the new clothes I made for my grandparents." As she spoke, she remembered and quickly went inside to get the clothes. She brought out 2 thin, padded jackets. One was mainly dark blue with dark red on the cuffs and collar, and the other was mainly dark red with dark blue patches. The fabric was thick, and the colors looked warm and stylish for this time period. Wang Lei leaned over to look, touching the soft fabric with curiosity. He asked, "Wife, these 2 jackets look so similar. Why is that?" Li Qianqian placed the 2 jackets side by side, smiling with anticipation. "I made them like this on purpose. I thought Grandpa and Grandma are very close, so I made them matching couple outfits. When they go out, everyone will see they're a pair and they'll be happy." Couple outfits. Wang Lei's eyes lit up at the new phrase. He looked at the matching clothes, full of affection and envy. He pulled Li Qianqian's arm. "Wife, these clothes are really nice. Why don't we wear these too? I want to wear a couple outfit with you too." Li Qianqian was amused by his childish words and gently pushed him. "What are you thinking? The dark blue and dark red colors are too deep. They're for the elderly. They're not suitable for us young people," Seeing Wang Lei look a bit disappointed, she quickly added, "But don't worry, I've already started cutting the fabric and making new clothes for us. They'll match perfectly, and I promise you won't be left out." When Wang Lei heard this, his face lit up with a big smile. He quickly wrapped his strong arms around Li Qianqian and gave her several loud kisses on the cheek, full of emotion and happiness. "Wife, you're so wonderful. Everyone is thinking about me and my family." Li Qianqian snuggled in his arms, smiling happily and softly said, "We are married now. Your parents and grandparents are naturally my family. It's right to be kind to family." Li Qianqian and Wang Lei arrived at the old house. They carried their bags and first went to their grandparents' room. The room had a stove burning, making it warm and comfortable, chasing away the late autumn chill. "Grandma, these are new cotton clothes I made for you and Grandpa. I designed them myself. Please look and see if you like them," Li Qianqian said happily, handing the clothes to the little old lady. The little old lady took the clothes, smiled happily, and unfolded them carefully under the light. She touched the fine stitches and soft fabric, her eyes full of joy. "Oh, these are so nice. The color looks lively. Our Qianqian is so clever with her hands, and her ideas are even better. Wear these out, and everyone will see that we are a happy family." "Yes," Li Qianqian said happily, seeing her grandma liked them. "I think Grandpa will definitely like this style too." "Hurrah, who's talking behind my back?" Old Mr. Wang arrived before he was seen, happily pushing open the door curtain and walking in. His eyes immediately lit up when he saw his wife's new clothes. "Oh, is this a new outfit for me?" "Yes," Wang Lei said proudly. "Grandpa, this is a new style my wife came up with called couple's outfit. When you and Grandma wear them and stand together, everyone will see you're a loving couple." "Oh, that's a new idea," the old man said with more interest. He picked up the dark blue cotton coat with red patches, couldn't wait to put it on, fastened the buttons, looked himself over, and nodded happily. "It fits perfectly. So warm and proper. Little wife, your skills are amazing," he praised and then picked up another dark red coat with blue patches, urging his wife, "Hurry, try this one too." "Let me see." The little old lady, pressed by her energetic husband, showed a helpless yet sweet smile. She had no choice but to help him put on the new cotton coat. The old couple, wearing matching but different-colored new clothes, stood together. The room was filled with warmth and happiness. Li Qianqian came out of her grandparents' room and looked around the main hall and kitchen. She didn't see her often troublesome second sister-in-law, Wu Yan, or her spoiled little nephew. She felt a bit relieved. She quietly approached her older sister-in-law, Yao Meili, who was busy in the kitchen, and asked softly, "Sister-in-law, why aren't Wu Yan and her family here?" Yao Meili was chopping vegetables and didn't look up. She replied softly, "Wu Yan's sister from her hometown is getting married today. They left early in the morning to attend the wedding. They probably won't come back until the day after tomorrow." Oh, Li Qianqian felt much more relaxed. At dinner, Old Master Wang was indeed wearing his new cotton coat and insisted that the little old lady also wear hers. The elderly couple sat side by side at the head of the table. Old Master Wang looked proud and kept adjusting his collar, showing off to his son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren. "Look at this. It's handmade by our daughter-in-law for us. How do we look? Feeling good? When we go out, everyone will say we're a happy old couple." His proud expression made everyone in the family laugh. Early the next morning, Old Master Wang couldn't wait to put on his new dark blue and dark red cotton coat. He cheerfully went out to play chess and chat with his old friends. He kept talking about his new clothes, showing them off proudly. At noon, the sun was warm. He made sure the little old lady also wore the same dark red coat. They sat together at the door, enjoying the sunshine. Whenever a familiar villager passed by and said hello, Old Master Wang would happily mention his new clothes, whether asked or not, or casually straighten his collar. He wanted others to notice their matching outfits and would explain that his daughter-in-law made them as a couple set, with pride showing on his face. The little old lady smiled gently and nodded from time to time, letting him do as he pleased. Just then, the second family, a family of 3, returned from the village entrance. Wu Yan was carrying a bulging cloth bag. When she saw her grandparents sitting at the door from afar, she felt nervous. She quickly hid the bag behind her and hurried forward, calling out vaguely, "Grandpa, Grandma," trying to slip into her house. Second son Wangda looked at his wife sneaking around and felt a bit embarrassed. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain that they had returned or talk about attending the wedding. The old man was happily showing off when they interrupted him. His good mood instantly disappeared. He lazily lowered his eyelids and waved his hand impatiently, speaking with annoyance. All right, go inside quickly. Don't stand here and block the way." Watching his second son's family sheepishly enter the house, the old man shook his head and sighed heavily. The little old lady reached out and gently held his hand, softly advising, "It's okay, old man. Don't be upset with them. I just can't understand." The old man lowered his voice in frustration. "Why is it that, as grandchildren-in-law, the way they behave and their character are so different?" At this moment, Wu Yan had hidden the things she brought from her family inside the house and immediately came out again. She didn't go into the main house, but slipped into the kitchen first. Her eyes scanned the stove and cupboard like searchlights. Finding nothing special, she then looked toward the backyard vegetable garden. Suddenly, she spotted some leftover chicken bones on the ground near the chicken coop. Her brows furrowed immediately. She raised her voice and shouted toward the front yard. "Big sister-in-law! Big sister-in-law! Come here quickly!" Yao Meili was in the front yard mending shoes. Hearing the shout, she put down her work and stood up, walking to the backyard. "What's wrong, sister-in-law?" Wu Yan immediately grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the chicken bones, pointing at the ground. She questioned loudly and firmly, "Did you secretly eat meat yesterday without telling us? What are these?" Yao Meili looked in the direction she pointed, and then understood. She explained, "Oh, you mean this? Old Yao caught a wild chicken on the mountain yesterday and brought it here to add a dish for parents and grandparents. We all ate together. The bones were just left here. All of you ate together?" Wu Yan's voice suddenly rose sharply. She stretched her hand out and placed it in front of Yao Meili, asking confidently, "Then what about our share? Did you eat it all yourselves? Did you leave any for us? How can you secretly eat all the food without sharing with us? Is that reasonable? Stop arguing." I could hear you shouting from far away. Mother Wang, Lin Yufeng, heard the commotion in the backyard. She walked over with a serious face, without saying a word, and gave Wu Yan a firm slap on the back, producing a clear sound. "You wicked girl. As soon as you come back, you start causing trouble. Do you think shouting loudly will make everyone unaware of what's happening at home?" "Mom." Wu Yan staggered from the slap, feeling wronged and calling out softly. "Mom, what, Mom?" Mother Wang glared at her, annoyed, and scolded her. "Is it worth arguing over just a little bit of meat? You went to your parents' house for a wedding feast, and surely you ate plenty of fish and meat. Why didn't you bring some back for everyone to try? You're only thinking about grabbing food inside, not sharing what's outside." Wu Yan was speechless after hearing her mother-in-law's words. Her face turned red, but she couldn't argue back. She could only stomp her foot angrily, glare at Yao Meili, and then turn around and storm back to her room. Mother Wang looked at her daughter's back, sighed helplessly, then gently patted Yao Meili's shoulder, speaking softly. "Meili, you've worked hard. Dealing with such a troublesome sister-in-law, if she makes things difficult again, don't bear it alone. Come tell me, and I will help you." Hearing her mother-in-law's caring words, Yao Meili felt warm inside and nodded gratefully. "Yes, I understand, Mom." Wu Yan covered her face, crying as she ran back to her room. She lay on the bed, sobbing with grievance. Wangda followed into the room. Seeing his wife crying with her shoulders trembling, he thought she had been bullied outside and quickly stepped forward to ask with concern, "Wife, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell me." Wu Yan turned around immediately, hugged Wangda's waist, buried her face in his chest, and sniffled as she complained. "Duh. Do you know that last night your mother and the others secretly ate the meat while we weren't home? If I had noticed the chicken bones in the backyard, they would have denied everything and kept it from us." Hearing this, Wangda felt relieved and explained helplessly. Wife, you misunderstood. That was my brother hunting a wild chicken in the mountains. There was only one, not big. Last night, the whole family shared it, each person tasting just a little. We didn't secretly eat it all by ourselves. You still talk to them? Wu Yan suddenly raised her head, tears in her eyes, glaring at him. Aren't 2 pieces enough? Count on your fingers. Who can afford to eat big fish and meat these days? It's been a long time since we've had any meat. Meanwhile, Li Qianqian was happily eating a roasted wild rabbit leg sprinkled with cumin and chili powder in her own house. She suddenly sneezed for no reason, rubbed her nose, and continued enjoying her delicious meal. Wu Yan sniffed hard and said angrily, Can't they leave that chicken for us? Wait until we come back today and eat it together? I don't care if I eat or not, but what about Xiao Yuan? He's the only grandson in old Wang's family. He's growing up, so he should eat more good food to grow tall and strong. Wangda was annoyed by her fussing and couldn't help but reply, You were at your mother's house yesterday, drinking at a wedding banquet. Didn't you eat meat? Xiao Yuan even finished a whole chicken leg. How come you say he didn't eat? That's not the same, Wu Yan raised her voice. At my mother's house, she always makes sure the boys get the best. Look at your mother. Does she care about Xiao Yuan at all? Enough, Wangda was fed up with her arguing and suddenly snapped. If you're so unhappy and think the family is treating you and the kids unfairly, then let's split up. Live separately like my younger brother Wang Lei and the others. When that happens, you can buy whatever you want and no one will stop you. Hearing this, Wu Yan was stunned at first, then felt that his words hit the mark perfectly. Yes, if they could split up, she could be the head of the family, control the money, and buy nice things without sneaking around or hiding. She looked up with her still red eyes full of hope and asked Wangda, Dege, are you serious? Are you really willing to split up? Why not? Wangda sighed. Actually, when my younger brother Wang Lei decided to live separately, our parents asked me what I thought. But back then, Xiao Yuan was still young, and I was worried that you would be too tired to manage everything alone, so I didn't agree. Wu Yan felt a burst of joy inside and quickly grabbed his arm to show her determination. I'm not afraid of being tired. As long as I can be the head of the family, I'm willing to work hard. All right, Wangda looked at his eager wife and nodded. I'll talk to my parents tonight. At this moment, Wang Mu was indeed feeling headache from Wu Yan's constant fussing and trouble. Father Wang couldn't bear to watch anymore. He put down his pipe and said, You always worry about them and you're exhausted. What's the point? I think we should just let them handle things themselves. Mother Wang frowned and sighed. I'm not trying to control them. It's just that the second son is too honest and too soft. If I didn't keep a close eye on him and help plan things, Wu Yan's family would have already taken all the money from our house back to her own family. Sigh. Children and grandchildren have their own happiness, Father Wang said firmly this time. If you don't let them learn from their mistakes, they'll never remember what's right. If you keep holding on, they'll never understand your good intentions. They'll just think we're being stingy and controlling. Mother Wang wanted to say more, but Father Wang had already stood up and left the house. This time, he didn't listen to Lin Yufan. Instead, he went straight to find Fong Lishen, the village record keeper. Lishen, are you busy? Father Wang found Fong Lishen, who was counting work points. Lishen looked up and saw it was Father Wang. He quickly put down his pen. Uncle Wang, is there something you need? Yes. Father Wang nodded calmly but firmly. I want to split the family. Please find the records of work points and grain distribution starting from the year my eldest daughter-in-law, Yao Meili, moved in. Then, I'd like you to come to my house and help witness this. Okay. Uncle Wang, just a moment. I'll go to the archives now, Li Hen said, knowing it was an important matter. He immediately got up. Father Wang also went to ask the team leader and the village secretary to come and witness the process. Father Wang saw that the village officials had all gathered, so he stood up, cleared his throat, and looked at his 2 sons and daughter-in-law. He spoke calmly. Recently, your mother's health hasn't been good, and she lacks energy. It's hard for her to manage this household anymore. You all have your own families now with children and responsibilities. It's time for you to stand on your own. Starting today, let's divide the family. He raised his hand slightly, signaling. Recorder Fong Li's Hen immediately handed him a few worn, yellowed record books. Father Wang placed the thick record book on the table with a loud thump, making a dull sound. This is the record of work points and grain distribution from the year your sister-in-law, Yao Meili, joined the family until now, a full 10 years. Every entry is written clearly in black and white, kept on file in the village. Take a look. If anything is unclear or seems wrong, we can check it right now. He paused and continued. Big brother Wang Gang and his wife Yao Meili have earned full work points every year, from spring to winter, without missing a single day of work. He looked at the couple with approval. Yao Meili lowered her head, nervously twisting her clothes, while Wang Gang sat up straight. Second son Wang Da. Father Wang turned to his second son. You are also hardworking and honest. You earn full work points each year. Wang Da nodded, feeling relieved that he didn't need to speak. Then, Father Wang's gaze shifted to Wu Yan, and his tone remained calm but serious. As for Wu Yan, your record shows that you don't work many days each year. On average, you earn about 4 work points a day. He continued. With this, your family's work points and grain are probably barely enough for yourselves. At the end of each year, the family has to cover the shortfall with extra grain. The family that has contributed the most is the big house. Hearing this, Wu Yan looked surprised. She quickly grabbed a record book, her hand trembling as she looked through it. It clearly listed the days she worked, how many work points she earned, and even her red thumbprint at the bottom. It was impossible to deny. Her face turned red and white alternately. In the past, these things and the leftover work points at the end of the year used to be exchanged for money, but now they don't count anymore. Father Wang waved his hand generously. Your mother and I don't mind. We just hope that after you split the family, you can live your own small life well. He announced the plan directly. The family's food, pots, and dishes, these small items, won't be divided carefully. The things in your own rooms are still yours. Additionally, the family will give some money, 150 yuan to the eldest son, 100 yuan to the second son, as a settlement fee. Each family will also get 300 jin of grain. If anyone has objections to this distribution, we will strictly follow the work point records, settle differences, and calculate everything clearly. Wu Yan originally felt upset because her family received 50 yuan less than the eldest son. She pouted, but when she heard the words, settle differences, her heart suddenly felt a bit better. If they really calculated everything based on the records, her family had suffered many losses over the years. Not only would they not get money, but they might even have to pay extra. Thinking this way, the 100 yuan actually felt like a small advantage. She quickly weighed the pros and cons, and although she was reluctant, she could only swallow her anger. Then she suddenly thought of the house and frowned as she raised an objection. Dad, how will the house be divided? Just based on the current rooms we live in? That's not fair. The eldest son's family is occupying 2 rooms now. She was referring to the room where Wang Lei used to live, now occupied by Yao Meili's 2 daughters. Father Wang's face darkened, and his tone was firm. That room belongs to your younger brother, Wang Lei. When he split from the family, he agreed that the room would be left for him. How he arranges it is not my concern. If you're unhappy, go talk to him yourself. See if he'll give it to you. Wu Yan was speechless, hesitant to speak. She thought of Wang Lei's tall, strong build and cold personality, and dared not provoke him. She could only pout and lower her head, not daring to argue further. Father Wang looked at his 2 sons and daughter-in-law, then added, Right now your mother and I are still healthy and able to work for work points. I also have some retirement money, enough for us old folks to get by. You don't need to worry. In the future, unless it's something big, don't bother your mother too much. Let her have some peace. When Wu Yan heard this, she felt that splitting the family was a relief. She tightly clutched the 100 yuan she received and didn't care about her in-laws' future plans. A happy smile couldn't be hidden on her face. She quickly turned and went back to her room, probably to hide the money. Yao Meili frowned and looked worriedly at her in-laws. Seeing that they appeared calm and not too sad, she felt a little relieved and quietly returned to her own room. The next day, news of the Wang family's split spread quickly through Qinghe village, as if it had legs. Some curious women, carrying baskets, pretended to pass by and deliberately went around outside Li Qianqian's yard. When Li Qianqian came out, they asked, "Qianqian, are you at home? I heard your in-laws split the family yesterday. Do you know what happened?" "Yes, Qianqian, your mother-in-law is so capable. Why did she suddenly want to split the family? Is there some trouble at home?" Li Qianqian was about to throw out the trash when she heard the questions. She paused her work, turned to the women, and showed a look of innocent confusion. "Aunties, I really don't know. When I married in, Brother Wang had already moved out on his own. As for the old house, we young ones don't have much say." While speaking, her eyebrows subtly furrowed, showing she was worried. After the women left, Li Qianqian's doubts grew stronger. Wu Yan just returned from her parents' house, and the old house immediately split. The timing was too coincidental. Could it be that this second sister-in-law caused some trouble, disturbing the family peace? Thinking this, she couldn't stay still. She quickly finished her chores and went back to her room. The early autumn wind was cool, making her cheeks slightly red. Seeing Wang Lei chopping firewood in the backyard, she hurried over, speaking with concern. "Wang Lei, wait to chop the firewood. Do you know about the family split at the old house?" Wang Lei stopped and leaned on the axe handle, wiping his sweat, looking surprised. "A family split? I haven't heard anything about it." "Let's go back and check," Li Qianqian suggested, feeling uneasy. As she spoke, her eyes glanced at the old cabinet inside the house. Suddenly, she remembered there was a jar of malt extract she bought a few days ago because Wang Lei was worried about her and wanted to help her health. She didn't really like the taste and had left it untouched. "Right now, I can give this to grandma and mother-in-law since the family is split. The elders might feel upset, so giving them this can be a small comfort. Now that the family is divided, each side can cook separately, and there's no need to worry about disagreements over sharing." Thinking this, she opened the cabinet, took out an unopened can of malted milk, and carefully wrapped it with a clean cloth. Wang Lei frowned, looking serious, and quickly walked back to the old house with Li Qianqian. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw big sister-in-law Yao Meili washing dishes by the well. Wang Lei asked directly, "Sister-in-law, where are Dad and Mom?" Yao Meili looked up and pointed to the backyard. "Dad and Mom are busy back there." Without saying a word, Wang Lei pulled Li Qianqian and headed to the backyard. They saw Father Wang and Mother Wang squatting on the ground, their heads close together, pointing and whispering about something on the ground. Wang Lei was worried, thinking that the family split might have upset his parents. He stepped forward and asked loudly, "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? Why did you split the family?" Father Wang looked up and saw his son's worried face. He knew he was overthinking and explained, "Don't jump to conclusions. We suggested splitting the family ourselves. Your mother has worked hard most of her life. Now that she's older, I don't want her to worry about trivial family matters anymore. She should enjoy her life." "Really?" Wang Lei's brow relaxed a little, but he still asked to be sure. "Yes." Mother Wang also stood up, brushing dirt off her hands. "What do you think it is?" "I keep thinking about unnecessary things all day." Then Wang Lei looked at the lines drawn on the ground and asked suspiciously, "So, what are you planning now?" Father Wang kicked the ground with his foot. "Your mother and I are thinking of building a small kitchen in the backyard or setting up a simple shed. Now that the family is split into three, sharing one stove is too inconvenient and wastes time." Wang Lei listened, silent for a few seconds, seeming to make a decision. Suddenly, he said, "Dad, how about this? Can you give me a piece of land to build my own house?" "Land?" Father Wang was surprised. "You want to build a new house yourself?" "Yes." Wang Lei nodded firmly, with a determined look. "The house I live in now was bought when I was young, and I used your name. So, technically, I don't have a house registered in my own name. I want a larger piece of land to build a few bright, spacious houses." He paused, then looked at his parents. "When the time comes, you, Mom, and Grandma can all move here and live with me." "Live with you?" Father Wang was surprised. He looked at Mother Wang instinctively. "Wife, what do you think?" "How about it?" Mother Wang, hearing her son's words, immediately had tears in her eyes. She remembered that her eldest son was filial but quiet and wouldn't say such warm words. Her second son was honest but always listened to his wife, so he probably wouldn't think this way. Only the third son, who had always given her worries, was the first to step up in big matters and cared about her and her husband. Unable to hold back, she stepped forward and patted Wang Lei's strong shoulder, voice choked with emotion. "You silly boy. What nonsense are you talking? You're now a grown man. You can't be so impulsive." "Think about Qianqian." Li Qianqian quickly stepped forward, holding her mother-in-law's arm, and smiled sweetly. "Mom, I think Brother Wang Lei is right. I love a lively home. As the saying goes, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. If you, Dad, and Grandpa and Grandma all come here, that would be for more treasures. Isn't that wonderful, huh?" Mother Wang was amused by her playful words and chuckled, gently tapping Li Qianqian's forehead. "Child, how can you think like that? Why not?" Li Qianqian swung her arm and said sincerely, "Mom, don't worry. I support Brother Wang Lei in building the house and taking care of the elders." Then she leaned close to her mother-in-law's ear and whispered very softly so only they could hear, "And if you live with us, you won't see or worry about second sister-in-law's fuss. It's so much better." At this moment, Father Wang, Wang Lei, and Yao Meili, who had just come from the kitchen, all looked at Mother Wang, waiting for her response. Yao Meili envied Li Qianqian's natural way of blending in, as if she and Mother Wang were real mother and daughter. Mother Wang looked at her earnest youngest son, then at her supportive daughter-in-law, and thought about how she no longer had to face Wu Yan's troublesome matters every day. Her last worries disappeared, replaced by deep emotion. She took a deep breath, looked at Wang Lei and Li Qianqian, and nodded seriously.
All right.
"Mom will listen to you." Mother Wang nodded, and Father Wang took Wang Lei to the village office to apply for a homestead. Wang Lei chose a vacant plot of land not far from the old house. The land was open, spacious, and had a good view. Even if someone built a house nearby later, it wouldn't block the sunlight or the view. Father Wang looked at the land and thought it was very good. Wang Lei remembered the courtyard houses he saw in Beijing. He had some ideas and spent a little more money to expand the land area a bit. When they got home, Li Qianqian discussed with Wang Lei. To avoid villagers talking too much or gossiping, she suggested that Wang Lei tell others that she, as a city girl and a young wife, couldn't handle hard farm work. She wanted to live in a brick house, so they used the bride price and their savings to build the house. Wang Lei hugged Li Qianqian, understanding her intention. He was moved and said, "Thank you, wife, for thinking of me and our family." Li Qianqian leaned into his arms and smiled. "It's okay. I'm a city girl, so villagers probably understand that I can be a bit delicate. I don't mind a few gossiping words." "Wife," Wang Lei said as he held her close, sharing his idea, "I want to build the new house like a courtyard house in Beijing. What do you think?" Li Qianqian thought carefully and shook her head. "It's a good idea, but I think building a pure courtyard house here might be too obvious and not very practical. How about a two-story Western-style house? Our parents and grandparents are old. Living on the first floor is convenient, and we can stay upstairs without bothering each other. Also, if we get the chance in the future, we can save money to buy a real courtyard house in Beijing." "That would be great." "All right. I agree with you," Wang Lei said, convinced by her reasoning, and immediately agreed. While the homestead application was being processed, Wang Lei was planning a good day to start construction. Although it was impossible to finish building the house before the heavy snow and freezing weather in winter, they could dig and solidify the foundation now. When spring came, they could start building directly, saving a lot of time. Meanwhile, Wu Yan, who had just moved out and started her own family, was sleeping in late. Her son, Xiao Yuan, was hungry and crying early in the morning. When he went to the kitchen, he found the stove cold and empty because others had already finished breakfast and tidied up. Wang De and his son suddenly remembered that they had already moved out and started cooking separately. They hurried back to wake Wu Yan up to prepare breakfast. Wu Yan lazily turned over in her bed without opening her eyes, muttering, "There are still egg cakes in the drawer. You two should eat some first to fill your stomachs. Don't finish them all without me. Yay!" egg cakes to eat. Xiao Yuan cheered happily and immediately went to open the drawer, grabbing two. Wang Dao also felt a bit surprised, but took two as well. They had never eaten these before the family split, and neither of them had entered the house. They just squatted at the door of their room, eating one bite after another. Wu Yan dragged herself out of bed near noon. As soon as she left the room, she heard Mother Wang talking with the old master and the little old lady about Wang Lei building a new house. The old master was not surprised and just nodded. The little old lady smiled happily and said, "You all decide, that's good. I'll just enjoy the good life with you. You take good care of me." Mother Wang also smiled and replied, "All right. You can rest assured." Hearing this, Wu Yan immediately raised her voice to interrupt. "What? The youngest son is building a new house? Mom, what a coincidence. We just split the family, and he's building a house?
Did you
secretly give him money?" Mother Wang was angered by her question and shot her a stern look. "It seems you weren't told that you don't have to share the responsibility for caring for us after the split. Are you still not satisfied? Do I need to change the family agreement so you can send us monthly support too? I didn't mean that." Wu Yan quickly waved her hands. I just feel like you're showing favoritism." "Favoritism?" Mother Wang sneered. "Haven't I been helping your second family enough? Do you want me to take out the account book and count every penny?" Wu Yan was speechless, shrinking back and muttering softly, "No, I really didn't mean that." She was afraid Mother Wang would bring up old issues, so she quickly found an excuse and slipped away. Actually, she had figured it out last night. Not having to support her in-laws meant she wouldn't have to spend her money on their illnesses and medicine in the future. Thinking this way, splitting the family actually saved her money, and her mood improved a lot. Mother Wang watched Wu Yan hurriedly leave, feeling even more convinced that her decision to live with her younger son that morning was absolutely right. Her last doubts completely disappeared. As Wu Yan walked along, a sudden bright idea struck her. Since Wang Lei and the others are building a new house, wouldn't the current yard become empty? If she could move there, that would be much better than squeezing into the old house. The more she thought about it, the more feasible and exciting it became. She couldn't help but quicken her steps, almost jogging, afraid that the main house might get ahead of her. Suddenly, loud knocking echoed through the yard. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. The door at Wang Lei's house was being hammered loudly and urgently. Inside, Wang Lei was lying on the edge of the Kong, a traditional heated bed, leaning over Li Qianqian, about to kiss her. The atmosphere was just right, but the sudden knocking interrupted them. Wang Lei swallowed his disappointment and wanted to continue. Li Qianqian blushed and pushed against his strong chest. "Go see who it is. The knocking is so urgent. Maybe there's an emergency at the homestead." Wang Lei reluctantly sat up, tidied his clothes, and with a dark face, headed toward the door. He looked angry and full of frustration as he opened the door suddenly. As the door swung open, Wu Yan squeezed into the yard like a slippery eel. As soon as she entered, her eyes darted around, constantly moving, inspecting everything in the yard. Wang Lei disliked her petty scheming look, and his face grew even darker. He asked coldly, "What are you here for?" Startled by his loud voice, Wu Yan straightened her back and assumed the posture of an elder sister-in-law. "Why are you so loud? You scared me. I'm your second sister-in-law. You're elder." "Elder?" Wang Lei sneered, his eyes icy. "What kind of elder am I to you? Did I give birth to you or raise you?" Wu Yan was silenced for a moment, but thinking about her purpose for coming, she quickly suppressed her anger. She forced a big, exaggerated smile and spoke in a warmer tone. "Youngest brother, you're still so quick-tempered. I heard you're building a new house? That's wonderful. Marrying a girl from the city is different. She's knowledgeable and has a good family background." Of course, Wang Lei nodded along with her words, deliberately lifting his chin and showing off. "My wife looks like a fairy, and she has money. I couldn't ask for more. So, second sister-in-law, do you want to compare yourself with my wife?" Li Qianqian, watching secretly from the window inside, had never heard Wang Lei speak like this to family before. She couldn't help but cover her mouth, giggling as her shoulders shook. It was clear her man was really annoyed with this second sister-in-law. No, I can't compare to my younger sister-in-law. Wu Yan chuckled awkwardly, finally getting to the main point. I heard you're building a new house, and I was thinking, when your new house is finished, this old house will be empty, right? Look, our second room is now crowded in the old house. It's hard to turn around. Since your house is empty anyway, could we live there? Live there? Wang Lei looked like he heard a big joke and firmly refused. No way. Don't even think about it. Stop bothering me about my house. Wu Yan's smile faded, and she frowned angrily. What are you saying? Do you look down on our second house? Wang Lei, you better think carefully. Your family only has my son, Xiao Yuan, as the only grandson. He's the heir, the future of our family. When the elders grow old and pass away, won't it be up to my son to carry on the family line and honor the ancestors? If you treat us like this now in the future, get out. Wang Lei couldn't stand these ridiculous and funny words anymore. His face turned red with anger, veins on his forehead bulged, and he pointed at the gate, shouting sternly, "Get out immediately. Don't appear in front of me again. And our Wang family affairs have nothing to do with you, an outsider. Don't think too highly of yourself." Wu Yan looked at Wang Lei's pale face and the fiery look in his eyes. She finally felt a bit scared. She stepped back, still trying to act tough, and said harshly, "Fine.
Fine.
Wang Lei, remember what you said today. Even if you beg me later, I won't let Xiao Yuan help you with anything. Don't regret it." After saying this, she thought she looked very imposing, snorted, and quickly turned to leave. Wang Lei slammed the door shut with a loud bang, the noise making the door frame shake. His chest heaved heavily, and his anger had nowhere to go. Afraid of frightening Li Qianqian inside, he strode to the backyard, grabbed the axe leaning against the wall, and fiercely chopped at the pile of firewood, as if pouring all his rage into the blade. Li Qianqian was inside, tidying up her clothes. She quietly came out behind Wang Lei, reached out, gently wrapped her arms around his strong waist, pressed her face against his broad back, and softly comforted him. "Brother Wang Lei, don't be angry about such unrelated people. Relatives should visit each other more often if they get along well. If not, it's okay to see less of each other. There's no need to upset yourself over it." Wang Lei stopped chopping wood. Feeling the warmth from his back, his tense muscles relaxed a little. He responded quietly, "Okay." Li Qianqian continued softly, "Don't worry. Once our new house is built, we'll bring Grandma and our parents to live with us. It'll be lively, and we won't have to worry about all those messy things anymore." The news that Wang Lei was building a new house became the hottest topic in Qinghe village recently. Everyone was talking about Li Qianqian, and opinions varied. Some women frowned, thinking that the city girl was too wasteful, just settling in and already planning to build a big house. Others believed she brought good luck, as her presence seemed to bring new energy to the family. Some said she was generous, spending a lot of money on building the house. Others remembered the big parcels she often sent from her family, and since no one else in the village had such resources, they guessed her family must be quite well off. Li Qianqian paid no mind to these rumors. She did whatever she needed to do, and didn't let it bother her. When she first moved to the countryside, her reputation was already poor because she refused to participate in activities or spend money to solve problems. Now, these few comments didn't matter much. However, Wang Lei felt heartbroken hearing this. One day, he and Tiniu went to the black market to sell charcoal. After the deal, the boss, Li Ziming, invited them inside to rest. Wang Lei, being observant, saw in the corner of the room some wooden boxes stacked. One box was not fully closed, with a gap showing, and something inside flickered faintly in the dim light. His mind moved, and he pointed directly at the box, saying to Li Ziming, "Brother Li, I want to use half of the money I earned from selling charcoal to trade for what's inside that box." Li Ziming frowned and leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. "Wang Lei, we've known each other for a while. I'm not lying to you. These things can't be circulated in the market now. You can't exchange them for grain or buy cloth. They're just dead objects, only good for display at home. Think carefully. It's okay." Wang Lei said firmly, with a hint of gentle warmth in his tone. I just want to get something for my wife to look at. She likes shiny things. Seeing that Wang Lei was determined, Li Ziming nodded without arguing further. All right, go ahead and pick what you want. When you're done, bring it to me, and I'll tell you the price. Wang Lei walked over to the boxes and carefully opened the lids. Inside, there were a jumble of gold and silver jewelry, jade objects, and items inlaid with colorful gemstones. Although covered in dust, their elegance and former shine were still visible. He looked closely and thought everything was quite beautiful. He first chose 2 necklaces with dark gemstones that looked a bit old, then picked a detailed gold phoenix hairpin and a smooth jade hairpin. Finally, he selected a pair of small gemstone earrings. He brought the chosen items to Li Ziming. Li Ziming examined them and said, These, I'll sell to you for 100 yuan. 100. Wang Lei was surprised, feeling it was cheaper than he expected. He stood up. Then I'll pick a few more. Sure, go ahead. Li Ziming waved his hand. Wang Lei went back and squatted in front of the box, carefully searching through it. He focused on items he thought looked nice and that Li Qianqian might like. After 3 rounds of picking, he finally filled a small wooden box. On the way home, Tainyo held the over 300 yuan he earned from selling charcoal, feeling quite puzzled. He believed that real money was the most important. These items couldn't be eaten or worn. What use did they have? Later, Zhou Tsuehua would prepare her dowry. He hadn't married yet, and their house was old. Where was the money not needed? Thinking about the over 1,000 yuan he had secretly saved, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. He didn't have enough. He looked at Wang Lei, who was happily carrying the wooden box and couldn't understand his move. Wang Lei returned home and saw Li Qianqian sitting on the edge of the bed by the window. With a faint daylight coming in, she was focused on reading her book. He walked over, gently hugged her from behind, and rubbed his chin against her hair. His voice was tender. Wife, stop reading. It's so dark inside. Reading for long will hurt your eyes. Li Qianqian closed her book, looked up at him with a smile, and obediently said, Yes, I'll be careful. Good, Wang Lei replied. He took the small wooden box from behind his back and placed it on her closed book, with a hint of anticipation and mystery in his tone. Open it and see. What is it? Li Qianqian looked at the simple wooden box in front of her, blinking in confusion. You'll find out when you open it. Wang Lei deliberately played with suspense, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at her. Li Qianqian gave him a playful glare and teased, still pretending to be mysterious. As she spoke, she casually opened the box lid. However, before her teasing words finished, as if someone pressed the pause button, she suddenly stood up from the bed edge, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the contents inside the box. Her voice slightly raised with excitement. Where did these come from? Inside the wooden box, lined with soft cloth, lay several necklaces embedded with colorful gems, shining with a gentle luster, an intricate gold phoenix hairpin that looked like it was about to take flight, and a pure white jade hairpin with no flaws. Although the styles were old and some showed signs of age, their delicate and beautiful craftsmanship still shone brightly even in the dim light. Wang Lei watched her shock and nervously rubbed his hands, honestly explaining, The money I earned from selling charcoal this time, I didn't take cash. I traded these with people from the black market. Do you like them? Like them? I love them so much. Li Qianqian suddenly turned around, tightly holding Wang Lei's hand, her eyes shining with excitement and joy. Brother Wang Lei, you really are. I'm so happy. She seemed to already see the future where these treasures, hidden by time, would regain their value and turn into stacks of cash flying toward her. Eagerly, she let go of Wang Lei's hand and carefully picked up the necklace with deep blue gems, which looked the most antique. She quickly walked to the window. Under the brighter light, she gently touched the cool surface of the gems and the delicate gold patterns, examining them carefully again and again. A bright smile spread across her face, like she had found a treasure, and she kept murmuring, So beautiful. So pretty. The weather grew colder, and her breath formed white mist. That day, the village loudspeaker crackled to life, calling on the young men to prepare for the mountain hunting in autumn, so everyone could have meat for the new year and more oil in their bowls. As soon as the message spread, the entrance of the village committee was immediately crowded with eager men. 3 days later, villagers gathered at the foot of the mountain. This time, the hunt was led by the experienced and skillful Wang Lei. With him in charge, everyone felt very confident. Under Wang Lei's command, the hunting team entered the mountain. They spent 2 full days and had a good harvest, catching 3 large, healthy wild boars and 1 medium-sized wild boar. Many people also had rabbits and pheasants. Wang Daong estimated roughly how much meat they had. He smiled happily and shouted loudly into the forest, "Gather the team." Hearing the call, the villagers at the foot of the mountain happily carried their game. Someone started singing a lively mountain song, and soon everyone joined in. The singing echoed through the valley and could be heard from far away. At the village, the elders, women, and children listening to the faint, joyful singing knew they had a good harvest. They smiled with anticipation, talking and guessing how much meat they would get. The team returned to the village's threshing yard in a big, lively group. The village leaders quickly counted everyone to make sure everyone was safe. Satisfied, they nodded and then waved their hands, loudly announcing, "Great! Everyone is here. Now let's divide the meat equally." The threshing yard became lively instantly. Every household sent someone over, carrying baskets, bowls, or ropes. They looked happy, greeting each other, but all eyes were on the wild boars placed on a large wooden board. Wang's father and a few quick-handed men took charge of cutting the meat. Their shiny knives gleamed in the sunlight. With each cut, pieces of hot, fatty, or lean wild boar meat were divided. The accountant held a notebook and a scale, loudly calling out the owner's name and the weight of their share. Everyone who received meat was happy and smiling. Some pointed at the thick fat, nodding with satisfaction. Others carefully took the warm meat pieces, quickly placing them in baskets, afraid of losing a drop of oil. Children jumped and played around the adults, eyes fixed on the red and white meat, drooling with hunger. The familiar ants looked at each other's portions, comparing and joking, discussing which piece of meat was best for making oil and which leaner part could be chopped for dumplings. The entire threshing yard was lively, filled with the smell of meat mixed with earth and sweat, drifting in the cold air. It was a scene full of harvest joy and a strong sense of life. The happy atmosphere of sharing meat spread everywhere in the village, and the Ma family was no exception. Ma's mother tightly held her share of meat, glancing cautiously at Ma Fong busy at the stove. She quickly stepped forward and took the meat, saying, "This meat is precious. I'll handle it. You go eat first." She seemed worried that Ma Fong might hide or sneak some. Huang Xiaomei rubbed her round belly. "Mom, your big, chubby grandson is also craving meat. Make more." Ma's mother glared at her. "I think you're the one craving it," she complained, but her knife moved slightly as she spoke. Ma Fong, used to this, nodded silently with no expression. She quietly pulled a roasted sweet potato from the stove, blew off the ashes, held it in her hand, and turned to leave. Usually, she would wander outside for a long time, only returning after everyone had finished eating and gone to sleep. But this time, Ma Fong left the house and headed straight toward the back mountain cow shed. From afar, she saw faint white smoke rising. As she got closer, she saw Xiao Feng skillfully tending a small fire, on which a cleaned wild rabbit was roasting. Ma Feng approached, her face showing rare softness. She tore the sweet potato in half, handed the larger piece to him, and said, "Xiao Feng, here. I just got this sweet potato. It's still warm. Try it." The boy looked up, saw it was her, and a bright, honest smile appeared on his face. He took the half-sweet potato, took a bite, and nodded. Very sweet." Ma Feng watched him eat, feeling like she had a little rabbit in her heart, pounding happily. Since the last time he saved her by the creek, she often looked for chances to come here. Sometimes she saved some food, sometimes she found wild game in the mountains and secretly brought it to him. Over time, they became familiar with each other. Just then, the roasted rabbit was ready. Its golden skin emitted an tempting aroma. The boy tore off a tender, fatty rabbit leg and handed it to Ma Feng. Eat it while it's hot. Be careful not to let anyone see. I need to go back quickly. If I stay too long, others might get suspicious. Okay, I understand, Ma Feng replied softly as she took the rabbit leg. She ate the rabbit leg quickly and carefully, worried about leaving any marks. Then she went to the small stream at the foot of the mountain, cupped her hands to rinse her mouth with cold water. The icy cold made her shiver suddenly. When she returned to the Ma family, everyone had already finished eating. Seeing the greasy dishes piled in the basin, she sighed resignedly and rolled up her sleeves to start washing. Ma Xingwang came out of the house, picking his teeth. He saw Ma Feng squatting in the yard washing dishes, and a sneaky smile flickered in his eyes. Ma Feng was focused on washing and didn't notice what was happening behind her. Unexpectedly, Ma Xingwang deliberately tiptoed over and, using his calf, flirtatiously rubbed against Ma Feng's backside. Ah! Ma Feng screamed in fright, jumping up as if burned, and turned around angrily to glare at Ma Xingwang. What are you doing? Ma Xingwang stood casually, shrugging his shoulders with a mischievous look. I didn't do anything.
I was just passing by.
Who told you to sit here blocking the way? Ma Feng's eyes turned red with anger. She stared at him fiercely, her voice trembling.
Maxing Wang.
No matter how naughty you are, I am still your sister. Sister? Huh, Ma Xingwang snorted disdainfully through his nose. He looked her up and down, then pursed his lips, saying nothing more. He staggered out the door. All of this was seen by Ma's mother standing at the door of her room. She paused for a moment, her eyes lingering on Ma Feng's red, aggrieved face. Her lips moved slightly, but in the end, she said nothing. She silently turned around, went back inside, and closed the door. Ma Feng watched Ma Xingwang's back as he left. Her eyes grew cold. She forcefully slapped the water in the basin, splashing water all over her clothes and face. Before I could catch my breath, the door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. Aunt Wu from the east end of the village rushed in, her hair messy and her face pale. As soon as she entered the yard, her eyes fixed on Wang Daong. She suddenly collapsed to her knees on the cold ground, hitting her hands on the dirt, and with a crying voice, she shouted, "Village chief, please help my son." Wang Daong quickly swallowed the meat in his mouth, stood up, and hurried over to help her up. Aunt Wu, what are you doing? Get up. Let's talk properly. No. Village chief, I won't get up. Aunt Wu broke free from his hand, tears and snot streaming down her face. My younger son, he came back yesterday from the steel factory in the county. I heard that our village's autumn hunt caught a big wild boar, and he was so eager to join in. Yesterday afternoon, he secretly went up the mountain with a few of his cousins. It's been a whole day and night, and no one has seen him come back. I'm so worried. My heart is pounding. I think something's happened. Foolish. Absolutely foolish. Wang Daong's face turned serious instantly, his brows furrowing tightly, and his voice lowered. Can anyone go to the back mountain casually? Do you know how dangerous it is? Every year at this time, the wolves in the mountain are starving and most likely to attack people. How could you let them go up there? That's just reckless. I couldn't stop him. Sobbing. Aunt Wu was crying so hard she could hardly speak, choking on her tears. Seeing her like this, Wang Daong knew that scolding her now was useless. Saving people was the priority. He didn't bother to argue further. He turned around and shouted into the house, then hurriedly grabbed a machete and some rope from the corner of the wall. He yelled at Wang Gang and Wang De, who came out. Quick! Call some strong young men, and Wang Lei. Bring the tools, and follow me up the mountain. The Wu kids are probably trapped in the mountain. Qianqian quietly tiptoed into the kitchen. From behind, she hugged Wang Lei, who was washing dishes by the stove, and pressed her face against his broad, strong back, speaking softly with a bit of affection. Last time I went to Beijing, my mom said I was bullying you and pushing all the chores onto you. Wang Lei kept washing without turning around, but his tone was very serious. It's not true, wife. I did it willingly. In this life, as long as I'm home, You don't have to lift a finger to do any chores.
Hee.
Li Qianqian laughed at his honest yet firm promise, her heart filled with sweetness. Feeling playful, she stood on tiptoe and gently whispered something teasingly into Wang Lei's ear. Wang Lei shivered all over, almost dropping the bowl in his hand. His breathing grew heavier, and he started washing faster. His voice turned slightly hoarse. Honey,
Don't tease me.
what did I do? Li Qianqian let out a mischievous laugh, pretending to be innocent. I just said something nice, that's all. Why are you so nervous? Her playful tone made Wang Lei's heart itch, as if a feather were brushing against it. He quickly rinsed the last bowl, wiped his wet hands on his pants, and turned around. Placing one hand on the wall beside her, he gently trapped her between himself and the wall, his other hand resting behind her to keep her from the cold surface. He looked down at his smiling wife, his voice low and teasing. You're getting naughtier these days. Are you trying to make me lose control? Before he could say more, Li Qianqian, blushing, quickly stood on tiptoe and kissed him to stop his words. That kiss lit a spark between them. Wang Lei's heart raced. He wrapped his arms around her and lifted her easily, walking quickly toward the bedroom. Just as they entered, a loud knock suddenly echoed from the courtyard gate. Bang!
Bang. Bang.
The sound shattered the tender moment. Wang Lei's face darkened with frustration. He didn't want to answer, leaning down again to kiss Li Qianqian. But the interruption had broken her mood completely. She pushed gently against his chest, her heart still racing but her thoughts now scattered. Wang Lo was about to tell her not to worry when he heard his older brother Wang Gang's urgent shout outside the yard. Little brother, open the door quickly. Don't delay. Someone's in danger. Someone is trapped on the mountain. Hearing the words, someone's in danger, Wang Li's face suddenly changed and all his romantic thoughts vanished instantly. He quickly sat up, spoke rapidly to Li Qianqian. Wife, I'll go see what's happening. Before he finished speaking, he smoothly rolled off the bed and strode out quickly. Li Qianqian also hurriedly sat up, nervously tidied her messy clothes and hair, looked at herself in a small mirror on the table to make sure there were no obvious marks, then quickly followed him outside. As soon as they reached the yard, Wang Lu headed straight for the back courtyard, grabbed the firewood knife leaning against the wall, and without looking, tucked it into his waistband with a swift, confident movement. Li Qianqian watched his quick actions, her heart tightening. She frowned and asked, What's going on? What's the situation? Someone's trapped on the mountain. Wu's kid and his brothers haven't come down for a whole day and night, Wang Lu answered quickly. Lock the door and wait for me at home. Li Qianqian looked up at the sky, which was dark and gloomy, with low-hanging clouds and cold wind blowing fiercely. It looked like it was about to snow. Wait for me a moment. She turned around and ran back into the house. She rummaged through the cabinet and found her thick military coat, hugged it, and ran out to put it on Wang Lu. Hurry and put it on. It's cold on the mountain. I won't wear it. Wang Lu instinctively tried to dodge. This good coat, if it gets torn on the mountain, I'll feel bad. Li Qianqian's face immediately darkened. She stared at him with a firm tone. Is the coat more important or the person? Hurry up and put it on. Also tell Dad to wear more. Do you hear me? Yes. Wang Lu saw she was truly anxious and dared not argue further. He took the military coat and quickly put it on. Li Qianqian suddenly seemed to remember something. She turned back into the house, took out Wang Li's army green shoulder bag, opened the drawer, and pulled out the medicines her mother had prepared: antibiotics, fever reducers, red medicine, gauze, tape. She stuffed everything into the bag, then ran to the kitchen. She quickly packed several hot sweet potatoes and plain steamed buns, grabbed a big handful of white rabbit candies, and stuffed everything into the already bulging shoulder bag. She handed the bag to Wang Lu. Take this. Food and medicine are inside. I'll wait for you at home. Take these with you, and I'll feel more at ease. Wang Lei looked at his wife busy and worried for him, feeling warm inside. He nodded firmly and took the shoulder bag to carry on his back. He reached out to hold Li Qianqian's face and gave her a firm kiss on the lips, comforting her. Don't worry, my wife. I won't get hurt. Li Qianqian held his arm with her hand, her eyes serious and worried. Remember, first make sure you're safe before going to help others.
Got it? Got it.
Wang Lei nodded again seriously. After that, he turned and ran toward the old house. At this moment, in the old yard, about 10 strong young men had gathered. Each held tools like machetes and sticks, with serious and anxious looks on their faces, their brows furrowed. Seeing Wang Lei in his thick, noticeable military coat running over, the men looked at him with some envy, glancing a few more times. In this cold weather, having such a coat gave them more confidence to go up the mountain for rescue. Wang Lei ignored the envy in their eyes and went straight to his father, Wang Daong. Looking at his thin clothes, he said in a deep voice, "Dad, the sky is very dark. It might snow soon. You should wear more. It's cold on the mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, his mother, Lin Yufan, and his older sister-in-law, Yao Meili, quickly came out of the house. Lin Yufan was holding an old military coat and, without hesitation, put it on Wang Daong. Yao Meili also had a coat, which she handed to her husband, Wang Gang. The two quickly helped them put on the coats and button them up. Standing nearby, Wang Da turned his head to look at his house door. He didn't see his wife, Wu Yan, and frowned. Seeing his father and older brother wearing warm, thick military coats, he also felt cold and wanted to wear one. He then turned and went into his room. As soon as he entered, he saw Wu Yan sitting by the Kong. He asked directly, "Wife, where's my military coat?" "Find it quickly. I need to wear it too. It's windy on the mountain." Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat, and a flash of panic crossed her face. She quickly stood up, grabbed Wang Da's arm, and tried to persuade him gently, "Duh, I think you shouldn't wear the military coat up the mountain. The road is difficult, with branches and stones everywhere. If the coat gets torn or ripped, it would be such a pity. Don't you think?" Wang Da listened and thought his wife was right. The coat was precious, and it would be a shame to ruin it. After hesitating for a moment, he gave up on the idea of dressing up. He casually grabbed an old, dull gray scarf from a nearby shelf, wrapped it around his neck, and said, "All right, I'll listen to you." Then he turned and left the room, returning to the crowd. Wang Lei led a group of more than 10 men, each holding a machete or a stick, walking quickly along the rugged mountain path into the deeper woods. Behind them, Aunt Wu was still wiping tears, supported by her daughter-in-law Yanning, who softly comforted her. "Mom, don't worry too much. Brother Guoqiang is a lucky man. He will come back safe." Aunt Wu responded nervously, as if clutching at a last straw. Her lips trembled as she whispered, When he was born, a wandering Taoist priest once said he was destined for wealth and good fortune, that his life was tough but would turn around." "Mom," Yan Ying's face changed in fear. She quickly squeezed her grandmother-in-law's arm and lowered her voice urgently. "You can't say such things. Be careful." Hearing this, Aunt Wu suddenly snapped out of her daze, realizing she almost said something taboo. She hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, eyes full of fear, and pulled Yanning along. Let's go back and wait." "We'll wait there." The mountain behind was continuous and covered with dense trees. Some men looked at the endless forest and gasped, "Brother Lei, this mountain is so big. Where should we look?" Wang Lei stopped and scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. After a moment of thought, he said in a deep voice, "We can't split up. In this season, the animals in the mountain are starving and dangerous. First, let's check the place where we caught the wild boar the other day. Those guys probably want to go back there, hoping for another chance." "That makes sense." Everyone nodded. The dozen or so men immediately followed Wang Lei, moving cautiously toward the area where they had hunted the wild boar. The mountain wind cut like a knife. One man, wearing only a thin cotton jacket, shivered violently. He rubbed his arms hard and cursed, "Damn, it's freezing. This damn weather." Next to him, another man, dressed a bit more warmly, nudged him with his elbow and urged, "Stop talking, walk faster. You'll warm up soon. Hurry up, don't fall behind." They had been walking through the dense forest for over an hour when Wang Lei suddenly stopped, crouched down, and picked up a few dark, sticky drops of blood from the ground. He then pinched some muddy soil with blood on it and brought it close to his nose to smell. "It's wild rabbit blood," he said, frowning deeply and looking serious. "If they carry a bleeding rabbit, the smell will act like a signpost, attracting hungry predators in the mountains." Hearing this, the rescuers felt a chill in their hearts. They tightened their grip on their machetes and exchanged worried looks, their faces showing concern and tension. "We need to move faster." Wang Lei stood up and looked into the dark depths of the mountain with a hurried tone. 2 hours later, under a sturdy old locust tree, a few wolves with glowing green eyes were anxiously circling the trunk, drooling from their mouths. In the tree, several young people looked terrified, clutching the branches tightly. One of them, with a leg torn and bloody and a pale face like paper, was Wu Guiqiang, the son of Aunt Wu. He had only managed to climb up the tree with the help of his friends and a lot of effort. Now he was exhausted and at his limit.